Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It snorted casually a couple of times. With a root, a bite, and a toss of its head, it shoveled a large patch of grass into its mouth. The dried mulberries sprinkled among the blades were eaten along with them. Loink! The wild boar was quite pleased with the taste of this grass. It had the fresh aroma of the fields, but also a pleasant sweetness. It soon spotted a broken open gray sweet potato in the pile of grass. The exposed flesh of the tuber had already oxidized, turning slightly yellow. The wild boar took a huge bite and its juices burst forth. As if it had found a delicious treasure, the wild boar let out two happy grunts and even wiggled its body. It turned its head to eat more of the grass, its hooves shifting without a thought. Snap. The heavy-duty beast trap snapped shut in an instant, like a monstrous, gaping maw clamping down. The giant wild boar froze, a rough, hard grunt rumbling from its throat. It was followed immediately by a high-pitched squeal. The giant wild boar, racked with pain, began to struggle frantically. But the moment the heavy-duty beast trap had closed, its teeth had sunk deep into the bone of its leg. It was clamped on tight. The giant wild boar thrashed desperately, rolling back and forth, pulling the iron chain and ropes taut. The nearby tree it was tied to shook violently. The giant wild boar looked back, trying to see what had bitten it. It didn't recognize the beast trap, it only saw some large object clamped onto its leg. Enraged, it tried to twist around and tear at the object, but no matter how it turned, the beast trap remained firmly embedded in its leg. Bang. The two hemp ropes tied to the tree snapped, leaving only a single chain. Clang tilde, clang tilde, clang tilde. With every struggle, the iron chain rang out, looking perilously close to giving way. This thing's stamina is incredible, Qin Ziwen thought, narrowing his eyes. If a human had their leg caught like that, they'd be completely immobilized on the spot. But this giant, four-legged boar is still thrashing around. But this level of violent outburst was inflicting severe damage on its already injured right hind leg. With every kick, its own body weight acted like a heavy hammer, repeatedly smashing down on the limb. Finally, with a sickening crack, the giant wild boar collapsed. Its hind leg had snapped, and slivers of bone jutted out from the grisly wound. Its ferocity fully unleashed, it continued to drag its massive body, making a racket and letting out harsh, piercing squeals. What a ferocious beast, Qin Ziwen marveled. If they hadn't set a trap beforehand, a head-on confrontation with this brute would have likely sent them flying. Qin Ziwen and Du Yu were both patient. Hidden in the trees, they quietly watched the giant wild boar exhaust its energy. As time went on, the boar's strength waned. Exhausted, the boar's spine heaved up and down as it lay on its side. Du Yu slowly unslung the compound bow from their back, drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and took aim at the boar's heart. 3, 2, 1. The carbon fiber arrow became a blur. The arrow sank deep into the area around the boar's heart. Nearly a third of the arrow's length vanished into its hide. The boar, which had been lying on the ground, jolted upright. A squeal. It strained, trying to lurch forward for one last charge. But the chain clattered behind it. With a broken leg, it had no strength left. It struggled for a while longer before collapsing again. This time, however, its chest rose and fell with increasing speed. Another arrow flew from the trees, sinking precisely into its chest. This time, the giant wild boar had no strength to rise. It only managed a pathetic whine. As time passed, the squeals faded into silence. Specks of white light began to seep from the giant wild boar's body. The streams of light and shadow intertwined, finally coalescing into a single card. Sliding slowly down from the tree, Qin Ziwen approached the wild boar's corpse, reached out and grabbed the card. The glow on the card's surface faded, revealing its true form. It was a purple card. It was a recruitment card. He picked up the card and looked at its face. A bay-colored horse was depicted mid-stride. Recruitment card, common tamed Mongolian horse *1. Image Mongolian horse. A horse. This horse is nice, but it's not like the beaked eagle that can just fly in through the window. I can't just lead it up and down the building's stairwell every time. Besides, a horse's appetite is much bigger than a beaked eagle's. But the next map is the Gobi Desert. I could summon it there. If I remember correctly, Mongolian horses are supposed to be quite hardy. They can adapt to all sorts of harsh environments, unlike those more delicate breeds. Qin Ziwen patted the beaked eagle's head. Go on back and bring the others. Don't fly too fast or they'll lose you. Lead them here, I'll wait for you. After speaking, he looked around and gathered some dry leaves. Then he cleared away the nearby weeds and dead foliage to prevent any accidental fires. He lit the leaves. The ones that were still a bit damp gave off gray smoke. The gray smoke drifted up toward the sky through the gaps between the branches. Hurry back. The beaked eagle let out a cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. A boar this big will feed us for a long time, Qin Ziwen remarked. When we get back, we might not even have enough coarse salt. Luckily, the cellar is cold, so it'll keep for a couple of extra days. We'll have to push hard these next few days and produce more coarse salt for curing. He looked down, walked over to the boar's corpse, and took a crowbar from his bag, preparing to remove the large trap. A beast trap once sprung couldn't be opened by hand. It had to be pried apart with a crowbar. Sir, let me, you might hurt yourself, Du Yu said, taking the crowbar. Working together, they slowly removed the beast trap from the boar's leg. Looking at the giant boar's trapped hind leg, they saw it was nearly broken. The beast trap was partly to blame, but the boar's own struggles had constantly aggravated the injury. Knock, 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 a tapping sound came from the kitchen window. Qin Ziwen, who was keeping watch in the living room, heard the noise and hurried to open the window. The beaked eagle flew in and let out 2 urgent cries. Qin Ziwen hurried over to the salt well and said to the refugees, "Let's go, stop what you're doing and follow me. Bring the wheelbarrows." They had been briefed beforehand, so upon hearing the order, they began to put down their work. "Sir, the salt in the pot is only half-boiled." De Zhuang hesitated. He was standing on a stool, stirring the contents of a large iron pot. Qin Ziwen frowned. "My brother said to be quick. What if we delay and mess up his plans?" His gaze hardened instantly. He pointed to the salt-drying area nearby. "Pour it there. We'll collect it and boil it again later." De Zhuang looked like he was about to say something else, but Liu San tugged his arm and shot him a look, silently telling him to drop it. The group of 6 then carried 3 sheet metal wheelbarrows down the stairwell and pushed them all the way out through the east gate. This peculiar sight attracted the attention of some residents of the gated community along the way. Huang Tao had just finished some business and was coming out from the second floor with a few men when he saw Qin Ziwen's group leaving the gated community with their wheelbarrows. Huang Tao turned his head and asked the old man behind him, "Engineer Yao, are those the wheelbarrows we made?" The man he called Engineer Yao was a tall, thin old carpenter with skin darkened by the sun. Engineer Yao only needed a single glance before shaking his head. "Not ours, those wheels are wood, we use rubber tires." Huang Tao frowned. "Is someone in the gated community trying to compete with my business?" When he looked back again, they were already far away, disappearing around a corner. More than 3 hours later, as the sun was setting, Qin Ziwen and his men finally found his brother by a fire, in the middle of butchering the wild boar. "Brother." "Yeah, give me a hand," Qin Ziwen said, gesturing to the butchered giant boar on the ground. Knowing it would take a while for Qin Ziwen's group to arrive, and not wanting to waste time, he and Du Yu had started butchering the large boar. If they had waited until the others arrived to start, it would have taken several more hours. Several men worked together to place one section of the carcass onto a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow dipped under the load but held steady, supporting the 300-plus-pound piece of boar. After all, the wheelbarrow had been designed to transport heavy granite from a quarry. Though crude in appearance, its materials and sturdiness were second to none. "Go find some vines or flexible branches nearby and use them to tie this down to the wheelbarrow." The men pushed the carts, slowly making their way back. Zhuang Xiaoli carried her bucket to the riverbank. Even though Granny Lane no longer needed her to fetch water, she had still fallen into the habit of going at this time of day. Perhaps because it was getting late, the surface of the river was dim. She reached the water's edge and carefully scanned her surroundings for a moment. Only after making sure there was nothing lurking beneath the surface nearby did she crouch down to fill her bucket. As ripples spread across the water, a dark shadow shot toward her from the depths. Ever-vigilant Wang Xiaoli shrieked and scrambled backward to flee. As she let go, the bucket tipped, then bobbed on the water, slowly drifting away from the bank. "Oh no, my bucket," Wang Xiaoli said, annoyed. She hadn't even gotten a clear look at what was under the water, just a long, thin, dark shape. She picked up a nearby branch and hesitated, but she still didn't have the courage to get any closer to the river. She was sure it wasn't a crocodile. A crocodile wouldn't have been that small. It might be a snake. The thought of a snake lurking underwater by the riverbank made her legs go weak. Ever since she was a child, she'd been afraid of those legless reptiles. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan, who had come to the river to fish after his meal, hurried over when he heard the noise. "There's something in the river," Wang Xiaoli said, pointing at the water's surface. "Of course there's something in the river. Don't linger by the water's edge for too long. There have been fewer crocodiles lately, but that doesn't mean they're gone." Zhang Yuan thought the woman wasn't very bright. "Thanks for the warning. I just came to get some water. Something in the water startled me and I dropped my bucket." Wang Xiaoli gave a wry smile and pointed to where her bucket was floating on the river. Zhang Yuan followed her finger and his pupils suddenly contracted. On the surface of the river, a creature that was jet black and flat, looking a bit like a shrimp and a bit like a centipede, crawled out of the water and into the bucket. The image of the creature he had caught a fleeting glimpse of near the hippo carcass yesterday overlapped with the one before his eyes. Could this be what killed the hippo? Noticing the strange expression on the man's face, Wang Xiaoli turned to look, and her own face instantly turned deathly pale. What is that? It looks like some kind of aquatic insect, but what insect grows this big? It must be at least a meter long. Zheng Yuan glanced around before his eyes landed on the wooden stick in Wang Xiaoli's hand. Let me borrow your stick. After taking the stick, Zheng Yuan carefully tapped the surface of the water with its tip. A dozen or so seconds later, the tip of the stick suddenly sank, and a pulling force came from the other end. Zheng Yuan gripped the stick and bellowed, "Get back." With a mighty heave, he fished the thing out of the water and slammed it onto the ground. Out of the water, the strange black insect struggled violently on the ground, seemingly unaccustomed to the environment on land. Zheng Yuan rushed forward, stick rising and falling in a blur. After several strikes, he finally smashed it to death. This thing's pretty tough. Looking at the thick shell on its back and its ferocious mandibles, Zheng Yuan frowned. If these things are what killed the hippo downstream, and now they've spread upstream, then the river is definitely even more dangerous. We just got rid of the crocodiles, so why are there so many of these weird insects now? After some thought, Zheng Yuan decided he should tell the others in the gated community about this, lest someone accidentally fall victim to them. One look at this insect and you know it's bad news. By the time they returned to the gated community, it was already 10 at night. At this hour, the gated community was mostly quiet. 3 wheelbarrows were slowly pushed into the gated community. The 4 refugees clutched their stomachs, their eyes filled with a hungry yearning. Don't worry, there'll be food when we get back, and not just enough to fill you up. We're having meat tonight, Qin Ziwen encouraged them. Watered by their leader's chicken soup for the soul, the 4 found a new burst of strength. Once downstairs in their building, the 8 of them slowly carried the pork back to their apartment. Then they carried the wheelbarrows up and had Qin Ziwen mop the bloodstains from the stairwell. After they finished, Qin Ziwen roused himself and went to the tavern's back kitchen to cook. Cooking at the porridge stand would likely attract another batch of refugees. The tavern is better. As long as I don't light the lanterns at night, no customers should show up. After half an hour of work, he had simply cooked a large pot of smoked meat and vegetable porridge, enough for 8 people. He'd made the porridge thicker this time, and with the addition of meat, it was a feast. Qin Ziwen and his group were fine, but the 4 refugees were wolfing it down. De Zhuang even started crying as he ate. SOB. SOB. What are you crying for? The boss cooks meat for us and you cry, Liu San quietly admonished the big oaf. De Zhuang turned his head, the large man crying like a child. Before my mother starved to death, she kept saying she wanted to eat a piece of meat. If only my mom could have eaten this too. Hearing this, the other refugees drinking porridge around him fell silent. Everyone silently buried their faces in their bowls. Qin Ziwen put down his bowl and said to the others, "If you're not full, go get more. Everyone worked hard today, so eat until you're satisfied, but don't make yourselves sick. As long as you work hard, there will be more chances to eat meat in the future." After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Ziwen went to wash the bowls and chopsticks while the others returned to their respective tasks and got busy. Some were in charge of cutting the meat, some of making the brine, some of boiling salt, and others were cutting the meat into strips for curing. Time slipped by amidst their soaring enthusiasm. You have safely survived in the wilderness for 21 days. You hunted a large wild boar and obtained a card. Overall score, 80 points. You have received the following rewards. Blank expansion card, small X2 building card, level 1 fish pond building card, level 1 tailor shop X1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Ziwen's hands which were curing the meat slowed for a moment. Silently reciting the new rewards, Qin Ziwen pondered. 2 new buildings and 2 small expansion cards, huh? 1 small expansion card covers a 20x20 meter area. With these 2 cards, I can seal off both the kitchen and the master bedroom. This will close up more and more of the weak points in our home. People will never be able to get in through the windows again. But there's still a flaw. If all the windows on our apartment disappear, it'll look very strange from the outside. And there's another weak point, the front door. If the main door is destroyed, people can still get in that way. Thinking of this, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but wonder if he should have Li Taishan forge a set of iron bars to install on the inside. That way, even if someone breaks down the main door, there's another line of defense behind it. But just forging iron bars won't be enough. They'll need a lock, and Li Taishan isn't a locksmith. He pushed the thought aside and turned his attention to the level 1 fish pond and the level 1 tailor's shop. Both of these buildings are good. The fish pond can raise fish, so we'll have fish to eat even if we end up in a desert. More importantly, a fish pond can store a large amount of water. Although the water in the fish pond won't be as clean as water from a spring, it's still much better than the stagnant water in a desert. As for the tailor's shop, we don't have anyone with the necessary skills right now, so I'll have to put that aside for the time being. Qin Ziwen thought of Zio Zume. My sister-in-law should know some tailoring skills, but it wouldn't be appropriate for her to run the tailor's shop. Tailors like blacksmiths are skilled artisans. According to Du Yu, skilled workers like these are extremely rare among the refugees. The vast majority are farmers. Qin Ziwen said, "Big brother, you've already salted that piece of meat twice." Qin Ziwen glanced at his younger brother. Qin Ziwen immediately shut his mouth. Everyone was busy until after 4 in the morning before they finally finished. They had finally finished processing the wild boar, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. Unlike last time when they had to discard some of the organs, this time they had brought back almost everything. Some of the organs were washed repeatedly and then cured. Other organs were soaked in brine. The beaked eagle picked up a heart that had been soaked in brine and ate it with relish off to the side. After everyone else had gone to sleep, Qin Ziwen went to the kitchen and chose to use an expansion card on the area outside the kitchen. As light flowed, a large, new, blank expanded area appeared outside the kitchen. However, unlike before when the wall disappeared, this time, after using the expansion card, the kitchen's glass windows remained. To get to the area behind, one would have to climb through the kitchen window. Of course, he could also knock down the stove and the window. But it would be a real shame to knock out these large, clear panes of glass in the kitchen. Opening the window and jumping into the newly expanded area behind, Qin Ziwen took out the building card, Level 1 Fish Pond. The Level 1 fish pond required a 20x20 area, which was the exact size of this small expansion card's range. Placing it against the wall, he silently willed it to activate. The light faded, his feet slipped, and he was greeted by a square pond right beneath him. Splash. Glug glug glug. Scrambling with difficulty out of the pond, Qin Ziwen cursed under his breath. Fuck, why is the bank of this fish pond so slippery? Wiping the water from his face, he noted that it was quite cold. No need to measure the depth, he had personally experienced it when he fell in. It was about 2 meters deep. Back in the living room, Qin Ziwen took a hairdryer to the solar panel's battery, dried his hair and body, then changed into a fresh set of clothes. The Level 1 tailor shop required a 5x4 area. Since he didn't have a tailor right now, there was no rush. The fish pond, however, could be used to raise more fish. With the growth boost, the more fish he raised, the faster they would breed. While the gated community was right by the river and fish were plentiful, he should raise as many as he could. Level 1 fish pond. Level 1 fish comfort, Level 1 fish growth boost. But if he wanted to acquire a large number of fish, he couldn't do it alone. Relying solely on the earth cages to catch them was too slow. He had to find a way to buy live fish. After making up his mind, he summoned the beaked eagle, planning to take it to the rooftop to see if the card in the mountainside cave had refreshed. As he was going upstairs, he ran into Zhao Pu, who was coming down. "Mr. Qin," Zhao Pu's face lit up. "I was just about to look for you, huh? Is that the beaked eagle? It's gotten so much bigger in just a few days." Qin Ziwen chuckled, heading to the rooftop. Sure, Zhao Pu followed him. Once they reached the rooftop, Qin Ziwen placed his phone on the beaked eagle's chest, whispered a few instructions in its ear, and the eagle took to the sky. Zhao Pu watched the beaked eagle's retreating form with envy. Such an intelligent pet, and it can fly too. It's the only one in the entire gated community. Strapping a phone to its chest turns it into an aerial scout. It's practically cheating. Qin Ziwen asked, "Dr. Zhao, if I wanted to buy some live fish within the gated community, do you have any leads?" "Live fish?" Zhao Pu's expression hardened. "Mr. Qin, you might not be aware, but starting yesterday, a strange type of bug appeared in the river near the gated community. They're very aggressive and attack anything that enters or lives in the water. Fewer people are going to the riverbank now." Bugs in the water, Qin Ziwen found the combination of those 3 words a bit strange. There were aquatic insects, of course, but they were usually food for fish. Zhao Pu said, "Yeah, that's right. These bugs are huge, almost a meter long. They look a bit like mayfly larvae, completely black with 2 large mandibles at the front. Someone killed one and left it at the entrance to the gated community. I went to take a look. It's pretty terrifying." Listening to Zhao Pu's description, Qin Ziwen felt a strange sense of familiarity for some reason. "I'll go take a look later." Qin Ziwen glanced up. The beaked eagle wouldn't take long for a round trip, so he'd wait for it on the roof. Before long, the beaked eagle flew back. Upon its return, the beaked eagle wouldn't stop screeching, its cries urgent as if it had been frightened by something. Qin Ziwen quickly checked it over but found no injuries or signs of a struggle. What's wrong? Hearing Qin Ziwen's voice, the beaked eagle buried its head in his chest, whimpering nonstop. All right, calm down, let me see. He gently patted its blocky head, removed the phone, and reviewed the video recording. After taking flight, the beaked eagle had encountered the black falcons again. This time, however, the black falcons had learned their lesson. They only circled from a distance without getting close, and no conflict occurred between them. The beaked eagle then arrived at the cave entrance, standing quietly and constantly adjusting its position to give the camera a clearer view. Huh. Qin Ziwen saw 3 points of light flash for an instant deep inside the cave. There was one white light and 2 golden ones. The gray light from yesterday was gone. It seems if the card at the altar isn't collected, a new one will refresh the next day. But why are there 3 points of light this time? He pressed pause and selected 0.5x playback speed. He noticed that the 2 golden points of light weren't too far apart, with the white point of light located between them. But as he repeatedly scrubbed through the timeline, he discovered from other angles that the golden points of light didn't seem to overlap with the white one. Instead, they were located further back. Suddenly, the 2 golden points of light vanished for a moment. He frowned. He paused the video, and after watching it a few times, a chill ran down his spine. Holy shit, those look like eyes. Qin Ziwen handed the phone to Zhao Pu for him to take a look. Seeing the changing expression on Qin Ziwen's face, Zhao Pu grew curious. He took the phone, and as he watched, his own relaxed expression froze before he turned to look back at Qin Ziwen. Mr. Qin, they look like the eyes of some kind of animal, don't they? So you think so too? It's mainly the shape. And here it looks like its head turned. The position of the 2 golden points of light shifted a bit. It seems to be looking out of the cave. Zhao Pu pointed out a crucial detail Qin Ziwen had missed. After watching the part Zhao Pu indicated several times, Qin Ziwen saw that he was right. The golden points of light had moved at one point. He turned to look at the beaked eagle. Seeing the little guy trembling, Qin Ziwen finally understood why it had been so agitated. Don't be afraid. He said the words, but his heart sank. Although the video was dark and he couldn't see the size of the eye's owner, he had a rough idea of the altar's position. By comparing the distance between the eyes, he could roughly infer that the creature inside was, without a doubt, the largest life form they had encountered since arriving in this mysterious forest. This brought to mind a creature described in the bestiary, the stone cave ancient giant toad, a long-lived species of toad that could live for over 200 years. It lived year-round in deep mountain caves, feeding on birds, beasts, and insects with a particular fondness for the latter. Its size increased with age, and the older it got, the more it favored hibernation. They reached adulthood at 30 years, with mature specimens averaging 3.6 to 5.0 meters in length, 1.7 to 2.2 meters in shoulder width, and weighing 1,850 to 4,000 kilograms. Even though he'd never seen one alive, it was definitely the largest creature he knew of. But even an adult stone cave ancient giant toad from the bestiary wouldn't have eyes this far apart. The thought of the stone cave ancient giant toad surprised Qin Ziwen. The cave on the mountainside did indeed fit the toad's natural habitat. However, the mysterious creature deep within the cave had now awakened, and it was right next to the altar. The danger of retrieving the card had just skyrocketed. I wonder if my trip into the cave a few days ago disturbed it. But considering the risk, it was only natural for a highly dangerous animal to be living near this advanced altar. After all, killing the giant wild boar and the alpha male crocodile had only dropped 2 ordinary cards. In contrast, that advanced altar had yielded a red function card and an advanced building card. If the only threats were the non-aggressive bats inside the cave and the black falcons outside, it really wouldn't match the altar's high drop rate. Qin Ziwen mulled it over. But letting it guard the altar indefinitely isn't a solution. I have to find a way to lure it out. Today's card was just a white expansion card, which wasn't a high priority. First, I'll focus on collecting more fish, vegetables, and plants. Cards were important, but other resources were also indispensable. Zhao Pu said, Mr. Qin, you want to buy fish? Qin Ziwen nodded. Yes, didn't you say there was a bug's corpse at the south gate? I'm going to go take a look. First, he went home to drop off the beaked eagle. Then he and Zhao Pu, wearing masks, headed to the south gate. A crowd of neighbors had gathered there, most of them wearing masks. Some people stood for a few seconds, got a clear look at the bug, and then quickly left. This bug is so ugly. It looks vicious. With pincers that big, a bite would probably tear your flesh right off. Tear it off, you have no idea. I heard these damn things can even eat hippos, let alone people. Does anyone know what kind of bug this is? How could anyone know? We don't have these things on Earth. Hey, do you guys think this looks like a mayfly? A mayfly, don't those fly over the water? This thing doesn't even have wings. I'm talking about a mayfly larva, the form before it grows wings. Qin Ziwen waited for a gap in the crowd, stepped forward to snap a photo and then backed away. After backing away, he looked at the photo and froze. What a coincidence. He might not recognize other animals, but he had just seen this thing 2 days ago. He'd even described it to Do You himself. This was the exact forest giant mayfly recorded in the bestiary. His impression of this bug was particularly deep. This was because while other animals in the bestiary had only one picture, this thing had two. One of its aquatic form and one of its winged adult form, and the aquatic form looked remarkably similar to the bug in the photo. These things, I remember they're supposed to be social creatures. Qin Ziwen frowned. He recalled the information in the bestiary, which recorded that the forest giant mayfly was an aquatic insect that lived long-term at the bottom of lakes and rivers. In this form, they typically remain for 3 to 4 years. During this period, they would usually gather at the bottom of wide bodies of water, feeding on small fish, algae, and aquatic plants. As they approached adulthood, they would typically swim against the current, moving toward the forested regions of the river's upper reaches, devouring every aquatic creature they encountered along the way. This was partly because food was more plentiful in the forest regions and partly a form of regression, similar to the river-to-lake migration of certain salmon. Every year, when it was time to produce offspring, they would swim upstream from freshwater lakes and rivers, returning to the place that had first nurtured them. However, the forest giant mayfly had a fatal weakness in its aquatic form. Its static vision was almost zero. When facing one, as long as a person remained perfectly still, the mayfly would basically perceive them as a piece of wood and ignore them. But the moment they started to swim, the mayflies would swarm them. These bugs weren't at the bottom of the river before, which meant this area wasn't their permanent habitat. Their appearance now indicated that they had begun their migration. Once the forest giant mayflies began their migration, their emergence period was at most a week away, and at soonest just 2 or 3 days. Their emergence was a collective event. When one individual began to emerge, it would secrete a special hormone, causing all others of its kind in the nearby watershed to complete their emergence one after another within a single day. After emerging, the forest giant mayfly's mouthparts would completely degenerate, causing it to lose the ability to eat. Its lifespan would be reduced to just a few hours to 3 days. During this time, they would fly freely over the river's surface and through the forest sky, mating and reproducing, laying their egg masses in the water, in the grass along the riverbank, and in the crevices between stones. So these forest giant mayflies would begin their mass emergence in a few days at most. The bugs in the river were a problem for now, but it wouldn't last long. To prepare for their emergence, they would attack any living thing that could swim in the water during this period, helping them accumulate energy. Qin Ziwen pondered, can I gain any advantage from this? After a moment's thought, he figured the easiest way was to buy up fishing and trapping equipment. With the river teeming with forest giant mayfly larvae, those tools would surely depreciate in value. He could buy them cheap and sell them high later, definitely making a profit from the exchange. But on second thought, he felt it was unnecessary, profiting purely from a disaster. That kind of money is tainted. Besides, they're all dirt poor, I wouldn't make much anyway. Qin Ziwen and Zhao Pu started walking back. Dr. Zhao, how is the infectious disease situation now? Zhao Pu replied, it's all right, much better than a few days ago. We've managed to contain it for now. The households with sick family members have also formed 2 hunting teams. From what we've seen, the mortality rate for this disease is quite high. It primarily targets the elderly, children, and patients with pre-existing conditions. The mortality rate for the elderly and children after infection is around 60%, while for healthy adults, it's about 25%. Hearing these numbers, even though he was mentally prepared, Qin Ziwen's heart sank. When you say pre-existing conditions, you mean? Zhao Pu said, diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, and kidney or liver disease. These conditions weaken the immune system, leading to lower immunity. At this, Zhao Pu gave a bitter smile. This time, the infectious disease progresses quickly from incubation to onset. It's a good thing it doesn't have a long incubation period. And lately, the price of Western medicine has skyrocketed. It's almost impossible to get your hands on any. As they talked, the two arrived at the base of the building. Bangs, bang, bang. The sound of a door being smashed came from upstairs, very close by. Zhao Pu said, that should be the team that handles the bodies. The Alliance Association has a special team responsible for dealing with corpses. You barely ever see them, but whenever someone dies, they'll show up at the door to remove the body. They're probably trying to break down the door to 202 right now. Qin Ziwen went upstairs and in the second-floor hallway saw the mysterious team Zhao Pu had mentioned. There were 7 people in total. One was giving orders, 2 stood behind with their hands in their pockets, 2 were using sledgehammers to smash the doorknob, and another 2 were carrying a pair of simple stretchers. Except for the man in charge and the 2 with their hands in their pockets, who all had short hair, the other 4 all had long hair and were silent and sallow-faced. Qin Ziwen stopped. He recognized at a glance that these 4 long-haired men were definitely not modern people, but recruited ancients. Their aura was even more familiar. It was almost identical to that of the refugees who had fled to the porridge shed. They carried an air of exhaustion, numbness, and oppression. These 4, they seemed to be ancient refugees too. Almost instantly, Qin Ziwen thought of the porridge shed. Someone in the Alliance Association must have obtained a porridge shed building card and then recruited a large number of refugees from it, and made these refugees work for them. Using the refugees to dispose of corpses was smart. Even if a refugee accidentally got infected, all one had to do was abandon them, drive them away, and stop providing them with porridge to sustain them. The infected refugee would naturally leave, and after the original resident's body was removed, everything in their apartment would become his resource. This business is certainly profitable. Qin Ziwen sighed inwardly, but he also saw it as a good thing. After all, if the bodies weren't dealt with, they would rot if left at home for too long. Combined with the germs in the corpse, it could even lead to mutations, causing secondary infections and spawning even more terrifying diseases. Compared to using the gated community's original residents, using these refugees was indeed the most cost-effective method. This also opened his eyes to a new use. The refugees from the porridge shed could serve as expendables at critical moments. At the turn of the hallway, the man supervising glanced at Qin Ziwen and the others and said, "Hold on a moment." Bang-a-bangs. Clang tilde. The sound of smashing didn't stop, followed by a loud clang as something fell to the ground. The door was pulled open. In the hallway, the supervising man took a mask out of his pocket and put it on. "I suggest you 2 step aside. It'll be hard to carry them downstairs otherwise." Qin Ziwen and Zhao Pu exited the hallway and stood outside the building's entrance. Zhao Pu glanced around, then leaned in and whispered, "4 of those people inside don't look like they're from our gated community." Qin Ziwen said they were probably recruited. Upon receiving Qin Ziwen's confirmation, Zhao Pu could only feel it was an extravagance. "I heard it takes 1 recruitment card to recruit a single person. To use something so valuable for carrying corpses, aren't they afraid of them getting infected?" An able-bodied adult male who could follow orders and possessed intelligence. Anyone who got one could treat him as their own second arm. Yet such a precious recruited member was being used to transport the corpses of those who died from an infectious disease. If they were accidentally infected, wouldn't that card be completely wasted? And to send out 4 at once? Zhao Pu couldn't imagine just how extravagantly wealthy the person behind this was. If Qin Ziwen didn't have a porridge shed, he might have shared Zhao Pu's astonishment. But since he also had one, he understood the logic behind it, so he found it rather ordinary. Qin Ziwen asked Zhao Pu, "Do you know who sent this team?" Zhao Pu shook his head. "I don't. I only know it's someone from the Alliance Association's upper management. I'm not sure who exactly sent them." As the 2 were talking, footsteps approached from behind. They turned their heads. 4 men carrying 2 stretchers passed by them. The stretchers were covered with bedsheets hiding the faces of the dead. But in the air there hung the faint stench of death. Watching them walk away, Zhao Pu couldn't help but shake his head. They're gone. It was unclear whether he meant the people carrying the stretcher were gone, or the person on the stretcher was gone. Upstairs, 2 people were still standing at the door of 202, guarding it like sentries. When they saw them coming up the stairs, their gazes were wary. Passing the 2 of them, they arrived at Zhao Pu's apartment. Sitting in the living room with his back to them, Zhao Shuhuan shouted, "Dad, I've finished boiling the bark. You can go soften the dried stuff in the kitchen later." Ahem, Zhao Pu cleared his throat. Zhao Shuhuan turned around. Upon seeing Qin Ziwen, he quickly called out, "Uncle Qin. I'm only about 10 years older than you. Why are you calling me uncle? You're making me sound old," Qin Ziwen said with a laugh. Zhao Shuhuan gave an embarrassed smile. "So you're boiling tree bark." Qin Ziwen walked over and saw the bark simmering in the pot. The tough, grayish-brown outer layer had been scraped off, leaving only the inner part. Zhao Shuhuan nodded. "Yeah. We can't go to the riverside now, so my dad found me a part-time job. You can make hemp rope from this bark, and some types are even edible. It has a lot of uses." There are people specifically buying processed bark. Qin Ziwen took a look. What's the exchange rate? 10 caddies of processed, ordinary bark can be traded for 2 caddies of meat. If it's bark for special purposes, the price is higher. For example, the exchange ratio for willow, cassia, or elm bark is double that. So how many caddies of bark can you process in a day? Zhao Shuhuan thought for a moment. 2 or 3 caddies, I guess. The main problem is that finding the trees takes a lot of time. Zhao Pu added from the side, some of the older kids in the gated community don't have much to do, so this counts as a job for them. It just so happens that someone is collecting this processed bark right now. Qin Ziwen mused, I have a job offer. I'm collecting large quantities of vegetable and fruit vines and roots. They need to be intact so they can be planted and transplanted. Mr. Qin, what are you offering in trade? Meat. After some consideration, Zhao Pu said slowly, Mr. Qin, to be honest, it's not very cost-effective to trade for mature plants directly. He secretly glanced at Qin Ziwen's expression. Seeing no sign of displeasure, he continued, first, mature plants can bear fruit immediately. As long as you keep them, they're like hens that lay eggs. It's like going to a farmer to buy a laying hen, the price is bound to be inflated. Second, the mature plants people find are mostly wild specimens. Mr. Qin, you should know that the high yield of many modern fruits and vegetables is built upon generations of selective breeding. Purely wild strains don't actually produce much, and they don't taste as good. I think it would be better to trade for seeds. Some people might have potatoes that have sprouted, leftover pumpkin seeds, or chili seeds. I understand, Qin Ziwen nodded. Looks like I'll have to ask Wei Jiahu about this after all. Zhao Pu said, Mr. Qin, if you trust me, I can ask around with the other building residents on your behalf and see if I can trade for some suitable seeds. Seeds shouldn't be too expensive. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Zhao. After leaving Zhao Pu's apartment, Qin Ziwen went downstairs to Wei Jiahua's place and brought up the idea of buying seeds. Wei Jiahua said, I don't have many at home. I've already planted most of what I had and I gave you the rest last time. Qin Ziwen asked, then if I were to buy seeds from other families, what do you think would be a fair price? Wei Jiahua gave him a deep look. You must have a structure in your home that accelerates crop growth, don't you? Qin Ziwen didn't answer. Wei Jiahua continued on his own. A single seed takes several months at minimum to root, sprout, flower, and bear fruit. All that time you have to water it and take care of it. Farming really isn't profitable. Throughout history, how many farmers have ever gotten rich? They work themselves to death just to barely have enough to eat. The seeds I gave you last time should have been enough if you were just planting them at home. The fact that you want more means you have a special place for planting. Finally, Wei Jiahua deliberately added, I may not have the highest EQ sometimes, but my IQ isn't low. Wei Jiahua's gaze was scorching as he stared at Qin Ziwen, as if waiting for an answer. Qin Ziwen grunted in acknowledgement. I do have a structure at home that accelerates crop growth. Wei Jiahua smiled, relieved. No wonder you came to me for seeds. He took a couple of steps, grabbed Qin Ziwen's arm, and pointed to the 5th floor of Building 8. That's your place, right? Following the direction he was pointing, Qin Ziwen saw his own apartment. The windows and balcony were all gone, leaving only a bare wall. It was particularly conspicuous among the other buildings. I joined a gathering team yesterday, Wei Jiahua said seriously. I heard some of them talking. They said your family must be pretty well off. You must have used some kind of card to hide even your windows. They didn't say anything else outright, but I'm sure they're having thoughts. You need to be careful. Qin Ziwen turned to look at the serious, bespectacled man. I understand, Brother Wei. Wei Jiahua hesitated for a moment. You're closer with Dr. Zhao. Could you ask him for me if he has any way to get honeysuckle or licorice? My father-in-law has had a bad cough lately, and I can't find those herbs in the gated community. Qin Ziwen said directly, I happened to gather some earlier. I'll bring them to you in a bit. Wei Jiahua was grateful. Thanks. As for the seeds, you shouldn't be the one to ask. I'll think of a way to trade for some for you. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Wei. I'll provide the supplies for the trade myself. Wei Jiahua shook his head. No, it's fine. Seeds aren't really worth much right now. The main issue is that they take too long to grow. With that, he patted his chest. Just leave it to me. After bidding farewell, Qin Ziwen returned home. He first took out some honeysuckle, dandelion, and licorice from the pharmacy. The preservation effect of the pharmacy was truly impressive. After several days, the herbs were still fresh, looking as if they had just been picked a day or two ago. He put the herbs in a bag, then went downstairs and gave them to Wei Jiahua. After receiving the herbs, Wei Jiahua thanked him profusely again. Back home, after closing the door, Qin Ziwen's gaze hardened. My apartment's exterior is a bit too conspicuous. All the other neighbors had windows, but both sides of his apartment had their windows completely concealed by the expansion card. While this was certainly safe, it also made his home stand out among the rest. But what's done is done. I can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Locking the door, Qin Ziwen lay down on his bed. He had been busy since yesterday and hadn't rested at all. As he closed his eyes, his body automatically entered a dormant state. The beaked eagle came over, tiptoeing into its nest. As its body grew larger, the originally sized nest had become a bit small. It adjusted its posture and slowly settled down. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it whipped its head around, its sharp gaze fixed on the area outside the door. A knock came from the bedroom door, followed by Liu San's voice. Sir, are you there?" Qin Ziwen, who had just closed his eyes, was woken by the noise. He opened them and asked, "What is it?" "I have something important to report." Qin Ziwen sat up in bed and put on his jacket. The beaked eagle hopped out of its nest and followed behind him. When he opened the door, Liu San was standing outside, bowed low. With trembling hands, Liu San held something up. "Sir, I was just about to draw 2 buckets of brine to pour on the salt flats before bed when I pulled a treasure out of the well. Please take a look." In the center of his palm lay an oval, grayish-blue stone. Amazingly, the stone's surface was glowing with a faint cyan light. As Qin Ziwen took the stone, the little ball of light from his home automatically appeared. Level 1 Marvel Salt Essence Stone can be inlaid into salt mine or salt workshop type buildings. Besides this line of text, there was no other information. Even when he used insight, the result was insufficient authority. Qin Ziwen asked Liu San, "You said you drew this from the well." "Yes, I wouldn't dare deceive you, sir." He followed Liu San to the salt well. Aside from Liu San, the other 3 wanderers were already lying on straw mats in the soup kitchen. De Zhuang was on his mat, snoring thunderously. "Draw another bucket." Liu San used the crank to lower the wooden bucket, and a sound came from the bottom of the well as it hit. "Sir, there's no more brine at the bottom." Liu San explained, "There's a limit to how much brine the salt well can seep out each day." Qin Ziwen nodded in understanding. The salt well's output was limited by the efficiency of the brine seeping from the bottom, which was similar to a spring. But this salt essence stone can be inlaid into a building. How does that work? "Do I just dig a hole in the building and stick it in?" He took out the salt essence stone and suddenly felt it grow hot in his hand. The salt well before him then became ethereal. Specks of light flew out from the structure, finally coalescing into a transparent, illusory card. The card automatically flipped over, revealing a slot on its back. Qin Ziwen tentatively placed the salt essence stone from his palm onto it. The two merged instantly. Level 1 Salt Well Salt Essence Stone. Level 1 Rapid Evaporation. Level 1 Rapid Purification. Level 2 Brine Quality Enhancement. Brine Quality Enhancement. So this marvel can actually grant new properties to a building card. Qin Ziwen peered into the salt well. There was a thin layer of brine at the bottom, but otherwise it was empty. Did it really come from down there? Lost in thought, Qin Ziwen still praised Liu San and rewarded him with a pound of cured meat. Liu San was overjoyed, but then he looked troubled. He asked if he could leave the cured meat with Qin Ziwen for now. If he carried it with him, he wasn't sure he could keep it safe. Qin Ziwen readily agreed to Liu San's request. After dealing with everything, Qin Ziwen slept until evening. When he woke up, he first went to wash up. Everyone else had already started their work. Liu San, De Zhuang, and the others were grunting with effort as they worked the salt well. Li Taiju was in the blacksmith shop, hammering away furiously as he forged a second heavy-duty beast trap. Qin Ziwu had brought back the jiwood tree they had discovered earlier and was transplanting it into the farmland. Qin Ziwen yawned, "Why didn't you guys wake me?" "I came to check on you, but you were sleeping so soundly I didn't want to wake you," Qin Ziwu said as he filled in the dirt. "Oh, right, brother. Brother Guang came looking for you this afternoon, but you were asleep. He said the river is full of mayfly larvae, so he can't catch anything. He wanted to go over to the small creek, but I saw you were still sleeping and told him to wait until you were awake." Qin Ziwen said, "Don't we still have half a bucket of the creek crabs we caught last time? Go take them to Deng Guang. Tell him we can all head to the creek together tomorrow." "Oh, okay," Qin Ziwu nodded. After they had caught the creek crabs, they had kept them in a bucket. Even though they changed the water diligently every day, some had still died. It would have been better to put them in the fish and shrimp ditch to keep them alive. Although you could raise fish and crabs together in a fish pond, you needed to stock specific mid to upper level fish, as the crabs would eat the fry of bottom-dwelling fish. Having used quite a few cards by now, he had a much better understanding of their properties. For a breeding-type building card like this, the environment inside was definitely suitable for the corresponding creatures. Qin Ziwen carried the bucket upstairs. When Deng Guang opened the door and learned that Qin Ziwen had sent him, his expression became complicated and he looked a little ashamed. This isn't what I meant. I feel bad taking your crabs. Just take them, there's not much meat on these things, they're not that tasty, they use up a lot of oil to fry and there's barely any roe. It's just to satisfy a craving, Qin Ziwen said with a wave of his hand. Brother Guang, my brother said we'll head to the creek tomorrow. Deng Guang accepted the bucket with a complex expression. Okay. After leaving Deng Guang's place, Qin Ziwen saw Zhao Pu standing right in front of their door. Dr. Zhao. Zhao Pu jumped, startled. He turned his head and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Qin Ziwen. You scared me walking so quietly. I came to bring something for your family. As he spoke, he shook the bag in his hand. What is it? Seeds. Hearing that, Qin Ziwen immediately understood. His brother had been muttering in his spare time these past 2 days about transplanting more crops. If it weren't for the limited height inside their home, he suspected his brother might have even tried to figure out a way to move the mulberry tree in. After opening the door, his brother took the seeds from Dr. Zhao. The two exchanged some pleasantries, but in the end, Dr. Zhao didn't accept anything in return. But Qin Ziwen understood nothing free is ever truly free. Dr. Zhao's refusal to take payment meant he wanted something more valuable. Zhao Pu stared at Qin Ziwen's face and suddenly said, Mr. Qin, you don't look well. I don't, Qin Ziwen touched his forehead. Thinking back, he did feel a bit drowsy after waking up. Zhao Pu said, yes, I suggest you use a thermometer to see if you have a fever. Okay, Qin Ziwen took out a mercury thermometer, held one end and shook it down hard. He then placed it under his armpit and took it out 5 minutes later, 37.9 degrees. Hearing the number, Zhao Pu looked at Qin Ziwen with concern. That's a low-grade fever. You're probably in the early stages. Qin Ziwen frowned. He hadn't even felt that he had a fever. It was probably because he had used an enhancement card and his physique had been boosted once before. But hearing Dr. Zhao say that, Qin Ziwen wasn't sure if it was just psychological, but he suddenly felt a tickle in his chest and an urge to cough. Dr. Zhao, if I am infected, what's the treatment? The sooner you treat it, the better. If you have antibiotics at home, you can take cephalosporins. If not, boil honeysuckle and dandelion to make a tea. This disease is a bacterial lung infection. After a pause, Zhao Pu continued, cephalosporins are quite effective. For the next couple of days after taking the medicine, try to stay home. You also need to expel the phlegm. You can boil some water and inhale the steam to keep your respiratory tract moist. Don't hold back your phlegm and be sure to clean up what you cough out regularly. Also, don't try to sweat it out. A rising body temperature will put more strain on your body. Use a damp towel to wipe yourself down periodically. Eat more high-carb, high-protein foods and avoid anything spicy. Zhao Pu carefully went over the various precautions. Mr. Qin, your constitution is better than the average person's. As long as you follow my instructions and take the medicine, you'll recover. Don't worry. I hope you're right. But I thought I was supposed to drink honeysuckle and dandelion tea. Cephalosporin works too. Zhao Pu said initially yes, we used those too. But later, some people tried cephalosporin and found it more effective. At first, we were unsure of the specific illness, and different bacterial infections require different antibiotics. We also weren't sure about potential side effects or long-term consequences. Now that they've tried it, we know cephalosporin is indeed better. The only downside is that our supply is limited. Every pill taken is one less we have. After Zhao Pu left, Qin Ziwen looked at his older brother with concern. It's not a terminal illness. I'll be fine. I'll just stay in the bedroom for the next few days and won't come out so I don't infect you guys. He clapped his younger brother on the shoulder, returned to his room, and moved the beaked eagle's nest out of the bedroom. The beaked eagle was a little shocked. Why was my home kicked out? You get out too. Qin Ziwen pushed the beaked eagle out of the bedroom. After being driven out, the beaked eagle stubbornly squatted by the door. Sitting on the bed, Qin Ziwen recalled what Zhao Pu had said yesterday. The mortality rate for infected healthy adults was about 25%, a 1 in 4 chance. Not exactly high, but not low either. 25% is a statistic on the macro level. For an individual, it's either 0 or 100%. He said to his brother, I'll stay in the bedroom for the next few days and won't go out. Tomorrow you do you and Deng Guang should go to the stream. Qin Ziwen shook his head, refusing. Big bro, I don't think I should go, I'll stay home with you. What are you going to do, keep me company? I can boil water for you and wash your towels. I don't need you to do it. There are other people in the house, do as I say. Qin Ziwen's voice grew stern. Qin Ziwen looked like he wanted to say something but held back, ultimately just nodding silently. Qin Ziwen returned to the bedroom, first swapping in a new trash can, then lay down on the soft mattress. Big bro, this is the cephalosporin Dr. Zhao just brought over. Qin Ziwen knocked on the door. He got up, opened the door, and took the medicine through the crack. It was an unopened box of cephalosporin. Qin Ziwen said gravely, "All right, go and do your own thing. Have someone else deliver it next time." After saying that, he inspected the medicine, and once he confirmed it was fine, he took it with some warm water. He had also used an expansion card on the area outside his master bedroom window, creating a completely empty 20x 20 meter expanded zone. At 400 square meters, it was 4 times the original size of the house. So staying in the bedroom didn't feel cramped. Not long after taking the medicine, Qin Ziwen drifted off into a groggy sleep. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 22 days. Your subordinate retrieved a marvel from the salt well. You have obtained some seeds. Comprehensive score, 68. Rewards obtained. Enhancement card, Human Physique Enhancement card, 1 star X1, Telescope X1, Building card, Level 1 Farmland X1. The next day, Qin Ziwen was woken by his own coughing. His condition seemed to have worsened. He felt like there was a furnace inside his body. His immune cells were firing on all cylinders, going on a rampage. He yawned, put on a mask, opened the door, and went to the porridge shed to cook a pot of porridge. As the newcomers arrived, Qin Ziwen waved to Liu San. Liu San. Liu San hurried over. "My lord. You're getting on in years, you don't have to do this work anymore." Hearing this, Liu San's face changed, and he immediately begged, "My lord, this old man can still work." "Stop. What I mean is, you don't have to do the work yourself. Just be in charge of supervising." Plunged into despair and then lifted back up, Liu San felt his back break out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with relief. Not only had he not lost his job, but his lord had shown him consideration and even promoted him to a supervisory role. For a moment, Liu San was moved to tears of gratitude. "In a bit, you'll supervise the newcomers. Boil a pot of water every 2 hours and bring it to my room. I need a constant supply of hot water in my room. Also the mint. Boil a pot of it first and keep it warm." Qin Ziwen instructed carefully. Liu San listened intently, not daring to miss a single word. Finally, as he was about to leave, Qin Ziwen encouraged him, "I trust you to handle things. Keep up the good work." Back in his bedroom, he looked at the new rewards he had obtained. He'd finally gotten another Human Physique Enhancement card. He used it on himself without hesitation. With an enhanced physique, his immunity would increase. As the green card dissolved into motes of light and merged into his body, Qin Ziwen felt his body inflate, his strength and constitution growing rapidly. Soon, the sensation of enhancement came to an abrupt stop. Qin Ziwen felt the itchiness in his throat lessen, and it seemed as if a burden had been lifted from his body. "I wonder what my star rating is now." The home system rated a normal human's physical attributes on a scale of 1 to 5 stars. He had been a strong, healthy adult male with a regular workout routine before all this. Surely he wasn't at the lowest level of 1 star. Now that he had used 2 enhancement cards, he felt his physical attributes must have reached a very high level. During the day, Qin Ziwen stayed in his bedroom and took 2 more doses of medicine. In the evening, the sound of the main door opening came from outside his room. The door had just been closed when Qin Ziwen's excited shouts rang out. "Big bro, we're backs. Big bro, let me tell you, you was so damn incredible today. After we set up the earth cage, we caught some stream crabs. Then this afternoon, you shot a black deer in the jungle from dozens of paces away." Hearing his brother's voice, Qin Ziwen smiled and praised, "That's amazing. Looks like it doesn't make much of a difference whether I'm there or not. Hahasa, no way, you're the backbone of this family. By the way, big bro, how are you feeling now?" "Not bad, much better," Qin Ziwen touched his chest. After 2 more doses of medicine, plus the boost to his physique from the enhancement card, he could feel his condition had clearly improved. However, to ensure a full recovery, he needed to take the medicine for a couple more days and completely eradicate the source of the illness. Otherwise, a relapse could turn it into a chronic condition with lasting effects, which would be a huge problem. "That's great. Okay, big bro, we're going to process the deer now. We'll save the antlers and the pizzle for you. You can use them to build up your strength when you're better." Qin Ziwen laughed and retorted, "I don't need it, you should save it for yourself." Knock knock knock, a knock came from the main door. His brother shouted, "Who is it?" A moment later, the door closed again. Qin Ziwen came to the outside of the bedroom door. "Bro, Dr. Zhao just came up to ask how you were doing. He said Zhu Jiang from the Alliance Association asked him today if he could meet with you." "Zhu Jiang wants to talk to me." Qin Ziwen's brow instantly furrowed, his tone tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible surprise. They hadn't been in contact since their last meeting. For him to suddenly show up now felt off no matter how you looked at it. Qin Ziwen said, just tell them I have a cold and I'm not feeling well. We can talk later. Qin Ziwen replied, okay, I'll go tell Dr. Zhao. Oh right, wait, take some food to Building 5, Unit 2, Apartment 301. Give it to Li Yue so he doesn't starve to death. Got it. Half an hour later in Building 2, Unit 1, Apartment 202, he has a cold. Zhu Jiang leaned back in his chair, a nail clipper in his hand. Yes, Qin Ziwen started coughing yesterday. He's been resting at home all day. Mr. Zhu, should we still try to meet? Hearing this, Zhu Jiang couldn't help but lean back further. No need. We'll talk again once he's feeling better. Watching Zhao Pu leave, Zhu Jiang looked behind him. You said he was infected. Is it true or not? It might be true. Our people kept an eye on him all day today and he didn't leave his apartment. He's probably at home recuperating. Zhu Jiang sounded a little regretful. What a shame. From the bedroom behind him, Huang Tao paced out. I suspect he might know the location of a secret altar. Zhu Jiang nodded. You're not tempted. Zhu Jiang chuckled. Tempted? Of course I'm tempted. Who could ever have too many cards? So have you found out the altar's location? Huang Tao's face darkened. He keeps a tight lid on his information. The only ones who know about that altar are probably the core members of his group. I'm afraid of alerting him. Zhu Jiang said flippantly, this doesn't seem like your style. Huang Tao said he's not like other people. He's no pushover. If you push him too far, he'll actually kill someone. So you came to me because you want to use me to get rid of him. Zhu Jiang closed his eyes. Huang Tao said, I just think we have a comfortable partnership. How can you think of me that way? Zhu Jiang gave a dry laugh. The Alliance Association is an organization dedicated to uniting all the property owners in the gated community. I can't just attack someone for no reason. That goes against the principles of our Alliance Association. Besides, here's a free piece of information for you. After a person dies, all the cards that have been used in their home will disappear. So trying to plunder someone's cards by killing them is pointless. All you'll get is mutual destruction. I'd actually rather he survive this illness. Then we might gain another partner. Right now, 13% of the households in the gated community have awakened their homes. People are dying every day, and no one knows what kind of environment will be transmigrated to next. So where is that altar? Huang Tao muttered to himself. Ever since he saw someone in the gated community using a unicycle, he had started paying closer attention. And he really did find something. He had once obtained an expansion card through certain means, so he knew exactly what the exterior walls looked like after one was used. He thought that with the 3 cards he'd obtained, he was already in the top tier of the gated community. Then he learned of a household where all the windows had completely disappeared. He'd thought it was just an absurd rumor, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he had to admit there were bigger players out there. After some discreet inquiries, he learned that the owner of that apartment had the surname Qin, someone he had actually met a few times before. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was more envious or jealous. So he had sought out Zhu Jiang, only to find that Zhu Jiang had already taken notice of this Qin fellow. Huang Tao looked at Zhu Jiang. Aren't you worried he'll threaten your position? Zhu Jiang waved his hand dismissively. As long as he wants to acquire resources, he can't get around my Alliance Association. The real core is people. Without people, buildings are just dead objects no matter how many you have, and one person's energy is limited. What do I have to worry about? Take your carpenter's cottage, for example. The tools inside are all there, but isn't the real core that old carpenter? Without the carpenter, your cottage is just a decoration. Doesn't that prove that talented people are the real core? Huang Tao frowned. But there are recruitment cards. Zhu Jiang burst out laughing. And how many people can recruitment cards summon? With their drop rate, you're worrying for nothing. Besides, what you summon isn't even guaranteed to be human. At this, Zhu Jiang picked up the teapot and poured Huang Tao a cup. By the way, have you thought about what I said last time, about having that old carpenter take on apprentices? If he's willing, we could have a line of students stretching from your front door all the way to the south gate of the gated community. Huang Tao shook his head. He won't agree. He's only willing to pass on his skills to his own son. He has no intention of taking on other apprentices for now. Zhu Jiang sighed softly. These people. After another short nap, Qin Ziwen woke up feeling refreshed. The tickling itch in his chest and throat was completely gone. He was no longer coughing, had no phlegm, and his breathing felt normal. Qin Ziwen took out a mercury thermometer to measure his temperature, 36.9 degrees C. Am I better? He had his brother go and ask Dr. Zhao. Soon, his brother returned with Dr. Zhao's message. Bro, Dr. Zhao said you're recovering very quickly. Most of the germs in your body have been killed off. You're in the recovery phase now, but you can't stop taking the medicine. Otherwise, it might flare up again. If the germs develop a resistance to the medicine, it will be even harder to treat. How many more days do I have to take it? Just 2 more days. When your cough has completely stopped, you don't feel short of breath or have chest tightness when climbing stairs, and there's no phlegm at all, then you should be good. Qin Ziwen assessed his condition. He basically met the last 3 criteria, but to be on the safe side and consolidate the treatment, he decided to wait 1 more day to avoid infecting anyone else. That evening, he accepted the prepared meat congee. After finishing it, he took a slow walk around the floor to keep his body resting. He had to admit, this was the most relaxing day he'd had since he started transmigrating. He didn't have to worry about anything, allowing his body to be in a state of natural relaxation. Mentally, however, it was harder to completely relax. Though he tried to reassure himself, his anxiety about the future persisted. Listening to the lively sounds of meat being cured outside, Qin Ziwen closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 23 days. Your subordinate hunted a black deer and crafted a powerful beast trap. Composite score, 40 points. Rewards obtained. Recruitment card, Ordinary Human Skilled TCM Doctor X1, Building card, Level 1 Steel Door X1, Resource card, Level 1 Blacksmith Shop X1. He woke up in the morning feeling refreshed, but what really lifted his spirits was yesterday's reward. A skilled physician, the old TCM doctor he had been hoping for had finally arrived. He used the recruitment card to summon him directly. The man had jet black hair combed neatly and tucked into a small blue cloth cap. A few strands fell along his temples. His complexion was ruddy and his eyes were clear and bright. Upon seeing Qin Ziwen, he cupped his hands in a fist and palm salute and bowed slightly. This old one is Qin Ziwen. Greetings, my lord. Qin Ziwen took 2 steps back and said, Elder Qin, please keep a little distance. I was infected with an illness a few days ago and I'm not sure if I've fully recovered yet. Qin Ziwen looked him up and down, stroking his long beard. But judging from my lord's qi, blood, and complexion, you do not appear to be ill. After taking his pulse and examining him, Qin Ziwen said, Sir, you're full of vim and vigor. Your vital energy is strong, and the slight ailment has already completely healed. Are you sure I'm okay? You're fine. Hearing this confirmation, Qin Ziwen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It's good that I've recovered. After learning he was sick, he had been worried about accidentally passing it on to the others at home. Even though he felt his symptoms had improved significantly, he hadn't dared to risk it. Now, with an answer from a professional, he could finally relax. If you're still worried, sir, you can take 2 more doses of an anti-inflammatory, detoxifying formula just to be safe. Qin Ziwen nodded thoughtfully and asked, Dr. Qin, do you remember where you came from? Qin Ziwen frowned, then shook his head. Sir, I can't recall the specifics. I only remember that I used to run a medical clinic in Pingjiang Square in Suzhou. Suzhou, Qin Ziwen mused. Li Taishan is from Yangzhou and Qin Ziwen is from Suzhou. Both are in the Jiangnan regions. Qin Ziwen asked, Sir, is there a clinic in the home? No, but there is an apothecary. Qin Ziwen smiled. An apothecary will do just fine. At least there'll be a place to store the herbs we gather. As he came out of the master bedroom, Qin Ziwen, who was cooking breakfast, heard the noise. Brother, you're up. Yeah, I'm feeling better, so I came out to take a look around. Qin Ziwen's gaze fell on Qin Ziwen, who was standing behind his brother. And this is Dr. Qin. From now on, he'll be the doctor for our home. Great, Dr. Qin, do you eat spicy food? Since you just joined today, I'll add a ladle of chili oil for you. Qin Ziwen hurriedly replied, something plain would be fine, thank you. I'm mindful of my health. Yawning as he emerged from the guest bedroom, Li Taishan snapped to attention upon seeing Qin Ziwen. Sir. Qin Ziwen nodded, you forged another beast trap. How did you know, sir? Li Taishan asked in surprise. I copied the previous one and made another beast trap. I used a stronger spring this time, so its clamping force should be greater than before. Excellent, keep up the good work. Thank you for your efforts, Master Li, Qin Ziwen said in approval. When he checked the settlement report this morning, he had noticed an extra beast trap. The daily settlement report showed a summary of the home's various outputs. It usually only listed the most important events, but you could click on an ellipsis to expand it and see the full details. Arriving at the main entrance, he took out the building card, Level 1 Steel Door. The card's usage requirements were very simple. It could be attached to any door-type structure. After use, an additional steel door would be installed in that location. There were quite a few doors in the house. The bedroom doors, the bathroom door, the kitchen door, and the main door to the living room. Naturally, Qin Ziwen unhesitatingly chose the location of the living room's main door. As a glow covered the door, a second layer of light appeared. When the light dissipated, a set of entirely blue-gray double doors looking extremely thick and heavy had appeared in its place. The doors extended from left to right, their surfaces a matte finish, with no extraneous patterns whatsoever. His first impression was of sturdiness. He felt it had to be much tougher than his home's original door. Image, door. He originally thought the building card's door would be like other classical structures, an ancient-style door, but he didn't expect it to have such a modern design. Level 1 steel door, Level 1 hardness, Level 1 shock resistance. Meanwhile, inside the apothecary, Qin Ziwen walked into the apothecary, inhaling the faint medicinal fragrance in the air. He carefully examined the room's layout, nodding from time to time. Qin Ziwen muttered to himself, "This apothecary isn't bad." He walked over to the medicine cabinet and looked at the small, labeled wooden drawers, thinking it was a thoughtful touch. This way, I won't have to worry about grabbing the wrong herbs. He gently pulled open a drawer labeled ginseng. The drawer wasn't empty. Qin Ziwen was surprised at first, but when he got a clear look, his expression immediately darkened. What was in this drawer labeled ginseng wasn't ginseng at all, it was clearly Kagon grass root. How could anyone confuse the two? Although they both have rootlets, they look nothing alike. How could someone make such a mistake? If this were one of my apprentices, I'd make them copy the herbology manuals 100 times. Another drawer next to it was labeled Risey mushroom. Qin Ziwen pulled open the drawer. It was filled to the brim with plant and leaves. He was silent for 2 seconds. Qin Ziwen lost all hope for the herbs in the remaining drawers. And sure enough, aside from the dandelion, honeysuckle, and licorice, which were in their correct places, everything else was wrong. Driven by professional compulsion, he began emptying the herbs from the drawers and slowly, meticulously sorting them. Qin Ziwen came over and called out, "Dr. Qin, breakfast is ready." Qin Ziwen put down his work and went to the living room. After sitting down, he started venting his frustrations to Qin Ziwen. "Sir, these herbs can't be stored so haphazardly. When herbs are misplaced, their medicinal properties can leach into the wood of the drawer. If you later store a different herb in there, their properties could cross-contaminate." Hearing Qin Ziwen's complaint, Qin Ziwen gave a slight cough. "Dr. Qin, you don't actually need to go to all that trouble. If the herbs are in the wrong drawers, you can just peel off the labels and stick them on the correct ones." Qin Ziwen froze. "That's right, I could just do that. Then what was all that backbreaking work I just did for nothing?" Qin Ziwen looked at everyone present and said, "All right, our main task for today is to continue hunting and stockpiling cured meat. That's the priority. Beyond that, if anyone has run into difficulties with their work recently or has any ideas, now's the time to speak up." Liu San was the first to complain. "Sir, the salt well's brine output isn't high enough. The 6 of us are working as hard as we can to produce salt, but the well can't produce brine as fast as we can process it. 60 caddies of coarse salt a day is our absolute limit." "The salt well can't keep up," Qin Ziwen said, surprised. "It seems 6 people is too many. Unless the salt well is upgraded to level 2, there's no need to support all 6 refugees." Li Taishan's eyes widened. "You can complain like that." He glanced around before timidly raising his hand. "Sir, I'd like to take on 2 apprentices. They could handle the menial tasks and I could double our daily iron output." Qin Ziwen looked at Liu San. "Then transfer 2 of your refugees to assist Li Taishan. They'll get all the food they can eat, but they have to be hardworking. No slackers." Liu San nodded hurriedly. "Yes, sir." Qin Ziwen was just about to open his mouth, when suddenly, screams and shouts of alarm erupted from the open ground outside the building. Qin Ziwen looked outside. Opening both sets of doors, he and the others went up to the rooftop. There they witnessed an utterly spectacular scene. The sky above the gated community was a dense, swirling mass of countless flying insects. These insects were over a meter long and they swirled through the sky, mating. In the morning sunlight, their transparent wings refracted a golden glow. On the surface of the river below, forest giant mayflies emerged one after another. Their crystalline wings struggled free from their old husks, caught the wind, and carried them into the sky to join the massive, dancing swarm. They've finally emerged. "Oh, do you guys smell that?" "The air smells sweet." Qin Ziwen's nostrils flared. Li Taishan looked up. "I smell it." Qin Ziwen nodded. "I smell it too. It's a bit like passion fruit." Qin Ziwen raised his head, his gaze falling on the forest giant mayflies above. A forest giant mayfly traced a Z-shaped path through the air, drifting down like a leaf to land on the edge of the rooftop. Its tail was slightly raised, and its back was turned to the four of them. Its two long tail filaments swayed in the wind. Compared to its aquatic nymph form, the winged forest giant mayfly was much more elegant. After resting for a moment, the forest giant mayfly on the rooftop flapped its wings, preparing to take flight. Flight? What? No, what is wrong with you? Pulled back from the air 3 times in a row, the forest giant mayfly turned its head. Qin Ziwen could almost sense its annoyance. It opened its large mandibles and bit down on his arm, but it had forgotten that its post-emergence mouthparts were not even as hard as the reproductive claspers on its rear. Its two soft little mandibles hit his arm, feeling more like a light scraping than a bite. Quiet, don't move. Qin Ziwen slapped it on the head, dazing it. Let me see what this is. Qin Ziwen reached for the forest giant mayfly's back. Between its two wings was a pore from which a thick golden liquid was oozing. This was the source of the strange, sweet fragrance filling the air. He dipped his finger in, pulling up a long, viscous strand. It was as thick as honey. It smelled very fragrant, like the blended pulp at the heart of a passion fruit. The illustrated guide mentioned this substance but didn't detail the uses of the golden juice. It only gave its name, mayfly golden juice, and noted it was a major characteristic of the forest giant mayfly. Qin Ziwen watched the forest giant mayflies dancing overhead and told his younger brother, "Go down and bring up a clean, empty glass jar." Qin Ziwen hurried downstairs and quickly returned to the rooftop with a glass jar and a metal spoon. After they scraped the mayfly golden juice from the male forest giant mayfly's back, it began to struggle desperately as a female flew past overhead, its tail whipping around like a propeller. Qin Ziwen let go. The male mayfly finally shot into the sky. It immediately flew to the female's side to show off, and the two mayflies danced gracefully in the air, joining head to tail. Over the next while, some of the forest giant mayflies would tire and land on nearby rooftops to rest. Qin Ziwen's group caught what they could and scraped what they could. The small glass jar in their hands was soon nearly half full. Qin Ziwen asked curiously, "Sir, what exactly is this juice used for?" If Qin Ziwen hadn't noticed and stopped him, he would have secretly tasted it while scraping the golden juice. "I don't know," Qin Ziwen said, shaking his head. Qin Ziwen became thoughtful. "I don't think it's poisonous. I secretly fed a little to an ant just now and the ant didn't die." "Dr. Qin, your dedication to practical application is truly impressive," Qin Ziwen said with a thumbs up. Qin Ziwen chuckled. "Sir, don't tease me. I was just curious what this stuff is. Humans can't just eat anything, so letting an ant have the first taste is a good idea. But just because it's fine for an ant doesn't mean it's fine for a person. It still needs more testing." Suddenly, a low bellow like that of a cow echoed from the mountain behind them. Yo-yo-yo-yo. The deep call was like the rumbling of falling rocks cascading down from the high mountain. "That sound is," Qin Ziwen said, surprised, turning his head to look at the mountain behind them. Li Taishan asked curiously, "Is it an earth dragon turning over?" Qin Ziwen disagreed. "Definitely not. The commotion from an earth dragon turning over wouldn't be this small. It sounds a bit like the call of some kind of beast," Du Yu said, his expression turning grave. Qin Ziwen's hand trembled and he nearly tore out his own beard. He sucked in a sharp breath. For the sound to travel this far, what kind of lungs must that beast have? Ji-yo-yo-yo-yo, another deep bellow came from the mountain. Compared to the first, this one was even more powerful and resonant. Du Yu looked in the direction of the sound, his breath catching. "Sir, judging by the direction, could it be that thing from the cave?" What thing? As a newcomer, Qin Ziwen didn't understand. But both Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwen knew what Du Yu was talking about. They exchanged a look, then glanced toward the source of the sound. It did indeed seem to be coming from that direction. Along with the sound, the forest giant mayflies circling overhead began to fly faster. At this point, more and more neighbors in the gated community were coming outside. They were also gradually discovering that the insects flying overhead didn't seem to be aggressive. Some of the bolder ones were even trying to catch the forest giant mayflies. Qin Ziwen said, "These things are a type of mayfly. They were in their nymph form in the river before, and now they're winged adults after emerging. The mayflies that are born in the morning and die by evening," Qin Ziwen said. "According to the medical classics, mayfly nymphs are edible, but the adults have no nutritional value." Li Taishan asked, "Why is that?" Qin Ziwen shook his head sagely. "The medical classics say, when eating insects, one should take their fat and richness. A mayfly uses all its essence for its winged transformation, leaving the rest of its body shriveled and meatless." Qin Ziwen said, "We just caught a couple. They did feel pretty light, like inflated balloons." Thud, a tremor came from the mountain behind them. Thud, a behemoth was slowly leaping down from the mountain. With every leap, the ground gave a muffled rumble. Its massive body crushed the bushes and vegetation in its path, and some smaller trees were snapped in two. Thud. Its movements seemed slow but were actually fast, each leap covering a dozen meters or more. What the hell is that thing doing here? Qin Ziwen muttered to himself, staring dumbfounded at the behemoth gradually leaping down from the mountain. Thud. From a distance they could see a giant toad, its entire body a grayish-brown like rock, leaping step by step down the slope. That size, it must be 2 stories tall. Comparing it to the trees and plants nearby, the giant toad was nearly 8 or 9 meters long, with a head about 5 meters wide. Its body was about 1 story high. It had a squarish, almost solid-looking body. Qin Ziwen took out his telescope to observe it from a distance. The toad's 2 eyes, each larger than a basketball, glowed with a pale yellow light. The muscles on its hind legs bulged like blocks of iron. Then, those powerful muscles tensed like coiling steel cables, and its massive body launched into the air before crashing down heavily. Thud. It kicked up a huge cloud of dust, and the surrounding blades of grass rolled outward like a wave. The giant toad leaped steadily, step by step, toward the gated community. The others took the telescope from Qin Ziwen's hand, each taking a look before lowering it. Qian Muzhen's brows were tightly furrowed. This. Li Taishan took a deep breath. Sir, the beast traps will be useless against it. Du Yu stared at the giant toad. Its muscles are incredibly dense. A regular bow and arrow probably couldn't even penetrate them. To hunt it, a simple pitfall trap won't work either. We'd need a siege crossbow or poison. After getting a clear look at the giant toad, Qin Ziwen finally confirmed that this was the Stone Cave ancient giant toad. But its size far exceeded the standards recorded in the illustrated guide. Footsteps echoed chaotically from the stairwell behind. A family of 3 cautiously made their way up to the rooftop. Seeing Qin Ziwen and the others already there, the 3 quickened their pace, retreating to the opposite side of the rooftop and maintaining their distance. The little girl, held tightly in her father's arms, extended a tender finger, pointing at the moving mountain down the hill. Her voice was filled with both fear and curiosity. "Daddy, that frog is so big. It's coming towards us," the girl's mother stammered, her voice trembling. "Honey." As the pillar of the family, the man swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm as he comforted them. "Don't be afraid. We're high up here, it can't jump this high." Listening to their conversation, Qin Ziwen's heart suddenly stirred. If this giant toad was indeed the mysterious monster from the mountain cave, and now it had come down the mountain, did that mean there was no guardian beast left in the cave? For the stone burrow ancient giant toad to grow this large was absolutely extremely rare. Either it was related to its living environment, causing it to mutate, or the individual itself had undergone an exceptionally rare mutation. The illustrated guide said that the stone burrow ancient giant toad only reaches adulthood at 30 years old. After adulthood, its size gradually increases with age. This one being so huge, was it because it had lived for many years? The opportunity must not be missed. Thinking this, Qin Ziwen felt it was necessary to take advantage of its absence to explore the cave. He proposed the idea, and it received unanimous approval from everyone. However, before that, they still needed to figure out the purpose of this stone burrow ancient giant toad's arrival. It had a clear goal, heading straight for the residential complex. They just didn't know if what attracted it was the residents of the complex or the mayflies dancing in the sky. Thud. Accompanied by dull, thunderous booms, the giant toad's massive body drew closer and closer. The entire residential complex fell silent, plunged into a deathly stillness. Residents either huddled behind their windows at home or watched from afar at the edges of the rooftop. Earlier, some had dared to peek through the fence. But as it gradually approached, the 2.2-meter iron fence suddenly seemed as laughable as a child's toy, not even reaching the height of its jumps. Thud! It continued leaping forward along a perfectly straight line. Its enormous figure, like a meteorite, cleared the fence and crashed into the interior of the residential complex. Floor tiles instantly shattered and fractured over a large area. The crowd that had been in its path had long since scattered, taking refuge inside the stairwell. The giant toad crouched in the shallow crater it had created, raising its hideous head to gaze quietly at the countless forest giant mayflies swirling and dancing in the air. Letter 24D, letter 1D41A, letter 22B, airs. Its cold, pale yellow horizontal pupils swept indifferently across the sky above. Overhead, 2 forest giant mayflies, mating while flying at low altitude, passed directly over its head. In that instant, the giant toad opened its maw, and a blurry streak, almost impossible for the naked eye to track, shot through the air. The 2 mayflies, still entangled in the sky, vanished on the spot. The giant toad closed its mouth, the grayish-brown vocal sacs on both sides of its head swelling high. Gruo, ribbit. A deep, resonant croak, mixed with a damp, sticky aura and the grating sensation of rocks, exploded like a subwoofer. The windows of some nearby residents shook violently from the vibration. Above their heads, the mayflies still swarming over the complex paused in their movements. Then, in unison, they flew away. Wherever the giant toad went, the mayflies scattered to avoid it. Driven by its presence, the mayflies dancing in the sky were gradually herded towards the airspace above the river. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant toad left the residential complex and leaped to the riverbank. It settled quietly on the damp mud by the river, lying in wait for the mayflies still flying overhead. As it departed, the intense sense of oppression dissipated along with it. Qin Ziwen commented, "It seems it wasn't after us, it was after these mayflies." Qin Ziwen muttered to himself, "If we could hunt it, it would probably drop several cards, right? Don't think about dropping cards. Let's go first." Qin Ziwen wasn't sure how long it would stay there, but taking advantage of its absence to first go to the cave and retrieve the card was the urgent matter. If there was still time, they could also check out its lair. On the way downstairs, Qin Ziwen was still talking. "Big brother, doesn't this look like a boss siege battle in a game?" It just jumped right into the complex. "I think you've played too many games. You can respawn in games. If you die here, I have nowhere to fish you out." After preparing, Qin Ziwen, Qin Ziwu, Li Taishan, and Du Yu, the four of them headed straight up the mountain. Dr. Qin, being too old, stayed home. The mountain path along the way was basically flattened. Originally, some of the steep slopes were difficult to traverse, but after the giant toad passed through once, the soil was compacted, making the path much easier than before. Not long after Qin Ziwen and the others set out, a team followed them out. "Is it up ahead?" "Yes, Brother Tao, I saw that bird fly out. They're definitely following that bird." "Brother Tao, should we follow them?" Standing at the entrance of the residential complex, looking at the bird disappearing into the distant sky, Huang Tao pondered for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Follow." "That giant toad came down from the mountain. They must be going to the toad's lair. Let's go too." But after following for a while, Huang Tao and his group got lost in the forest and had to turn back the way they came. Observing the forest from afar and actually walking deep inside it were two completely different things. Moreover, there were many steep slopes and mountain streams along the way. A distance the giant toad could cover in a single leap required a huge detour for humans. If you weren't familiar with the route, it was easy to lose track in the forest. 3 hours later, Qin Ziwen finally reached the mouth of the mountain cave. He took out his phone, zoomed in the camera, and aimed it at the depths of the cave to take a picture. There was only a faint blue light. "Hey, silly eagle, is there danger inside?" Qin Ziwen asked the crowned eagle again. Hearing its master's call, the crowned eagle took a few waddling steps with its splayed feet, walking 2 circles around the cave entrance. Then it turned its head and let out 2 loud squawks at Qin Ziwen. "Seems not," Qin Ziwen nodded. "Brother, how did you understand that?" Qin Ziwen was greatly astonished. "Because if there was danger, its feathers would puff up. It wouldn't be this leisurely." "So that's how it is. Big brother let me go this time," Qin Ziwen said eagerly. "Do you volunteered, sir? It would be better for me to go." "What's the hurry? This time isn't just about getting the card. If it really is its lair inside, we'll leave one person outside to keep watch and the rest will go in." Qin Ziwen took out the flashlight, first shining it on the ceiling of the cave. Squeak, 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 tilde. Some bats couldn't stand the strong light shining directly on them and chattered incessantly in complaint. Moving the flashlight away, he said, "Did you notice? The number of bats on the cave ceiling has decreased. There aren't as many as before." Qin Ziwen was surprised. Did that giant toad eat them all? Possibly. Qin Ziwen looked at Du Yu. "Du Yu, you take the flashlight and go ahead. If there's no danger, flash the light twice. We'll follow behind you." Du Yu, holding the flashlight, walked about 50 meters ahead. Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu followed behind, while Li Taishan stayed outside on lookout. Fortunately, the entire journey was uneventful. This was also Qin Ziwen's first time reaching the altar deep inside the cave. This altar was indeed different from the ones he had seen before. Not only was the area larger, but it also looked more refined. Climbing onto the altar, he retrieved the card. Advanced Building Card, Level 1 Lava Fortress. Furnace Bunker. Just hearing the name, it sounded like a grand, imposing structure. Its footprint probably wouldn't be small. An ordinary building wouldn't merit being called a bunker. After taking down the card, Qin Ziwen took the flashlight and swept its beam around the surroundings. This cave was somewhat gourd-shaped. The entrance was narrow, the interior grew increasingly spacious, but deep inside there was another narrow, small opening. Judging by the flashlight's beam, there seemed to be another world beyond this new small opening. The ground had shallow puddles of water. The deeper they went, the lower the terrain became. Arriving before the small opening deep inside, Qin Ziwen discovered that while this opening was small, its smallness was relative. It was only smaller compared to the outermost cave entrance. In reality, it was still about 4 to 5 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. Sir, there are signs of friction here. Do you spotted a clue? At the edges of this opening, the rock walls had some freshly ground marks, and there were some new, small pieces of broken stone on the ground. This opening looked like it had been recently expanded. Considering the giant toad's size, it wasn't hard to imagine that it had probably scraped against the walls when exiting, widening the opening further. A layer of accumulated water flowed on the ground, trickling down the sloping entrance into the inner space. As the flashlight beam shone, a shallow pool came into view. There were even some fish swimming in the pool water. They seemed uncomfortable with the strong light. Flicking their tails, they quickly hid deeper into the cave passage. This flowing water had accumulated over time in the depths, forming this shallow pool through days and months. To the right of this cavern hall before them, the terrain gradually rose, forming a platform at a higher elevation. At the edge of the platform grew some mushrooms that looked like stones. Behind the platform, a 2-meter-tall dwarf tree grew from a rock crevice. Although the tree wasn't tall, its trunk was thick enough for one person to embrace. The top of the trunk had few branches, only sprouting several thick, sturdy limbs at a slant from about 1.5 meters above the ground. These limbs sparsely bore some palm-sized leaves. First, Qin Ziwen carefully observed the surroundings with the flashlight, confirming that aside from a few fish in the water, there were no other living creatures. Qin Ziwen then climbed up onto the stone platform on the right. The stone platform was very clean. A large area in the middle had almost no dust. By referencing the outline of this dust-free area, one could roughly confirm the outline of its owner. It seemed this was where the stone burrow ancient giant toad had previously rested. Although resources here were scarce, the environment met the habitat standards for the stone burrow ancient giant toad. Moreover, the older their species got, the more they preferred hibernation. This giant toad probably spent most of the year hibernating. Qin Ziwen first went to the side of the stone platform, looking at these grayish-brown mushrooms. From their appearance, they looked like mushrooms carved from stone. These should be the stone mushrooms. Letter 211 and letter 1D616, Vei Hachek letter 10314. According to the illustrated guide's records, stone mushrooms have a plump, full appearance, a rubbery texture, are difficult to chew, inedible, and poisonous. Could this thing be the reason the giant toad grew so large? Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, took a nylon bag from his backpack, shook it out, and then collected some stone mushrooms through the bag. Sir, there are signs of something being gnawed here. Qin Ziwen looked in the direction Du Yu pointed. Behind a concealed branch of the tree growing from the wall crevice, there was a small, severed fruit stem. The lower end of the fruit stem was empty. There should have been something there originally. Judging from the break on the fruit stem, the fracture was fresh, likely having been torn off very recently. Qin Ziwen pondered thoughtfully. It was probably eaten by that toad. I remember toads don't eat fruit, right? Qin Ziwen clapped his hands. A toad that doesn't eat fruit specifically ate something from this tree. That means this thing was attractive to it. Big brother, maybe it nested here precisely because of this tree. He grew more excited as he spoke. I suspect this might be the heavenly treasure it was guarding. If it were the Qin Ziwen from before, he would have scoffed at such a notion. But now, having transmigrated and with these clearly mutated giant creatures appearing, he was analyzing every word. Circling the tree once, perhaps due to psychological suggestion, the more he looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. This bark, these leaves, these roots, Qin Ziwen decisively said, dig. We didn't seem to bring any shovels. Qin Ziwen said without hesitation, then chop. Even if we have to chop through the roots, we're taking it. That giant toad might return at any moment. If they didn't dig it up now, they might not get another chance later. Even if it couldn't be transplanted, the plant's material itself might be useful. Even dead ginseng still has medicinal properties. The three of them sprang into action, working efficiently. Roots that could be pulled out were pulled, those that couldn't were chopped. After busy work for over half an hour, they finally managed to move the tree. Its root system was extremely exaggerated, dense, and extensive, extending deep into the rock crevices. But now it was basically just the root mass left. The three of them combined their strength to carry the tree away. Exiting the cave, Li Taishan stared in shock as the Sir and the others carried out a tree. They dug up a tree from inside the mountain cave, but this tree looked quite beautiful. Although not tall, its bark appeared pale yellow under the sunlight, with a smooth texture that refracted fine, sparkling light as if sprinkled with gold dust. Li Taishan gently tapped the tree trunk with his finger. The sound was dull. The density of this tree was probably not low. The four of them carried the tree down the mountain. A little after 4 o'clock, they reached the outside of the residential complex. The swarm of mayflies above the complex was no longer visible, but over the distant river surface, the mayfly swarm was still dancing. Their dance, their mating rhythm, still lasted for 3 days. Entering the residential complex, the sight of 4 people carrying a tree was somewhat unusual, but it didn't attract excessive attention. After all, news that the complex would undergo a second transmigration had spread throughout the entire community. Although no one knew where the next transmigration would take them, these past few days, everyone's desire to gather supplies had noticeably surged. Some were digging soil, some storing water, and others were moving various plants into their homes. While entering the complex, Qin Ziwen felt a bit guilty. He had essentially raided the stone burrow ancient giant toad's lair. Right now, that giant toad was by the river. If it discovered this, the consequences could be quite serious. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they safely carried the tree back home. After bringing it home, Qin Ziwen's first action was to plant the dug-up tree in the farmland. Considering this tree previously grew in rock crevices, perhaps that kind of environment was what it preferred. So he went to the stone quarry, transported several large stones over, and piled them up nearby to create a sort of rocky scree area. He placed part of the tree's remaining root mass into the crevices between the stones. Then he poured some water over the roots. After finishing all this, Qin Ziwen clapped his hands, put them on his hips, and expressed satisfaction with his handiwork. Qian Muzhen heard that this tree was something the Sir had found in the giant toad's nest and came over to take a look. He leaned in and sniffed. There's a faint, pleasant fragrance. This tree might serve as some kind of medicinal herb. In addition to this plant, this harvest also included an advanced building card. With the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery as a precedent, Qin Ziwen was filled with anticipation for the new advanced building. After taking out the card, he learned that this building required an area of 20*40 meters. Do all these advanced buildings need such a large footprint? Qin Ziwen was somewhat troubled. He put the card away for now, having no choice but to wait a bit. The current vacant area wasn't large enough, but if luck was on his side, he might obtain a sufficiently usable expansion card tonight. After Qin Ziwen came out, Liu San reported to him, "Sir, the quality of the salt today is much higher than before. Please examine it, sir." Actually, he hadn't required Liu San to report to him regularly. After all, the salt well was small, and the daily output was just that little bit basically transparent. However, since Liu San was willing, he didn't refuse. "Let me see." Liu San handed over a burlap sack. Inside the sack was today's coarse salt. Although it was coarse salt, the fineness of the granules and the purity of the color were already close to the previous green salt. "Is this coarse salt?" Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. If once purified coarse salt could reach this level, then what level could twice purified green salt reach? "Yes, sir, this is the green salt produced today." Liu San handed over a small bamboo pot containing bluish-white fine salt. Although the color still carried a hint of pale green, overall, both in terms of fineness and granularity, it was already quite close to factory-produced fine salt. Qin Ziwen gently pinched some with his fingers, watching the fine salt slip through his fingertips. Not bad. The better the quality, the stronger the competitiveness. If two families were selling the same salt, they would either wage a price war or rely on a quality advantage. Qin Ziwen inquired, "By the way, I remember 2 refugees were assigned to Li Taishan, right? Did Li Taishan have any tasks for them today?" Liu San said, "Reporting, sir. Master Li had them mining at the iron ore mine." "Mining all day?" Qin Ziwen's expression turned odd. Liu San gave an awkward smile. Qin Ziwen nodded. I'll go take a look." Arriving at the iron mine, the large bamboo baskets placed at the entrance were already filled with iron ore. The 2 refugees were sitting on the ground resting. Seeing Qin Ziwen approach, they hurriedly got up, picked up their pickaxes, and pretended to mine ore. Letter 1E59, letter 1D622, letter 1033D, letter 183, yeah, letter 23F. Seeing them slacking off, Qin Ziwen didn't scold them. Because scolding was useless. After these past few days interacting with the refugees, he had roughly figured out their behavioral logic. As long as they were fed, could fill their bellies, they would listen to you and could do some simple, not overly strenuous work. But if they couldn't fill their bellies or were under external pressure, their efficiency would drop significantly, and they might even attempt to run away. Currently, it seemed that if the same refugee received porridge over a long period, their efficiency in carrying out orders would improve. Qin Ziwen said, "No need to mine for now. Just carry these 2 baskets of ore to the blacksmith shop." Hearing this, the 2 refugees put down their pickaxes with great delight. Then the refugee on the left seemed to feel this wasn't quite proper and quickly suppressed his smile. Seeing Qin Ziwen wasn't angry, he then laughed out loud again. Qin Ziwen asked him, "What's your name?" He lifted his sleeve to wipe his face. only smearing his already grimy face further. I'm called Little Stone. A good name as tenacious as a stone. Receiving praise, Little Stone smiled even more foolishly. Go on. Evening after dinner, Qin Ziwen went to the rooftop. There were quite a few neighbors on the rooftop from both Unit 1 and Unit 2. He also saw Zhao Shuhuan. Seeing him, Zhao Shuhuan waved. Where's your dad? My dad went to ask for seeds. Oh, have you eaten dinners? Uncle Qin, I ate before coming up. Looking out from the rooftop edge, above the river surface, there were still many forest giant mayflies flying. Some of these mayflies broke away from the group, rushing towards the water surface. Their light bodies floated on the water, tails extended, wings spread out, drifting with the current. They should be laying eggs now. Qin Ziwen looked at the river surface, densely covered with floating mayflies. Some were already dead, some were on their final countdown. Zhao Shuhuan said, I heard the biology teacher say that mayfly eggs hatch very quickly. Their eggs hatch successfully in less than 10 minutes after falling into the water. Qin Ziwen's gaze fell on the stone burrow, ancient giant toad quietly crouching by the shore. It still maintained its posture from the morning, seemingly having barely moved. How long has it been crouching there? Zhao Shuhuan said, it's been crouching there all day. I'm starting to suspect it came here to escort the mayflies. Just as the two were talking, the stone burrow ancient giant toad crouching on the ground finally moved. It slowly moved forward, until its entire body submerged into the water, only a small portion remaining floating on the surface. From a distance, it looked like a small island floating on the river. The stone burrow ancient giant toad swam towards the forest giant mayfly corpses floating on the water surface, opened its huge mouth, and with one bite, a section of the river surface was immediately cleared. It was like eating at a buffet. The countless corpses floating on the river were its extravagant feast. At this moment, Qin Ziwen seemed to suddenly understand why the stone burrow ancient giant toad came here. For it, the annual mayfly migration was an opportunity to have a full meal without expending much effort. This was a unique, peculiar spectacle belonging to this river basin. There were still 3 days. The stone burrow ancient giant toad would likely stay by the riverbank. After the mayfly emergence and breeding season ended, it would return to its cave. After chatting a bit more with Zhao Shuhuan, Qin Ziwen returned to his residence, practiced archery for a while, then took a shower and finally lay down in bed to rest. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 24th day. Today you obtained a card and also acquired a mysterious plant from deep within a cave. Comprehensive score, 150 points. Rewards obtained. Function card, Level 1 Insight Card 1, Resource card. Level 1 Coal Mine 1, Expansion card, Underground Cave small asterisk 1. The next day he still checked the daily settlement, an unprecedented high score. After looking at today's rewards, Qin Ziwen's attention was drawn to the settlement log above. Interesting. The plant obtained from the stone burrow ancient giant toad's cave was actually specifically mentioned. The fact that it could appear in the settlement log was enough to prove this plant was absolutely not ordinary, because its priority was placed before actions like raising animals in the beast cage, mining stone, and drawing from the salt well. Subsequently, he looked at the newly obtained function card. With a flick of his palm, a red card appeared. He silently willed it to activate. Function activated, Level 2 Insight. Authority has been upgraded, current authority. Level 2 Authority 0/4. Level 2 Insight. Can be used on card buildings, resource points, recruited units, and humans to gain insight into their basic rules or attributes. Your authority has been upgraded. You have obtained the safe house function. Your authority has been upgraded. Those with authority lower than level 2 cannot use insight on your possessions. Your authority has been upgraded. You have obtained more information about the next crossing. The number of awakened home households in the current residential complex exceeds 15% of surviving households. A 3-day countdown will begin after exceeding 20%. Next stage map Gobi Desert. Next stage duration 1 month. Next stage supplemental population 1 building. Note, esteemed level 2 authority resident, the current map is a novice survival map. Please actively adapt to the wilderness environment. Please focus on gathering supplies. The next stage will activate the hunting ladder. Qin Ziwen's gaze fell on the last line of text. The current situation was actually still just a novice survival map. Thinking about it carefully, although the residential complex's location was within a great forest, it was close to a river, the temperature was suitable, and resources were relatively abundant. Compared to a disastrous starting scenario like a desert or glacier, this was much better. In addition, after obtaining Level 2 authority, the home had also provided some new information. Previously, Level 1 authority was limited to knowing that the next stage map was a Gobi Desert terrain. Now, not only did he know the survival time for the Gobi Desert map was 1 month, but the next stage's supplemental population for the complex was. One building was a very flexible concept. A small villa was one building. A 30-plus story skyscraper with a dozen or two households per floor was also one building. The former was fine, but the population brought by the latter would likely be no less than the number of survivors in the complex. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ziwen's gaze shifted to the newly acquired safe house function. After studying it, he figured out the effect of this safe house. It was a toggleable mode. After activating the safe house, the home would enter a safety lockdown mode, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving, including the home's master. This is essentially an invincible turtle shell. Once activated, I can't get out and others can't get in. Qin Ziwen felt slightly reassured. Although it wasn't a long-term solution, if he had to go out, he wouldn't have to worry about his home being raided. Ever since obtaining the daily settlement, with more and more buildings at home and increasingly abundant stockpiled resources, he had always harbored a faint sense of crisis. The door at home seemed sturdy, but its defensive capability wasn't as high as imagined. It wouldn't last long if hit with a sledgehammer. However, this safe house function was obtained after the authority level increased. Since there was a shield, it wasn't impossible that there could also be a spear. He then opened the home to check the panel. Home Building 8 Unit 2 5-2. Authority Level 2 Authority. Area 2298 M2. Height 3 M. Special Terrain Desert 400 M2. Buildings Level 2 Cellar Granary Level 1 Beast Cage. Level 1 Restroom, Level 2 Blacksmith, Level 2 Field, Level 1 Tavern, Level 1 Porridge Shed, Level 1 Pharmacy, Level 1 Salt Well, Level 1 Fish Pond. Level 1 Steel Door Arhachek a Smallkapen, Obrive Cyrilicia Letterwina 6thra. Advanced Building Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. Resources Level 2 Spring, Level 2 Iron Mine, Level 1 Coal Mine. Level 1 Stone Quarry. Curio Level 1 Salt Essence Stone Salt Well. Unused Level 1 Stable 1, Level 1 Field 1, Recruitment Card Tame Mongolian Horse 1, Level 1 Tailor Shop 1, Level 1 Blacksmith 1. Advanced Lava Fortress 1, Expansion Card Underground Cave Small 1, Level 1 Coal Mine Card 1, Level 1 Waterwheel Asterisk 1. It was a world of difference compared to when he first arrived here. He then went to the mining area and chose to use the Level 1 Coal Mine card. After the light faded, the original Level 1 coal mine upgraded to a Level 2 coal mine. The site was completely transformed, becoming a vast, pure open-pit mining area. The edges were layered, step-like slopes. Dark brown coal seams were exposed. Beside them were bamboo baskets containing long-handled iron picks and hoes. Looking around, this entire area was filled with coal. 8th floor, room 802, Zio Maksu brought a bowl of boiled Plantago asiatica water from the kitchen. You've had a bit of diarrhea lately. Drink some. Deng Guang took it and gulped it down in a few swallows. He wiped his lips. Zio Maksu was both amused and exasperated. You're tinkering with your crabs again. Hearing this, Deng Guang smiled. He pointed at the few crabs still active in the water channel and said, "Look, these stream crabs. When they first arrived, they were a bit unaccustomed, but now they've already started burrowing. I'm thinking of putting more stones inside to make the environment more complex." Zio Maksu said, "Relying on just crabs won't do." Deng Guang nodded. "I know, we'll see if we can get some eels later." I asked around the past couple of days. No one dares to go near the riverbank now. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Qin said these card buildings have some special effects. Look, there's clearly no power generation device inside, but the water is flowing. Isn't that amazing? It is amazing, but I remember it's been a few days since you guys set the fish traps last time. When are you going to check them? Aren't you afraid someone else will steal them? Hearing this, Deng Guang stood up. I'll go ask Brother Qin, see when it's convenient for him. Take these. Zio Maksu turned and handed him a bag containing some fresh leaves. These are Plantago asiatica Zio Wen and I picked. We washed them all after bringing them back. The herbal notice posted by Ren Hall said boiling Plantago asiatica in water can relieve diarrhea, replenish energy, and reduce skin itching from mosquito bites. Take them to Brother Qin. Deng Guang took the bag. All right, got it. Be careful when you go out gathering too. Coming down from upstairs, he arrived at Qin Ziwen's door. After knocking, Deng Guang prepared to talk at the doorway or go upstairs to chat as usual. Unexpectedly, Brother Qin directly invited him inside. Brother Deng, come in and sit. Deng Guang felt inexplicably nervous. All right, do you have slippers? Qin Ziwen said with a smile, why change slippers? No need, just come right in. Entering the living room, the most eye-catching sight was the balcony on the right-hand side. Normally, a balcony extends outward to the exterior view of the complex, but what Deng Guang saw was a tall, classical building. Deng Guang. Looking at the four large characters on the plaque, Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, Deng Guang remembered. This seemed to be the card that Qin Ziwu brought back from the mountain cave that time. Brother Qin had said back then that this building was called the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. Deng Guang sat down on the sofa somewhat awkwardly. Only then did he notice Li Yue was also sitting in the living room. They exchanged greetings. When did you get here? Li Yue said, I just arrived too. Li Yue said enviously, Brother Qin, your home is really big. Just the footprint of this Celestial Star Arrow Gallery is several times larger than my entire place. Qin Ziwen poured a cup of warm water for Deng Guang. Sit. Li Yue came today because the injury on his foot has healed. He plans to join us on outings later. Deng Guang congratulated Li Yue. Li Yue said gloomily, a tendon or bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Thankfully, it didn't damage the bones or tendons, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Mr. Qin, I'm here. Outside the door, Zhao Pu, who had been notified, came up from the 4th floor. Qin Ziwen asked his younger brother to get a stool for Zhao Pu. Sit. After entering, Zhao Pu didn't look around. But after sitting down, facing the balcony direction, he immediately spotted the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise, Mr. Qin, so this is the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. It's magnificent. I've seen buildings in other people's homes too, but they simply can't compare to this Arrow Gallery. What are the buildings in other people's homes like? Li Yue asked curiously. Zhao Pu glanced at Qin Ziwen, pondered, and said, mostly ancient-style buildings as well, but they're very dilapidated and not very large. They don't seem to be from the same era as this Arrow Gallery. Qin Ziwen waved his hand. It's not that exaggerated. These buildings all have special effects. My Arrow Gallery just looks a bit bigger on the outside. The actual difference isn't that great. Well, there's not much difference. Although the three nodded, the expressions on their faces, struggling to hold back laughter, made it clear they definitely didn't believe him. All right, since everyone's here, let's have a proper discussion. After Qin Ziwen finished speaking, the other three straightened up, their expressions turning serious. Qin Ziwen dropped a bombshell. I can confirm that 2 days from now, aside from the newly hatched mayflies from the produced eggs, there will basically be no mayflies left in the river. Hearing this news, Deng Guang's face lit up with joy. With those mayfly water bugs gone from the river, going to the riverbank to catch fish and shrimp would be much safer. Zhao Pu didn't ask about Mr. Qin's source of information, but instead pondered, Mr. Qin, if that's the case, then we could go buy some fishing gear these 2 days. Because of what happened in the river recently, the prices of fishing gear like rods and nets have been dropping, almost half of what they were before. Qin Ziwen didn't object. You can go acquire some, but don't buy too much. After all, the next map we're crossing to is the Gobi Desert. You should know what the Gobi represents. The price of fishing gear will drop even further. Deng Guang nodded, that makes sense. Once we reach the Gobi, the price of fishing gear should hit rock bottom. Li Yue's eyes widened. Such explosive news and I get to hear it. Everyone outside is still discussing where we'll cross to next, yet Brother Qin already knows in advance. He had already stockpiled some water at home, but now it seemed far from enough. He needed to stockpile more. If the next crossing is to the Gobi, you can never have too much water. Deng Guang hesitated for a moment. There should be very little flowing water in the Gobi, right? I read online that a person can last at most 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Zhao Pu said, based on the amount of water many people have stockpiled now, once we reach the Gobi. If we can't find a water source, I'm afraid most can only last a little over half a month at most. Qin Ziwen stated, I plan to spread the news that the next map is the Gobi 3 days before the crossing countdown ends. As for whether others believe it or not, that's their business. Upon hearing this, all three of them turned to look at Qin Ziwen simultaneously. Qin Ziwen found it strange. What do you think that's not good? Zhao Pu first shook his head then nodded. No, that's fine too. A smile appeared on Deng Guang's face. Even if only some people believe it and stockpile more water, more people will survive the next map. Qin Ziwen said, moreover, besides confirming the next map is the Gobi, it can also be confirmed that 1 building's worth of people will be added. Deng Guang nodded. Right, the home does have a next stage supplementary population listed. Zhao Pu hesitated. Mr. Qin, I think those added might not necessarily be pure newcomers. Zhao Zhao Pu explained, if as you said it's written as next stage supplementary population, then is it possible? They could be the same as us. It only said supplementary population, not supplementary newcomers, right? Deng Guang was curious, the same as us. Where would they come from? Li Yue said, Brother Deng, do you not usually read Kittian novels? Deng Guang shook his head blankly. Qin Ziwen understood Zhao Pu's meaning. You mean there are other residential complexes that have also crossed over? Their complex has also suffered some losses, and the two complexes merge into one. Zhao Pu said not necessarily a residential complex. It could be other types of buildings like shopping malls, schools, hotels, hospitals. Of course, this is all my speculation. Anyway, something as outrageous as crossing over has already happened, so other things happening aren't impossible either. Li Yue sighed wistfully. I wish it could be a hospital, then we wouldn't lack medicine. Qin Ziwen said, all right, that's all 2 days away. For today, I plan to split up and act separately, dividing into 2 teams. One team goes up the mountain, and the other heads to the stream to retrieve the fish traps we placed last time. Which side do you want to go to? Li Yue asked curiously, where's the stream? Is the mountain the one behind us? Qin Ziwen nodded. Yes, going up the mountain means heading to the northern mountainside. The stream is at the residential complex's east gate, the direction where you were injured by the wild boar. Li Yue looked somewhat embarrassed. Bro, why the personal attack? Then I'll still go up the mountain. Being chased by a wild boar in the forest last time left me with psychological trauma. Deng Guang teased Li Yue, it's fine. Recently some of the meat you've eaten was wild boar meat. Consider it revenge on your behalf. Then Deng Guang said, I'll go to the stream side. I won't go up the mountain this time. Zhao Pu pondered, then I'll go up the mountains. The mountain side is quicker, so we can return earlier. Qin Ziwen said, all right then you Li Yue and Du will go up the mountain together. I Deng Guang, Xiao Wu and Li Taishan will go to the stream side. Everyone go early and return early, pay attention to safety. Dr. Zhao, you can take the card that refreshes at the mountain altar this time. Hearing this, Zhao Pu couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Okay. After dividing the teams, everyone split up to act. Carrying their equipment and holding their long spears, they exited through the east gate. Not long after walking, a group of people caught up from behind. Brother Qin, long time no see. The crowd parted and Huang Tao walked out with a smile. Qin Ziwen glanced at the group of people following Huang Tao. There were many unfamiliar faces among them. So it's Boss Huang. Is there something? Huang Tao showed displeasure on his face. Can't I come if there's nothing? We've cooperated several times before, we can be considered friends, right? Huang Tao raised his head, looking up and said with surprise, where's your bird? Probably shy, hiding. Huang Tao laughed upon hearing this. It's like this, I came to find you for cooperation. Cooperation? Qin Ziwen looked at the dozen or so people surrounding them, vaguely encircling him and his group. This doesn't look like sincerity for discussing cooperation. Huang Tao quickly waved the surrounding people away. What are you all crowding around for? You've scared my brother Qin. Just then, noise came from behind Huang Tao. Turning his head, he saw Zhu Jiang leading a few people out from the east gate. Seeing this, Huang Tao cursed inwardly. This old fox followed me as soon as I came out. Ha ha ha, Mr. Qin, long time no see. Zhu Jiang enthusiastically extended his hand. It's usually very hard to get a chance to see you. Looking at Qin Ziwen right before him, Zhu Jiang sighed inwardly. The first time he invited Qin Ziwen was because he had heard of his reputation. Back then, the alliance was just preparing to expand. He needed a blade, but Qin Ziwen didn't come that time. The second meeting was because of the infectious disease. At that time, he wanted to curb Qin Ziwen's sharpness, so he chose to win over and divide. Looking back now, it wasn't successful. Now, as the alliance gradually grew stronger, even he, as the original founder, was beginning to lose control of this large ship that spanned the entire residential complex after arriving. Zhu Jiang pushed Huang Tao aside and took the main position. Noticing Zhu Jiang's sidelong glance, Huang Tao felt annoyed deep down, but on the surface he still greeted politely, President Zhu, you arrived really quickly. Zhu Jiang gave a faint smile. I've been wanting to contact Mr. Qin recently, so it seems this is a coincidence. While speaking, he kept staring intently at Qin Ziwen before him. In his eyes, this man seemed shrouded in a layer of mist. Although their alliance controlled 2 altars, these 2 altars were not his private property. He also couldn't blatantly take all the cards for himself. He could confirm that this Qin Ziwen absolutely knew the location of a hidden altar, possibly even more than one. Oh, he joined the alliance too. Qin Ziwen looked at Huang Tao beside him. Zhu Jiang said, of course, Mr. Huang is now a member of our alliance. He joined almost a week ago. What terms did you offer him? Before Zhu Jiang could speak, Huang Tao proactively said, "The Alliance internally purchases my carpenter's hut products at cost price, also provides me with premium wood materials at cost, and sent some apprentices to learn carpentry from me." Zhu Jiang glanced at Huang Tao. "Mr. Qin, please join our alliance. In these critical times for the residential complex's survival, we need outstanding individuals like you to join our big family." Qin Ziwen said calmly, "President Zhu, my moral standards aren't high, so don't try moral coercion on me. If there are suitable opportunities, we can cooperate mutually. But as for joining your alliance, let's forget it." Zhu Jiang said, "Is it because the terms seem harsh?" "Actually, the conditions can be negotiated." Huang Tao was stunned. "Conditions can be negotiated. That's not what you damn well told me back then. It's not about the conditions." Screech Tilda. The crowned eagle let out a cry. It flew in from an angle above, circling overhead. Du Yu hurried over from the distance, a monk's knife at his waist, holding a compound bow with an arrow nocked, stopping 50 paces away. At this distance, he never missed. "President Zhu, are you saying that within the residential complex, there can only be one voice?" Zhu Jiang fell silent for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "Mr. Qin, you jest. The Alliance is a place for everyone to have a voice. How could there be only one voice? Perhaps I'm too eager for talent, appearing too anxious, causing some misunderstanding. I hope we have a chance to cooperate." Zhu Jiang turned to look at Du Yu not far away and Zhao Pu behind Du Yu. After speaking, Zhu Jiang led his people away. With things said to this point, staying was unnecessary. He couldn't lower himself further. Regarding Zhu Jiang's departure, Huang Tao showed no expression. He just leaned his head closer, lowering his voice. "Even if the deal falls through, goodwill remains. If you have thoughts of cooperating later, you can come find me. Although Zhu Jiang is the alliance leader, the price he can offer might not be higher than mine." Letter 16B1, letter 1F01, letter 1D40D, letter 1ED7, small cap B, Eogonek, letter 1E67. After speaking, Huang Tao gave a light laugh and turned to leave. As after those people walked far away, Du Yu approached quickly, bow in hand. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Ziwen shook his head, somewhat puzzled. "How did you all get here?" Du Yu was even more surprised. "Wasn't it you, sir, who sent the crowned eagle to notify us? Just now, after the eagle flew over, it bit my clothes. I thought you sent it." Qin Ziwen turned to look at the crowned eagle standing proudly beside him. This guy had its wings folded, chest puffed out high, its eyes rolling around. Ever since being enhanced once, this creature's intelligence seemed to have leaped forward. Qin Ziwen rubbed its head, chuckling, "You clever little thing." Du Yu pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Sir, let's act together from now on." Zhao Pu also showed concern. "Mr. Qin, having more people is indeed safer." Qin Ziwen didn't refuse. "All right, then let's go together. Later we can try circling up the mountain from the other side. Although the path is longer, we should still reach the cave." After the 7 people gathered, they first headed toward the stream. On the way, Li Yue couldn't help but complain. "Those people just now were all from the Alliance, right?" Deng Guang said they were from the Alliance. "The one who looked like a smiling tiger is their president, Zhu Jiang." Li Yue immediately got angry. "That group is too domineering." Their attitude was like they were recruiting someone. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were here to rob. No wonder many people in the complex dislike them. Wherever they go, they act like crabs, wishing everyone would make way for them. Cough, cough, cough. Deng Guang suddenly covered his mouth, coughing violently. Li Yue didn't understand and even turned to ask him, "Brother Deng, don't you think I'm right?" Deng Guang looked at this naive kid and said quietly, "Here among us, we still have a building head from the Alliance sitting right here." Li Yue's expression instantly froze. Zhao Pu waved his hand with a smile. "I joined the Alliance with Mr. Qin's approval. Whenever Mr. Qin wants, I can quit any time." Sorry, Brother Zhao, I really didn't know." Li Yue hurriedly apologized. Zhao Pu didn't mind. "Actually, what you said isn't wrong either. Within the Alliance, there is a portion of people whose conduct isn't great. This isn't any secret." Hearing this, Qin Ziwen and the others cast curious glances. Zhao Pu continued, "It's just that after some people join the Alliance, relying on this identity, they engage in forced buying and selling during transactions with others. Also, some good resource points have been occupied by teams flying the Alliance banner. I've heard several conflicts have happened recently, and I've heard 2 altars have almost become the Alliance's private property, not allowing anyone else to approach at all." Qin Ziwu frowned. "That domineering." Zhao Pu sighed. "Ultimately, what's bad is never the organization itself, but some people within it. The Alliance is, after all, gathered by people. Having a mixed bag is unavoidable." Qin Ziwen then asked Zhao Pu, Dr. Zhao, you've been in the complex a lot recently. If our team wants to expand our personnel, do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Zhao Pu thought for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands. There really is one. Didn't I just say some teams had conflicts with Alliance people? At first, the Alliance side actually suffered a big loss. Trying to steal others' prey, they ended up getting several people shot dead instead. Reportedly, that opposing team had a recruited hunter who set all kinds of traps in the forest and had excellent archery skills. Qin Ziwen wanted to hear the rest, and then the Alliance side refused to accept the loss, so they ambushed them at the complex entrance. Both sides lost quite a few people. After the news spread, Zhu Jiang personally went to handle it, as it getting out of hand would harm the Alliance's reputation. Deng Guang was curious, how was it handled? Just ended it, that's all. Zhao Pu smiled bitterly, after all, he's the Alliance president. He can't side with the others, can he? That team suffered heavy casualties. The team leader is still alive, though. The hunter, I heard, was recruited by that leader. The more Qin Ziwen listened, the more familiar it sounded. What's that person's name? I don't know, only that they live in Building 1's. Building 1 and recruited a hunter. Qin Ziwen roughly guessed who it was. No wonder he hadn't seen Wang Yun recently. While talking, the six arrived near the stream. Li Yue kept looking left and right, tensing up at the slightest rustle or movement. The wild boar incident last time really gave him psychological trauma. Qin Ziwen patted Li Yue's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Don't worry. If that wild boar comes again, we'll just hunt it and eat it. Li Yue stubbornly said, I'm not scared at all, I'm excited. Aw dams. Li Yue almost jumped. Right before his foot, a viper hidden in a pile of dry leaves was raising its head, poised to strike. A blade light slashed diagonally. The viper's head fell to the ground with a crack. Du Yu sheathed his knife. Li Yue turned his head sharply. Dude, you're showing off so coolly. Found the fish trap. Qin Ziwen passed by his side, quickly walking to the stream bank and lifting the fish trap placed in the water. The flood caused by the heavy rain had already receded, the stream returning to its usual calm. Gurgling stream water covered half the trap. With a shake of his arm, he lifted the cage. Numerous transparent stream shrimp jumped inside, and a few stream crabs hid in the cage corners. Taking out the shrimp and crabs inside, he poured them into a bucket. To avoid conflicts, the 4 fish traps placed in the stream were spaced a distance apart from each other. I remember placing one downstream too. Qin Ziwen walked along the stream bank for over 40 meters, rounding a bend. He saw the fish trap originally placed in the stream had tipped over, with signs of beating and gnawing on the edges. A gap was torn open at the trap's connection point. Seeing the trap damaged, Qin Ziwen frowned tightly, feeling somewhat distressed. It's been damaged. Du Yu came over upon observing it. Looks like a bear did it. Qin Ziwen immediately warned the others, there might be a bear nearby. Everyone be careful. Li Taishan walked over, looking at the damaged trap, picking it up to examine. Sir, this can be repaired. I'll fix it when we get back. All right, take it back for now. Fortunately, apart from this one trap being damaged, the other 3 traps were completely intact. The remaining 2 traps contained 1 eel, 1 7-star fish, over a dozen crabs, and 2 loaches. Putting everything into buckets, folding and storing the traps, everyone walked upstream along the small stream. With the crowned eagle leading the way, everyone detoured, this time ascending the mountain from another direction. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally reached the mountain cave located on the mountainside. Chirp, 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 tilde. Inside the cave, the giant toad hadn't returned yet. The bats at the cave ceiling kept chirping incessantly. Looking from afar, a point of green light floated above the altar. It was actually an enhancement card. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. It seems Dr. Zhao's luck is pretty good this time. The card he chose is relatively high in value. Entering the cave, he took out the card. Coming out of the cave, Zhao Pu turned the card in his hand over and over. This is too miraculous. There are actually cards that enhance animals. I wonder if there are ones that enhance humans. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen coughed repeatedly, his expression subtle. He didn't know whether to say Zhao Pu had good luck or bad luck. The rarity of enhancement cards is indeed higher than ordinary building cards. If this were a human constitution enhancement card, it could be used directly. But it was precisely an animal enhancement card. So this card can only be held onto, waiting until he recruits an animal someday, because only recruited animals can guarantee loyalty, ensuring it won't be wasted. Mr. Qin, can I exchange this card with you? Zhao Pu looked at the crowned eagle. The eagle's size had changed once before, so he could infer that Mr. Qin must have obtained this type of card before. Only Mr. Qin could maximize this card's value. It can be done. Qin Ziwen told him honestly, your card isn't low in value, it's rarer than ordinary building cards. But I don't have a card of equivalent value in my hand to trade with you. Zhao Pu said it's fine. What's suitable is what's best. Level 1 Stable 1, Level 1 Field 1, Recruitment Card Tame Mongolian Horse 1, Level 1 Tailor Shop 1, Level 1 Blacksmith 1, Advanced Lava Fortress 1, Expansion Card Underground Cave Small 1, Level 1 Coal Mine Card 1, Level 1 Water Wheel Asterisk 1. Qin Ziwen began considering which of his extra cards could be traded with Zhao Pu. The field and lava fortress definitely weren't suitable, because even if Zhao Pu dug up his entire land, he couldn't gather that much area. The stable and Mongolian horse are a set, and horses have big appetites. Even if given to Zhao Pu, he might not be able to afford to raise them. Then the water wheel pairs with the field. A bare water wheel is useless. That left only the expansion card Underground Cave, the tailor shop, and the blacksmith. He planned to keep the blacksmith building card for his own use. One more card could upgrade the level 2 blacksmith to level 3. Qin Ziwen asked, I have two. One is the expansion card Underground Cave, the other is a building card Tailor Shop. Which one do you want? Zhao Pu pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked, Mr. Qin, may I have that tailor shop? Qin Ziwen said, you can. For these kinds of buildings, although they have some special bonus effects, they only serve as the icing on the cake. The real core is still the person using the building. Are you sure about the tailor shop? Zhao Pu nodded, I'm sure, the tailor shop it is. Skills can be practiced. Also, it can be like Huang Tao's carpenter's hut, hiring people to work. Qin Ziwen didn't feel particularly reluctant. Like the blacksmith, he already obtained 3 cards. Trading away this tailor shop, he'd definitely get more later. And currently, there isn't even a tailor in sight within home. But he kept feeling he was taking advantage of Zhao Pu. With outsiders, fine, but Zhao Pu is part of the team after all. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ziwen decided. If he obtains more tailor shop building cards later, he'll give Zhao Pu another one, helping him upgrade to level 2. The effect of level 2 buildings is noticeably improved compared to level 1 buildings. After the 2 exchanged cards, Qin Ziwen suddenly remembered. After his insight upgraded, he could apparently view recruited units and humans. He immediately cast an insight on the crowned eagle. Common crowned eagle. Only 3 stars, and this was after being enhanced once. So that means the freshly summoned eagle was 2 stars. Qin Ziwen and the crowned eagle looked at each other, you silly eagle, so lame. Silently thinking, use card. The others were seeing an enhancement card being used for the first time, curiously gathering around. As the card shattered, turning into green light points that merged into the crowned eagle's body. The crowned eagle instantly turned into light. Its body size expanded continuously with the light. Everyone's necks kept tilting upward. Finally, when the light dispersed, standing there was a crowned eagle with a height of a full 2 meters. Its height now surpassed everyone present. As its wings spread, Qin Ziwen, standing closest, felt a strong gust of wind. Flapping its wings, the crowned eagle flew overhead. Its wingspan had long exceeded 5 meters. In terms of size, although still not reaching the monkey-eating eagle that came to prey in the complex before, it was already not far off, enough to bring a powerful sense of oppression. Most eye-catching were its claws. Originally long and sharp talons became even more exaggerated, like 8 curved blades hanging beneath its body. The crowned eagle wanted to land on his shoulder as usual. Qin Ziwen quickly dodged away. Having its loving hug avoided, the crowned eagle felt a bit wronged and a little unhappy, letting out a couple of low cries. Perhaps due to its increased size, its voice had become somewhat deep and resonant. You have no idea how big your claws are, do you? Landing feels like a bunch of knives stabbing into me, Qin Ziwen said helplessly. The crowned eagle, having landed steadily, looked at its claws embedded in the dirt beneath its feet. It lifted its foot, examined its large, sharp talons, and let out a sound of unclear meaning. Qin Ziwen then used insight on do you. Ordinary human do you. Only 4 stars, not a full set. But thinking about it carefully, 5 stars represent the theoretical peak of ordinary human physical fitness, basically belonging to that top-tier group in the long river of history who relied on physical prowess. Having 4 stars is already quite strong. Moreover, this is just a physical fitness rating, not a combat power rating. Things like combat techniques and weapon proficiency fall under skill categories. Out of curiosity, Qin Ziwen used insight to check everyone present. Ordinary human Qin Ziwu. Ordinary humans Lei Taishan. Ordinary humans Lai Yu. Ordinary humans Deng Guangs. Ordinary humans Zhao Pu. After looking, he roughly understood the star rating criteria. An ordinary healthy adult male without injuries or illnesses is 2 stars. Those who exercise regularly or engage in physical labor, belonging to the strong category among the population, can reach 3 stars. Those with exceptional natural talent, born with an aspect that surpasses ordinary people, and who consciously train to develop that talent, probably like do you, can achieve a 4-star rating. As for 5 stars, that's the peak of normal human physical fitness. Of course, within the same star rating, there is still some variation in physical fitness, and what one excels at isn't necessarily strength. Some might be born faster runners, others might have greater stamina. The star rating here represents a range. Letter 1E5F a circumflex N letter 1ED5 letter 10331 E umlaut letter 1D61A. But what about me? How many stars do I have? Qin Ziwen was curious. He took out his phone and turned on the camera. He used insight on the man reflected on the screen. Ordinary human Qin Ziwen. Bro, what are you doing admiring yourself? Taking selfies now, Qin Ziwen leaned his head over and flashed a peace sign at the camera. Click. Qin Ziwen pressed the shutter, freezing the photo. All right, let's go, we're heading down the mountain. In the sky behind them, several black falcons watched from a distance. The crowned eagle glanced back, then immediately took flight, charging towards the black falcons. The sudden attack scared the few black falcons into scrambling to escape. But soon those fleeing falcons turned around and angrily charged at the crowned eagle. Screech. The crowned eagle was like a heavy fighter jet, directly crashing into one of the black falcons, pressing it downwards as they flew. Qin Ziwen wondered, why did those ones suddenly stop running? How did the crowned eagle draw their aggro? Du Yu with his sharp eye said, their nest must be nearby. The crowned eagle is quite clever, actively attacking their nest to force them to turn back. Li Yue praised, good grief, besiege the point to strike the reinforcements. It's even using tactics. The crowned eagle, pressing down on one of the black falcons, plunged into the woods, making the specific situation unclear. A few minutes later, the crowned eagle flew triumphantly into the sky, a dead black falcon clutched in its talons. Several other black falcons circled around it, crying out anxiously but didn't dare get close. Finally, after circling above them once, the crowned eagle flew over, looking very pleased with itself. Weir. Taking the black falcon from the crowned eagle's claws, Qin Ziwen laughed and scolded, you little rascal, quite the vengeful streak. Wonder who you learned that from. Qin Ziwen stole a glance at his big brother and said nothing. The others looked at the crowned eagle. Qin Ziwen explained, earlier when it came here to investigate the altar, it was ambushed by these black falcons. It was pecked all over, covered in blood, and fled in a sorry state. The crowned eagle quickly used its wing to cover Qin Ziwen's face, not letting him continue. This elicited a round of laughter from the others. Pushing its wing away, Qin Ziwen chuckled, all right, this guy's pride is quite strong. I won't say any more. The crowned eagle pecked at the black falcon on the ground with its beak, then nudged it towards Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen said, this bird doesn't have much meat on it, not tasty. Next time, go catch a bigger one. The crowned eagle lowered its head in thought. It was unclear whether it understood or not. On the way down the mountain, the crowned eagle circling above everyone suddenly turned its head. Its gaze sharp as lightning, it locked onto a figure in the woods not far away. The crowned eagle flew over, scaring the golden leopard hiding behind a tree into scrambling away in a panic. With a few leaps, it jumped deep into the woods, hid behind a bush, and stared intently at the crowned eagle. The crowned eagle folded its wings and stood on the branch of a large tree. It let out a few annoyed cries. After its body grew larger, flying in the woods wasn't as convenient as before. Its wings easily brushed against leaves, and if it wasn't careful, it could easily hit branches. When flying, collisions between wings and branches were quite painful. The golden leopard crouched low, facing the crowned eagle, and slowly backed away. Seeing it wasn't being pursued, it turned around and nimbly fled deeper into the woods. What's wrong? Didn't catch up. Qin Ziwen ran over from behind. The crowned eagle's voice sounded dejected. Qin Ziwen laughed, it's no big deal, just didn't catch it. Master, there's a wild boar over there, Du Yu pointed into the distance. The group looked in the direction he pointed. About 40 or 50 meters away in the grass, a wild boar roughly waist-high to an adult was rooting in the ground. Oink, oink tilde. It seemed to sense movement. It raised its head and looked warily at the group. The 7 men exchanged glances, smiles appearing on their faces. Du Yu gestured, then crouched low, bending at the waist, and slowly moved to an upwind, uphill position, circling around from the side. Qin Ziwen tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. I'll go to the front. Gradually, the wild boar seemed to sense the subtle atmosphere in the air. It stopped its actions, raised its head, looked left and right, and finally fixed its gaze on Qin Ziwen and the others not far away. It grunted twice, then turned and started walking towards the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, from within the dense forest, the wild boar let out a startled cry. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen raised his long spear and charged over. After running several dozen steps, he saw Du Yu in the dense woods, holding his long spear with both hands. The spear tip was thrust into the boar's side, pinning it against a tree. The wild boar struggled desperately, letting out panicked cries. Du Yu gripped the spear tightly, using skillful force to maneuver around it. The boar, spinning in place, saw someone approaching. Its eyes bloodshot, it let out an agitated squeal and tried to charge towards Qin Ziwen. "Master, be careful." Du Yu held onto the spear for dear life, restricting the boar's movement. "Coming right at me, good." Qin Ziwen raised his spear to meet it. He thrust his spear into the boar's snout. He and Du Yu pushed simultaneously. The wild boar, frantic, dug its hooves wildly into the ground. But with the two men pinning it from the front and right side, they forcefully restricted the boar to the spot. The boar's bloodshot eyes gradually cleared, and it let out a mournful cry. In the end, it was forcibly pressed against a large tree. Qin Ziwen and the others caught up from behind. Seeing the wild boar restrained, they immediately swarmed forward. Within just a few minutes, the wild boar that had been ferocious moments ago lay on the ground, completely unconscious. Qin Ziwen praised, "Damn, big bro, when we were coming over, we saw you guys just straight up pinning that boar down." Li Yue came closer and looked. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. This male wild boar seemed to be the very one that had gored him back then. By the time the dust settled, dusk was approaching. It was past 7 in the evening when the group carried their trophy back to the residential complex. The group carrying the wild boar in was particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of neighbors on all sides. "Whoa, what a huge wild boar. Where did you guys get this? Can you trade for some of that boar? Do you guys want the wild boar skin? If not, can you give it to me? Handsome, you're so manly." The speaker was a man. He pretended to approach and touch the boar, but actually secretly stroked Qin Ziwen's bulging, muscular arm. Qin Ziwen's eyes widened like copper bells. The man gave a strange, sly smile and retreated back into the crowd. Qin Ziwen called out, "The meat isn't for sale, but it can be traded. If you have fresh, live fish, you can come exchange for wild boar meat." The wild boar was carried all the way up to Unit 602. Qin Ziwen first went to the rooftop to retrieve the crowned eagle, then let it down through the stairwell. Stepping on the hard cement floor of the stairwell, the crowned eagle's claws made crisp clicking sounds. The surface ground against them, causing some pain. Several times along the way, it wanted to spread its wings and fly, but the space in the emergency stairwell was somewhat cramped, leaving it unable to maneuver properly. Qin Ziwen felt a pang of heartache watching this. He simply picked up the crowned eagle from behind. Although its size had increased significantly, its weight wasn't too outrageous. Among creatures of the same volume, birds are considered very light. But for one 2 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, its weight still surpassed that of many adults. Qin Ziwen estimated it should be around 200 pounds. Fortunately, his strength now was much greater than before. Picking it up was somewhat strenuous but not impossible. After bringing it back home and setting it on the floor, Qin Ziwen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. "If you get any bigger, I might not be able to carry you anymore." Letter 1D619, letter 1D400, letter 1D40D, O circumflex, letter FF42, E gravis hatchek. Scree, back home, the crowned eagle stepped on the floor tiles, feeling uncomfortable no matter what. Finally, Qin Ziwen led it to the sandy area. Only when its feet and claws sank into the sand did it feel much more at ease. Qin Ziwen pondered, "Looks like I need to make a few perches at home so it can rest by gripping them with its claws. Usually this sandy area will do." By the salt well not far away, Liu San and the others saw such a large divine bird from a distance, and felt even more reverence for Lord Qin. Qin Ziwen called out toward the salt well not far away, "Liu San." Liu San hurried over, "What are your orders, my lord?" "Prepare 10 caddies of coarse salt first. We'll need it for curing the meat later." "Yes, my lord." Liu San went back and soon returned, carrying a bag with about 10 caddies of coarse salt. After taking the salt, Qin Ziwen let the crowned eagle play in the sand by itself. Then he carried the salt upstairs. He saw everyone busily cleaning the wild boar and dividing the pork. Everyone was in high spirits, excited about getting a share of the meat. Qin Ziwen set the salt down, told them to continue their work, and then returned to his residence with Du Yu. Back inside the room, Qin Ziwen calmed his mind. He prepared to use insight to examine every place within the home that could be viewed. Level 2 coal mine. Level 2 coal purification. Level 2 reserve increase. Level 2 iron mine. Level 2 iron purification. Level 2 mine safety enhancement. Level 1 stone quarry. Level 1 stone hardness enhancement. Level 1 reserve increase. Looking at the mine safety enhancement after the iron mine, Qin Ziwen's eyelids twitched. What did that mean? Safety could be enhanced. That meant this mine originally had a risk of collapse. The resource points within the home actually had risks when he mined them himself. Afterward, Qin Ziwen went to the spring. Level 2 spring. Level 2 water output increase. Level 2 water quality purification. Just as he was pondering this, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Opening the door, he saw Zhao Pu standing outside. Mr. Qin, I'd like to ask for your guidance on how to handle this building of mine. Guidance? Qin Ziwen found it strange. Wasn't a building card just used directly on empty land? Why would guidance be needed? But seeing Zhao Pu's cautious yet hopeful demeanor reminded him of when he first obtained a card himself. All right, but I wouldn't call it guidance. However, I can offer some small suggestions to help you avoid detours. Following Zhao Pu to his home, the room Zhao Pu had selected was a secondary bedroom. This bedroom was originally probably a storage room. Now it was mostly cleared out. This card says it needs a 3x4 area. My bedroom's area is exactly this size. Mr. Qin, do you think it's okay? It's okay, theoretically it is. But have you considered, if the main door direction of this building doesn't align with your bedroom door, how will you get in? Are you planning to just tear down this wall? Zhao Pu suddenly realized. Mr. Qin, I thought buildings were like in games. Once constructed, you could just enter directly. No, buildings created through building cards, you can understand them as having no difference from normally constructed houses, except they contain some more miraculous effects. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for clearing that up. In the end, Zhao Pu chose to build the tailor shop in the living room. Like the choice of the vast majority, the first building was placed in the living room. As the white light dissipated, a small wooden hut appeared in its place. This hut leaned towards a Western-style aesthetic. Viewed from the outside, it was constructed from stacked felled tree trunks. The gaps between the trunks were filled with yellow mud mixed with dry grass. On the side was a wooden louvered window. Inside the hut, a small wooden table was placed, with 2 kerosene lamps on it. On another table nearby, resembling a workbench, were scattered scissors, a tape measure, chalkstone, a thimble, and a densely packed pincushion. Then there were several large bundles of thread in black, white, and gray. It looked very rudimentary, yet inexplicably carried a special charm. Qin Ziwen looked around, somewhat puzzled. This was an ancient-style building leaning towards Western aesthetics. This was the first time he had seen a building of this style. Within his own home, his buildings were mostly leaning towards Eastern styles. He didn't know if it was a matter of the building card itself or a difference between homeowners. But once he built his own tailor shop later, he should be able to find out. Qin Ziwen looked at the tailor shop before him, used Insight permission verification in progress, Insight successful. Level 1 tailor shop. Level 1 sewing efficiency increase. Level 1 leather armor flexibility enhancement. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. This tailor shop's effects were pretty good. It increased sewing efficiency and also had a leather armor flexibility enhancement. One increased efficiency, the other increased the flexibility of leather armor. This meant leather armor made within this tailor shop would have greater toughness using the same materials. The leather armor made in Zhao Pu's tailor shop would be more competitive than similar products. Mr. Qin, is everything okay? Zhao Pu inquired. Qin Ziwen nodded. It's fine, it's quite good. Zhao Pu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just now, after Mr. Qin came in, he kept looking around, which had kept Zhao Pu on edge, worried there might be something wrong with his building. Dad, we have a card too. Zhao Shuhuan walked in, looking delightedly at the tailor's tools on the table. Do you want to learn tailoring? Zhao Pu said with a smile. Zhao Shuhuan quickly shook his head. I don't. Seeing this, Zhao Pu didn't force it. He knew interest was the best teacher. If you're not interested, then forget it. Later, when there's a profession you are interested in, you can go learn that. Hearing his father say this, Zhao Shuhuan himself felt a bit embarrassed. He said softly, it's not that I look down on being a tailor. I just don't really like it. I like the feeling of setting traps and capturing prey. You want to be a hunter? Zhao Pu was taken aback. This child usually seemed quiet and calm, yet he actually wanted to be a hunter. Zhao Pu reminded him, being a hunter is very dangerous. Don't just see how impressive the hunting team members look every day. In reality, every time they go out, they themselves can't guarantee they'll return safely. Zhao Shuhuan opened his heart to his father for the first time. I know, Dad, I've looked into it. Looking into his son's eyes, Zhao Pu remained silent for a long while. I'll think of a way, but you need to get your body in good condition first. If you want to hunt beasts, physical fitness is very important. Qin Ziwen said, Dr. Zhao, I'll head back now then. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhao Pu saw Qin Ziwen to the door. Only after hearing the sound of Mr. Qin going upstairs and closing his door did he close his own door. Zhao Shuhuan asked curiously, Dad, so you awakened that home thing, right? That's right, Zhao Pu smiled and summoned the home's little glowing ball. Looking at the small ball floating before him, emitting a soft white glow, Zhao Shuhuan's eyes reflected the ball's projection. He reached out, cautiously trying to touch the ball, but his finger passed right through it. Clearly visible yet untouchable. Zhao Shuhuan said excitedly, Dad, I heard that very few people in the complex have awakened a home now, only about 10%. Zhao Pu said 17%. Zhao Shuhuan was surprised to hear this precise percentage. The home can show it. Zhao Pu looked at the reminder for the next crossing, but not everything could be seen. The most prominent among them were those 4 large characters, insufficient permissions. Zhao Pu sighed with emotion. It seems Mr. Qin's permissions are much higher. Dad, Zhao Shuhuan called him twice. Zhao Pu snapped back to reality, looked at his son and smiled. Shuhuan, Dad will definitely make sure we survive well here. After leaving home, Qin Ziwen called Du Yu and went with him to Building 1. At this hour, the trading market in the center of the complex was nearing its end. Most of the ground stalls had been packed up, and it was gradually becoming quiet. Arriving at Building 1, Unit 1, Room 801, after knocking, it was very quiet inside. Brother Wang, it's me, Qin Ziwen. Only after Qin Ziwen spoke did footsteps sound from behind the door. A moment later, the door opened a crack. Wang Yun stood behind the door, his hair messy, his mental state somewhat listless. He looked Qin Ziwen over, his gaze finally settling on Du Yu. When he saw Du Yu, a flicker of something strange passed through Wang Yun's eyes. Having recruited a hunter before and having long-term contact with the recruited ancient person, the moment he saw Du Yu, even with Du Yu's short hair, he instantly recognized that this person was definitely not a modern person. Because there was a natural difference in temperament between modern people and ancient people. It's only been a few days and you're acting so distant with me, Qin Ziwen said with a smile. I heard about your situation. I didn't join the alliance, don't worry. Hearing the latter part, Wang Yun remained silent for a long moment, then pulled the door open and stepped aside to let them in. After entering, Qin Ziwen looked at the somewhat empty room. Compared to his previous visits, it felt much more desolate. Sitting on the living room sofa, he asked casually, Hey brother, where's my sister-in-law? A flash of pain appeared in Wang Yun's eyes. She's sick. That infectious disease. As his words fell, Linya's violent coughing came from the bedroom. Then came Linya's hoarse voice. Is that Zio Qin? I'm sorry, I've caught the illness. It's inconvenient for me to come out and greet you. Please forgive me. Qin Ziwen asked, has sister-in-law taken any medicine? She took some traditional Chinese medicine, but the effect wasn't much use. Her body wasn't very good to begin with. Wang Yun's face was full of bitter expression. There were no hospitals here. Medicine of all kinds was scarce. If you got sick and couldn't treat yourself, you could only pray your immune system worked and leave it to fate. Qin Ziwen said, I had this illness before too. I took a few cephalosporin pills. I have a bit left over. If you don't mind, I'll bring it over later. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, his voice trembling. This. He had begged everyone, high and low, anyone he could beg or ask, he had basically tried them all. But he had offended the Alliance. The Alliance people wouldn't sell him anything, and others all said they didn't have any. Brother Qin, this. Wang Yun didn't know how to express the excitement in his heart, but soon bitterness returned. If you're thinking of joining my team, I'm sorry, you probably know a bit about my situation. Now the team is basically dead or scattered. The altar I discovered before is now under the Alliance's control. I don't have much to offer you, but if there's anything you need me to do, just give the order. Qin Ziwen said, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Wang, I'm here to invite you to join my team. Wang Yun didn't hesitate much and nodded in agreement. Okay, any other conditions? Once my wife gets better, I'll give you my very life. Qin Ziwen waved his hand with a smile. No need for that. This is a proper team, not some life-selling illegal organization. By the way, where's that hunter brother from before? Hearing this, Du Yu looked toward the balcony. Wang Yun waved toward the balcony. From the balcony edge, a taciturn man wearing sportswear walked out. Qin Ziwen was surprised. He had been here for so long and hadn't even noticed there was someone on the balcony. He threw an insight at him. Permission verification in progress. Insight successful. Ordinary humans. Although the other party was only 3-star, Qin Ziwen always felt that this taciturn man, who was like a stone from start to finish, was not simple. This method of hiding his presence, if used in the forest, would be very dangerous. Wang Yun said, "This is Hunter Yang Kunshan, also my companion." Du Yu, standing behind Qin Ziwen, looked at Yang Kunshan, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. This man gave him a dangerous feeling. Wang Yun sighed, his tone complex. "It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Kunshan's advice at the time. Kunshan advised me to eradicate the root of the problem, to kill all the remaining members of that team. I was soft-hearted." Mentioning this, Wang Yun was filled with remorse. He believed he was the one who caused the deaths of those teammates. He looked at Qin Ziwen and said seriously, "If you have enemies, you must eradicate the root of the problem. Never be soft-hearted. Here, if you don't eat others, others will eat you." Qin Ziwen stood up. "Brother Wang Yun, we must not delay. I'll go back first to get the medicine." He paused, then continued, "I also have an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor there. I'll bring him over later to take a look at sister-in-law." Returning to his residence, Qin Ziwen invited Qian Muzhen and gave him a mask to wear. Although this infectious disease was contagious, it was limited to droplets from coughing and phlegm. Returning to Wang Yun's home, Qian Muzhen checked Linya's pulse through the door, then observed her complexion, asked a few questions, and returned to the living room. Wang Yun swallowed nervously and asked, "How is it?" Qian Muzhen shook his head. "Evil heat is intense, phlegm turbidity obstructs the lungs. This condition is quite severe. Medical theory says, treat the symptoms in acute cases, treat the root cause in chronic cases. I have seen the instruction leaflet for that cephalosporin medicine. She can take 2 doses first to observe the effect. If the condition worsens after taking the medicine, she must stop. Avoid conflicting medicinal properties causing additional complications." "Thank you, Doctor," Wang Yun bowed deeply. Qian Muzhen said, "Although other medicines cannot be used, daily care is most crucial. This is the key to stabilizing the illness. Remember this." Wang Yun hurriedly fetched paper and pen. Qian Muzhen instructed, "First, help pat her back frequently to assist in coughing up phlegm. Second, a light diet, absolutely no greasy food. Third, ventilate the room, avoid catching a cold." A moment later, the consultation ended. After it ended, Wang Yun brought 2 air-dried field mice from the kitchen. "What's this for?" Wang Yun's expression was serious. "It's not for you, it's my consultation fee for Dr. Qian." Qian Muzhen also knew the current state of the other people in the residential complex, and waved his hand in polite refusal. After much polite refusal, he ultimately couldn't resist Wang Yun's sincerity and accepted one. Then Wang Yun said with a burning gaze, "From now on, you are the captain. If there's anything, just give the order." Qin Ziwen said with a smile, "Speaking of which, it's also fate. Besides Dr. Qian, there's another doctor in my team now, a surgeon. Adding you, that makes 3 doctors. Letter 1D411, letter 1D608, letter 1 v upsilon." Wang Yun was speechless. "I'm just a veterinarian, how can I be considered a doctor? Emergency wound dressing is fine, but for other things, it's better to listen to the other 2 doctors." Qin Ziwen said, "Tomorrow we go up the mountain. I know the location of an altar." Wang Yun wasn't surprised by this. To have recruited so many people, you must have also discovered a private altar. "But I just joined and you're telling me directly, you trust me this much." Qin Ziwen said, "Since I invited you to join my team, then I trust you. Otherwise, what's the point of inviting you to join?" Wang Yun didn't say anything, just nodded silently. He said to Qin Ziwen, "Actually, before you came, I was discussing with Yang Kunshan about hunting the giant toad, because my wife's condition has been worsening. If we can obtain the card it drops, I think there might be more opportunities." "You plan to hunt that giant toad?" Qin Ziwen raised an eyebrow. "How do you plan to hunt it?" Wang Yun said, "Very simple, use fire. With its size, ordinary methods aren't very effective against it, so I decided to burn it. There's gasoline in the car, we can make Molotov cocktails and throw them at it. I don't believe a carbon-based life form can withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees." He paused, then continued, "But there are also several problems. First, the giant toad is right by the river. Using Molotov cocktails now wouldn't pose much of a threat to it. From observations over the past 2 days, it can swim. If it hides in the river, it can avoid the cocktails. So we must attack it when it's far from the river, not giving it a chance to approach the water source." Regarding this point, Kunshan came up with a plan. He said we could use bows and arrows to ambush it on its return journey, injure its eyes, and destroy its vision. Secondly, although so far this giant toad hasn't shown any superpowers, the very existence of both us and this giant toad already exceeds conventional scientific understanding. So it's not impossible for it to have superpowers. Wang Yun pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Finally, its size is too large. The area a single Molotov cocktail can burn is limited. Its body surface area exceeds 50 square meters. Moreover, to support such a massive body, I suspect its body structure might have undergone certain changes as well. Normal small toads have a keratin layer on their skin surface. The function of the keratin layer is to prevent water evaporation from the body, provide wear resistance, and there are also some skin glands that can secrete toxins. But at its size, the thickness of the keratin layer would definitely be greater, and its toughness and wear resistance wouldn't be less than thick cowhide. And to support such a large body, just having a keratin layer might not be enough. Toads originally have intradermal bone structures. I suspect this giant toad, like crocodiles, might have already developed a layer of bony plates on its back. Molotov cocktails might only be able to burn its outer skin, not reach its internal organs. Hearing these professional terms, Qin Ziwen didn't quite understand. What is intradermal bone? Simply put, it's a layer of bone grown separately under the skin, not connected to other surrounding bones. Wang Yun reached out and knocked on his own arm. Qin Ziwen understood now. The way he looked at Wang Yun now was full of admiration. This is what professionalism is. This is professionalism. No wonder he's a veterinarian. Professionals are just different. He was even already preparing to hunt this giant toad. Qin Ziwen asked, in that case, how many Molotov cocktails need to be prepared? The corner of Wang Yun's mouth turned up, at least 60. I've already prepared 30. He got up and went to another bedroom, retrieving a green beer bottle from inside. A small strip of cloth extended from the bottle's mouth. To solve the problem of gasoline sliding off its body, I also added some laundry detergent inside as a thickener. This way, when thrown, it can stick to its body and burn. Qin Ziwen said, if I'm not mistaken, this giant toad won't stay by the river for long before returning to the mountain. I know its return route. We can set traps and ambushes in advance. Hearing Qin Ziwen's words, Wang Yun's eyes lit up. That would be perfect then. The two of them discussed the key points for dealing with the giant toad again, and decided to go up the mountain tomorrow for a field survey to find suitable ambush points and further discuss the details. Before leaving, Wang Yun hesitated for a moment and asked, is your team still recruiting? Qin Ziwen smiled, sure, as long as their character isn't too bad. Wang Yun said his character is definitely trustworthy. He was a member of my old team called Xiao Peng. He's very strong, and he was the one who helped provide the glass bottles I collected. That's fine, just bring him directly tomorrow, Qin Ziwen nodded. This feeling of being trusted made Wang Yun somewhat dazed. After Qin Ziwen left, Wang Yun looked at Yang Kunchen. Kunchen, what do you think of this new team? Yang Kunchen was concise. The man beside him is a master. As for him, the contact was too brief to comment rashly. Wang Yun nodded thoughtfully. After returning home, Qin Ziwen thought about the underground cave expansion card in his hand and decided to use it first. However, this was the first time using this type of card, so the location choice needed to be cautious. Considering the mining area had 3 mineral deposits, all of which basically extended underground, the structure of the underground cave might conflict with them. Therefore, Qin Ziwen ultimately chose to use it in the blank area on the side of his master bedroom. The area extending outward from the master bedroom had a 20*20m blank zone that had been left unused. So Qin Ziwen decided to use the underground cave in this vacant area, which also meant he wouldn't have to worry about it potentially affecting other buildings on the surface. Using this card required selecting a 2*2m blank area. Qin Ziwen chose a spot in the lower left corner, close to the master bedroom. As the card was used, the entire blank expanded area was enveloped in a faint layer of white light. When the white light dissipated, the target area now had a stone cave entrance leading underground. The entrance was narrow and both sides were dry. A wide, rubble-strewn path extended downward. Taking out the flashlight that had been charged with solar power, he walked down the slope. The further down he went, the wider it became. After a few steps, Qin Ziwen discovered the path was actually spiral-shaped. After circling around twice, the view suddenly opened up. An underground karst cave with hanging stalactites came into view. The terrain was open and flat, surrounded by tall stone walls. The height of this karst cave was roughly 3 to 4 meters. In the edge area, there was even a stream flowing along the corner of the wall. Water droplets seeped out from leakage points in the wall, carving out solution grooves on the surface that converged on the ground at the corner, forming a small water flow along the wall. The water flow converged deep within the karst cave, ultimately disappearing into a small crack in the corner. The area of the underground karst cave wasn't a neat 400 square meters. After walking a full circle, Qin Ziwen could confirm the underground area far exceeded 400 square meters. Ra letter 2115 letter 22F beta ye letter 219. Some stone pillars supported the cave, plus its irregular shape. It was probably a case of 400 square meters of interior space, with the built-up area exceeding 400. Combined with the special environment of the underground karst cave, the temperature here was lower than the surface, about 7 or 8 degrees cooler. The air wasn't stuffy, it was ventilated here. Plus, there were still seepage points. If modifications were made, another water collection point could probably be added. Returning to the surface, Qin Ziwen saw it was still early. He went to the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery to practice archery. After practicing for half an hour, he put down the compound bow. After these past few days of practice, he felt his archery skills had made significant progress. His accuracy when using the compound bow had improved a lot compared to before. Putting down the bow, he took out a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked at Qin Ziwen, who was still diligently practicing beside him. Compared to him, his younger brother practiced the bow basically whenever he had time. His archery skills had also made remarkable progress. At a distance of 40 paces, he could basically guarantee hitting the straw target. After taking a shower, Qin Ziwen went to the tavern. He had been quite busy these past few days and hadn't come for a few days. He placed the flashlight inside the lantern and hung it on the signboard at the entrance. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside. A hand secretly lifted the door curtain, revealing a somewhat weathered and authoritative square face. He looked at the layout inside the room, his eyes somewhat dazed and carrying a trace of confusion. "Husband, in this desolate wilderness, there's actually a tavern in the middle of the night. Be very careful." A gentle woman's voice came from outside the curtain. "I know, I'll go in and take a look first. You all wait for me outside." He walked into the room, his left hand resting behind his back. He looked around, his gaze finally locking onto Qin Ziwen behind the counter. When he clearly saw Qin Ziwen's face, a flicker of imperceptible shock flashed in his eyes. He sat down, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. "Innkeeper, bring some hot dishes and 2 bowls of clear water." "No need for wines." "All right, my shop is small and doesn't have much food. Please make do, guest." Qin Ziwen went to the back kitchen, boiled half a piece of preserved meat, sliced it, brought it up, and also brought 2 large bowls of warm water. After serving the food, Qin Ziwen felt some expectation. Someone wearing official robes like this was probably an official from ancient times, right? Would he tip more silver? The official-robed man took a bite of the preserved meat. It was a bit salty, so he drank 2 big mouthfuls of warm water. Then he raised his head, his eyes carrying a complex look. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "May I ask, do you have Dalian small bread?" Qin Ziwen's hand trembled. He looked up at the man in official robes and hesitated. Odd functions remain odd, even functions remain even. The official-robed man's eyes were full of confusion. Qin Ziwen asked again, "Big hammer 80. The official-robed man looked around left and right, puzzled. "Innkeeper, are you selling hammers, 80 yuan each?" Qin Ziwen stopped testing. He thought for a moment, staring at the official-robed man's face. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his mind. The figure of that scholar appeared in his thoughts. The 2 faces overlapped, bearing some resemblance. "So it's you." Seeing Qin Ziwen recognize him, the official-robed man immediately sighed. 23 long years have passed. I never expected you, innkeeper, to still look exactly as you did back then." Qin Ziwen laughed inwardly. "It's only been 9 days here for me, of course I look the same." But he didn't explain. "Wait a moment." Qin Ziwen finished speaking and went out from the back kitchen. He found the bookcase in the corner of the living room, picked it up, patted off the practically non-existent dust, and then returned to the tavern. The official-robed man was still sitting in his original spot. When he saw the bookcase Qin Ziwen brought in, his expression froze, and his face fell into reminiscence. He opened the bookcase, found the pair of new hemp shoes inside, took them out, and tears began to fall. He suddenly asked Qin Ziwen a question. "Innkeeper, back then when you invited me to stay, did you truly only want me to stay here?" "Nonsense, couldn't you see I was the only one working? I saw you looked honest and were a scholar, so I wanted you to stay and be an accountant, doubling as a waiter and manager on the side." "Ha ha ha ha," the man laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Innkeeper, would you like to hear my story?" Qin Ziwen glanced at the sky outside. "Go ahead, but don't make it too long. I'll need to close up and sleep soon." The man in official robes began to tell his story. His story was long, but telling it was short. Back then, when he went to the capital for the imperial examination, after losing his bookcase, he fled in panic from the mountain and unexpectedly encountered the family of his now wife. The following year, during a special imperial examination under the new emperor's grace, with the help of his wife's family, he went to the capital again for the exam. This time, he finally passed. He spent 22 years of frustration in the imperial court, ending up as a minor official. Because he backed the wrong faction, he was demoted to serve in the southern borderlands. This time, on his way to his post, he unexpectedly encountered that very same shop from back then. The man bowed from a distance towards Qin Ziwen. The road ahead is long and the mountains are high. If fate allows, perhaps we will meet again. He paused, then sighed with emotion. I wonder if you still have any Dalian small bread here. After tasting it back then, I searched all of Chang'an Prefecture but never tasted that flavor again. Qin Ziwen went out and brought him a small bread, its packaging already torn open, placed in a small bowl from the tavern. The man picked up the small bowl and smiled. I once told my wife about this. She thought I was making it up, saying I was just too hungry back then. Today, I will let her taste it and see if she still laughs at me. With that, the man took a gold ingot from his bosom and placed it on the table, bowing again from a distance to Qin Ziwen. Mountains and rivers separate us. I hope you, shopkeeper, take good care of yourself. After saying this, he picked up the small bowl, lifted his bookcase, turned, and left. Qin Ziwen stood behind the counter, watching until the swaying door curtain stopped moving, then reached out to pick up the gold ingot on the table, which was glowing with a faint yellow light. He gently hefted it in his hand. It probably weighed about 5 taels. Like the silver obtained before, this was also a usable currency. Qin Ziwen sighed with emotion. It would be great if we had a few more customers like that. He waited in the tavern a while longer, but no more customers came in. Finally, Qin Ziwen took down the lantern and returned to the bedroom. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 25th day. You obtained a card, acquired some currency through tavern transactions, hunted a wild boar. Comprehensive score 100 points. You have received a reward. Advanced building card, level 1 martial training ground *1. Qin Ziwen checked the reward, level 1 martial training ground. A training ground seemed to be a place for training soldiers in ancient times. But if he wasn't mistaken, the area required for a training ground definitely wouldn't be small. Sure enough, upon taking out this card and seeing the area it required, Qin Ziwen's face darkened. 30 by 40. It required a full 1,200 square meters of area. Fortunately, although this training ground required a large area, among other similar training grounds, this area was considered small. As for those large training grounds that could accommodate tens of thousands of troops for drills, even if he had a month, he might not necessarily be able to gather such a large area. He put away the card and after eating breakfast, Qin Ziwen came to the side of the fish pond. After the water in the fish pond was changed overnight, the 7-star fish and the 2 loaches in the bucket had already adapted to the water quality. He poured them into the fish pond. Afterwards, he let everyone out, but before leaving, he kept Li Taishan and Zhao Pu behind. Li Taishan and Zhao Pu each had their own tasks. This time, Qin Ziwen planned to first forge a batch of weapons. While they were still in the forest, they should purchase more wood. Once they reached the Gobi Desert, wood wouldn't be so common. Li Taishan's task was to forge spearheads. The refugees had dug several large baskets of iron ore over the past 2 days, enough to use for now. Zhao Pu's task was to purchase wood through his channels, prioritizing woods of suitable thickness like ash, cadrania wood, oak, and jujube wood. Afterwards, everyone gathered outside the south gate. Qin Ziwen, Qin Ziwu, Deng Guang, Li Yue, Du Yu, Wang Yun, and Yang Kunshan, 7 people. They were still missing 1 person. Coming. From inside the south gate, a tall, sturdy boy with somewhat loose skin came running over. Wang Yun said to Qin Ziwen, "This is Xiao Pang. His real name is Yuan Ming." "Brother Wang, Captain Qin," Xiao Pang greeted the two after arriving. Qin Ziwen nodded, sizing up this person. This Yuan Ming wasn't short, close to 190 centimeters tall. He wore a black jacket, had thick eyebrows, and his skin was fair with a reddish hue. His face still carried the flush from just having run, likely the type of complexion that flushes easily. "Welcome aboard, we're teammates from now on." Qin Ziwen extended his right hand. Yuan Ming hurriedly extended both hands. "Brother Wang already told me everything. I have a bit of strength. Just leave the physical labor to me from now on." "Common humans, Wang Yun's. Common humans, Yuan Ming's." This Yuan Ming also had a 3-star physique, among the stronger ones for ordinary people. Qin Ziwen said, "All right, let's talk as we walk up the mountain." On the way up the mountain, Wang Yun said, "I've been observing that giant toad these past 2 days. It basically goes down to the river about every half day, eats up all the mayfly corpses on the river surface, then comes ashore and rests lying on the bank. I think once the mayflies in the river are completely gone, it should leave. The path we're taking now is the one it used when it came down the mountain that time." Qin Ziwen tapped the ground beneath his feet with his foot. He paused, then continued, "Also, I know where its lair is. Our main task today is to find a suitable ambush location." Finally, Qin Ziwen explained the team's plan for how cards would be distributed. After hearing the first plan, Wang Yun hesitated for a moment but ultimately kept quiet. Qin Ziwen took the initiative to guide him. Dr. Wang, if you have any thoughts, just say them. Wang Yun looked at Qin Ziwen, thought for a moment, then said, regarding this plan, I think there might be a slight issue. That is, if other people in the team have other tasks to perform and can't participate in obtaining cards, wouldn't that lower their work motivation? After saying this, Wang Yun quickly added, of course, this is just my personal shallow opinion. My thinking might also have shortcomings that I myself haven't noticed. Qin Ziwen nodded, it's fine, I think what you said is quite right. Previously, Zhao Pu didn't go up the mountain for several consecutive days after becoming a building head. But in the end, Qin Ziwen still gave him a chance to obtain a card. Considering that Dr. Zhao, who stayed behind in the residential complex, also contributed to the team indirectly. Qin Ziwen suggested, then use a contribution point system. Wang Yun pondered and then said, that kind should be better, but how to evaluate contribution points is also a hassle. Qin Ziwen nodded, it's fine. We can discuss this further after we go back. We just need to establish a standard that everyone can accept. Just as they were talking, Yang Kunshan suddenly spoke up, how about this location? The others stopped and looked in the direction Yang Kunshan pointed. Directly ahead was a sunken pit in the ground. Compared to the surroundings, this area had the lowest terrain. Right next to it was a cliff ravine, about 40 to 50 meters high, quite steep. At the bottom of the pit, there was a lot of buried dry grass and dead leaves. On the slopes of the other three sides, there were also some trees and shrubs. Lure it to the bottom of the pit, then throw in Molotov cocktails. That would just create an encirclement. Once it's at the bottom, it'll be smoked and scorched. And since the ravine is right next to it, if we can startle it into jumping down itself, that would be even better. Wang Jun observed carefully for a while before raising a question. This location is decent, the depth is about 6 or 7 meters, but for something of that size, it's not too deep. If it jumps into the pit bottom, jumping back out shouldn't be too difficult. There probably aren't any deeper gullies or ravines along this route. Qin Ziwen recalled, thinking back from the mountain foot all the way to the vicinity of the cave. He indeed hadn't seen any pit that deep. However, there are 2 other places with similar terrain. The group then went up the mountain. After inspecting the other 2 locations and discussing among themselves, they ultimately rejected both. One was relatively gentle. Calling it a pit was a stretch, it was more like a gentle slope. The area around the other was too open, lacking cover, making an ambush very difficult to execute. Qin Ziwen pointed towards the deepest part. Lastly, there's inside the cave. Its dwelling is at the very back. There's water there, though not deep, but I'm concerned it might still have some impact on the Molotov cocktail tactic. The others arrived at the cave entrance, first casting a wary glance at the bat colony overhead. Then following the flashlight beam, they proceeded deep inside. Wang Jun couldn't help but marvel. So the altar is here, who could find this under normal circumstances? The journey up hadn't seemed to take much time, but that was only because they had a guide and didn't take any detours. Otherwise, on this pathless mountain, they might have wandered for half a month and still not necessarily found this cave located on the mountainside. This was because a flat area and a patch of woods in front of the cave blocked the surrounding view. A gray card floated above the altar. Building card level 1 field. Wang Jun exclaimed in surprise, it's actually this card, can anyone even use it? Seeing the others look over, he explained, our altar back at our place also refreshed a level 1 field card before. This card requires a land area of 400 square meters. That requirement is simply outrageous. Deng Guang chimed in, there's a type of card called an expansion card. It can expand the home's area. Wang Jun nodded, I know. It's the blank expansion card, right? But one blank expansion card only expands by 100 square meters. You'd need 4. Qin Ziwen cleared his throat lightly and added, you're probably referring to the micro blank expansion card. A small blank expansion card can expand by 400 square meters in one go. Deng Guang, standing to the side, understood in his heart. Brother Qin must have already opened up a field within his home. The ditch at his place had special effects, so this field definitely did too, either boosting yield or shortening the growth cycle. Looking at it this way, the value of those seeds and seedlings in the residential complex might not be lower in the future. Their value wasn't high before because there was nowhere to plant them. Once everyone could plant them in the future, the value of these seeds would have already been driven up. Letter 16B1 letter 1D656, Nyao circumflex letter 16D2 E hatchek S. Wang Jun murmured, so that's how it is. He looked at Qin Ziwen. Captain, how do you upgrade building cards? Qin Ziwen explained, 2 building cards of the same level used together can be upgraded to a higher level building. Deng Guang raised a question, does it have to be cards? What if they've already been used and turned into completed buildings? Qin Wen clarified, using them directly on the completed building works too. It's the same. Wang Jun said, oh okay, Captain, you take this card then. Even if we got it, we couldn't use it. Who knows when we'll be able to upgrade our buildings. The other members had no objections either. Qin Ziwen didn't decline. All right. Wang Jun moved closer, lowering his voice. Captain Qin, I have an extra level 1 field card at my place. Do you want it? I do, but I don't have a suitable card to trade with you right now. Wang Jun gave a carefree smile, no rush. You can give it to me later when you have something suitable. It's just sitting idle at my place anyway. Qin Ziwen's heart stirred. If he added Wang Jun's level 1 field card to his own, the field in his home could be upgraded to level 3. The field would become the first building to possess level 3 characteristics. He wondered to what extent the growth cycle of crops would be shortened when planted in a level 3 field. Even with the current level 2 field, he already felt the crops grew incredibly fast, especially the vegetables planted in it. Vegetables already had short growth cycles. Under the combined effects of the level 2 growth acceleration and level 2 fertility boosts, their leaves seemed to grow almost visibly before his eyes. There's another cave inside here. Wang Jun noticed another cave opening about 20-some meters past the altar. Qin Ziwen said, yes, that's probably where the giant toad hibernates. Wang Jun had a sudden realization, no wonder. He nodded, some of his previous confusion clearing up. I was wondering before. With a body that large, if it hibernated out in the open, it would easily be gnawed on by insects, small animals, or have parasites burrow into it. If it buried itself underground, its body is too big. Digging a pit large enough to accommodate it would be very difficult. This kind of cave makes more sense. The temperature inside is low, with basically no insect or animal activity. Plus, the location is hidden, easy to conceal. Yang Kunshin approached the cave entrance, observing the environment inside and looking at the rock wall near the opening, which was scratched and worn from friction. I think this place is also suitable for an ambush. Li Yue pointed to the adjacent pool. Here, but there's water right next to it. Wang Jun examined it, confirming the deepest part of the nearby water was only a bit over a meter, with shallower parts less than a meter. He pondered, as long as it's not a large expanse of water like a river's surface, it shouldn't be a big problem. Gasoline is lighter than water, it can burn on the water's surface. Adding some thickening agents, it can completely float and burn continuously on the water. The main thing is the space is narrow, place plenty of flammable materials. Once thick smoke billows and the fire ignites, the inside becomes a furnace. I think there's potential, also the cave is narrow. Once its eyes are smoked, the giant toad in a panic might not necessarily find the exit. Qin Ziwen stroked his chin, I think both sides have a point. Big brother, what do you think? I want both, set up ambushes at both places. The first is plan A, the second is plan B. Qin Ziwen felt both locations were good. Wang Jun looked somewhat troubled. That's possible, but I don't have enough gasoline prepared. Qin Ziwen said, if there's not enough gasoline, we go back and gather it now. There are so many cars in the residential complex, we won't lack gasoline. Let's go back and prepare, then come directly tomorrow morning to set things up. Returning to the residential complex, everyone began gathering various materials according to the plan discussed on the way back. Some went to trade for gasoline, others prepared glass bottles. Everyone took on their respective tasks and got busy. Wang Jun also gave Qin Ziwen the level 1 field card he had previously obtained and kept stored away. At the same time, he consulted Qin Muzhen. Dr. Qin, my wife's coughing and phlegm production today are much less than yesterday. She's just more drowsy. Is this normal? Qin Ziwen took some of the lean meat portions from the previously hunted black deer and gave them to Wang Jun. Take this back for sister-in-law to eat first. Deer meat is considered more yang or warming. Once sister-in-law's health improves, you can work with more peace of mind. Qin Muzhen added from the side, deer meat falls under warm tonification. Her constitution lanes cold, so eating this is fine. But remember, it should be stewed plainly without heavy seasoning. Wang Jun gratefully accepted the deer meat. All right, I'll head back first then. My lord, I've finished making the perch for the crowned eagle. Take a look. After Wang Yun left, Li Taishan found Qin Ziwen. He was carrying several thick branches, then right in front of Qin Ziwen, he inserted these branches into the sand in an X shape. Then he took out some wire to secure the connection points of the two branches, and finally placed a crossbeam between the two X-shaped supports. The crowned eagle tentatively landed on the crossbeam, its claws gripping the beam perfectly. It flapped its wings a few times, then gradually adapted to the stability. Does this have to be inserted into the sand? Qin Ziwen pointed at the supports. Li Taishan shook his head. No, I can forge an iron base for it later. That way it can be fixed without needing to be stuck in the sand. Thoughtful, how many spearheads have you made? Qin Ziwen inquired. Li Taishan quickly replied, My lord, I finished hammering out 2 spearheads today. As soon as we find suitable spear shafts, they can be turned into finished products immediately. Qin Ziwen looked at the new burn scars on Li Taishan's arm. You've worked hard. After a moment of thought, Qin Ziwen continued asking, Is there anything you want? Or anything you need for your work? Li Taishan shook his head. My lord, I know the current conditions of the home, being able to have a meal is satisfying enough. Qin Ziwen said, I'll note your contributions for now. When conditions improve later, I'll make it up to you. Yes, my lord. Hearing these words from his lord, Li Taishan felt the fatigue from a whole day's work vanish. He even felt like going to forge a few more wrought iron ingots to celebrate. After leaving the sandy area, Qin Ziwen came to his own level 2 field. He took out 2 level 1 field cards and used both cards simultaneously. The entire area was enveloped in white light. When the light faded, the black soil field had undergone some kind of change. The soil was still black, but it seemed to have become more viscous. Qin Ziwen squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. It felt like grabbing a clump of moist earth, but as he rubbed it between his fingers, the soil crumbled and fell back into the field. His fingertips weren't stained with much moisture. He cast Insight on the field. Level 3 field. Level 3 Growth Acceleration, Level 3 Fertility. No new traits were added, but the original 2 traits had both been upgraded to Level 3. To record the field's amplification speed on crops, Qin Ziwen found a small wooden stick and stuck it next to a spinach plant. Then he made a white mark on the stick as a reference point. On the other side, everyone was also systematically gathering items, busy all the way until evening. The main trading partners for gasoline were the other residents of Building 8, Unit 2. Upon learning they could trade gasoline for meat, most people decisively agreed. A small minority tried to find excuses to jack up the price. Behind the door of apartment 701, watching Qin Ziwen leave with a stony face. The woman of the house behind the door asked her husband worriedly, They won't stop buying, will they? The man of 701 said with certainty, Impossible. They'll definitely come back to buy. Even though I don't know what they want the gasoline for, if they need it, they'll definitely return. Letter 213, Letter 1F00, Letter 1D40D, Letter 1ED5, Letter 1D41B, S. The woman still felt her husband's price-gouging behavior just now was a bit excessive. What if they don't buy from us and go to others? It's not like only we have gasoline in the residential complex. Hearing this possibility his wife mentioned, the man felt a pang of panic in his heart. That wasn't an impossibility. He realized he might have made a mistake, but he didn't want to back down in front of his wife. It's fine. If he comes back, I'll just agree to his price. Besides, I heard his family got a lot of food, and last time they even carried back a whole wild boar. We're all neighbors, what's wrong with them sharing a bit more with me? Looking at her husband's stubborn temper, the woman sighed inwardly. She felt the other party probably wouldn't be coming back. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps coming up the stairs sounded from downstairs. Seeing this, the man became smug. What did I tell you? I'm telling you, even if it's cheaper, we won't buy a single drop of oil from your house. From now on, we won't do any business with your family at all. Qin Ziwen grew angrier the more he thought about it, and finally rushed back to deliver this harsh warning. You, the man's face turned livid with anger. After leaving 701, Qin Ziwen went to the neighboring Unit 1 to find people to trade with. Not long after, he gathered the required amount of gasoline. Returning home, Qin Ziwen found his older brother and told him about the frustrating encounter during the gasoline trade. Most people were fine, but there were always a few odd ones. Brother, 3 families tried to jack up the price. The one in 701 was the worst. They think because our family has a lot of meat, we should give them more. Isn't that just bullying honest people? Qin Ziwen said indignantly when mentioning this. After listening to his younger brother's account, Qin Ziwen pointed out the problem with his handling of the situation. You're still too young, too impulsive. Since you left, there was no need to specifically go back and deliver a warning. If they don't want to trade, just forget it. Some things you just need to know yourself. There's no need to say them out loud. Even if the deal falls through, goodwill remains. There might still be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Qin Ziwen looked at his brother suspiciously. Brother, is this something you would say? Hearing this, Qin Ziwen laughed in exasperation. I can't say that. Do you see me as some ruthless, vicious person who wipes out entire families over a disagreement? Qin Ziwen muttered something quietly. Qin Ziwen didn't catch it clearly, but he could guess it wasn't anything good. He lightly smacked his brother's head. All right, come with me to the rooftop to make Molotov cocktails. Then Qin Ziwen took Qin Ziwu to the rooftop. As soon as they arrived, they smelled the strong scent of gasoline in the air. A flashlight was on, illuminating this area of the rooftop. They didn't use open flames. Under Wang Yun's instruction, everyone quickly got the hang of making Molotov cocktails. Because the giant toad's back skin might be relatively soft, the Molotov cocktails might not shatter upon impact. So these cocktail bottles were pre-filled with some small, angular stones or metal pieces to increase the breakage rate upon hitting the target. They worked until almost midnight to finish. Because an additional ambush point had been set up, they made a total of 80 Molotov cocktails. In addition, there were 3 sealed buckets of gasoline. After finishing the work, they returned to their residence. Qin Ziwen had just finished showering and was lying in bed when he heard the daily score settlement in his ear. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 26th day and have obtained 2 cards. Comprehensive score 72 points. Rewards obtained. Building card level 1 laundry shop 1, building card level 1 brewery workshop 1, expansion card blank expansion card small asterisk 1. Laundry shop. Brewery workshop. Qin Ziwen silently shook his head. These 2 buildings, how to put it? Saying they're useful isn't exactly accurate. Saying they're useless isn't right either, but as the residential complex develops, these 2 functional buildings are indeed an indispensable part. After all, clothes need to be washed. It's just that currently, due to environmental reasons, basically every household washes their own. No one can afford the luxury of sending clothes to someone else to wash yet. Then there's the brewery workshop. What normal person has surplus grain to make alcohol, unless brewing can create greater value than the grain itself, or unless the alcohol brewed in the brewery workshop has special effects? But Qin Ziwen thought of his own tavern. Most of the food prices in the tavern aren't very expensive. What's expensive is mainly the alcohol. If he could later obtain a building that uses currency for transactions, then the field brewery workshop tavern and that unknown new building could be linked into a complete industrial chain. However, that's a matter for later. At this stage, his own family's food supply isn't even guaranteed to be sufficient. Although the scale of the home is getting larger as more and more people join, the daily food consumption is also increasing. Thinking of this, Qin Ziwen felt perhaps he could try expanding into a new business, such as trading coarse salt. But if he starts trading coarse salt, it means his team and Zhang Bo will have conflicting interests. Either engage in a price war or both sides agree on a unified price, or one side swallows up the other. Having obtained a new blank expansion card, Qin Ziwen now had a place to put the lava fortress. However, it was too late today, so Qin Ziwen simply chose to go to sleep. The next morning, after waking up, Qin Ziwen got out of bed and went to the adjacent blank expanded area. First, he used the blank expansion card small. Connecting directly along the edge of the original area, a 20*40 area was formed. But in the lower left corner, there was a 2*2 underground cave entrance, which happened to be stuck right in the middle of this otherwise complete area. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, then simply pushed his bed back a distance, leaving a space in the master bedroom, and then moved the underground cave entrance into the master bedroom. After the arrangement was complete, he stood by the bed, admiring the 2 openings in his master bedroom. One underground cave, one cellar. His master bedroom really was full of holes. Qin Ziwen looked into the distance, then took out the advanced building card, the lava fortress, and chose to use it. A vast expanse of continuous light enveloped the entire area ahead. Lava fortress merging with underground cave. Merge successful. What met his eyes was that the originally grayish-white flat land of the blank expanded area had completely disappeared, transforming into a stretch of dry, cold, open-air black rocky ground. The black rocky ground maintained a solidified posture, covered entirely in fissures. Faint white mist slowly drifted out from the cracks in the rocky ground, dispersing quickly upon contact with the air. The area in contact with his master bedroom had been built into a massive entrance. Neat, whole blocks of granite were cut with extreme precision, stacked piece by piece to construct a wide staircase about 10 meters across, extending downward. Huge stone pillars were distributed on both sides of the long staircase. Qin Ziwen walked down, descending nearly 10 meters deep. The heat at the end of the steps suddenly intensified, a wave of hot air mixed with a faint smell of sulfur hitting him in the face. The stone staircase also abruptly ended, leaving only uneven rocky ground. Then he saw an extremely spectacular sight. A slowly flowing stream of lava trickled out from the far end, flowing through a central channel. As it flowed, it made a soft gurgle-gurgle sound with occasional lava bubbles popping open. The rolling waves of heat were emanating from this source. Qin Ziwen pondered, "This lava is so hot, I wonder if it can be repurposed." As he approached, he found this lava stream wasn't very wide, only about 2 meters or so. However, he didn't know what material the pitch-black channel was made of. Letter 1E5B, a letter 1D40D, Omicron, letter 1D41B, Epsilon, letter 1D668. This channel confined the lava within it. 2 small tributaries extended from the side of the channel. The tributaries converged nearby, forming 2 1-meter-wide lava pools. Above each lava pool was suspended a black stone pot. These stone pots were likely made of the same material as the channel. The lava in these pools wasn't constantly full. Instead, it would fill up periodically, then slowly drain away, rising and falling like a tide. Although spectacular, and even providing him with a lava stream, this place gave Qin Ziwen a feeling of being a half-finished product. It was too empty. Many areas still maintained the purely natural structure of an underground cave. There's a pool of water here too. Qin Ziwen discovered that on the right side, against the wall on the ground, there was a deep blue shimmering pool. The pool wasn't large or deep, and the water was icy cold to the bone. There weren't many artificial traces in the cave, which seemed somewhat inconsistent with the term fortress. Apart from the somewhat spectacular stone staircase leading in here, everything else was natural and pristine. He cast insight on the lava fortress. Lava fortress. Level 2 metal refinement, Level 1 rapid melting, Level 1 metal toughness enhancement. Special effect. Metals purified within the lava fortress gain increased hardness while maintaining their original characteristics. So this was a metal refinement factory. Now understanding the building's purpose, Qin Ziwen guessed those 2 stone pots were probably the places for refining metal. 1 metal toughness enhancement, plus the special effect. Metals purified within the lava fortress gain increased hardness while maintaining their original characteristics, simultaneously enhancing both toughness and strength. Metal materials processed here would see their strength increase by more than just 1 grade. This was core technology. Using the same materials, the resulting items would have higher strength. Qin Ziwen felt that if Li Taishan knew about this place, he would definitely be very happy. He looked towards the source of the lava and its endpoint. Both emerged from a pitch-black cave. This cave extended beyond the building's boundary, as if generated out of thin air, but he didn't dwell on it, just like how the spring could generate water from nothing. Returning to the surface, Qin Ziwen found Li Taishan and informed him of the new building, the lava fortress, and its uses. After listening, Li Taishan was brimming with enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to return to the blacksmith, take a shovelful of crushed iron ore from a basket, and then follow Qin Ziwen to the lava fortress to place the iron ore into the black pot. Upon contact with the black pot, the surface of the iron ore emitted a sizzling blue smoke. Then it slowly melted, eventually turning into a pool of golden red liquid. The scene was very similar to stir-frying rock sugar for caramel color in an iron wok. As time passed, the lava pool beneath gradually became thinner. The temperature of the black pot decreased, and the melted iron ore inside gradually solidified, finally turning into an iron cake with a steely sheen embedded in the bottom of the pot. Li Taishan picked up the long-handled shovel beside the black pot and gave the bottom a scoop. The iron cake wasn't stuck to the pot bottom, it was easily scooped up. Swinging the shovel, he tossed it, flipping the iron cake onto the ground. Li Taishan lightly touched the iron cake on the ground with his sleeve cuff. It emitted a sizzling white smoke, and soon a scorching smell wafted over. "Sir, it's still hot. It needs to be quenched with cold water, that might be better." He looked around but couldn't find a water bucket. Qin Ziwen pointed to the pool nearby. "There's a pool over there. You can forge an iron bucket yourself later and fetch water from there." Li Taishan quickly nodded, extremely satisfied with this place. He didn't need to put in much effort at all. The iron ore could automatically be refined into iron cakes. Any helper could do this job, allowing him to focus solely on forging tools. Moreover, this black pot was miraculous. He planned to try later, adding different proportions of carbon powder to see if he could directly refine that high-carbon steel Li Yue had told him about. After giving some instructions, Qin Ziwen brought the reluctant Li Taishan back to the living room for breakfast. During breakfast, Li Taishan was absent-minded, his thoughts completely occupied by his new workspace. After breakfast, Qin Ziwen and the others gathered their tools and went up the mountain to set up the site, preparing for the hunt. The card refreshed on the altar today was a small blank expansion card. Except for Qin Ziwen, everyone else was seeing this card for the first time. Everyone wanted it, because only with a sufficiently spacious area could they use some of the subsequent cards. But there was only one card, so it was temporarily left with Qin Ziwen. After hunting the giant toad, it would be distributed based on contribution. The site and traps were set up in an orderly manner. Simultaneously, everyone deduced the giant toad's possible reactions, preparing escape routes and backup plans. They worked busily until evening, finally completing all preparations. Everything was ready. All they needed was the east wind. Everyone sat resting on a flat, open area of the hillside. Just don't know if that giant toad will return to its lair today or tomorrow, Deng Guang murmured to himself. At its speed, if we only set out from the complex when it starts heading back, we might not make it in time. Li Yue pondered for a moment, then said, "It's either today or it's tomorrow." "That's just stating the obvious," the others rolled their eyes. Wang Yun said, "I checked the number of mayflies in the river this morning. There were basically none left, and not many mayfly corpses remained on the water's surface either. Judging by that giant toad's appetite, it's highly likely to be today." Yang Kunshan said, "Most probably today." Just as everyone was discussing, a faint yet distinct sound suddenly came from the foot of the mountain, like a heavy hammer striking deep in everyone's hearts. Thump! This familiar sound made Qin Ziwen stand up involuntarily. It's here. He felt his heart pounding wildly. He couldn't tell if it was nervousness or fear, but he could sense his adrenaline quietly secreting right now. "Everyone get ready," Qin Ziwen reminded the group. "Everyone don't be too scared. No matter how big its body is, it's still a toad. Toads as animals are not particularly brave. If it gets injured, it will most likely run away. We don't need to deliberately block it. Even if it escapes back to the mountain cave, we have a plan B," Wang Yun comforted everyone. Yuan Ming's fair cheeks were flushed crimson. He widened his eyes, his breathing somewhat rapid. "Damn it all, I've never killed such a huge monster before. If we succeed, I must take lots of photos as a memento." The giant toad's leaping sounds from the foot of the mountain grew closer and closer. Everyone hid. The footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Suddenly, the giant toad stopped. Qin Ziwen, hiding behind a rock, sensed the silence in the air and his heart tightened violently. Had they been discovered? After quite a while, the giant toad moved. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. The giant toad jumped into the pit. With a flick of its tongue, it scooped up the two mayfly corpses placed at the bottom of the pit and stuck them into its mouth. Letter 1D633, A letter 2115, B Cyrillica letter T3F. The pit floor was densely packed with over a dozen mayfly corpses, all of which they had fished out from the river downstream. Although the giant toad had monopolized the most densely populated area of mayflies in the river, the mayflies were active throughout this stretch of the river course. Some mayfly corpses that the giant toad hadn't eaten still drifted downstream with the current, becoming food for the fish in the river. Previously, these mayfly larvae ate the fish in the river while swimming upstream. Now their corpses and newly hatched young became food for the river fish. Every action, every consequence, it's all part of the cycle. The giant toad's tiny brain couldn't be bothered to think about why there were mayfly corpses here and why the surrounding ground seemed to have a strange smell. But it didn't matter. For it, if it saw something, it would just eat it along the way. It was that simple, because it hadn't encountered a natural predator for many years. Although it sensed some strange little bugs around, it didn't pay them any mind as they weren't on its menu. On the hillside not far away, Qin Ziwen and Du Yu stood up simultaneously, drawing their bows and nocking arrows, each holding a compound bow. The two aimed at the giant toad's left and right eyes respectively. The giant toad's eyes were huge, as big as lanterns. Naturally, they were also easier to hit. Whoosh. The giant toad detected movement. Its powerful dynamic capture ability allowed it to observe two black afterimages approaching. But its body couldn't react in time. Its unique physical structure dictated that when facing such high-speed moving targets, the only thing that could react was its tongue. Its strong, tougher-than-a-whip tongue instinctively shot out, instantly batting away one arrow. A pain sensation came from the tip of its tongue. The sharp arrowhead had also cut its tongue tip. Immediately after, its left eye went dark, and a more intense stabbing pain flooded its mind. Uguaras. The giant toad let out a long cry. It raised its head. An arrow was deeply embedded in its eye, piercing the eyeball and stabbing inside. Its claws dug into the ground. It was about to leap. But several strange sounds came from within its eardrums. Crack tilde. Immediately after, searing pain erupted fiercely on its back, near its feet, and on its abdomen. Flames covered its entire body. Its thick skin initially blocked the flames, but as the flames burned through the keratin layer, intense pain stimulated all its nerves. It was these little bugs. The giant toad's remaining single eye glared fiercely at the surrounding group of little bugs. It opened its large mouth and its tongue lashed out like a whip. Thump. The tongue landed on a tree. The tree trunk was smashed open into a large hole as if struck by some blunt weapon. After losing one eye, the giant toad's vision was greatly affected. Its pride and joy precision was drastically reduced. It spat out its tongue 7 or 8 times in succession, but each shot was crooked and slanted, landing far from any person. Throw the second round of Molotov cocktails and then retreat. Qin Ziwen finished speaking and quickly backed away. While speaking, he noticed the giant toad tilt its head slightly towards his direction. Molotov cocktails dealt continuous damage. As the cocktails piled on, the burning area on the giant toad's back grew larger and larger. Everyone threw the second round of Molotov cocktails. Crack! The Molotov cocktails shattered one after another, breaking open on the giant toad's back. Flames clung to its body, burning fiercely. The giant toad leaped into the air, jumping 7 or 8 meters high, like a meteorite shooting forward. Booms! The giant toad's massive body crashed directly into a large tree that would take 2 people to embrace. The trunk shook violently, bending into an arch shape. Crack! A fissure split open on the tree trunk's surface. Leaves rustled down. The entire tree leaned forward, its roots upturned, churning up waves of soil from the ground. The giant toad was also shaken dizzy. Grr! An angry sound rumbled from the giant toad's throat. Its body ablaze with flames, it turned its head. An arrow was stuck in one eye, blood mixed with fluid constantly dripping down. Its other eye stared fixedly at Yuan Ming. The intense pain made it extend its left claw to constantly paw at its eye, but this only drove the arrow deeper and deeper, making the wound more and more severe. Grr! The giant toad stopped its action. With its single remaining eye, it stared fixedly at Yuan Ming to its right front. The others anxiously gestured to Yuan Ming, signaling him to get away quickly. After the second round of Molotov cocktails was thrown, everyone had already slowly retreated, but Yuan Ming's position was closest to the giant toad, with a cliff right beside him. The corner of Yuan Ming's mouth twitched. He wanted to retreat too, but his legs felt weak. He thought he wouldn't be afraid when facing the giant toad head-on, but he found he had overestimated his body's instincts. This was a terrifying monster that, just lying there, was taller than a single-story building. Yuan Ming leaned on the nearby tree, slowly stood up, and then began backing away slowly. Suddenly, the giant toad moved. Like a gust of fierce wind, it leaped heavily towards Yuan Ming. Boom. The giant toad slammed heavily into a tree that would take 3 people to embrace. The trunk bent, and the recoil force flung it sideways. Half its body nearly fell off the cliff. Fortunately, it reacted in time, its 2 claws hooking desperately into the soil, maintaining its position. Then, bit by bit, it began climbing up. Good opportunities. Qin Ziwen and Du Yu simultaneously drew their compound bows again, aiming at the giant toad's only remaining eye. The 2 stood left and right. Whoosh. Uguas. The giant toad released its claws and fell off the cliff. Everyone heard an extremely dull, heavy thud. Coming to the cliff edge, they saw the giant toad lying motionless at the bottom of the ravine. Yuan Ming, are you okay? Qin Ziwen helped up Yuan Ming, who had fallen to the ground. A large lump had swollen on Yuan Ming's forehead, and his eyes were tightly closed. Wang Yun's expression was grave. It was probably caused by a secondary impact after the tree was bent by the collision. We'll carry him down later. The 6 of them came to the cliff edge, looking at the giant toad lying at the ravine bottom, its hind legs still twitching. It's still not dead after such a fall. Qin Ziwen clicked his tongue in amazement. Qin Ziwen said, throw the Molotov cocktails. Everyone found the hidden Molotov cocktails and threw them down from the cliff. Flames gradually covered the giant toad. The giant toad's body twitched intermittently within the flames. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a large amount of white light points condensed from its body surface, converging above its body to form 5 cards. After dealing with the giant toad, everyone turned their attention back to Yuan Ming, who was still unconscious. Someone give me a hand here, Wang Yun called out. 2 people worked together to gently roll Yuan Ming onto his side, keeping him in a lateral recumbent position. After a moment's thought, Qin Ziwen took off his jacket and draped it over Yuan Ming. Qin Ziwen frowned. I've heard you shouldn't move an unconscious person carelessly. That is indeed the common advice. The best approach is to call for an ambulance, Wang Yun nodded, then smiled wryly. But we can't wait for rescue anymore, we have to figure something out ourselves. Wang Yun lowered his head, looking worriedly at the large, swollen bump on Yuan Ming's forehead. I'm just concerned this coma is caused by damage to the cranial nerves. If that's the case, it would be very troublesome. Qin Ziwen suggested, regardless, let's try something. Dr. Wang, what should we do in this situation? Wang Yun said, I'll do my best to try. With that, he squatted down, wrapped his finger with a clean corner of clothing, gently lifted Yuan Ming's eyelid, and observed his pupil. Deng Guang asked curiously, Dr. Wang, I've noticed many doctors like to check patients' pupils. What's the principle behind that? After checking both of Yuan Ming's pupils, Wang Yun let out a slight sigh of relief and turned his head to explain. If the pupils are asymmetrical, it indicates brain damage. His pupils are relatively symmetrical. Captain, lend me your flashlight. Qin Ziwen handed the solar flashlight to Wang Yun, who set it to the dimmest setting. He then covered it with another layer of clothing to make the light as non-stimulating as possible. He performed a pupillary light reflex test on Yuan Ming. After checking and confirming once more, Wang Yun finally pressed on Yuan Ming's philtrum. Deng Guang, standing nearby, suddenly whispered excitedly, "He moved." He moved. Yuan Ming, lying on the ground, had his eyelashes quiver slightly. The others gathered around, watching as Yuan Ming slowly opened his eyes. Qin Ziwen asked curiously, "How do you feel?" Yuan Ming opened his eyes, looking dazed at first. After quite a while, his focus gradually sharpened. "My head hurts." Wang Yun's expression changed slightly. "It won't leave any lasting effects, will it? Where exactly does it hurt?" "I don't know." Yuan Ming first shook his head, then seemed to sense something. He reached out, touched the large bump on his own forehead and pressed it gently. The pain made him suck in a sharp breath. SSS. Seeing this, Wang Yun actually relaxed. "You've got swelling there." "It's fine, don't overthink it." Qin Ziwen asked, "Are you still conscious?" Yuan Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Then what's 1,784 multiplied by 5,645? Yuan Ming looked up, bewildered. He felt like maybe he wasn't that clear-headed after all. Qin Ziwen shot his younger brother an annoyed look. "Stop teasing him, he just woke up." Only then did Yuan Ming realize Qin Ziwen was joking with him. He immediately chuckled and got up from the ground. "I'll tell you after I get a calculator." Ra letter 1D40D Armenian, Huainus, letter 1D587 Eoganek letter 10314. Once standing, Yuan Ming recalled the earlier scene with lingering fear. "That was almost the death of me just now. Thankfully, the big tree was mighty." That giant toad had just charged straight at him like that. A dark, oppressive mass like a mountain, more thrilling than bungee jumping. He walked over to the front of this tree, which had a diameter close to 1.5 meters. Behind it, where the giant toad had struck, large patches of bark had peeled off. The tree trunk was riddled with many cracks and roots were exposed above the ground. The originally straight tree was now tilted nearly 20 degrees, as if hit by a speeding car. Seeing that he could walk on his own, was clear-headed and logical, the others let him follow the group on his own feet. After all, none of them were professional doctors. While they worried there might be aftereffects or something, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't perform a CT scan or an MRI here. Walking at the back of the group descending the mountain, Qin Ziwen looked at the setting sun in the west and suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Their current living environment was quite similar to that of ancient people. Minor illnesses could be treated, but major illnesses depended on fate. "Hey, big brother, walk faster. Hurry down the mountain to find the cards." Qin Ziwen, walking ahead, turned around, put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly. Qin Ziwen snapped out of his thoughts and quickened his pace. "Coming." Because the giant toad had fallen off the cliff, the group took a detour and finally reached the ravine bottom. The flames here were gradually dying out, and the sky was turning pitch black. The giant toad's abdomen was scorched black, its limbs stiff, like a solidified sculpture. Right above its corpse, 5 cards slowly rotated on its belly, their emitted light particularly eye-catching in the night. The most conspicuous was the card in the center, radiating a golden light. Qin Ziwen had seen cards with similar patterns before resource cards. The other resource cards he had seen were all silver with black borders. This one, however, was gold with a black border. Apart from that, the other 4 cards surrounding it at the corners were respectively 2 gray ones, 1 silver with black border and 1 yellow card. The yellow-colored card was also seen for the first time. One could only say it truly lived up to being a colossal monster. Luck had played a significant role in being able to hunt it this time. After it fell off the cliff and lay immobilized on the ground, it took a full dozen minutes of burning from the Molotov cocktails alone to die, which was enough to see its terrifying vitality. If it hadn't fallen off the cliff in an open area, they wouldn't have been able to stop it if it wanted to run. Moreover, the gasoline used this time was indeed an effective weapon. If it were firewood or other combustibles, it would have been impossible to achieve such adhesive burning. But high difficulty meant great rewards. A full 5 cards. Qin Ziwen climbed onto the giant toad's abdomen and retrieved all 5 cards. "We hit the jackpot, big brother. I've never seen so many cards at once." Everyone gathered around, taking turns holding and examining the 5 cards. Building card, level 1 orchard, building card, level 1 carpenter's hut, resource card, level 1 spring, advanced resource card, level 1 healing spring, building enhancement card, randomly grants 1 special effect. Among them, the most valuable were the advanced resource card and the building enhancement card. The advanced resource card goes without saying, it's rarer than ordinary resource cards. One could guess the general purpose of this healing spring just from its name. It should be able to treat injuries or cure illnesses. Whichever type it is, in the current environment, it is a strategic-level resource. Then there's the Building Enhancement card, which can grant a building a special effect. This special effect is not the same as a characteristic. Something like growth acceleration is a characteristic, whereas the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery's ability to generate arrows out of thin air is a special effect. In Qin Ziwen's view, the biggest difference between ordinary buildings and advanced buildings lies in these special effects. Of course, the characteristics of advanced buildings are also somewhat better than those of ordinary buildings. Qin Ziwen said to the group, "These 5 cards plus the blank expansion card we obtained today make a total of 6 cards. We'll assign different contribution point standards based on their value. Those who accumulate enough contribution points can exchange for them. How does that sound?" "Fair enough, that seems fair," Wang Yun nodded. Yuan Ming expressed his agreement. "No problem, we'll all listen to you, Captain." He felt the atmosphere in this new team was really good. Even though he had just passed out, the others in the team hadn't given up on him. Li Yue chuckled, "We'll listen to you, big brother." Deng Guang had even less of an objection. He had always believed he was just an ordinary, unremarkable person. Being able to survive safely until today was largely because he had latched onto the right person. There were plenty of people in the residential complex with more ability than him, but now he had cards, and his family had stored away dozens of pounds of preserved meat. That already put him ahead of 80% of the people in the complex. Choice sometimes is more important than effort. Qin Ziwen said, "All right, then I'll hold on to these cards for now. After we go back, we'll discuss together and assign a value to each of these cards." Then he looked at the giant toad corpse beside them. Deng Guang stared at such a huge corpse and swallowed hard. Bullfrogs are edible. This giant toad should probably be edible too, right? Li Yue leaned over, sniffed. The air still carried the smell of gasoline and a strong burnt odor. He said hesitantly, "We doused it with so much gasoline it's probably soaked in by now. Can we still eat it?" Wang Yun frowned. After gasoline burns, toxic substances seep into the corpse. Moreover, toads themselves are poisonous. The most poisonous toad on Earth is the South American cane toad, with an average body length of only 12 centimeters, but the toxin on its body can directly kill a crocodile. Also, although a toad's poison glands are only on its back, if it was stimulated to secrete a large amount of venom before death, the toxin might have seeped into the muscles or internal organs. Li Yue found a stick, walked over to the corpse, and poked at a poison gland on the side of its back. Squelgatilda. The charred poison gland was easily punctured. Thick, viscous, burnt yellow fluid burst out. Li Yue reacted quickly, taking half a step back to avoid it. But the top part of the stick in his hand began to smolder with a burnt smoke. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment. "Cut some meat from its legs, don't eat it when we get back. We can use it to feed the crocodiles in the river." Everyone spread out and, with great effort, managed to cut 2 large chunks of meat from the giant toad's legs. "Not sure if it's because it was burned, but the muscle on the legs is as hard as rock. We had to slowly grind it off with a knife," Qin Ziwen complained. The group extinguished the remaining fires in the area and then began their return journey. 2 hours later, after passing through the dense forest, they returned to the area outside the residential complex. Tonight, the complex was somewhat lively. Even though it was already 8 o'clock, there were still quite a few people setting up stalls in the open space of the central area. Recently, the infectious disease within the complex had gradually been brought under control. Those infected with weaker resistance had basically all died. Letter 16B1 alpha, O symbol 340 beta, E umlaut, letter 1D634. Those with stronger resistance had also recovered one after another. Coupled with the giant toad's departure, the dark cloud hanging over many neighbors' heads had dissipated. Over the past few days, many people had been on edge, worried that the giant toad by the river would suddenly go berserk and attack the buildings. Especially the residents living on the lower floors were even more worried. Before, they thought living on lower floors had its advantages, like not having to climb stairs every day. Now it seemed the safety issue on lower floors was actually more severe. Some residents had nailed wooden planks outside their windows, sealing them up tightly. Qin Ziwen and the others passed through the buildings and headed directly back to Building 8. After going upstairs, they arrived at Unit 502. This was Wang Yun's first time visiting Qin Ziwen's home. Entering the living room, his first sight was the spectacular celestial star arrow gallery positioned at the balcony area. His mouth fell open. He turned his head incredulously to look at Qin Ziwen. Seriously, buddy, I know you're impressive, but isn't a building this huge a bit too outrageous? Are you cheating? Wang Yun opened his mouth, words seemed to catch in his throat, and he finally gave a bitter smile. I am truly convinced. Yuan Ming, the easygoing, burly guy, sat down somewhat awkwardly. After a long while, he finally managed to say, no wonder you're the captain. Qin Ziwen said, this is an advanced building, the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. You can practice archery inside. Practicing archery inside is faster than outside. In the future, team members who have earned recognition can come here to practice during their free time. Yuan Ming asked curiously, Captain, how do you earn recognition? Wang Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. This simpleton, I really wonder if his head got knocked against a tree. The captain was willing to bring you to his home. What do you think that means? Yuan Ming /. After hearing the purpose of this building, a strange light flashed in Yang Kunshan's eyes. With this building, couldn't we quickly train a batch of skilled archers? Qin Ziwen said, our team isn't large. During today's hunt, I noticed a problem. This time we used Molotov cocktails. What about next time? Gasoline will eventually run out. When hunting wild beasts, having a stable long-range attack method is very important. I don't expect everyone to become master archers, but becoming proficient with a bow and arrow shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, brother Qins. Since I was a kid, I felt I might be a buried archery prodigy. Now I finally have a place to prove myself. From now on, you can call me Little Yang Yaoji. Li Yue said excitedly. Yuan Ming coughed. I also think Little Li Guang sounds better. Qin Ziwen reminded them, by the way, Dr. Wang, brother Yuan, I forgot to mention something to you. The next map is the Gobi Desert. In the next few days, try to gather more water and some tools that can store water. Hearing this, Wang Yun's expression turned serious. Understood, Captain. Then everyone began discussing the contribution points required to exchange for these 6 cards. Although the debate got heated, with faces turning red, the overall atmosphere remained fairly good. If the next map is the Gobi Desert, the value of this spring will definitely increase. It can't be calculated as an ordinary resource card. What if the map after that is an island? That's not a problem for the map after next. Let's focus on surviving the next map first. Then this healing spring, judging by its name, is also a spring. The water inside might not only heal injuries, but also quench thirst. The carpenter's hut isn't bad. That Huang Tao has been making a big fuss about it. Recently, he's earned quite a few resources relying on that carpenter's hut. Have you considered that the carpenter's hut doesn't come with a carpenter? Just like how wife cakes don't come with a wife. But if managed well, it should be able to earn a fair amount. It's not that easy, Sai. First, finding a skilled carpenter isn't simple. Second, if you use the carpenter's hut for business, you're competing directly with Huang Tao. The residential complex is only so big, the customer base is limited. High-end business wars often use the simplest methods. Someone might wait for you to get off work, send people to poach your carpenter. Does the orchard card directly give you a large orchard? That would be a god-tier card. Probably not. It's likely similar to the field, just giving you an area where you can plant fruit trees, and the trees inside will grow faster. My god, then you'd have to go find fruit trees yourself. This card is such a trap. It seems not all cards are useful. Everyone engaged in a fierce discussion for nearly half an hour. Finally, they arrived at an exchange price. They also decided that this exchange value was only applicable to this current batch of cards. If the map changed later, or if everyone's living conditions improved, newly acquired cards would need to have their exchange prices reassessed. However, the exchange prices for cards already decided would not be changed. First, the building card, Level 1 Orchard, was assessed as the currently most useless card in terms of value, requiring only 3 contribution points. The building card, Level 1 Carpenter's Hut, was considered relatively more valuable, but required self-management, and the complex already had a similar building, posing a competitive risk. It was set at 5 contribution points. The expansion card, Blank Expansion Card Small, was an essential prerequisite card for buildings requiring high ground area. The additional 400 square meters of space was very tempting, just using it as storage space was valuable. Therefore, it was set at 8 contribution points. The resource card, Level 1 Spring, held extremely high value in the next new map, belonging to the high-value resource category. However, the output of a Level 1 Spring was extremely limited, barely enough for personal drinking needs, making it difficult to trade. Hence, it was set at 6 contribution points. The Advanced Resource Card Level 1 Healing Spring, suspected of having spring-like functions while also possessing healing effects, and being an advanced card itself, was considered a high-value, universally applicable God-tier card across all maps. It was set at 25 contribution points. The Building Enhancement card could randomly grant a building a special effect. Theoretically, its value was not inferior to an advanced building card. However, the uncertainty of the random effect cast a shadow over it. If it randomly gave a useless special effect, it would be a waste, greatly reducing its value. Therefore, it was set at 8 contribution points. After evaluating the exchange price required for the cards, the next step was to establish the standards for evaluating contribution points. After a series of discussions, a simple plan was finally settled on. That is, if a hunting target drops a card, 80% of the card's total value will be divided internally among the team members who participated in that hunt. Qin Ziwen said, "After all, the risk of hunting beasts is still very high. Those participating in the hunt are frontline combat personnel. The risks on the front line are significant and death is a constant possibility." Yang Kunshan expressed agreement. Where there is a heavy reward, there will be brave men. In the military, rewards and punishments must also be clear and fair, so that soldiers can fight bravely and kill the enemy. The total value of the cards dropped this time was 55 contribution points. 80% of that is 44 points. Wang Yun said, "Captain, you provided the return route for that giant toad. You should take a larger share." Yuan Ming quickly chimed in. "Yeah, Captain, you and Brother Du were the ones who shot out that toad's eye. If you hadn't blinded it in one eye, it wouldn't have jumped crookedly later. It was those last 2 arrows you shot that finally made it fall. You guys deserve the greatest credit. I think getting just a few contribution points is enough for me." Qin Ziwen laughed. "I only provided the route. The specific ambush location was suggested by Yang Kunshan. The Molotov cocktail tactic was proposed by Dr. Wang, and he even provided 30 of them for free. How can we calculate it like that? Everyone on our team contributed to hunting that giant toad this time. Every single person was indispensable. The battlefield changes in an instant. The best-laid plans can't compare to on-the-spot performance. Just look at this time. We didn't even get to use Plan B before we killed it directly. Who could have predicted that? I believe that in a moment of crisis, you all would have stepped up too. It's just that this time you didn't get the chance to show it. How about this? There are 8 of us. 5 times 8 is 40. Everyone gets 5 contribution points. Then Wang Yun, Du Yu, Yang Kunshan, and I will each take an extra point. What does everyone think?" Wang Yun smiled. "I think it's fine. Let's settle it like that." Seeing that the 2 who contributed the most this time had no objections, everyone else silently accepted. Yuan Ming felt somewhat ashamed, thinking he didn't deserve those 5 points. He decided that if he participated in a hunt next time, he would definitely perform well. Deng Guang also said nothing. He just silently kept it in his heart. Li Yue scratched his head. So he just got 5 contribution points like that. According to the team's evaluation standards, the contribution points he earned this time were roughly equivalent to an ordinary building card. Thinking of it that way, Li Yue was inwardly astonished. Brother Qin is simply too generous. Only by following a boss like this does one have a future. Qin Ziwen asked, "Does anyone want to exchange for cards?" Yuan Ming shook his head. Having gotten contribution points without much effort, he was too embarrassed to pick a card first. He planned to let others choose first. Li Yue also shook his head. He was alone and unattached. His contribution points were only enough to exchange for the carpenter's hut or the orchard. Even if he got them, he wouldn't have the time to manage them. It was better to just save the points. Deng Guang had some thoughts about the orchard, but after thinking about it, he quickly gave up the idea. Because there simply wasn't any space at home to build an orchard. It was better to save contribution points and honestly exchange for an expansion card later. Wang Yun looked at Qin Ziwen. "Captain, you exchange first." Qin Ziwen shrugged. "Big brother, you can use my contribution points. I don't really want to exchange for anything." Qin Ziwen looked at the advanced resource card and the building enhancement card. There was no immediate need to exchange for ordinary cards, because the daily settlement was highly likely to give ordinary cards. Instead, these 2 new types of cards he had never seen before made his heart stir a little. But the building enhancement card was too random. Qin Ziwen's target was still the healing spring. He was still 8 contribution points short of exchanging for the healing spring. Qin Ziwen said frankly, "I want to exchange for the healing spring, but I'm short some contribution points. I also don't have anything particular I want to exchange for. Letter 1E5D, letter 1D622, and O symbol 34D small cap B, yeah." Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. Even though these cards weren't exchanged for, all the cards were stored with him. After midnight tonight, wouldn't he be able to ride the wave of the daily settlement's benefits and take off directly? Wang Yun was stunned, then chuckled. All right, you guys just keep being polite then. I want to exchange for that level 1 spring. Okay, Qin Ziwen handed the level 1 spring card to Wang Yun. Wang Yun took the card and carefully stored it away. Afterwards, Wang Yun and the others went to experience the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, exclaiming in wonder. But Wang Yun still solemnly warned the others, everyone is part of the same team now. Absolutely do not talk about this carelessly outside or brag about it. Otherwise, before Captain Qin even has to do anything, I'll be the first one who won't let you off. Before leaving, Wang Yun walked at the back of the group and said quietly to Qin Ziwen, you're really something, willing to expose this building. But I've known Yuan Ming for 4 or 5 years. I can confirm his personality is exactly as it appears. He's a pretty genuine guy. Qin Ziwen nodded, I know, but if you use someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt someone, don't use them. Besides, you guys improving your archery skills sooner is beneficial for the team. Wang Yun nodded silently. All right, we're leaving then. After leaving Qin Ziwen's home, Yuan Ming returned to his own house. As soon as he got home, he saw the family from next door sitting in his living room chatting with his parents. Sitting beside them was the neighbor's daughter. Zio Ming, what happened to your forehead? Yuan Ming's mother stood up, walked over to Yuan Ming, and looked worriedly at the large swollen bump on her son's forehead. At Qin Ziwen's place, they had already applied alcohol and iodine to the bump for disinfection. Yuan Ming said dismissively, it's nothing, I accidentally took a fall. How could this be from a fall? How could you fall and hit there? I've told you before, don't hang around with that guy surnamed Wang, before you even offended the alliance, if it weren't for Uncle Zhang next door speaking up for you. Mom, Yuan Ming interrupted his mother. Yuan Ming said seriously, I'm an adult now, I have my own thoughts. And now I've joined a new team. This team is really good. I really like this group I'm with now. Mother Yuan asked, a new team. Is it from the alliance? Yuan Ming hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No, but the captain and the others are all very capable. Mother Yuan continued asking, then what about the game you harvested today? Yuan Ming was taken aback. The harvest, that giant toad was probably poisonous and it had been doused in gasoline. The meat would reek and be completely inedible. But he had gained 5 contribution points, roughly equivalent to a card. But he couldn't talk about hunting the giant toad. Seeing her son fall silent, Mother Yuan said, you know your dad and Uncle Zhang have been colleagues for over 20 years. Everyone knows each other's roots. Uncle Zhang also thinks highly of you. He's currently the captain of a hunting team in the alliance. Wouldn't it be better for you to go to Uncle Zhang's side? Mom, my current team is really good. Please don't pressure me, okay? Yuan Ming said helplessly. Zhang Liang, sitting on the sofa, chuckled and waved his hand. It's fine, they're all young people, it's normal to have their own ideas, but Zio Ming, your parents mean no harm. They're just thinking of your good and worried about your safety. Give it some more thought. After saying this, Zhang Liang exchanged a few pleasantries with Yuan Ming's parents, then left with his daughter. Before leaving, Zhang Zihen looked back at Yuan Ming, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Her father's hunting team was so good and he could even look out for him. Why wouldn't he go? Back when they were studying, his grades weren't good. Now that they've crossed over to this place, he's still as dense as a block of wood. She didn't know what her father saw in him. You. Mother Yuan looked at her son and finally let out a long sigh. He was already such a grown man. If he really didn't want to, could she really tie him up and drag him over? But Mother Yuan felt the alliance was currently the largest organization within the complex. Zhang Liang was also an old friend they'd known for many years and a captain of a hunting team. He had privately told their family that he only had this one daughter, no sons at home. The two families knew each other's roots well, and Zhang Liang had watched Yuan Ming grow up. Yuan Ming's character was fine, so he was willing to help bring the two families' children together. Mom asks you, what do you think of Zhang Zihan? Mom, please don't play matchmaker, I don't have that kind of feeling for her. Yuan Ming was helpless. They were peers who didn't understand each other. Zhang Zihan had 2 completely different faces, one for the adults and one for him. Mother Yuan was still preparing to speak when Father Yuan, who had been silently sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. All right, since he has his own thoughts, let him go. I can still move, this family can hold itself up. Yuan Ming, I just hope you pay attention to your safety outside, put your life first. Your mom waits for you to come home for dinner every day. A smile appeared on Yuan Ming's face. I know, Dad. Hu Huilan was both amused and exasperated by this father-son duo. So I get to be the villain, right? Yuan Dajun, you let me say all the harsh words, then you come in with the nice ones. Yuan Dajun coughed, stood up with his hands behind his back. I'll go make dinner. You comfort your mom properly. Feeling the warm atmosphere at home, Yuan Ming couldn't help but smile. Pulling his mother to sit down, Yuan Ming said, Mom, my current team is really good. I can't go into specifics, but I will let you and Dad live a good life. Hu Huilan was silent for a long moment, then grabbed Yuan Ming's hand. Mom doesn't expect any grand life. I just hope you're safe and sound. Seeing you hurt breaks my heart. Bro, come quick, she's pregnant. Just after finishing his shower, Qin Ziwen was pulled excitedly by his younger brother to the front of the beast cage. Who's pregnant? These two rabbits should both be pregnant. Look, their bellies are bulging. Qin Ziwu pointed at the beast cage. Inside, 5 plump rabbits were quietly squatting. Compared to before, their sizes had basically more than doubled. 2 of them had swollen abdomens, huddled in a corner, keeping a certain distance from the other rabbits. So fast, Qin Ziwen sighed. He had been quite busy these past few days, just hurriedly adding food and water before leaving. Looking now, he noticed 2 rabbits' bellies were indeed starting to show. Looks like it should be soon. Qin Ziwen was somewhat expectant. Once this batch of baby rabbits was born and grew up, they would quickly enter a period of rapid population explosion. Seeing people approach, the field mice in the neighboring cage scurried over, their pitch-black noses poking out from the cage gaps, sniffing incessantly. Due to recent feeding, these field mice were no longer afraid of people, even showing a bit of closeness. Whenever someone approached the cage, they would come over. Ranye Omicron letter 1D401 Cyrillicia. But they still had something they feared. The crowned eagle that wandered aimlessly around the room after finishing work each day. Every time they saw the crowned eagle, these small animals would shrink to the very center of the cage. The crowned eagle didn't eat them either, it just liked to patrol occasionally. Qin Ziwu was puzzled. Bro, why aren't these field mice pregnant? Because all 3 of these are females. What? We need to bring back at least 1 live male mouse before we leave. Got it, big brothers. Bro, let me tell you, I've been practicing archery lately, and I feel my accuracy is getting better and better. Shooting at the head from 45 paces, I can hit 6 or 7 out of 10. Qin Ziwu said proudly. Not bad, Qin Ziwen expressed approval. This rate of improvement was much faster than his own had been back then. Of course, this was all thanks to the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery's divine power. He himself had recently been practicing the consecutive shot technique. The double shot was already showing quite good results. According to Du Yu, there was no special trick to the consecutive shot, the core was just 2 things. Speed and accuracy. Fast hand speed, accurate shooting, using a special arrow holding technique after shooting 1 arrow, nocking and shooting a second arrow. After mastering the technique, one could quickly shoot a 3rd, 4th arrow. This technique was mainly to allow archers to shoot as many arrows as possible before the enemy closed in. If one blindly pursued speed and neglected accuracy, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of metal striking came from the adjacent blacksmith. Ever since returning home, Li Taishan hadn't shown his face. Qin Ziwen entered the blacksmith. Li Taishan was bare-chested, his bronzed skin gleaming with an oily sheen under the firelight. After striking down heavily with his hammer, Li Taishan let out a long, hot breath. Sir, Dr. Kayan said you've been busy all day today. Li Taishan raised his head, speaking excitedly. Sir, the iron ingots forged in that furnace bunker are indeed much better material than before. Today, I forged a new set based on the spearhead you currently use. You just need to replace the old ones. All right, you take it and replace it. Get some rest. After offering some encouragement, Qin Ziwen returned to the master bedroom. The night passed without incident. The next day, you have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 27th day, harvested 5 cards, successfully hunted a mutated cave ancient giant toad. Comprehensive score. 387 points. Rewards obtained. Function card level 1 layout 1, expansion card height expansion card, small 1, building card level 1 tailor shop 1, building card level 1 blacksmith 1, building enhancement card bountiful 1, building card fish pond 1. After reading the rewards, Qin Ziwen fell into silence. First was the function card, layout. Qin Ziwen directly chose to use it. Function activated, level 2 layout. Permissions have been upgraded. Current permissions, level 2 permissions 1/4. Level 2 layout. Can be used on any building, resource point, or expanded area within the home. Can replan expanded areas. After replanning, that area and the corresponding building resource point cannot be moved again for 7 days. After reading the new function, Qin Ziwen had only one thought. His chaotic, jumbled-up expanded areas could finally be properly planned and organized. Moreover, This time he could move the lower expanded areas along with them, so there was no longer the restriction that original buildings had to be moved to blank areas. Next was the height expansion card small. The previous height expansion card, micro, could only raise the height by 0.2 meters, while the small expansion card reached a full 2 meters. Choose to use. Going outside the expanded area and looking back at the house from the outside, the original house now looked like a small bungalow encased indoors, with an extra 2.2 meters of space added to the top. The entire home's height had been raised to 5 meters. Looking around, it no longer felt as oppressive as before. Qin Ziwen noticed a change in one of the buildings at home. The Celestial Star Arrow Gallery was originally only 3 meters high, its roof touching the ceiling. But as the home's height increased, it had now become 5 meters tall, with the roof still positioned at the ceiling. But looking at it, this 50-meter-long building appeared much more harmonious than before. Other than that, the other buildings hadn't changed. Perhaps this was a unique characteristic of advanced buildings. Getting up, he went to the field. Qin Ziwen took out the building enhancement card. The surface of the yellow card shimmered with an orange-yellow luster, its front depicting a pattern of a bountiful harvest of all grains. Building enhancement card, bountiful. Can grant the special effect bountiful to agricultural-type buildings. Bountiful, all crop yields from this building are increased. Furthermore, this area requires no fertilization or soil maintenance, remaining perpetually fertile. Plants requiring special planting conditions will have those requirements ignored. The most suitable target for this enhancement card was the level 3 field. Qin Ziwen used it on the field. As the light faded, the field remained exactly as it was before. Level 3 field, level 3 growth acceleration, level 3 fertility, special effect, bountiful. However, using insight, he could see the enhancement effect had already taken hold. He looked towards the corner of the field at that mysterious tree transplanted from the giant toad's lair. It had shown no movement since being transplanted back, but after the bountiful effect activated, the tree's leaves seemed to be unfurling. Walking over, he discovered the tree's roots were behaving strangely. Previously, considering the tree had grown in a rock crevice, he thought it might prefer that environment. So he had deliberately moved some stones over and placed part of its root system on the rocks. But now, these roots had almost completely detached from the rocks, winding around them instead and burrowing deep into the soil, showing a distinct disdain for the stones. So, it didn't like rocks, it was just that it had no choice back in the mountain cave. Thinking this, Qin Ziwen fell silent, then moved the stones away. As he bent down, he glanced up. Under the branches, some very tiny flower buds had quietly formed at some point, hidden beneath the leaves. Without careful observation, they were impossible to spot. Blooming so soon. I'll have to see what the effects are once it fruits. Qin Ziwen felt a flicker of anticipation. He suspected the giant toad's immense size might be related to this fruit, though this was just speculation. He observed the other crops in the field again. Their development speed was rapid. Among them, the transplanted little tomato seedling had already grown into a tree and begun bearing fruit. Although the fruits were small at this rate, it wouldn't be long before harvest. So this is a level 3 field. Qin Ziwen marveled. The speed was truly exaggerated. Just then, a knocking sound came from the door. Qin Ziwen opened it to find Zhao Pu outside, saying he had something to report to Mr. Qin. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen came out. Zhao Pu stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, I've found a seller with fish. He has some at home. Regarding the price, as you suggested, trading for an equal weight of preserved meat, the other party agreed." "Good, let's go." Qin Ziwen put on his jacket and followed Zhao Pu out. By the river within the residential complex, a crowd had gathered on the bank, creating a lively scene. As he approached, Qin Ziwen realized everyone was gathered to watch the crocodile in the river. On the water's surface, a crocodile about 5 meters long floated like a piece of driftwood, its head exposed, staring at the people on the shore. Plop tilde. Someone threw a stone into the river. It nearly hit the crocodile, splashing up water. Gurgle gurgle tilde. The crocodile submerged, disappearing beneath the surface. Qin Ziwen noticed it wasn't just him. It seemed many people's fear of the crocodile had diminished considerably. Of course, due respect was still maintained. As the crocodile dove, those who had been standing closer to the river's edge quickly retreated backward. Several people who had been fishing cursed under their breath, reeled in their fishing rods and retreated up the slope. One of them waved at Zhao Pu. "Over here." Zhao Pu led Qin Ziwen over. Zhao Pu introduced him to Qin Ziwen. "Mr. Qin, this is Lao Xiang. He's a fishing expert in our complex. I only recently found out that before the transmigration, he was a fishing blogger with over 100,000 followers. Letter 1D5 to F's Relocation, letter 1D40D, Ogrov, letter 1D41B, Eumlaut, letter 10314. Hey, that's all in the past now. Xiang Hantao waved his hand dismissively. Qin Ziwen looked at him a few more times, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. He remembered. On the first day after transmigrating, the person selling fishing rods downstairs. He immediately asked, Brother Xiang, did you sell fishing rods before? Xiang Hantao hurriedly waved his hands. Not anymore, I don't sell them now. Seeing the look in the eyes of the two men before him, Xiang Hantao realized his reaction had been too sensitive. He sighed and explained, that day after I sold a fishing rod to a woman, she broke it while fishing herself. Then she brought the rod back to me saying I sold her a fake. That was a branded product, I even had the receipt. It was only bought 3 months prior, how could it be fake? She wanted me to give her a new one. When I refused, she just camped outside my door, refusing to leave and kept knocking. Zhao Pu was surprised. So you gave it to her? Xiang Hantao was silent for a moment. Yeah. She asked and you just gave it. Zhao Pu was even more astonished. Xiang Hantao sounded aggrieved. What else could I do? She brought her whole family to squat outside my door. The whole family was cut from the same cloth, especially her father. They didn't need to sleep, but my family still did. Xiang Hantao didn't want to dwell on the topic. He lifted the bucket in his hand. You said you'd trade preserved meat for fish by weight. I caught 3 this morning and I have over a dozen more at home. If you want them, come with me now to get them. Zhao Pu looked at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen nodded, we want them. Let's go. Xiang Hantao led the group to Building 8, Unit 1, 9th floor, Apartment 901. His kitchen sink had been converted into a small fish pond. The bottom was layered with river mud, and some aquatic plants and stones were planted within. Crucian carp, and grass carp swam quietly in the pool. Xiang Hantao looked at Qin Ziwen. He had already figured out that among these two, this young man was the one in charge. There are 12 here, there are 7 in another pool, plus the ones I caught this morning, that's 22 fish total. Are you sure you can trade preserved meat for them? No problem, Qin Ziwen nodded. All right then, I'll weigh them now. Xiang Hantao fetched an electronic scale from his home. He first put water in a basin, weighed it, then added fish, subtracting the water weight to get the fish weight. After weighing several times, Xiang Hantao gave a number, 33 jin. Let's round it down to 30 jin for you. Wait a moment, I'll go back to get the meat. The distance between their homes wasn't far. Qin Ziwen went directly from the rooftop to Unit 2, then went home to fetch and weigh the meat. Subsequently, he completed the transaction with Xiang Hantao. Qin Ziwen obtained 22 live fish. Xiang Hantao obtained preserved meat with a much longer shelf life. Moreover, the fish weight itself included entrails, bones, scales, etc. The pure meat yield would be around 70 to 80% at best. For both parties, it was a win-win. Qin Ziwen couldn't wait to get home. These fish had already been kept out of the river for some time. He first released the fish into the pond. The fish entered the water, swished their tails, creating ripples, and vanished beneath the surface in the blink of an eye. He took out the level 1 fish pond card and used it. Light enveloped the entire fish pond. As the light faded, the edges of the pond transformed dramatically. The original dirt bank had become a stone platform built from stacked bluestones. Furthermore, a wooden platform extended out from the front. On the side posts of the wooden platform hung fishing gear, fish traps, fishing nets, multi-compartment river traps, dip nets, and other items. The pond water was deep and serene, its color becoming darker, as if the overall depth of the entire fish pond had increased. He picked up a long-handled dip net to test it. He quickly confirmed that the pond's depth had indeed increased. It was now nearly 3 meters deep, a full meter deeper than before. Not only that, but the aquatic plants, duckweed, and other vegetation in the pond had also become lusher and more abundant than before. Level 2 Fish Pond. Level 1 Fish Comfort. Level 2 Fish Growth Amplification. Level 1 Aquatic Plant Abundance. However, with only 25 fish in this nearly 400 square meter large fish pond, the quantity is still far too sparse. If those who actually raise fish found out, who knows how they'd laugh. Qin Ziwen planned to go to the river to purchase more fish, but before going, there was one more building that needed upgrading. Arriving at the blacksmith, he took out 2 level 1 blacksmith cards and chose to use them. As the light faded, the level 2 blacksmith before him successfully upgraded into the second level 3 building in home. Qin Muzhen, who was just about to go to the pharmacy to sun-dry some medicinal herbs, happened to pass by. Seeing this scene, his tone was wistful. Sir, Master Li's blacksmith sure upgrades quickly. I wonder when this old man will get a clinic. Qin Ziwen was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected Dr. Qin to have something he cared about so much. You'll have one. Qin Ziwen didn't dare make a firm promise as the buildings given by the settlement were random. If luck was good, you could get one the very next day. If luck was bad, you'd have to wait, but he thought there should be one. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Qin Ziwen's face. Sir, I've observed that among the refugees working at the salt well, a few have health issues. While not serious for now, if left to drag on, problems are bound to arise. Qin Ziwen said, go and examine them. If it's not serious and can be treated, then treat them. By the way, what about the other people in home? Qin Ziwen replied, I've examined everyone else. They are all fine. It's just that Lai the blacksmith is overworking himself and needs to be careful. All right, I'll remind him. By the time Dr. Qin left, the appearance of the blacksmith had already changed dramatically. The footprint didn't change, but the height became that of a 4-meter-tall large tile-roofed house made of blue bricks. The interior environment became cleaner and more organized. The most noticeable change was the furnace, which was now a full twice as large as before. The bellows had even transformed into a dual-chamber piston bellows made of tung wood. The airflow became stronger and more stable. Li Taishan was still at the furnace bunker at the moment. He should be very satisfied when he returns. Qin Ziwen then went to the salt well and asked Liu San, how much salt is there now? Liu San replied, reporting, sir. We currently have 100 caddies of coarse salt and 40 caddies of green salt. Seeing Qin Ziwen remain silent, Liu San hurriedly added, we used quite a bit for salting meat before, sir. We absolutely have not embezzled any. Pack half a caddy each of the coarse salt and green salt for me, I need to use it. Carrying the 2 types of packaged salt, Qin Ziwen brought Du Yu to the riverside. Before they even reached the riverbank, they saw a crowd of people gathered on the shore. In the middle of the crowd was a crocodile. Who knows what method the others used to lure it ashore? On land, the crocodile opened its large mouth, its face full of ferocity. But the surrounding crowd was brimming with excitement, holding various homemade long weapons, constantly striking the crocodile's head, body, and back. A few of them, hitting it excitedly, even howled while striking, like excited monkeys. The crocodile, beaten until it was in great pain, turned its head, trying to escape back into the river. But someone nearby threw out a large net covering the crocodile. The others grabbed the net, restraining the crocodile. When the crocodile turned to bite, they retreated. When the crocodile tried to flee, they pulled. In the end, they exhausted the crocodile, and it could only be slaughtered alive. After killing the crocodile, the 20 to 30 participants cheered excitedly. This scene made Qin Ziwen feel somewhat dazed. Compared to the first time they hunted a crocodile, everyone was clearly much more skilled now. In the 27 days since transmigrating, it wasn't just him. Many neighbors were adapting to their surroundings. Those who didn't adapt were eliminated. Those who survived were the elite. He didn't know how many people were still left in the residential complex now, but walking around the complex on ordinary days, one could clearly feel it was much quieter than the first few days. On the hillside behind the complex, grave mounds with wooden sticks planted in them had even risen one after another. Divide the crocodile, divide the crocodile. Are there still crocodiles in the river? After killing the crocodile, some people clamored to continue hunting crocodiles. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen said, Du Yu, it seems we'll need to stockpile more meat in the coming days. Understood, sir, Du Yu nodded. Arriving at the riverside, Qin Ziwen saw some fishing enthusiasts fishing. He took out the bags, removed the salt inside, and let them dip a little to taste. How's my salt? Interested. The price is cheap, only half the price of the alliances. He wasn't selling, only promoting. Soon within the crowd, someone slipped away. A short while later, Zhang Bo received the news and was both shocked and furious. He's selling salt too? Where did he get salt? No, wait, could it be? Zhang Bo quickly guessed the possibility. The other party had probably also obtained a salt well or a similar building. Thinking of this, Zhang Bo felt somewhat irritated. Although he had mentally prepared for it when a competitor actually arrived, it still made him unhappy. After all, he was just getting comfortable with his monopoly business when suddenly a competitor appeared. Huang Tao, sitting across from him, gave a faint smile. He wasn't anxious at all, because he had the core technology carpentry. Even if a neighbor obtained a new carpenter's hut, they couldn't compete with him. Without a carpenter, having just a carpenter's hut was useless. Zhang Bo stood up and said to Huang Tao, excuse me for a moment. Then Zhang Bo got up and hurriedly left. Watching his retreating back, Huang Tao narrowed his eyes. As if thinking of something, the corners of his mouth turned up. At the riverside, Zhang Bo found Qin Ziwen, who was promoting coarse salt. He took a deep breath, forced a smile onto his face, and warmly walked forward. Brother Qin Tilda. Hey brother, are you interested in buying salt? The price is cheap, only half the alliance's price, and the quality is better. Qin Ziwen said skillfully, simultaneously handing over the bag in his hand. After speaking, he seemed to just realize the person standing before him was actually Zhang Bo. Oh my, a big wave crashing into the Dragon King's temple, family fighting family, so it's boss Zhang. You have a salt well, so I suppose you don't need any. Qin Ziwen then took back the bag in his hand. Wait, let me take another look. Zhang Bo stopped Qin Ziwen, looking at the salt in the bag Qin Ziwen was holding. A flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. He wasn't originally a professional in the salt business. But since opening the salt well and doing this trade every day, he was no longer a complete outsider. That brief glimpse just now, the bag Qin Ziwen was holding contained green salt. But this green salt was clearly of much higher quality than his own. How was this possible? Could his salt well be level 2? Seeing the fish take the bait, Qin Ziwen then handed the 2 bags to Zhang Bo. The more Zhang Bo looked, the graver his expression became. Finally, he closed his eyes, opened them, let out a long sigh, and looked at the man before him. I admit defeat. The quality of your salt is better than mine. In a head-on competition, I can't beat you, but since you specifically lured me here, you must have something you want to say to me. Qin Ziwen said, correct. I want to make a deal with you. You overestimate me. I don't represent the Alliance and my influence within the Alliance is limited. You'd be better off going directly to President Zhu. Zhang Bo shook his head. Then I'll really go, Qin Ziwen made as if to leave. Zhang Bo hurriedly stopped him. Wait, go ahead and say it. Qin Ziwen said, I want to trade for some live fish with you, settled with salt. Zhang Bo looked deeply at Qin Ziwen. He knew why the other party was looking for him, because the Alliance had many people and a specialized fishing hunting team. As for why the other party specifically wanted to find him, it was probably because he didn't want to join the Alliance, wanting Zhang Bo to act as the middleman. Because the other party also had a salt well and the quality was better than his. If he joined the Alliance with a competing product of the same type, his own value would be greatly diminished. With me. Not the Alliance. That's right with you. Good, then I agree. Then what price do you plan to use to trade for live fish? 1 jin of coarse salt for 10 jin of fish. Zhang Bo blurted out, you're kidding me. Qin Ziwen was surprised. This price is very cheap, boss Zhang. Although there are 2 families in the complex with salt wells, my quality is the best. As the one with the best quality, I'm only asking for 10 jin of fish per jin of salt. I think I'm being quite fair. Zhang Bo felt this line of reasoning was strangely familiar. But Qin Ziwen's price was absolutely impossible. This price is absolutely impossible. If you have even a shred of sincerity, then state a sincere price. If you have no sincerity, then we go our separate ways. Zhang Bo's face darkened. This price isn't sincere, Qin Ziwen retorted. Of course it's not sincere. Smack tilde Qin Ziwen clapped his hands, but boss Zhang, that's exactly the price you offered me back then. Why is it that when I give you the same price you say it's not sincere? Zhang Bo's face turned pale, then flushed red. He felt some regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have quoted such an exorbitant price back then, needlessly offending a powerful person. In the end, he dejectedly lowered his head. Please be magnanimous, boss Qin. Give me a sincere price. Qin Ziwen said 5 jin of fish for 1 jin of coarse salt. Zhang Bo was troubled. At this price, he simply couldn't acquire it. If he agreed, he would have to cover too much of the loss himself. Losing that much would be worse than just letting Qin Ziwen join the Alliance. He might as well switch to a low-end strategy. 3 jin of fish for 1 jin of coarse salt. Hearing this price, Zhang Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This price was somewhat reasonable, but he didn't show it on his face, still looking very troubled. Qin Ziwen said, that's the bottom line. Zhang Bo gritted his teeth and was about to nod when Qin Ziwen sent another sentence his way. But I want live fish. Zhang Bo coughed repeatedly. No way, are you treating me like a wishing genie? After these dramatic ups and downs, Zhang Bo was exhausted. He remained silent for a long time before asking Qin Ziwen, how much do you want to buy? 300 jin of live fish. Zhang Bo said 100 jin of coarse salt, plus 5 jin of fine salt. Qin Ziwen paused for quite a while before nodding, deal. The transaction concluded. The 2 men stood in place looking at each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zhang Bo proposed, I also have a request. Go ahead. Zhang Bo stared at him, only the 2 of us know about this deal. I will publicly claim I purchased the fish, and you cannot join the Alliance. Fine. Watching Qin Ziwen's retreating back, Zhang Bo resolved in his heart that his products couldn't compete with Qin Ziwen's right now. He would endure this for now. Letter 1E5D, a letter FF4E, letter 22B, letter 16D2, y'all letter 1E69. Even Gaujian endured hardships by sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. Today, Zhang Bo will yield this round to him. Once I upgrade my salt well to level 2, I will definitely not suffer this humiliation anymore. After walking some distance away, Du Yu reminded him, Sir, I observe that Zhang Bo is still resentful. For now, he's only submitting to the circumstances, temporarily lowering his head. I can tell, he probably thinks it's because my salt well is a higher level than his, so the quality of salt I produce is better. Qin Ziwen, however, understood that the higher quality of his salt well wasn't due to its level, but because of a rare treasure. Even if Zhang Bo upgraded his salt well to level 2, its quality still wouldn't surpass his own. Returning home, Qin Ziwen found Deng Guang, Li Yue, Wang Yun, and others. After discussion, they decided to go up the mountain together first. While on the way up, they would search for traces of prey, aiming to hunt as much game as possible while obtaining the card. A little over 2 hours later, the group arrived at the location where they had ambushed the giant toad the previous day. The surroundings were a mess, with some scorch marks still on the ground. It was quite strange, really. The gasoline had strong burning power, but in this forest, it had difficulty spreading, as if an invisible force restrained the flame's expansion. At the bottom of the cliff valley, the giant toad's corpse had long since stiffened. A gust of wind blew, carrying an unbearable stench through the air. Suddenly, the home system's little glowing ball automatically floated into view. The number of households in the current complex that have awakened the home system has reached 20% of the total survivor households. Cross-dimensional countdown initiated, 71:59:59. With each passing second, the countdown decreased by 1. Not just Qin Ziwen, but Deng Guang, Wang Yun, and the others all simultaneously halted their steps. There are still 3 days until the crossing. Deng Guang murmured to himself. What? Qin Ziwu, hearing the others' conversation, now understood that the number of complex residents who had awakened the home system had exceeded 1/5. The 3-day countdown for the crossing had now begun. Qin Ziwen said, Zio Wu, after we return today, you go upstairs first. Use a card in one of the empty rooms upstairs to see if you can activate the home system. Qin Ziwu turned his head, brother. Qin Ziwen frowned, his tone intensifying, you're not listening to me. Qin Ziwu hurriedly said, no. I'm listening. After pondering for a moment and glancing at his younger brother, Qin Ziwen said, I just think that since the requirement for our second crossing is the number of people who have awakened the home system reaching a certain proportion, it means the home system is important. At least in the eyes of whatever ghostly thing is making us cross dimensions, the importance of the home system won't be low. Pausing briefly, Qin Ziwen added, I'm just telling you to first obtain the identity of a home master. Qin Ziwu now understood his older brother's thinking. Beside them, after hearing what Qin Ziwen said, those who had already awakened the home system were fine. Li Yue and Yuan Ming, however, lowered their heads, lost in thought. They arrived at the mountainside cave. A white card floated above the altar inside. Soon the group obtained it. Expansion card, blank expansion card micro. Because the small blank expansion card was priced at 8 contribution points. If calculated by area, this micro blank expansion card would only be worth 2 points. But obviously it couldn't be calculated that way. Even a micro expansion card could double the area of one's home. After discussion among the group, they ultimately decided to price the micro blank expansion card at 4 contribution points. Both Yuan Ming and Li Yue wanted it. The two were somewhat conflicted, unwilling to let this card damage their camaraderie. But whether in terms of value or cost-effectiveness, this 4-point card was indeed the most suitable card they could exchange for at their current stage. Finally, after Yuan Ming and Li Yue discussed privately, Yuan Ming exchanged for this micro blank expansion card. The price he paid was giving his remaining 1 contribution point to Li Yue. You young people really. Deng Guang had nothing to say about this, directly giving away a contribution point just to secure the exchange opportunity. Was that really worth it? The main reason they had obtained so many contribution points this time was because the card dropped by the giant toad was high value, so everyone got a larger share. Yuan Ming said sheepishly, it's mainly because my family back home doesn't know about our situation. There are some things I haven't told them. If I bring a card back this time, they probably won't say anything. Wang Yun didn't offer an opinion on this. After all, these were other people's contribution points. How they used them was their own business, as long as there was no forced trading. As long as you've decided for yourselves, it's fine. After distributing the cards, they were just about to head down the mountain. Du Yu suddenly drew the monk's knife from his waist. Yang Kunshan at some unknown moment had raised the longbow in his hand. Be careful. It's too quiet around. Qin Ziwen also sensed a feeling of danger. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The forest above rustled incessantly. A massive black bear, taller than a single-story building, was hiding behind a tree, stealthily peeking out half its head. However, its bulky and towering frame was completely unable to stay hidden, fully exposed. This bear had a peculiar physique, different from common bears. Not only was it significantly taller, but its arms were also very long. The most unique feature was its somewhat flattened head. Its eye sockets and pupils were large, its nose was short and upturned, and its mouth was very wide, making its face appear quite short. But its limbs were extremely long and slender, like a giant draped in a bear skin staring eerily at the group. Damn, that's a huge bear, Li Yue raised the wooden spear in his hand. He felt he should be able to stab it, but whether he could survive a single swipe from the other side was another question. Wang Yun observed the bear, thought for a moment, and then exclaimed in a low voice, "Careful, this seems to be a short-faced bear." The short-faced bear, seemingly having never seen these strange humans before, stood behind the tree, silently observing these little beings who weren't even half its height. Qin Ziwen said, "Fall back to the cave, retrieve the Molotov cocktails." Everyone faced the short-faced bear, slowly retreating backwards. Beside his ear, Du Yu whispered, "If we can hit both its eyes, blind it, we might have a chance." The distance between both sides was too close, less than 30 meters. No one knew when this short-faced bear had arrived. Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes. Its eyes aren't that big, hard to shoot. A bear's attack method was completely different from a toad's, and their ferocity also differed. The short-faced bear just stared at the group, not initiating an attack for a long time but also not leaving. Suddenly it turned its head, looking behind it. It let out a low growl, seeming somewhat irritated, then turned and ran away. Soon everyone understood why the short-faced bear had run. Further back, the forest shook violently. A creature with an even more massive body, covered in long brown fur, moving slowly, resembling a sloth, slowly emerged through the dense forest. It glanced at the group, then completely ignored them. Walking up to a small tree, it slowly stood upright. When it stood up, its height exceeding 2 stories was like a small mountain. Its thick claws grasped the tree trunk, shaking it continuously, then, as if snapping a sugar cane, it directly broke the tree. Holding the branch, it sat on the ground and began slowly nibbling. Letter 211D, a circumflex letter 1033D, a circumflex letter 1D64E. Megatherium, Wang Yun recognized this creature already extinct on Earth. It was a creature weighing over 5 tons, its forelimbs not only strong but also flexible, with claws exceeding 15 centimeters in length. However, with the short-faced bear already appearing, having a megatherium also seemed acceptable. Both animals had gone extinct over 10,000 years ago. Their timeline highly overlapped with the period when early ancient humans were active. It said the extinction factors for both these animals were related to humans, partly due to climate reasons, partly due to human activities compressing their living space. Picture Megatherium. Wang Yun told the group what he knew about the Megatherium. "So, it's just a defeated foe our ancestors hunted before," Yuan Ming was somewhat excited. "Captain, we have bows and Molotov cocktails. Should we give it a try?" Qin Ziwen observed this Megatherium and discovered a fatal weakness. Its movement seemed somewhat sluggish. This was a common flaw of many large creatures. The larger the volume, the more sluggish the movements. Of course, he absolutely wouldn't underestimate it because of this. Elephants also look slow, but when enraged, their short-distance sprint speed far surpassed humans. Qin Ziwen murmured, "Looks pretty big. Wonder if the mate is tasty." After observing for a while, Qin Ziwen said, "We can attempt to hunt it." For the short-faced bear, this Megatherium was massive. In close combat, it would be at a significant disadvantage in terms of size. But they had long-range attack methods. Against such slow-moving prey, bows and arrows and long spears were the best weapons. However, they needed to guard against the short-faced bear trying to steal the prey after hunting the Megatherium. If it ambushed them in the dark, without forming a defensive formation, they could easily be routed. "Captain, should we use the Molotov cocktails?" Wang Yun inquired. Qin Ziwen was conflicted. "If we use Molotov cocktails, its meat will basically be wasted. Let's assess the situation first." He looked at Wang Yun. "Dr. Wang, could this Megatherium be deceptive? Looks slow but actually fast as hell." Wang Yun was also conflicted. "I'm not sure either. No one has seen a live one. We're probably the first people to see a live Megatherium." Saying this, Wang Yun hesitated. "However, it does look. Its movements are relatively sluggish. Its speed probably won't be that fast, right?" Qin Ziwen scanned the surroundings, looking for a suitable environment for a siege. If they couldn't win later, they at least needed a place to buy time. The thick fur on the Megatherium's body would be the best fuel once a Molotov cocktail was thrown. But unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to waste such a large prey. Just the several tons of meat on its body would be enough to complete the goal of gathering meat. Li Yue suggested, how about we hide in the mountain cave later? Deep inside that cave, there's a narrow opening. We can use Molotov cocktails to block the entrance. And further in, there's a water channel very narrow. This megatherium probably can't get in. Agreed. As the group finalized their plan, the megatherium, leisurely eating leaves, sensed the unusual atmosphere. It turned its head and let out a dissatisfied cry at these humans approaching it. Roar tilde. Everyone took a few steps back. Seeing the humans retreat, the megatherium slowly turned its head back and continued nibbling on the branch in its hand. The branch, as thick as an arm, was held in its claws. Its sharp teeth bit into the branch, its long tongue curled around it, and the leaves on the branch were stripped clean. Qin Ziwen, Du Yu, and Yang Kunshan simultaneously raised their bows and slowly approached. When they were 20 paces away, the megatherium turned its head again, growling impatiently. It had decided, if they came any closer, it would smash these humans into pulp. Although it was herbivorous, it occasionally ate meat. It was just too lazy to move because fighting consumed a lot of energy. It preferred to continuously eat tender leaves and sweet fruits, occasionally stealing others' prey to supplement protein. Due to its massive size and inability to rely on hibernation like toads to reduce consumption, it spent most of its waking hours each day eating. Aim for the eyes. Blind it and it'll be easier to deal with. 3, 2, 1. Shoot. As the words fell, 3 arrows arrived in an instant. The megatherium, which had been facing sideways to the group, froze, then suddenly roared towards the sky, its cry shrill and frenzied. A pitch-black carbon fiber arrow was embedded in its right eye. In its left eye socket, 2 arrows, one long and one short, had pierced deep. Its claws loosened and the branch it was holding fell to the ground. What a shame. Qin Ziwen had originally aimed for the megatherium's left eyeball, but the giant sloth kept shaking its head while eating. Its eyes were too small. This arrow grazed the side of its eye socket. Continue. Qin Ziwen knocked another arrow. This time he aimed for the megatherium's neck. Arrows from the quiver were shot out one after another. The megatherium had thick fur on its body surface, and that layer of fat blocked most of the damage, but the arrows embedded in its body still caused it immense pain. With a roar, the megatherium turned its body. The earth trembled as it ran on all fours, its speed not as fast as anticipated. Give me the Molotov cocktail. Qin Ziwen took the Molotov cocktail and threw it at the ground ahead of the beast. Bang tilde. The Molotov cocktail hit the megatherium. Large swathes of flame spread with the flowing gasoline. The megatherium, which had been running, suddenly halted its movement, looking somewhat fearfully at the flames before it. Heads. An arrow from the side shot like a meteor chasing the moon, striking the megatherium's only remaining eye. Plunged into darkness in both eyes, the megatherium fell into a frenzy, charging forward wildly. Keep moving, don't engage it head-on. Under Yang Kunshan's command, everyone surrounded the megatherium, continuously attacking its back and sides. Its vitality was tenacious. Although it had many wounds, none were fatal. As time passed, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, half an hour later, the megatherium, driven to the foot of the slope, collapsed heavily. From its body surface, a large number of white light points scattered out. Eventually, they condensed into a single green card above its head. Only one card. Qin Ziwen was somewhat disappointed. Qin Ziwen said, "That's not bad. In terms of weight, the giant toad's weight is at least 5 times greater than this. They're not even in the same weight class." Letter 1E5D, letter 1F01RE. Deng Guang nodded. Back then, that nearly 8-meter-long crocodile we hunted in the river also only dropped 1 card. If it were in the water, this megatherium might not even be a match for that crocodile. Although it was large in size, its threat level truly wasn't that high. For humans armed with weapons and tools, it was a relatively easy prey to hunt. Li Yue said, "First time seeing a green card. What kind of card is this?" Wang Yun said, "An enhancement card." Deng Guang naturally knew about it too. Back then, Zhao Pu had also obtained one in the mountain cave, which he later traded with Brother Qin. Li Yue climbed onto its belly, retrieved the enhancement card from above the corpse, and said in surprise, "So this is an enhancement card. Does using it turn you into a superhero?" Wang Yun shook his head. "No, at most it just improves your physical fitness a bit. You won't even reach Captain America's level, let alone a superhero." Qin Ziwen spoke up. "This card can be used repeatedly, but it also has a limit. At most, it can enhance a person to the human physical limit." Li Yue sighed, "The human physical limit, that's still pretty damn impressive. If every aspect reaches the limit, fighting 10 people barehanded wouldn't be difficult." Wang Yun said, "That I don't know. Our team obtained an enhancement card before and gave it to a team member, but he didn't share the specifics. Yuan Ming said indignantly, that guy's a traitor. After the incident, he directly joined the alliance. Brother Wang treated him so well before. Wang Yun waved his hand, everyone has their own aspirations. He contributed while he was in the team. We shouldn't say that about him. He took the card from the other's hands. Enhancement card, Human Constitution Enhancement card 1 star. He felt tempted because both he and Du Yu had reached 4 stars. They only needed to use this card once more to reach its limit, to reach the legendary peak of an ordinary person's physical fitness. Li Yue asked, how should we price this card? Qin Ziwen stroked his chin, glanced at his older brother then at the others. For a card that can enhance oneself, I think setting it too cheap definitely isn't right, but too expensive isn't appropriate either. Because its enhancement has a limit, it can't be used infinitely. In the end, everyone will probably get to use one. 10 contribution points, Yuan Ming suggested. Deng Guang hesitated, how about 9 contribution points? Wang Yun was very forthright. Although he had thoughts about this card, he understood his contribution points were insufficient. He had just bought the spring card. The only one present who could exchange for this card was Captain Qin, so rather than setting this price for them, it was more like setting it for Qin Ziwen. Wang Yun said with a smile, make it 8 contribution points. From what Captain Qin means, one card probably isn't enough to reach the limit, you'd need several. If we set the price too high, you'll regret it later. After discussion, the enhancement card price was finally set at 8 contribution points. Qin Ziwen took it, pondered for a moment. Although both he and Du Yu were at 4 stars, even with the same physical fitness, different people could achieve different results. With the same equipment, Du Yu could probably handle 2 or 3 of him. Having made up his mind, Qin Ziwen looked at Du Yu. Du Yu was first surprised, then hurriedly waved his hands. Master, this won't do. This card is so precious, it should be used by you. Enough, there will be more opportunities to obtain them later. Qin Ziwen didn't let him explain, directly using the enhancement card on him. Du Yu, who was waving his hands, suddenly froze, then was enveloped by the card's light. The others were somewhat surprised to see Qin Ziwen, after obtaining the card, not using it on himself but on Du Yu. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. This was indeed something the captain would do. When the green light of the enhancement card faded, Du Yu stood in place, his eyes tightly closed. After a long while, he opened his eyes. Although he maintained his previous appearance, the aura about him was completely different, possessing an indescribable, subtle change. Thank you, Master. Du Yu's eyes were complex. He felt his current physical fitness was terrifyingly strong, his stamina absurdly abundant. Facing his previous self, he would need at most 10 moves. Good. Qin Ziwen was very satisfied. Du Yu was already proficient in combat techniques and skilled in archery. Now, with his physical fitness maxed out, he was definitely not inferior to those legendary fierce generals who stood at the peak of human history. All he lacked was an opportunity to prove himself. Subsequently, everyone discussed how to divide the megatherium. This giant beast was massive in size. Relying solely on them, it would be difficult to drag it away completely. Therefore, Qin Ziwen decided to go ahead first, return home to recruit more refugees from the porridge shed, then lead the refugees up the mountain to work together to bring the megatherium back. Master, I will accompany you. Du Yu was worried about Qin Ziwen's safety. Although that short-faced bear had left, bears were cunning by nature. It was unknown if it was hiding in the shadows. If the master was alone, he could easily be targeted. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, agreeing to Du Yu's request. Then he instructed everyone to be careful of other wild beasts. The bloody scent released after the megatherium's death might attract beasts. As long as they could drive the beasts away, they shouldn't be stingy with using the Molotov cocktails. Afterwards, Qin Ziwen and Du Yu went down the mountain together. Both had high physical fitness, walking swiftly all the way. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they returned safely to the residential complex. After returning to his residence, Qin Ziwen called for Li Taishan, then poured all the remaining rice from the bag into the pot, cooking a huge pot of thin porridge. As the aroma of rice wafted out, more and more refugees gathered around the boiler, a dense, dark mass of people, shoulder to shoulder. Seeing this scene, Liu San was so shocked he muttered to himself, "Oh my god, why has the master summoned so many refugees?" Dazhuang was somewhat worried. He ran behind Liu San and asked quietly, "Third master, is the master dissatisfied with how slow we're working and wants to replace us with a new batch?" Liu San's expression turned severe and he reprimanded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. The master's business is not for us to question. If you do your job well, the master will naturally see it." Dazhuang shrank his neck and hurried back to continue stirring the brine. By the time this large pot of thin porridge was finished cooking and distributed, there were exactly 30 refugees standing before them. These refugees whispered amongst themselves, and after receiving the thin porridge, they eagerly drank it down. Some even said it was hot but couldn't bear to spit it out. Drink slowly, don't burn your throats. I summoned you here to have you do work. Do it well, and the remaining half pot this evening will be yours too. And there will be meat added. Qin Ziwen looked around at the refugees. If you're unwilling to do it, you can leave now. Someone cautiously asked, Master, what do you need us to do? Walk mountain paths, carry things. Counting the travel time, it's 3 hours of work. Hearing this, the refugees whispered among themselves and finally agreed in unison. Seeing their reaction, Qin Ziwen understood perfectly in his heart. Getting them to carry some things and make some noise was fine, but if he wanted to gather them to go to war or hunt beasts, it would probably be very difficult. If the enemy seemed even slightly fierce, they would likely just flee in panic. Follow me. Qin Ziwen, along with Du Yu and the group of refugees, headed downstairs in a dark, dense mass. Wang Xiaoli, who had just come upstairs, heard the footsteps from above and quickly stepped aside. Seeing Qin Ziwen standing at the front, she instinctively lowered her head. Qin Ziwen passed by her, followed by the tall, powerfully masculine Du Yu. Immediately after, a group of disheveled, disorderly men and women passed by from behind. Where did these strangers come from? Wang Xiaoli found it strange, and then she seemed to think of something. Could these all be people he summoned? She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. After exiting the building, Qin Ziwen led the large group out through the south gate. Along the way, they were seen by some neighbors. But Qin Ziwen and his group moved quickly, soon ascending the mountain path along the northern slope. By evening, they finally arrived beside the megatherium corpse. As Qin Ziwen approached, Qin Ziwu and the others emerged from the nearby bushes. Big brother, you're finally back. What's wrong? Qin Ziwen sensed the atmosphere was a bit off. Qin Ziwu said, about half an hour after you left, that short-faced bear came. We threw several Molotov cocktails to scare it off. Later, it tried to approach from another direction. But Brother Yang noticed and threw a Molotov cocktail right on the bear, which finally drove it away. Letter 1034 to letter 1D00, and a beta Iaganek letter 1D64E. Do you asked, did the short-faced bear come back after that? Qin Ziwu replied, no. Probably got scared. Do you pondered, it's possible it was scared, but bears hold grudges. Once it recovers, it might very well come back. Don't let your guard down. Do you looked back at the refugees? If the short-faced bear came again later and scared the refugees into running, it would be troublesome. On the ground, the megatherium corpse had already been cut into several large pieces. Brother, these are the arrows we shot into it before. Most of them are damaged. Qin Ziwu took out the carbon fiber arrows from behind him. Several arrowheads were bent, and even more had suffered lateral fractures. Taking the broken arrows, although he had anticipated it, Qin Ziwen still felt a pang of heartache. For now, carbon fiber arrows were basically non-renewable. These arrows were light, had high tensile strength, long range, and great power. But the downside was their weak resistance to lateral impact. They were prone to brittle fracture when hitting hard objects or bones. Simply put, they were glass cannons. Everyone lit fires around the area, and under the cover of night, they began dissecting and dividing the ground sloth meat. As time passed, the meat was gradually cut apart. Through everyone's combined efforts, the massive prey was gradually broken down into smaller pieces of meat. Then everyone shouldered the meat, raised their torches, and walked through the mountain forest like a long, thin line of ants. The group sang songs, hummed tunes, the torches blazing fiercely. In the forest behind them, the short-faced bear stood up on its hind legs. Its massive body hid behind a tree, the fur on its chest and arms singed black and curled. In its pupils, the reflection of the torchlight flickered. A low growl rumbled in its throat. In the end, it still did not give chase. Only after the humans had gone far away did it cautiously approach the megatherium corpse, now reduced to a pile of scraps. It picked up the discarded offal and leftover bits and began to gnaw on them. 10 o'clock at night, Hu Huilan sat restlessly on the sofa. It's so late already and Xiaming still isn't back. Yuan Dajun took out his treasured cigarettes, sat on the sofa puffing clouds of smoke, his brow tightly furrowed. Don't just smoke, think of something. Yuan Dajun said, I just went to Dr. Wang's house to ask. His wife said Wang Yun isn't back either. They're on the same team, so they're probably delayed by something. Hu Huilan sat down, but her mind was still uneasy. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Hu Huilan quickly got up to open it. Seeing it was Zhang Liang outside, she hurriedly forced a smile. Old Zhang, did you find out anything about Xiaming's whereabouts? Sister-in-law, don't worry, Zhang Liang comforted her. They aren't part of our alliance's hunting team, so it's hard for me to get much information right away, but they should be fine. After all, we've hunted in these surrounding areas so many times. There aren't any too dangerous beasts, they must be delayed by something. Footsteps sounded from outside the door again. The three people in the living room turned to look. It was Zhang Liang's wife, Lin Exing, and Zhang Zihan. Zhang Zihan said, "Dad, Uncle Yuan, I just went to ask around. No one saw Yuan Ming and the others. But someone said that Yuan Ming's captain led a group of people out this evening. I heard those people had messy hair and were dressed like beggars. Hugh, Mom, come here quick and help me with this." Yuan Ming's panting voice came from outside the door. Yuan Dajun let out a slight sigh of relief and stubbed out his cigarette. Zhang Liang turned his head. That's Xia Ming's voice. Hu Huilan quickly stood up, the first to run out. Outside the door, Yuan Ming was bent over, carrying two huge strips of meat on his left and right shoulders. The long strips of meat hung over his shoulders on either side. He was beaming, the corners of his mouth turned up. Seeing her son like this, Hu Huilan's nose tingled with emotion. "You rascal." She hurried forward to help take the strips of meat. So heavy, Zhang Liang, Yuan Dajun, Lin Exing, and Zhang Zihan got up and followed her out. Seeing such long, huge strips of meat, their eyes went wide. Lin Exing was momentarily speechless. She looked at her husband. Her husband was a hunting team captain. Counting him, a small team had 10 people. The meat they brought back each day, at most was 6 or 7 jin, at least only 1 or 2 jin. Since he took up this position, all the meat accumulated until now probably didn't even equal one of the strips Yuan Ming was carrying on his shoulder. One of these strips must be nearly 100 jin, right? And Hu Huilan was holding another one exactly like it. Hurry inside. Yuan Dajun hurried forward to help, taking the other slab of meat from his son's shoulder. Back in the living room, by the moonlight through the window, Yuan Dajun saw the blood-stained clothes on Yuan Ming and his heart tightened. "You're hurt." With just a small injury, Yuan Ming froze for a moment, then nodded. Hu Huilan quickly asked, "Where are you hurt?" Yuan Ming sheepishly replied, "My butt. I slipped coming down the mountain with the meat and sat on the ground." When the meat was being divided, Captain Qin had pointed at his butt and joked that he got a work injury today, so he should get an extra 2 caddies of meat. Everyone else in the group had laughed at that, because from today's hunt he was the only one who got hurt, and it was from a careless fall on the way down. Hearing his son Hu Huilan scolded, "Serves you right for not watching where you were going. Good grief, that must be almost 200 caddies of meat." Zhang Liang marveled, then patted Yuan Ming's shoulder with admiration. "Uncle really is getting old, seems you young folks have the foresight." To be honest, even he, as a hunting team captain, was tempted. After doing this so long, his accumulated meat wouldn't equal what this kid earned in one day. What kind of divine team was this? Zhang Zihan fell silent. She had previously looked down on Yuan Ming, but now he'd earned this much meat in a day. Meat was hard currency. This was no different from working several days and receiving $1 million bonus in one go, but Zhang Zihan still refused to admit she had misjudged him. She told herself maybe he was just lucky and happened to trap a large prey. Her father currently ranked 7th in the Alliance's internal card distribution sequence. Once the 6 ahead of him received theirs, the Alliance would allocate a card, and then their family could activate home. This is just the meat, there are other rewards. Yuan Ming knew that the simplest way to convince his parents was to present it as pay. Other rewards? Hu Huilan looked puzzled, glancing around. This child already had nowhere to put more things. Zhang Liang vaguely guessed one possibility, but he thought it exaggerated. Dividing so much meat was one thing, but surely they wouldn't even. Then he went silent. Not just him, everyone in the room stared without blinking as Yuan Ming pulled a blank expansion card from his pocket. "This is the card Captain gave me." Yuan Ming said, "Mom, Dad will be able to have home too." "Well, this is that kind of card." Hu Huilan's mind went blank. It seemed the residential complex had reached 20% of people obtaining home, but as individuals, the vast majority still didn't have cards. Some hadn't even seen a card before. The blank expansion card emitted a faint white glow, thin and the size of a playing card, yet it radiated strange magic. Yuan Ming held the card with emotion. Actually, he had once had a chance to get a card before. Captain Wang had decided the altar card would go to him the next day. But then they met the Alliance's hunting team, the altar was taken, and the card never materialized. That was also why he didn't want to join the Alliance's hunting team. He pinched the card and set the new expansion area to the balcony. Outside the balcony railing, the view blurred. When the light faded, a wide space of uniform gray-white, like a slab of carved rock, was revealed. Seeing this miracle-like scene, everyone in the room was a little stunned. Until they saw the home little glowing ball float in front of Yuan Ming. In that moment, Hu Huilan finally understood why her son said he'd joined a very good team. She wanted to go offer thanks but felt it would be presumptuous to approach rashly. So she said earnestly, Ziaming, you've met a benefactor. When others treat you well, be grateful. Don't be half-hearted and don't be lazy, understand? Yuan Ming thought his mother's turnabout was too quick. He was more used to her defiant demeanor. Standing behind his father, Zhang Zihan had all her pride shattered, like a peacock caught in the rain. The more Lin Exing looked at Yuan Ming, the more pleased she was, like a mother-in-law admiring a son-in-law. But when she glanced at her daughter, she sighed inwardly. Who knows a daughter better than a mother? Ziohen's personality was too arrogant. Yuan Ming was outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, on the surface easygoing, actually very ambitious. Trying to match them up would be difficult. After dividing the meat, the group salted away part of what they had brought back. This batch of salted meat totaled over 1,000 caddies. When the work was done, looking at the dark mass of refugees standing before him, Qin Ziwen shook his head inwardly. There were simply too many people. Although he could feed them, it wasn't necessary. The nature of refugees meant they couldn't fight hard battles. Refugees were temporarily attached to him. If they were dissatisfied, they could leave at any time. Liu San and Dazhuang were the same. They hadn't signed contracts with him like Du Yu had. But the salt well was short-handed, and Li Taishan also needed 2 assistants, so he kept 6 people. But an extra 30 people was too many. Qin Ziwen stood on the high platform and scanned the crowd. Is there anyone here with a particular skill? Master, I can farm, does that count? I can farm too. Who here can't farm? It's just I don't have any land to farm. The crowd of refugees jostled and made a fuss. Farming doesn't count, Qin Ziwen vetoed. There was only one field in home. It wasn't even a full mew, and after a special effect was applied, there was basically nothing to do. I can hunt. A man raised his hand. A hunter then. In ancient times, hunters were excellent military recruits. Typically, a hunter knew bowcraft and was skilled in stealth, tracking, and reconnaissance. After a little training, they could become excellent scouts. But this was a hunter among refugees prone to bolting. Seeing Qin Ziwen remain silent, the man withdrew his hand slowly, the light in his eyes fading. Master, I used to be a leatherworker, can I stay? At the edge of the crowd, an old man asked cautiously. A leatherworker, a cobbler. When Qin Ziwen didn't reply, Du Yu leaned close and whispered into his ear. Master, a leatherworker is an artisan who tans and processes leather. Pair a leatherworker with an armor smith and they can make leather armor. Qin Ziwen understood, you can stay. The old man nodded cautiously to the other refugees, then slowly stepped away from the crowd and stood behind Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen asked again, how many hunters among you? Besides the hunter who had just raised his hand, another person raised a hand. All right, you two can stay as well. The rest of you, after you finish your supper, you can disperse. At the announcement of dismissal, the refugees began to clamor. In the end, they left one after another. Looking at the 3 who remained, Qin Ziwen asked, what are your names? The old leatherworker said, this commoner's family name is Chen. My family has been leatherworkers for generations, so I go by Chen Pai. The 2 hunters were named Zhang Meng and Shixing. Since you're hunters, you should all know how to make bows, right? Zhang Meng replied, this humble one knows a bit. The taller Shixing clasped his hands in salute. This humble one knows how to make hunting bows, but military crossbows are beyond me. Qin Ziwen nodded. All right, after you finish dinner, go outside first to gather materials for making bows. Just bring the materials back, don't go too far. The residential complex surroundings don't have many fierce beasts right now. You can take some meat with you, I'll give you a lighter later. Zhang Meng and Shixing were momentarily stunned. Both looked toward the darkness outside, but neither voiced any objection, simply clasping their hands in acknowledgement. Du Yu exclaimed in surprise, Master, you're having them go out in the middle of the night to gather bow-making materials. Qin Ziwen said, this area has been cleared so many times, it's basically impossible for there to be fierce beasts. They just need to be careful of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. Besides, they are 2 hunters. The danger is indeed minimal. Du Yu agreed with this point. The master had also given those 2 a lighter and raw meat so they wouldn't have to worry about food at night. They only needed to find suitable wood for making bows. Qin Ziwen addressed the old leatherworker who appeared to be around 50 years old. Chen Pai, the leatherworker. This commoner is here. I have a wild boar hide stored here and also a megatherium hide. See if you can turn them into good leather. Qin Ziwen fetched the giant wild boar hide and the freshly peeled megatherium skin that still bore fresh bloodstains. After examining them, the old leatherworker exclaimed in surprise, Master, these are both excellent hides, but they've been ruined quite a bit by the skinning technique. The old leatherworker felt some regret. The quality of both hides was very good, but due to the inexperience of the skinner, the thickness was uneven. Plus, damage from arrow and spear attacks had severely marred the surfaces. In his view, these two hides weren't even worth 30% of their intact value. Qin Ziwen coughed lightly. That giant wild boar hide was actually one he had skinned himself back then. It's fine. Do your best to process them. Chen Pai asked cautiously. Yes, master. May I ask what purpose the master intends for these two hides? Decoration, clothing, or leather armor? Make them into leather armors. Prioritize defense. Yes, master. Might there be any scraping knives available? Number, go find Li Taishan. Tell him your requirements and have him forge one for you. Oh yes. Once today passed, only 2 days would remain until the crossing. Yet Qin Ziwen felt increasingly pressed for time, as if time waited for no one. He had already stockpiled some water. With the fish pond and the level 2 spring, he wasn't lacking in water resources, even having some surplus. Regarding meat, today's successful hunt of the megatherium, plus the various beasts captured in previous days, basically sufficed. Even if he couldn't find any meat at all in the new map, it would be enough to last a month, no problem until the map after next. Letter 1d64d letter 1d622, eng, a letter 1d41b, e circumflex letter 1e63. But merely having enough to eat and drink wasn't sufficient. Since he had come to this side, he wasn't satisfied with just surviving, he wanted to live a proper human life. The new residents arriving with the next map, if their numbers were small, that would be fine. But if they were numerous, conflicts would definitely erupt between them and the original residents. The only differences would be the scale of the conflict and how long it lasted. The reason the residential complex could stabilize now was largely because the current residents could be self-sufficient in food, and the Gobi Desert map's resources would only be more scarce than the forests. Lying on his side on the bed, watching the white smoke rising from the ground fissure beside him, even though it was night, the room temperature wasn't low at all, as if there was underfloor heating. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 28th day, obtained 2 cards, successfully hunted a megatherium. Comprehensive score, 111 points. Rewards obtained. Building card, level 1 residence 1, enhancement card, human constitution enhancement card 1 star 2, sleeping bag asterisk 1. After waking up and seeing the results of yesterday's settlement, Qin Ziwen's expression turned somewhat subtle. He hadn't expected that the enhancement cards he had used would return in this manner, and he got 2 at once. Qin Ziwen first took out 1 constitution enhancement card and chose to use it on himself. The blood and muscles in his body seemed to boil. He felt as if he had undergone a prolonged training session. When the enhancement card's glow faded, he extended his arm and clenched his fist. Now he felt like he could kill an ox with 1 punch. Of course, he knew this was an illusion, but he could genuinely feel that his strength, speed, endurance, and explosive power had all reached an extremely exaggerated level. So this was how much difference there could be between people. Now both he and Du Yu were maxed out. As for the remaining human constitution enhancement card, without much hesitation, Qin Ziwen had already chosen its recipient. Xiao Wu, come here. Big brother, what's up? Come upstairs with me. Qin Ziwen wasn't sure if using enhancement cards like this could also activate the home. If it could, then using it in Unit 602 would be most appropriate. Use this. Qin Ziwen took out the enhancement card and handed it to his younger brother. Taking the card, Qin Ziwen didn't ask his big brother where it came from, choosing to use it without hesitation. The moment he used it, a look of astonishment flashed across Qin Ziwen's face. After the enhancement ended, Qin Ziwen asked, "How do you feel?" Qin Ziwen opened his palm, feeling utterly incredulous. "I feel like my strength has become huge." He suddenly remembered that there was a period before when his big brother's strength had suddenly increased. Back then, he had found it miraculous. Now thinking about it, his big brother must have obtained an enhancement card at that time. Did the home awaken? Qin Ziwen paused, then nodded. It awakened. Just now when I awakened, I heard a voice in my ear saying, "Current home has no household head, occupying home now." Qin Ziwen nodded. That's it. If there are multiple people in one household, they can awaken the home by occupying an unowned house. Having obtained a new home, Qin Ziwen didn't pay it much mind. According to his big brother's explanation, he was just securing a slot first. Usually he would still live downstairs. Returning home, Qin Ziwen took out the newly obtained building card residence. This building was obtained for the first time. Judging by its name, it was a place to live. Qin Ziwen guessed this residence wouldn't just give him 2 beds, 2 sets of quilts, and then make him sleep better, would it? The residence's footprint was 4*3. The required blank space wasn't very large. The card was used, white light flashed. A somewhat crude single-story house appeared on the spot. There was a wooden door on the front. There were several holes on the side serving as windows. Pushing the door open and entering, inside was a large communal sleeping platform connected to a Kang-heated bed, with a total of 4 sleeping spaces. Each space had a cotton quilt and bedding and a wooden pillow. On the left, against the wall, stood a large wooden cabinet. On the right side by the wall was placed a small table with a chamber pot underneath. The layout was simple. Qin Ziwen cast insight on the residence. Level 1 residence, Level 1 settlement, Level 1 cold resistance settlement slots. 0/4. Qin Ziwen figured out the purpose of the settlement slots. They could be used to convert temporary workers like Liu San and Chen Pai into permanent residents, just like the 4 job positions in the tavern. As long as they were willing to stay forever, they could follow the home. There was no need to worry about them deserting at a critical moment. He planned to reserve these 4 slots for artisans or technical talents with specialized skills. After privately inquiring around, he discovered that not everyone was willing to stay forever. Among the salt-making group, only Dazhuang and Liu San had that intention. Liu San quietly told him, "Sir, the others are unwilling to stay long-term, probably because they still hope for a new emperor to ascend the throne and grant a general amnesty, so they can return to their hometowns. Some of them left home to escape corvée labor and taxes. If they encounter a new emperor's amnesty, they'll have a chance to go back. So that's how it is, then why aren't you and Dazhuang waiting for the amnesty?" Liu San patted his thin chest, wearing a look of loyalty. "Sir, you have shown me immense kindness. I only wish to follow you. Speak plainly." Liu San chuckled. This old man is getting on in years. Who knows how many years it will take to wait for an amnesty? Even if I wait, the journey back would mean sleeping rough and eating whatever I can find. I might even run into bandits on the road. I'm afraid these old bones wouldn't make it home before giving up the ghost halfway. Here with you, sir, I have food to eat and drink to quench my thirst. I also don't have to worry about being grabbed by the authorities for corvée labor. If I can stay, it's exactly what I wish for. As for that silly kid Dazhuang, his family all starved to death. There's no land back in his hometown either, so naturally he doesn't want to go back either. Although Liu San was old, Qin Ziwen was still willing to save a slot for him. Firstly, he was also a skilled worker at a salt well. Secondly, this old man spoke pleasingly, was clever, and could handle some minor tasks appropriately. Among a population of illiterates from ancient times, he was quite handy to use. Next were the 2 hunters and the old leatherworker. When Qin Ziwen asked, all 3 hesitated somewhat. "No problem, you can think about it for a few more days." Qin Ziwen did not force them. Seeing this, Liu San sidled over and asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you want them to stay?" Qin Ziwen grunted in affirmation. Everyone has their own aspirations. "You can't force them." These people were willing to temporarily settle in the home, but getting them to put down permanent roots seemed not so easy. After all, leaving their homeland forever was something many people from ancient times needed to consider carefully. Liu San's eyes darted around and he whispered, "This humble one is willing to help you, sir. Go and talk some sense into them." "You go ahead." After Qin Ziwen left, Liu San sauntered over to Chen Pai. Chen Pai was sitting on a small stool, holding a scraper and meticulously cleaning the fascia and residual flesh from the inside of a hide. He seemed to be working attentively, but his mind had wandered off thinking about something, and he nearly scraped his hand. Liu San pulled up a stool and sat down. "Master Chen, watch your hands." Chen Pai looked at Liu San, was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "Master Liu." Liu San asked, "Master Chen, where is your hometown?" "Pingyuan County, Qingzhou." "Wow, that's quite close." "I'm from Beihai County." Liu San switched to his hometown dialect to chat with Chen Pai. Hearing the familiar local accent, Chen Pai's brows and eyes gradually relaxed. After some casual chatting to build rapport, Liu San sighed. "Ah, I have no family left, not like you who still have attachments." Hearing this, Chen Pai's expression darkened, feeling a sense of shared hardship with Liu San. "My situation is similar to yours. The eldest died young, the second was taken for military service. According to people who served with him, he drowned. The third got married and died of illness within a few years. The county town was captured by rebels. I got separated from the refugee group and saw the porridge shed on the mountain. Never thought I'd end up here in the end." Liu San slapped his thigh. "Hey, then you might as well stay with me." Seeing Chen Pai hesitate, Liu San continued persuading. "What's there to hesitate about? How kind-hearted the master is. You can eat your fill, drink your fill. Later on, new people will come, find you a wife, have a few kids." The corner of Chen Pai's mouth twitched. "I'm already 48, don't talk nonsense. Even if I had the heart, I lack the strength. Besides, even if I had kids, how many more years can I live?" Liu San egged him on. "What's wrong with 48? If you don't want to have them, you can find a few obedient children to adopt. Let them take your surname, acknowledge you as their father. You raise them when they're young, they'll support you when you're old. Chen Pai was somewhat tempted but couldn't help asking, what benefits did the master promise you? Liu San laughed heartily. I just think this place is good and want to find a few more companions. Don't you think this place is like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring? Besides, you're already this old. Who knows when you'll get back if you wait? After you go back and pass away, will anyone tend your grave? Since you have no family left, you might as well stay here. Chen Pai hesitated, but I just refused the master. Won't the master be angry? I'll go talk to the master as long as you give me a definite answer. Liu San patted his chest. Then I'll trouble you. Afterwards, Liu San went to find the other two hunters. They had worked all night, finding 7 or 8 branches suitable for making bows in the wild, and 3 suitable for making spear shafts for long spears. Using the same method to get close and chat for a good while, in the end, one agreed to stay and the other said he needed to think more. How did you persuade them? Qin Ziwen was curious. Liu San bowed and replied, you, sir, have treated them generously. This humble one only needed to speak of your kindness towards them and analyze the malpractices of the current imperial court. Naturally, they would be moved. Ultimately, being able to persuade them still relied on your virtue and benevolence, sir. Listening to Liu San's clear and logical remarks, Qin Ziwen gave him a deep look. Are you really just a salt worker? I was indeed before. Liu San chuckled, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Soon all 4 slots for the residents were filled. Liu San, Dazhuang Zhangmeng Chenpai, common human Liu San. Common humans Dazhuangs. Common humans Zhangmengs. Common human Chenpai. After breakfast, the team members gathered at Qin Ziwen's home. Qin Ziwen convened an internal meeting. Everyone sat down in a circle one by one. Qin Ziwen began, I plan to release the news that the next map is the Gobi Desert. There are still 2 days left. Gathering water sources is definitely enough time, but specifically how should we publicize it? Do you have any ideas? Wang Yun pondered, that depends on whether you, Captain, want fame. If you do, it's best if the news comes directly from us. At the very least, if we do a good deed, people should know it was us who did it. We can't let others take credit. Deng Guang was somewhat hesitant. Won't that be too ostentatious? Wouldn't that expose that the captain's permissions are higher than theirs? Zhao Pu took over, attracting everyone's attention. I think there are pros and cons to us directly releasing the news. Everyone looked at him. Zhao Pu said there are 2 benefits. First, it can boost the reputation of the captain and our team. Everyone who receives the news will owe the captain a favor. Qin Ziwen's younger brother muttered, but not everyone knows how to be grateful. There are plenty of ungrateful people too. Zhao Pu nodded, we can't deny the existence of such people, but as long as a portion of them appreciate it, it's worth it. Moreover, even bad people surely wish the people around them were good. Do bad people really like living in a foul, impoverished, and utterly wicked place? Deep down, people still pursue truth, goodness, and beauty. Second, as long as no second person obtains higher permissions, the captain's importance remains indispensable. Once they know about the second map crossing, they'll definitely want to know about the environment of the third crossing. Being able to know the next map in advance also allows for more preparation. Although we are all modern people, without the spread of internet media, our living habits have in some aspects already become closer to those of ancient people. If we want to accomplish great things, a good reputation is still very important. Yuan Ming asked, you've talked about the benefits, what about the drawbacks? Zhao Pu said the drawback is that a tall tree attracts the wind. Because the reputation spreads, the captain's every move will attract more attention and could also be targeted by people with ill intentions. Moreover, our spreading reputation might threaten the position of the alliance and could potentially draw the attention of their higher-ups. Of course, based on my understanding of some members of the alliance, most of them are actually just ordinary people. They wouldn't say that just because they joined the alliance, they'd sell their lives for it. The purpose of joining the alliance is simply to survive better. If we clash with the alliance, the most likely result is conflict with some of the vested interests in the alliance's upper echelons, with others choosing to watch from the sidelines. In the end, whoever wins, they'll help that side. Wang Yun clapped in admiration. Dr. Zhao, your name really wasn't chosen wrongly. Hearing this, Zhao Pu looked somewhat embarrassed. Back in university, his roommates hadn't spared him from teasing about his name, asking if he had only read half of the Analects. Li Yue said, I don't think conflict is inevitable. They're not brainless villains from short dramas. Those with poor brains were pretty much eliminated over the past month. Those who remain, even if not smart, are at least normal people. We're all adults. Unless there is a fundamental conflict of interest, they don't need to deliberately target us. As long as we can maintain a certain level of deterrent force, I think cooperation is still possible. Qin Ziwen nodded. He could also sense this. When the residential complex first crossed over, there was a portion of entitled brats or people used to throwing their weight around who failed to adjust their mindset in time. But recently the atmosphere in the complex had clearly improved a lot. Everyone had their own things to do, all striving to survive. If I were to spread the news, which method do you think would be more appropriate? Li Yue said excitedly, I think how about you, boss, borrow a loudspeaker, then set up a platform in the center of the complex, and loudly announce that the next map is the Gobi Desert. What do you think? Qin Ziwen's face darkened. I think your suggestion is good. Li Yue laughed heartily. Boss is wise. Qin Ziwen said, so the task of borrowing the loudspeaker and doing the publicity on the platform is handed over to you. Remember to shout my name during the publicity. Li Yue's smile froze. Just thinking about that scene made this introvert feel awkward. He cleared his throat twice. Boss, I think maybe we should hand out flyers. Will you write them? And it's too wasteful of paper. Clean white paper was also a scarce resource. It would probably be a long time before they could make such clean, neat white paper again. After discussing with everyone, publicity wasn't their strong suit. They proposed quite a few ideas, but they were all rather dull and unoriginal. Qin Ziwen suddenly thought of someone, Guo Ziwen, that man who planned to spread his intermediary business throughout the complex. Time's getting late. You all head up the mountain first. I'll send the crowned eagle with you to retrieve the cards from the altar on the mountainside. Remember to be careful of the short-faced bear. Qin Ziwen dispatched Du Yu and Zhang Meng, plus Yang Kunchen, Wang Yun, Li Yue, Xiaopu, Deng Guang, and Yuan Ming, forming an 8-person team. They also brought along powerful animal traps, the compound bow, long spears, Molotov cocktails, and other items. With the crowned eagle providing aerial reconnaissance to prevent surprise attacks from the short-faced bear, the team's safety while going up the mountain was greatly increased. After everyone left, Qin Ziwen took his younger brother to Unit 201, Building 6, Unit 2, a vertical plaque hung by the door. Zio Guo Information Agency. Oh, looked quite professional. The door was slightly ajar. A gentle push opened it. Inside the room, Guo Ziwen was wearing glasses, sitting at a table, writing something seriously. Hearing the door push open, he instinctively called out without looking up, "Please come in." It seemed a bit quiet. Guo Ziwen looked up, and upon seeing it was Qin Ziwen, his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up. "Brother, please sit, please sit." He hurriedly got up, brought a chair for Qin Ziwen, and even poured a cup of dandelion tea. "You've even got tea set up here. Looks like you're doing pretty well." Guo Ziwen smiled wryly. "Brother, don't tease me. I'm just running a small business." At this point, Guo Ziwen tentatively inquired, "Are you here to buy information? What kind of information are you looking for, Zhang Bo's or Zhu Jiang's?" Qin Ziwen gave him another look. "Your information network is quite extensive, but I don't want information on either of them. I'm here to sell you information for free." "Sell information to me for free," Guo Ziwen murmured to himself. They say the free things are the most expensive. Hearing the word free, he felt pressure. Then Qin Ziwen explained his purpose. After listening, Guo Ziwen realized he had misunderstood Boss Qin. His eyes shone brightly and he trembled with excitement. Holy shit, it's actually such explosive news. If this kind of blockbuster news spread from him, his studio would definitely become an overnight sensation. Guo Ziwen looked at Qin Ziwen with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, when it comes to benevolence and virtue, it's gotta be you. If it were anyone else, they'd probably either hide this news or sell it at a high price. You're providing it for free. Just with this news, you can save at least 100 lives. How long will it take you to spread the news throughout the entire complex?" Guo Ziwen guaranteed 1 day. "Before tonight, I guarantee that the entire complex, from top to bottom, young and old, every household will know this news." Qin Ziwen nodded, but I also have a requirement. They say do good deeds without leaving your name, but I think we should adapt to the times. What is there to say? That's a must. If you do a good deed, you gotta let others know who did it. After saying this, Guo Ziwen went back to the bedroom. "Brother, wait a moment." A short while later, he came out with a box. "Brother, this is an old wild ginseng I collected. Please take it." Qin Ziwen didn't accept it. "You handle the matter well, that's enough." Guo Ziwen turned and stuffed it into Qin Ziwen's hands. "I have another one, you just take this. This old wild ginseng is at least 50 years old, absolutely a good thing. It can sustain life." Qin Ziwen looked at his elder brother. Qin Ziwen slightly shook his head. Qin Ziwen then put it back for Guo Ziwen. Guo Ziwen wanted to refuse, but his strength was no match for Qin Ziwen. He was pressed back into his seat like a little chick. After they left, Guo Ziwen sighed and put the old wild ginseng back in the cabinet. From these few interactions, he realized that Qin Ziwen was someone who valued substance. He didn't like empty talk. If he wanted to build a closer relationship with the other party, the best way was to handle this matter well and handle it beautifully. So he pondered seriously on how to spread the news as quickly as possible. Soon he had an idea. After returning home, not long had passed. Zio Meixu came to visit, saying she wanted to take advantage of the last 2 days to go to the river and use the fish traps to catch more fish and shrimp. Sure, I'll go get the fish traps. Qin Ziwen turned and went inside, handing all 6 fish traps to her. But there are crocodiles by the river, sister-in-law, you have to be careful. Should I accompany you all there later? Zio Meixu hurriedly waved her hand. No need to trouble you with a special trip. The riverside is much safer now. I saw quite a few people using fishing nets to catch fish, and many had their own woven traps, fishing rods, and such. Crocodiles are basically nowhere to be seen. I'll call Heng Sheng and Teacher Wei and the others to go together later. Qin Ziwen nodded, then be careful. The moment Zio Meixu left, Li Taishan emerged from the house right after, holding a newly forged simple broadsword. My lord, this is a simple broadsword forged from the new iron. Please take a look. Taking the hilt, he swung it casually a couple of times. The feel was good. Especially when the blade cut through the air, the tearing sound like ripping cloth was extremely clear. The blade is good, but it's a bit light. Li Taishan's eyes widened. This is still light. He took the blade back and tried it himself. He felt it was a bit heavy. How much more weight does my lord need added? Not urgent yet. Zio Wu, you try it. Qin Ziwen took the blade, tried it, and his face was full of joy because he felt it was just right. Qin Ziwen said, give this one to him. For the next weapon, don't make a blade yet. Forge a pure iron 3-pronged fork for me. The fork shaft should also be iron, preferably cast as one piece. Yes, my lord. Generally, with long weapons, only the top part is forged from pure iron or bronze. The long shaft uses wood because wood is light. If it's pure iron casting, the weight is too heavy. Being able to lift it and being able to wield it as a weapon for extended use are two different things. Returning to the blacksmith, Li Taishan placed the pieces of steel cake into the furnace, adding carbon for quenching. While Li Taishan was busy, Zhang Bo personally came to the door with the fish catch. Outside the door, Zhang Bo carried a large bucket densely packed with fish. Behind him followed 2 underlings, also carrying 2 large buckets each. Boss Qin, the fish you wanted, delivering 100 caddies first. Zhang Bo smiled. Thank you for your trouble, Boss Zhang. You can just put them on the ground. Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwen took the large buckets from him, carried them into the house, and placed them by the door. Our retroflex letter 1D41A letter T thruin smolkappa apaneus. Zhang Bo suddenly pricked up his ears. He seemed to hear. Ding 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 sounds. It sounded like iron striking. Seeing Qin Ziwen about to close the door, Zhang Bo hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Boss Qin, you haven't settled the payment yet. Qin Ziwen's expression remained unchanged. I'll settle it all together after you've delivered everything. No way, what kind of logic is settling payment only after all goods are delivered? If you end up refusing to pay, wouldn't I just lose over 100 caddies of salt for nothing? However, hearing that faint, indistinct sound of metal striking, Zhang Bo calmed down again. Settling later is also fine. I still trust your credibility, Boss Qin. He emphasized the word credibility quite heavily. It's just that this sound, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Oh, you mean the sound of metal striking? Does Boss Zhang's home also have a blacksmith? Qin Ziwen asked in return. Zhang Bo inwardly gasped, this time genuinely sour with envy. Besides a salt well, you also have a blacksmith. Not just a blacksmith collecting so much fish, you probably also have a fish farming structure. You really are too much. Zhang Bo forced a smile. My home doesn't have a blacksmith. It's just that I heard it on TV before in dramas. I didn't expect the real sound of metal striking to be like this too, haha. I just wonder, Boss Qin, do you sell ironware? Not for sale temporarily, I don't even have enough for myself. The production is very low right now. Qin Ziwen said, however, if there is excess production later, we could consider selling externally. Zhang Bo said directly, haha, Boss Qin, if you plan to sell, why not consider me a bit more? Sure, if there is any, I can consider you first, Boss Zhang. Then it's settled. Zhang Bo exchanged a few more pleasantries before reluctantly leaving. While going downstairs, Zhang Bo felt somewhat excited. He never expected to learn such a big secret. Qin Ziwen actually has a blacksmith too. Zhang Bo thought of Huang Tao and inwardly sneered. That damn guy laughing at my structure back then. Let's see if you can still laugh after Boss Qin's blacksmith starts accepting external customers. How can wooden tools compete with iron tools? Your business will shrink by at least half. Thinking that he wasn't the only one at a disadvantage, Zhang Bo felt inexplicably more comfortable. The two men following Zhang Bo asked quietly, "Brother Zhang, it's just a blacksmith, right? I remember there's a Mu Dahui in the residential complex. He built a furnace himself, made a hammer, and is also striking ironware. Should be about the same, right?" About the same, Zhang Bo gave a disdainful smile. Far from it. People who have never obtained a building card will never understand. Things made through building cards are fundamentally different from ordinary things. Otherwise, why would Huang Tao's carpenter's hut business be so booming? But he didn't want to explain much, just warned them, "You've worked hard today. Go back and each take 2 caddies of coarse salt. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk carelessly about what just happened. I don't want to hear the slightest whisper about this. You should know my rules." The two hurriedly agreed. They both knew Zhang Bo's methods. Previously, someone working here betrayed Zhang Bo. Within 3 days, while going out, he was ambushed, had his leg broken. On the other side, after Zhang Bo left, Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwen worked together to carry the buckets of fish to the kitchen, climbed over the window, came to the platform, took the buckets, and poured them into the pond. One after another, lively, jumping big fish leaped into the pool, splashing large sprays of water. After pouring all 5 buckets into the pond, the entire fish pond seemed to radiate a new layer of vitality. The fish entering the pond weren't afraid of people either. Occasionally, ripples could be seen on the water's surface and fish nibbling on duckweed. By evening, the team going up the mountain returned. Besides retrieving the cards from the mountain cave, they also hunted 2 squirrels, 1 field mouse, and 2 pheasants along the way. The field mouse was captured alive by the crowned eagle, pinned down directly on the hillside, then brought back alive. Du Yu said, "My lord, I heard you were collecting these mountain animals, so I told them to try to catch them alive as much as possible. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Ziwen took the large gray field mouse from him. The field mouse's wound had received simple hemostatic treatment. Held in hand, its heart rate was beating fast, pupils wide open, chest heaving violently. Looking at its state, in a little while it could probably scare itself to death. Opening the beast cage, he placed it inside. The originally somewhat tense gray field mouse gradually calmed down. Its heartbeat wasn't as fast either. Although not the first time experiencing the beast cage's magic, Qin Ziwen still clicked his tongue in wonder. 3 female field mice in heat came over. They frequently sniffed the male gray mouse. A white female field mouse approached, nudged the male gray mouse's head, then wiggled its butt and ran away. After running a couple of steps, it stopped and looked back to see if it was being followed. Another patterned field mouse walked to the right of the male gray mouse, its 2 ears vibrating rapidly. The last black field mouse circled around it, gently licking the male gray mouse's wound. The male gray mouse was like a block of wood, squatting quietly in place. Seeing it motionless, the 3 female mice grew increasingly anxious. Finally, they all walked in front of it, arched their backs, raised their hindquarters, lifted their little tails, turned their heads, and looked at it. Gray male mouse. The male mouse slowly raised its head, its rodent face full of contemplation. Pulling away Qin Ziwen, who wanted to watch the rodent show, they came to the living room. Qin Ziwen asked Du Yu, "What card did the altar give today?" Du Yu replied, "A common building card called paper mill. No one exchanged for it temporarily. My lord, the card is here." Saying this, he extended a card from his hand and handed it to Qin Ziwen. Paper mill? This structure is a bit awkward but can't be called useless. Paper is a good thing, definitely has a market. But the next map is the Gobi Desert, probably not much raw material for making paper. So even if built, it can't serve a purpose temporarily. However, mentioning cards reminded Qin Ziwen of something else. He called everyone in the home, then took out the building card paper mill, letting everyone come up and take turns holding the card. After a round of testing, besides Du Yu and Qin Ziwen, no one else could touch the card. Now he could confirm among these recruited members only Du Yu was special. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Qin Ziwen thought it was Zhang Bo delivering fish or Xiao Meixu returning with the fish trap. Upon opening the door, he discovered it was Li Yue, "Brother Qin. Come in, have a seat." Ever since entering the room, Li Yue had looked troubled and distracted. Qin Ziwen teased him, "What's wrong? Is there something you're too embarrassed to say?" Li Yue said, "It's like this, Brother Qin. I'm planning to move my house over here. You spent quite a bit on decorating that house, didn't you?" Li Yue blurted out his thoughts in one go. "That doesn't matter at all. I just feel like where I live now is a bit too far from you guys. Anyway, I'm the only one living in my house, and I haven't used any cards to build a home yet, so it's still possible. I just want to move directly and find an empty room on your floor to live in. That way, even if something happens in the future, I'll be closer to your place, boss. Qin Ziwen said, as long as you don't mind the hassle. A smile appeared on Li Yue's face, definitely not a hassle. And new residents are coming soon. I'm worried that if I don't act now and the spots get taken, there won't be any space left. Xiao Wu just used the room upstairs. Right now, only 801 and 202 downstairs are left. Which one do you want? But let me tell you up front, both of these apartments have had people die in them. Li Yue stated his preference, 801. That works perfectly, I can be neighbors with brother Deng Guang. 202 is too close to the first floor. I've heard the lower floors aren't safe. Oh right, brother Qin, that talent in the residential complex walking around with a loudspeaker shouting everywhere, is that someone you found? See, I told you the idea I thought of was pretty useful. What? Qin Ziwen was suspicious. Soon he fell silent. In the distance, walking below building 2, Guo Ziachen had somehow found a long pole. A piece of yellow cloth was tied to the top, with a large character Qin painted on it in pigment. He was constantly patrolling the residential complex. Letter 16B1 alpha, letter FF4 Omicron beta, epsilon, letter 1D4E2. In his left hand, he held a large loudspeaker, which was playing a looped message. Don't miss out as you pass by. Qin Ziwen, Mr. Qin from Building 8, is providing a piece of important news to the neighbors for free. The next world we'll cross into is the Gobi Desert Map. Gobi Desert Map, Gobi Desert Map. Important things must be said 3 times. Please prepare water sources, you must prepare water sources. Along the way, people occasionally approached Guo Ziachen to talk, probably to verify the authenticity of the news. Guo Ziachen was talking with such animated gestures, and those inquiring about the news hurriedly left again. Some neighbors, carrying buckets, rushed out the door towards the river, presumably to fetch water. Brother Qin, see, I told you it was useful. At a time like this, people have no patience for fancy, flashy methods. You have to be simple and direct. Li Yue said proudly. Qin Ziwen sighed with feeling. Coming up with this method isn't the hard part. The hard part is putting it into practice. Li Yue, you and Guo Ziachen should really get along well, be birds of a feather, be two of a kind. Ahem, boss, those are all derogatory terms. Li Yue cleared his throat and reminded him in a low voice. I meant the derogatory ones. All right, let's go to your place first and help you move. Li Yue moving alone would be too slow, so Qin Ziwen simply called a few more people. Zhao Pu and Deng Guang welcomed Li Yue's decision to move to Building 8. Wang Yun seemed somewhat tempted, but his wife was still recovering and hadn't been out recently, so he could only wait and see for now. Yuan Ming had just returned home not long ago. Yuan Dajin asked him, last time you mentioned that captain of yours is surnamed Qin. Yeah, what about it, dads? This guy, he's not bad, he's got vision. Li Yue didn't have a lot of things to move. Apartment 801 had been cleaned once before, and the windows had been left open for ventilation, so there wasn't much of a smell. After moving everything, Li Yue thanked everyone and then privately found Qin Ziwen. Captain, are you going to exchange for that blank expansion card? Qin Ziwen shook his head. Seeing this, Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief. I have 7 contribution points now. If I have a bit of luck going up the mountain tomorrow, I should be able to gather the 8 points needed to exchange for it. Qin Ziwen encouraged him, all right, give it your best shot. Then Li Yue brought up the idea of borrowing the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery to practice archery. Qin Ziwen readily agreed, but he was a bit puzzled. After I mentioned it last time, this is your first time coming here. Are you all just too embarrassed? Li Yue laughed, probably everyone's been pretty busy these past couple of days. Qin Ziwu, hearing that Li Yue wanted to come practice archery, decided to come be the coach. He ended up utterly crushed. Li Yue's archery skills were actually a bit better than his. Isn't this your first time here? Qin Ziwu said through gritted teeth. Yeah, it's my first time here. Li Yue replied with a completely serious face. Damn it, you're pretending to be weak to beat the strong. Qin Ziwu was furious. Brother Wu, I liked playing with cold weapons before, so of course I've played with bows, but my archery usually isn't this good. I just don't know why after coming here I feel like you've been reborn, like you've leveled up twice, right? Qin Ziwu interrupted him. That's the buff effect of this building. Everyone who comes in to practice archery gets to enjoy it. Don't say any more. I thought my archery ranking could go up 1 spot, but instead it went down 1 spot. In the end, he was a bit rueful. Li Yue practiced archery for a little over half an hour before excusing himself and leaving. It was evening, and staying at someone else's place for too long wasn't appropriate. But before leaving, Li Yue suggested, Brother Qin, this building is too powerful. Even a complete novice who knows nothing can be fed into a skilled veteran here. The building's effect is too strong. I think you, Captain, could charge a fee. whether in contribution points or other resources. Qin Ziwen waved his hand dismissively. No fees for now. Let's focus on improving the team's combat power first. Besides, you're all so poor right now. Let's talk about it after you get a bit richer. As for whether they would still come to this building after they got richer, the answer was definitely yes. Once they obtained recruitment cards and had new subordinates, having experienced the miraculous effects of the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, how could they refuse? This was called cultivating spending habits. A bit later, Zio Meixu came to the door with 3 fish in the fish trap, 1 tiger fish and 2 crucian carp. He put the tiger fish in a bucket by itself and released the 2 crucian carp into the fish pond. In the evening, Qin Ziwen went to the tavern and worked a shift for a while but didn't attract any customers. After washing up, he went to bed. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 29th day. You have harvested a large amount of fish. Comprehensive score, 70 points. Rewards obtained. Building card, Level 1 Archery Workshop 1. Resource card, Level 1 Moso Bamboo Forest 1. Archery Workshop finally, a building specialized in making ranged weapons. And the Moso Bamboo Forest, bamboo is good stuff. Some can be used for spear shafts, some for bows, and others are suitable for arrows. However, bamboo also comes in many varieties. It's just not clear which use Moso Bamboo is suitable for. The Level 1 Moso Bamboo Forest requires a 30-30 area, roughly 1.5 acres of land. It's a space hog. The Archery Workshop, on the other hand, only needs a 510 area, requiring much less space. Image, Moso Bamboo, also known as Mao Bamboo. After finishing his wash, Qin Ziwen came out and saw Du Yu practicing his morning exercises in the living room, with Zhang Meng following along and learning. It seemed that after going up the mountain together yesterday, Du Yu had won Zhang Meng over. Sir, seeing him approach, Zhang Meng hurriedly stopped his movements. Do you two know about Moso Bamboo? What is this thing suitable for making? Zhang Meng quickly chimed in. Sir, I know. Moso Bamboo is straight and hard, most suitable for making arrow shafts. At this moment, Du Yu also slowly finished his movements, his breath steady as he replied, reporting, sir. Moso Bamboo has thick, solid walls and is quite heavy, making it excellent material for spear shafts. The drawback is that it's relatively heavy, but that makes it more suitable for dealing with beasts. Suitable for arrows and shafts, what about bows? Du Yu shook his head. Moso Bamboo lacks flexibility. Bows made from Moso Bamboo are prone to breaking and injuring the archer. Qin Ziwen felt a bit regretful but was still satisfied. What material is perfect in every way? Outside the window, the morning sun rose. The dawn light illuminated the eaves of the arrow corridor. Today was the last day the residents of the residential complex would spend in this forest. There were 26 hours, 14 minutes, and 32 seconds remaining until the next transition. When the sun set today and rose again tomorrow, they would bid farewell to this forest. Qin Ziwen ran into Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli, who usually lowered her head and avoided him upon seeing him, hesitated for a moment and greeted Qin Ziwen. Thank you. You're welcome, Qin Ziwen nodded with a smile. Excuse me, is your team still recruiting people? Wang Xiaoli's nervous voice came from behind. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to look. On the stairs, the woman in black clothes, holding a bucket, looked at him expectantly. The core member positions are temporarily full, but there are still spots for ordinary members. Wang Xiaoli was overjoyed. Then how can I join? You already are. Listening to the sound of them going downstairs, Wang Xiaoli put down the bucket, covered her mouth, and wiped the corner of her eye. She had previously thought about joining the Alliance, but the Alliance people knew about some of her past experiences and refused her entry. But now she had a team too. Wang Xiaoli raised her head, a bright smile appearing on her face. Coming out of the stairwell, Qin Ziwu whispered, Brother, what are ordinary members? They're peripheral members. Qin Ziwu understood. Oh, ordinary members sounds nicer. Qin Ziwen carried strips of preserved meat to Building 6. The door had just opened. Guo Xiaochen was still yawning when he spotted Qin Ziwen approaching at a glance. Brother, you're here so early. Come in, have a seat. Guo Xiaochen hurried inside to fetch a stool for Qin Ziwen. You worked hard yesterday. I brought a little token of appreciation, hope you don't mind. Qin Ziwen raised his right hand, shaking the meat strips in his hand. Arcute letter 1D586 letter FF4E, O circumflex letter 16D2, E grave letter 10314. Ah, my brother, don't embarrass me, how could I possibly mind? Guo Xiaochen grinned as he took the preserved meat. Thanks to riding your coattails, my intel agency has really made a splash this time. By the way, brother, I have another piece of inside information. After the news broke yesterday, the Alliance's higher-ups hurriedly held an emergency meeting. I don't know the specifics, but it's probably related to you. However, you can rest assured with your reputation being so big now, they wouldn't dare cause trouble for you. Otherwise, their reputation would be ruined. Thank you. We're all on the same side, no need for thanks. Gyu Xiaochen suddenly remembered something and quickly slapped his forehead. There's something else, not sure if you'd be interested, brother. It's just a rumor, of course. Go ahead, I'm listening. Gyu Xiaochen said, a few days ago, a team from our complex followed the river downstream. Because they weren't planning to return the same day they set out, needing to spend the night outside, they went quite far. Then on the plain at the end of the downstream, they found some ruins, a bit like ancient brick and tile houses uninhabited for a long time. I suspect there might be indigenous inhabitants in this forest, but our exploration range is limited, so we haven't made contact yet. Qin Ziwen pondered this. Then what do you think? Could it be something similar to our existence? Guo Xiaochen nodded. Brother Qin, I've considered that possibility too, but if something like that happened before, historical records should have some mention, right? I've never heard of similar events occurring in the past. Guo Xiaochen rubbed his hands together and asked somewhat shyly, by the way, brother, do you have any similar news? Or goods you'd like to trade through me? Not in a hurry for now, let's wait until we reach the next map. Qin Ziwen patted his shoulder. All right, brother, travel safely on your way. After leaving Guo Xiaochen's place, he happened to run into Xiao Meixu and the others coming downstairs. They were preparing to go to the river to set the fish traps. Qin Ziwen needed to continue guarding the house, waiting for Zhang Bo to deliver the fish later. Liu San, how much salt do we have? Sir, we stockpiled yesterday. Today we have 80 caddies of coarse salt and 60 caddies of green salt. Good, keep up the efforts. President Zhu, you asked for me. Zhang Bo walked into the room. Zhu Jiang, sitting on the sofa, looked at Zhang Bo with calm eyes. I heard from the hunting team that you've been taking live fish from them these past 2 days. What do you need so many live fish for? Zhang Bo smiled. President, I didn't take them for free. I traded salt with the brothers from the hunting team. That's considered fair internal trade, right? Zhu Jiang pressed further. I'm asking, what do you need so many live fish for? Zhang Bo said casually, to eat. 300 caddies, you ate all of them. Yes, I all. Took them back to salt and preserve them. Didn't we hear the next map is the Gobi Desert? Want to stockpile more meat? Salted fish is just right. Zhang Bo answered with a chuckle. Zhu Jiang just looked at Zhang Bo, who sat on the sofa like a slippery character. Zhu Jiang stared at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. But you asked for live fish. Zhang Bo replied without hesitation, live fish are fresh. Dead fish stink. President, you didn't call me here just to ask about this, did you? As far as I know, private trading within the alliance is allowed. Everyone's doing it. Zhu Jiang finally waved his hand helplessly. Zhang Bo stood up from the sofa, patted his butt, and turned to leave. Watching Zhang Bo's retreating figure, Zhu Jiang felt somewhat aggrieved. The intelligence he gathered was that after Zhang Bo brought the fish back, he took those fish to Building 8. The only one who could handle that many fish was probably that Qin Ziwen. That Qin Ziwen clearly refused to join the alliance, yet he was leveraging the alliance's strength. But just yesterday, news about the next map being the Gobi Desert came from Qin Ziwen, boosting that kid's fame tremendously while also forcing the alliance's internal leadership to hold an emergency meeting, urging members to stockpile water and food in large quantities. After Zhang Bo had gone far, Zhu Jiang looked behind him. I don't understand. That Zhang Bo is someone who won't move without profit. He actually cooperated with that Qin Ziwen. Behind him, an old man with a small mustache and a crew cut said that Qin Ziwen collecting so many live fish is probably preparing for the next map. He might have a building that can raise fish. Zhang Bo might have reached a cooperation with him. One provides fish, the other provides salt. But since he can cooperate with Qin Ziwen, we can also cooperate with him. Everyone's goal is to survive. For now, there's no conflict. What we really need to pay attention to is the population replenishment. We just don't know what method this replenishment will take. If it directly fills the vacant rooms in the complex with residents, that would be the easiest. If they're pure newcomers, even better. We veterans have already experienced this once. Veterans guiding newcomers would also make it easier to absorb them. What I worry about is if they are experienced veterans, maybe even seniors with more experience than us. Why are you so sure there will be others? The old man smiled and said, whatever brought us from Earth here might be a natural phenomenon. But when home and cards appeared, it absolutely cannot be explained by natural phenomena. As he spoke, his eyes grew obscure. Have you seen gladiator arena performances? The struggle between man and beast is certainly thrilling. But what truly drives the audience wild are the intense battles between top gladiators and the large-scale, spectacular epic group melees. Hearing the old man's words, Zhu Jiang fell silent. He could understand this logic, but he didn't wish for it to be true. Are you afraid? The old man suddenly asked. Afraid? Zhu Jiang laughed loudly. I failed in business 3 times, was heavily in debt, didn't dare go back to my hometown for the new year, worked alone outside to repay debts. I survived such desperate days. What is there to fear now? I firmly believe the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Here are the fish you wanted. In the morning, Zhang Bo made 2 trips, bringing the remaining 200 caddies of fish to Qin Ziwen. Previously, he had considered the impact, but now that it was exposed, there was no need to hide it. Here's 80 caddies of coarse salt. I'll make up the rest with 15 caddies of fine salt. Qin Ziwen handed the salt to him. Zhang Bo waved his hand, too many eyes around. I'll come get it later. Qin Ziwen's eyes flickered. He understood. Zhang Bo didn't want news of him having a salt well to leak. Otherwise, if Zhang Bo gave him fish and then carried a large bag of salt back right after, all Zhang Bo's elaborate efforts would be meaningless. Considering they had just finished cooperating and he currently had no plans for large-scale retail salt sales, Qin Ziwen agreed accordingly. Zhang Bo seemed to relax. If you want anything, you can come to me. I'll be the middleman. Now in the complex, only the 2 of us have salt wells. There's no need for us to engage in a price war, right? Of course. Boss Zhang, I'd also like to buy another 200 caddies of live fish. I think we should consider that price war after all. Zhang Bo turned to leave. Haha, just kidding. Qin Ziwen pulled him back. Zhang Bo's face darkened. It's not like I can get as many fish as I want. And wasn't it you who spread the news about the next map being the Gobi Desert? Now everyone is guarding their food tightly. It took a huge amount of personal favor to get you these 300 caddies. Even I can't buy food now. Qin Ziwen just watched him exaggerate. Zhang Bo continued, but if you want other things like good timber, woven hemp rope, that kind of material, that's possible. Qin Ziwen became interested. Do you have wood suitable for making bows? Zhang Bo didn't expect Qin Ziwen to actually want more, but he didn't think it would be much. Yes. I have cadrania wood and mulberry woods. What about you? Qin Ziwen remembered you saying you was excellent material for making bows. No, no one has seen any. Zhang Bo waved his hand. Just cadrania and mulberry, how many pieces do you want? What's the price? If bought by someone outside the alliance, material for 1 bow costs about 10 caddies of meat. If bought internally within the alliance, it's still 5 caddies of meat. Give me 5 caddies of meat, I'll buy it for you. Qin Ziwen waved his hand dismissively. How could this rotten wood be worth so much? Zhang Bo explained, cadrania wood isn't that rare, but what's rare is the material suitable for making bows. Suitable bow material needs straight, knot-free cadrania heartwood, usually from the tree core. A single tree doesn't yield much material. Getting enough for 3 or 4 bows is considered a lot. Besides finding the right tree, you have to cut it down, bring it back, and do the rough processing. Qin Ziwen said, then how about this? 2 caddies of coarse salt or 1 caddy of fine salt trades for 1 piece of bow material. Help me get material for 20 bows first. Zhang Bo was stunned. He thought Qin Ziwen would want material for 5 or 6 bows at most, but he wanted this many. Are you forming an archery battalion? The problem is, even if you get this many bows, you don't have that many people. Can you even use them all? Zhang Bo said, that's too much. At most, material for 6 bows. Qin Ziwen countered, 15. 7. 14. Are you playing math problems with me? Zhang Bo said helplessly, you asking for so much is really troublesome. How about this? I'll get you material for 7 bows in the short term. If there's a chance later, I'll try to get you more. Qin Ziwen said, all right then, 30 caddies of fine salt, get me material for 10 bows. Try to get cadrania if possible. Cadrania is better than mulberry. Don't worry, it's fine, you might have bows, but do you have arrows? Without that many arrows, making bows is useless anyway. Hearing the number 30 caddies, Zhang Bo's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. All right then. Coming downstairs, Zhang Bo suddenly felt like those ancient traders who smuggled military equipment and grain. If caught, wait, what's smuggling? This is called fair trade. The complex residents accepted fine salt more readily than coarse salt. After all, their palates were spoiled by industrial salt before, so fine salt had stronger purchasing power. According to Zhang Bo's estimate, about 20 caddies of fine salt could probably get material for 10 bows. The remaining 10 caddies would be his own commission. Of course, the price couldn't be calculated so simply. Dumping a large amount of salt in a short time would also cause the market salt price to drop. But aren't newcomers coming soon? After Zhang Bo left, Qin Ziwen pondered. Currently, good wood for making bows wasn't that scarce because they were in the forest. But once they reached the Gobi Desert, with scarce resources, finding good bow material wouldn't be so easy. So stocking up more now was always a good idea. Cadrania was harder, suitable for longbows. Mulberry was only suitable for short bows. In terms of lethality, longbows were definitely stronger against beasts. In the afternoon, Du Yu and the others who went up the mountain returned to the complex. Today, the cave altar on the mountainside gave out a blank expansion card, small. After dividing the contribution points equally, Li Yue finally gathered 8 contribution points, exchanged for a blank expansion card, small, and successfully activated his home. Now the last team member had finally activated their home, achieving the full home activation milestone. Everyone relaxed for a rare moment, preparing to welcome tomorrow's new life. At this time, the hunting teams, gathering teams, and various other teams that usually went out hunting were mostly staying within the complex. Knowing they would transition again tomorrow, many people stayed in the complex, worried about missing the time. Some children followed their parents. After this month, not just the children but the adults had also become much more robust, their skin generally a shade darker. Captain Yuan Ming, who was taking a walk downstairs with his parents, waved at Qin Ziwen. Hu Huilan and Yuan Dajun looked curiously at Qin Ziwen. They had heard of him before but were meeting him in person for the first time. Uncle Auntie, Qin Ziwen greeted the two. Yuan Dajun extended his hand. Hello, I'm Yuan Ming's father. Thank you for taking care of Yuan Ming. Shaking hands, Qin Ziwen noticed Yuan Dajun's hands were somewhat rough and very strong. Hu Huilan said, Captain Qin, we entrust Yuan Ming to your care. If he doesn't listen, feel free to scold or even hit him, it's fine. Yuan Ming is very capable. He's very proactive in the team. Qin Ziwen replied with a smile. After chatting with Yuan Ming's parents for a while, he was surprised to learn that Yuan Dajun had studied martial arts before, pursued a dream in the film industry when young but due to his looks, could only work behind the scenes as a stunt double. He later became a professional martial arts director, doing action choreography. Because of work, he often traveled and worked overtime, so child-rearing was mostly left to the mother. Hu Huilan had always been very strict with Yuan Ming. After chatting for a bit, he politely declined Hu Huilan's invitation to have a meal at their home. But Qin Ziwen instead extended an invitation to Yuan Dajun. Uncle, seeing how strong you are, it's the perfect time to strive. How about considering joining my team? You and Yuan Ming could fight side by side, father and son. Yuan Dajun seemed tempted but didn't agree immediately, saying he needed to go back and think about it. Later, while taking a walk with his brother, Qin Ziwen passed by the first floor of Building 6. He happened to see Wei Jiahua carrying a bag of soil to fill the green belt. Teacher Wei. Qin Ziwen waved. Mr. Qin, Wei Jiahua stopped, a smile appearing on his face. How is your father's health now? Wei Jiahua expressed gratitude. Thanks to the honeysuckle you provided last time, his illness is almost cured. But there are some aftereffects. His stamina isn't as good as before, he gets out of breath easily after walking a few more steps. It's good that he's alive. Yes, it's good that he's still alive, Wei Jiahua sighed. When he was working before, he felt a lot of pressure. As a homeroom teacher, he managed students not only during work hours but also often dealt with a bunch of things after work. But after experiencing these events, he realized that as long as loved ones are still by your side, that is the happiest thing. Are you planning to do more greening? Wei Jiahua pointed to the soil on the ground, just messing around. But I don't think it will be very effective. The sun is strong in the Gobi Desert. This soil will probably dry out quickly. Mentioning this, Wei Jiahua couldn't help but ask, by the way, how are those seeds I gave you before? They're doing well. Most have sprouted and grown into small seedlings. Wei Jiahua was somewhat surprised. That's fast then, congratulations. By the way, Teacher Wei, would you like to join my team? Wei Jiahua looked somewhat troubled. I haven't joined any organization, but my wife joined the alliance. It's fine. Didn't Dr. Zhao also join the alliance and even became a building head? Qin Ziwen indicated he didn't mind such minor matters. Hearing this, Wei Jiahua thought that seemed reasonable too. All right, if you don't mind me, then I'll join. Welcome, Teacher Wei, to our team. On the way home, Qin Ziwu asked, Brother, how many people are we planning to recruit for our team? It's not about how many people we recruit, but how many people we can support. If we want to hunt large beasts, ideally, we could routinely form a team of around 20 people. Too many would make it unwieldy. With 20 people, spears in front, bows in back, that should be about right. In the evening, Zhang Bo personally came to the door, bringing 10 pieces of wood for making bows. Among the 10 pieces of wood, 7 were cadrania wood and 3 were mulberry wood. I really don't have that much cadrania wood left. If you don't want the mulberry wood, I can return some salt to you. Zhang Bo held onto the 3 pieces of mulberry wood. No need, mulberry wood is fine too. This wood is softer and the bows made from it are more durable. Qin Ziwen said without showing any expression, giving 2 tugs and forcefully pulling the mulberry wood over. He then turned his head and called out, "Do you bring the salt?" Du Yu walked over, carrying 2 large bags of salt in each hand, and stuffed them into Zhang Bo's arms. Seeing Du Yu lift them so effortlessly, Zhang Bo let his guard down. After taking them, he nearly failed to hold them steady, almost dropping them on the ground. Du Yu helped him steady them. "Be careful, don't drop them." Zhang Bo snapped back to reality, looked up, and carefully examined the man before him. His face was like carved stone, with deep-set eyes and brows and a sharp, piercing gaze. He carried over 100 pounds of salt with ease as if it were nothing. He couldn't help but think to himself, this man has immense strength. "Boss Qin, I'll be off then. See you in the next map." Zhang Bo laughed heartily, gave a wave, turned around, and left. Qin Ziwen carried the wood back to the living room. Among this pile of wood, the Quadrania wood pieces were longer, mostly exceeding 2 meters. The mulberry wood pieces were slightly shorter, ranging from about 1.5 to 2 meters in length. Du Yu inspected them and found they were all good quality material. "Sir, this material is good. The person who cut it must have been a professional carpenter." Qin Ziwen said, "That's good then. The Gobi Desert terrain is vast, traps and animal traps won't be as useful there. We'll need to use bows." He then rearranged the layout inside the house, clearing out an empty area measuring 5 by 10 units. He used the archery workshop card. As the light faded, a low building appeared in its place. The building was surrounded by a small wall about 2 meters high. Pushing open the reddish-brown wooden door revealed a small courtyard and a bright, low brick-and-tile house inside. Against the courtyard wall stood a row of bow racks. Judging by their shape, they were likely for drying bows. Next to the rack stood a bamboo drying basket about half a person's height, containing several bundles of processed hemp threads. Another basket beside it held tools like bow planes, files, and whetstones. Letter 1E59 and letter 20F small cap BOS. A few low stools were placed on the ground. On the other side of the small courtyard was a small pot set over a firewood stove. Inside the house, a small jar on the table contained half a jar of yellowish fish glue, and another small box held some pieces of horn. The first impression this building gave Qin Ziwen was that it was well-equipped. Compared to the blacksmith, the archery workshop was not only considerably larger in area, but also had more materials and tools here. He cast insight to check the building's effects. Level 1 Archery Workshop, Level 1 Glue Boiling Efficiency Increase, Level 1 Bow Making Efficiency Increase. Being able to increase bow-making efficiency was a good trait. He'd heard that making bows was originally a time-consuming task. Producing a good bow took even more time than making melee weapons. Du Yu then entered the archery workshop with the 2 hunters and began processing the wood, starting to make bows. The night passed without incident. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 30th day, obtained 1 card, harvested a large quantity of fish. Comprehensive score, 80 points. Rewards obtained. Building card Level 1 Leather Armor Workshop 1 Expansion card, blank expansion card, small 1. In the morning after eating breakfast, everyone sat inside the house silently waiting. On the first night they arrived here, they were asleep and had no sensation of the crossing. This was the first time experiencing a crossing while fully conscious. To prevent any accidents, no one went outside, instead sitting quietly in the house. On the other side, Building 1, 8th floor. In the room, Wang Yun stood at the bedroom door holding a bowl of hot porridge, gently knocking. Wife, get up and have some breakfast." After a while, a voice came from inside the room. "Leave it by the doors." Hearing his wife's weak voice, Wang Yun opened the door. On the bed, Linya tried to get up, but her movements were difficult. She tried several times but couldn't sit up. Wang Yun hurried forward to support her, but Linya pushed him away. "Don't come over, I'm afraid I'll infect you." "You said you were feeling better." A flash of heartache passed through Wang Yun's eyes. Linya wanted to say something but suddenly covered her mouth, turned away, and coughed lightly. Wang Yun placed the porridge on the bedside table and gently patted her back. Linya took a few forceful breaths and suddenly asked, "Is today the day we cross over again?" Wang Yun had told her about the second crossing. He quickly nodded. "Yes, there are only a few minutes left." Linya suddenly said, "I want to see." Wang Yun brought a chair and helped his wife sit behind the bedroom window. Linya tilted her head and looked at her husband. "You go out. What if I infect you? That would be irresponsible to your teammates. We're adults now, be good." Wang Yun fell silent, then left the bedroom and closed the door. He went to the living room balcony, separated from his wife by a wall. "Yi, can you hear me?" Linya's voice from next door sounded weak. I can hear you cough cough, Brother Jun, do you remember? When we got married, you told me that every summer vacation you would travel with me. The year before last we went to Sanya, last year we went to Urhai. We originally agreed to go to Yadin this year, cough cough. Wang Yun stared blankly into the distance, his thoughts swirling, his heart in turmoil. He said softly, don't talk anymore, rest well. Next door, Linya was quiet for a moment, then suddenly spoke. This time, are we going to the Gobi Desert? Yes, crossing over to the Gobi Desert. The Yadin we didn't get to go to cough, we're going in a different way. As her words fell, Wang Yun, sitting on the balcony, saw the green mountains and rivers outside gradually fade like fading paint, then be repainted. A wind blew through the window. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, and wind-blown sand patted the back of his hand. The blowing wind carried some dust. The scorching sun overhead grew increasingly hot and dry. Blue sky, white clouds, sunlight stretching for miles. The green mountains and clear waters completely disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of rich, burnt yellow and ochre red. The earth was torn apart with deep gullies, mounds, and ridges, scorched by the blazing sun, steaming with visible waves of heat. Cough, cough, Brother Jun, look, it's so beautiful. Linya's weak voice carried a note of awe. Wang Yun's heart clenched, gazing at this magnificent landscape. He had no mind to appreciate it. Yi, we've arrived. The wind grew a little stronger, beating against the windows, but the sounds from next door quietly ceased. Wang Yun took a deep breath and was about to stand up when Yang Kunshan beside him said, Sir, look over there. Wang Yun turned his head and looked outside the north wall of the residential complex. A 5-story school teaching building materialized from nothing, gradually taking form. The exterior walls of the teaching building were covered in uneven brown stains. The outer bricks were peeling, and the doors and windows were reinforced with wood. On the corridors, densely packed figures stood, men and women holding various homemade weapons. Those are, Wang Yun's expression turned grave. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the sound of wind-blown sand beating against the buildings. Under the blazing sun, both sides silently sized each other up, their scrutinizing gazes meeting in the air. You watch first, Wang Yun instructed in a low voice, then he entered the bedroom. Linyu was leaning against the chair, her head tilted to the side as if she had fallen asleep. His heart sank with panic and he hurried over, checking for her breath. He then let out a sigh of relief. She was still breathing, just seemed to have fainted. He carried his wife back to the bed, carefully tucking her in. Wang Yun's movement suddenly froze. He raised his head, a flash of disbelief and wild joy in his eyes. This is... What? Holy crap, bro, there's actually a transmigration settlement. Holy crap, there's ranking rewards too. Qin Ziwen jumped up, his face full of astonishment. Bro, you must be first, right? Qin Ziwen, sitting on the sofa, frowned slightly. Because the home's little glowing ball floating in front of him was actually displaying a string of text that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because he saw it every day when he woke up. Unfamiliar because this damn thing was actually provided by the home. And there were also differences in the details between the two. Home settlement. Congratulations to the esteemed Level 2 authority holder, Home Master, for successfully passing the novice period and officially becoming a Home Master. More card types have been unlocked. Current stage unlocked, hunting ladder function. Calculating your performance during the novice stage. Combat S, Cultivation S, Wealth SSS++. Comprehensive score. SSS. Current residential complex ranking, 1. Reward obtained, random level 2 red card *1. Home first places. Qin Ziwen looked at Qin Ziwen, what's your rank? 54th, Qin Ziwen chuckled. I'm perfectly happy getting a free card. Qin Ziwen said, good thing I let you use it. Otherwise, if you missed this chance, you'd have 1 card less than others and they'd have 1 more. That's a 2-card swing. A circumflex nuo acute letter 162, yeah letter 1d634. The home was still scrolling, lines of red text appearing one after another. Current stage type, challenge level. Time limit, 30 days. Challenge objective. The residential complex completes hunting ladder tasks greater or equal to 10 times, level 2 tasks greater or equal to 2 times. Please complete the objective within the time limit. Failure to meet the objective by the deadline will result in permanent confinement to this world. Seeing this, Qin Ziwen was stunned. Permanent confinement to this world, so would that count as a punishment or a reward? Could it be that some people were tired of transmigrating and wanted to stay permanently? Qin Ziwen pondered, but the home didn't stop, continuing to scroll. Current residential complex has merged. Total survivor count 2025 people, number of activated homes, 82. Home's blessing, the miracle of hunting, belongs only to the brave. After reading the Home's scrolling text, Qin Ziwen rubbed his temples. So that means the two residential complexes have merged now. His palm felt heavy and a crystal card radiating red light appeared in his hand. Function card, level 2 guild. Qin Ziwen silently willed it to activate. Function activated, level 2 guild. Authority level increased. Current authority, level 2 authority 3/4. Level 2 guild, you may choose home masters to form an alliance. Current maximum number of alliances, 20. After forming an alliance, the following functions are unlocked. Goodwill Alliance Shared Building 1. Goodwill Alliance. When an ally harbors strong malicious intent, the alliance state is automatically terminated and a warning is issued to other members. Shared Building 1. The guild leader can set any building to shared mode, opening an entry passage within the home of allies. During the sharing period, that building's characteristic levels +1. Current number of buildings that can be set to shared. 1. This Goodwill Alliance, it's genuinely useful. In this kind of environment, the hardest thing to discern is the good and evil in others. With the Goodwill Alliance, it at least saves allies from internal scheming and allows them to focus their efforts outward. The only flaw is the limited slots. A level 2 guild only has 20 slots. Then there's the shared building, which is pretty easy to understand. Once sharing is enabled, a passage to enter that building will appear in the other members' homes. This passage can only lead into the corresponding building. After exiting, they can return the same way to their own home. That's a pretty good feature. Qin Ziwen set the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery as the shared building. From now on, they could practice archery by directly entering the arrow gallery without needing to come to his home. After practice, they could return the same way, each going back to their own place. Level 1 Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. 2+1 level archery boost, 2+1 level stamina recovery, 1+1 level calm mind and steady spirit. Special effect. Arrows are generated infinitely and cannot be taken out of the gallery. All characteristics increased by 1. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. He originally thought it was a random characteristic level increase, but it turned out all of them were boosted by 1 level. That made the benefit terrifying. It was practically a master archer training class. At this moment, noise gradually started coming from outside the residential complex. Let's go, we're heading out. Qin Ziwen picked up the new 3-pronged fork forged by Li Taishan. This steel fork was forged entirely from pure steel, with exaggeratedly long 3 prongs at the tip. It weighed about 40 pounds, which felt just right. Du was even more fully armed, donning the mountain pattern armor, putting on a face mask, carrying the monk's knife at his waist, and holding a long spear following behind Qin Ziwen. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Opening it, Li Yue, Deng Guang, Zhao Pu, and a few others were gathered at the entrance. Captain. Mr. Qin. Brother Qin. Qin Ziwen looked at them. The new residents are here. Zhao Pu nodded with a grave expression. Mr. Qin, the new residents are here. It's a new building. The exterior doesn't look like a residential building and they probably aren't complete newcomers. Let's go downstairs. We'll check out the situation first. Qin Ziwen thought to himself. The windows at home were all blocked by the expansion card. While that improved safety at the time, now with the safe house ability, it felt a bit redundant. He planned to rearrange things, clearing out the balcony area so it would be easier to observe the outside sometimes. Exiting the fire escape and stepping outside the building, a wave of heat hit their faces. Dry, stuffy, the temperature was at least 10 degrees higher than in the forest. Although there was only one sun in the sky, the sunlight was glaringly bright. Li Yue was somewhat awed. There's only one sun. We're probably not on that previous planet anymore. It's too incredible, unimaginable. Coming out from the stairwell, Qin Ziwen looked towards the north. Outside the northern courtyard wall, a 5-story teaching building stood closely adjacent. The exterior walls of the teaching building were mottled, with many dried bloodstains visible. The most eye-catching thing, however, was the silent students standing on the corridors. Compared to the residential complex, one could clearly sense that the surviving students in the teaching building were much more united. Qin Ziwen said, "It should be a university teaching building, doesn't look like a high school's." Zhao Pu murmured, "It's hard to imagine what they've been through." The outer walls of the corridors are covered in blood. Outside the north gate's railings, a man who looked like a teacher stood behind the door. His voice was loud and clear. "Do you have a leader?" Downstairs of Building 2, Zhu Jiang straightened his suit jacket and strode forward with his head held high. But not long after, he walked back with a dark expression on his face. He looked at the group of high-ranking members of the alliance, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Bo, Huang Tao, and the others. "Hiding your light under a bushel, huh? I never expected our residential complex to be hiding the complex's #1 ranker. That esteemed person, please step forward yourself. The other side wants to meet the complex's #1. The #1 wasn't Zhu Jiang. Huang Tao was shocked. If it wasn't Zhu Jiang, a figure surfaced in his mind. Zhang Bo's eyes flickered, filled with surprise and uncertainty. The two exchanged a glance and without prior agreement thought of the same name. Zhu Jiang saw that all the senior members remained silent. Why aren't any of you saying anything? He looked at Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo glanced around left and right and immediately said, Guild leader, you know me, I only have one salt well at home. If we were ranking last place, I might have a chance, but first place, that's truly impossible for me. Zhu Jiang shifted his gaze, looking to the left of Zhang Bo at He Bio, the captain of the hunting team's first squad. This was one of the earliest followers with him. He Bio's face showed no ripple of emotion as he said slowly, Guild leader, you know me, my place is just that small. I don't even have an expansion card, so how much could I possibly store? First place would never fall to me. Zhu Jiang continued looking to the right. Huang Tao quickly coughed. Don't look at me, guild leader, you know me. All that timber and goods at my place move through the Alliance's channels. The income is open and transparent. I've earned a tiny bit, but it absolutely can't be connected to first place. Zhu Jiang looked around the circle. The Alliance's senior members chattered away, but they all indicated that first place had nothing to do with them. Zhu Jiang suddenly laughed. Interesting. According to what you're all saying, then this first place should be me. Huang Tao spoke up. It's not necessarily someone from our alliance either. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Jiang's gaze immediately drifted far away, landing on Qin Ziwen in the distance. Master, do you narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto Zhu Jiang who was walking towards them. Zhu Jiang approached, smiling as he said, Haha, brother Qin. This new group of people insists on meeting the top-ranked expert in our residential complex. Unfortunately, this person isn't from our alliance. After much thought, we finally decided it must be you. Qin Ziwen smiled without speaking, taking 2 steps forward. He turned back to see Zhu Jiang had stopped in place and called out, President Zhu, let's go. Zhu Jiang was inwardly surprised and suspicious. It really was him. He collected his thoughts and quickly caught up. Walking alongside Qin Ziwen, he said in a low voice, Captain Qin, once we get over there, we're still on the same side, right? Of course. Good, with your word, I'm reassured. Zhu Jiang laughed heartily. Outside the north gate of Yujingjiangcheng, the open ground was piled with things like wooden firewood. At the entrance, a middle-aged teacher wearing a gray suit and glasses stood quietly, with 7 or 8 strong, robust students closely following behind him to his left and right. Arhachek a circumflex small capen, Obar letter 1D401, e circumflex letter 1E65. As soon as Qin Ziwen stood still, he felt the gazes projected from every floor of the teaching building before him. He calmly raised his head and openly scrutinized it in front of everyone. The walls of the teaching building's first floor were almost covered in dark brown bloodstains and black smoke stains. The doors and windows were almost completely destroyed. Through the windows, one could see the interiors were empty, benches and desks had all been dismantled. It seemed the first floor had been abandoned. The staircase in the middle leading upstairs was blocked by a thick wooden door. Qin Ziwen sighed inwardly. Compared to starting in a teaching building, starting in a residential complex building was much better. This teaching building had many people and few rooms, crowded and bustling with almost no privacy. On the corridors of the upper floors, many students leaned out, both male and female, leaning on the railings, openly observing them. Your #1, the speaker, was a young man wearing a basketball jersey with beast-hide wrist guards wrapped around his arms. He had a crew cut, 3 scabbed scars on his face, a sharp gaze, and an aura of toughness emanating from his entire body. Are you #2? Qin Ziwen countered with a question instead of answering. The young man was stunned for a moment, then somewhat awkwardly shook his head. I'm 4th. Then who are 2nd and 3rd? Qin Ziwen looked around. 3rd is me, Zhu Jiang said from the side, his tone calm. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but take a few extra glances at old Zhu. It seemed old Zhu hadn't held back his efforts within the alliance. Sensing Qin Ziwen's gaze, Zhu Jiang kept his eyes downcast, pretending not to see. I'm 2nd. Actually, being able to get this ranking mainly relies on the trust and help of my classmates. The bespectacled teacher adjusted his glasses. My surname is Luo, single character gang. This time, I invited you all over mainly because there are 4 matters I'd like to discuss together. From now on, we're all companions living in the same residential complex. Communicating in advance can also avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Qin Ziwen took over the conversation. My surname is Qin Ziwen. This is the Alliance's guild leader Zhu Jiang from our residential complex. The Alliance is also currently the organization with the most members in the complex. Zhujiang smoothly extended his hand, shaking Luo Gang's hand firmly, then looked at the young man beside him who claimed to be fourth. I listen to teacher Luo in everything. My name is Cao Bian Sheng. The young man laughed heartily, stepping forward to shake Zhujiang's hand, then turned to look at Qin Ziwen, proactively extending his hand. As their palms clasped, Cao Biansheng's eyebrows raised slightly. Seeing Qin Ziwen's expression remain normal, he began to subtly increase his grip strength. 5 seconds later, the two simultaneously released their grip. Cao Biansheng's smile grew even brighter as he gave a thumbs up. Interesting, impressive, no wonder you got first place. Experts truly emerge from all corners. That's what I should be saying. Qin Ziwen could feel that Cao Biansheng's strength was in no way inferior to his own. This could only mean the other's physical constitution had also reached the 5-star level. Behind them, 2 suppressed exclamations came from the student ranks. Holy shit, Old Cow didn't gain the upper hand in the handshake. Damn, Old Cow is a tough guy who's used 2 enhancement cards. Cao Biansheng's gaze burned as he looked at Du Yu behind Qin Ziwen, eager to try. He could sense Du Yu was also an expert. Moreover, Du Yu's full set of mountain pattern armor and the cold weapon in his hand were truly attractive, making him suddenly feel his own iron-tipped long spear wasn't as appealing. Bro, that gear of yours is really cool, can I touch it? Biansheng, Luo Gang spoke up to stop him. Cao Biansheng shrugged, obediently taking half a step back. Luo Gang said to Qin Ziwen with a hint of apology, this kid Cao Biansheng's personality is just like this, straightforward and direct. He doesn't have any bad intentions. No problem, Qin Ziwen waved his hand. Teacher Luo, just say directly what the 4 matters you want to discuss are. Luo Gang nodded, his expression turning serious. All right, you should have seen it too, we only have this one teaching building. When we crossed over, we landed directly by a lake in a forest. At the beginning, there were over 800 students. Now only 542 remain. There are few rooms and many are female students. Whether resting or daily life, it's quite inconvenient. May I ask if there are any vacant houses in the residential complex? We hope to rent some empty houses. Zhu Jiang has stated his position. There are definitely vacant houses. We welcome you as well. That's fine, I think it's no problem. Qin Ziwen nodded. Luo Gang judged inwardly. It seemed these new teammates weren't the difficult-to-communicate type. The second matter is that we've all crossed over to this place. This Gobi Desert environment is different from the forest. Resources are definitely more scarce. Conducting a preliminary exploration of the surrounding environment is necessary. I hope we can achieve some information sharing. What kind of sharing are you referring to roughly? Zhujiang pondered. Luo Gang said first is water sources, second is dangers, and third is large animal herds. This information is shared by both sides. For example, if we find something, we'll tell you too. Now we're all grasshoppers on the same rope. In the Gobi, resources are scarce. Only through cooperation can more people survive. Zhujiang thought it was no problem, but he still looked at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen gave a slight nod. Zhujiang then readily agreed. Good. I agree. Luo Gang continued, then the third matter. This is our second crossing. What about you? Also the second time, Zhujiang said, then it seems everyone's progress is similar. We've obtained some cards, among which are some production and construction buildings. I hope the two sides can conduct some transactions to achieve resource complementarity. This is certainly possible, Zhujiang agreed directly. His alliance had the most supplies, so this clause was beneficial to them. Luo Gang looked at Qin Ziwen again. Only after Qin Ziwen also nodded did he state the fourth item. Finally, it's the hunting ladder. I believe you should have all received the message. If we cannot complete the challenge within 30 days, we will be forever stranded in this Gobi Desert. He looked around at Qin Ziwen and Zhujiang, his tone grave. The environment here is too harsh. I believe you certainly don't want to stay here either. On this point, our goals are completely aligned. I wonder if you've looked at the tasks on the hunting ladder. Qin Ziwen shook his head. He hadn't looked closely. He had only glanced briefly before leaving. This hunting ladder was similar to a mission bulletin board in form, resembling a pyramid. The higher you went, the fewer the number of tasks, but the difficulty also increased. The targets were basically hunting various local beasts, with rewards being various cards. This should be the second method to stably obtain cards besides the altar. Zhujiang frowned. I looked a little. To be honest, there's too little information. Basically, there's only a name and a picture, and we have no idea where to find these hunting targets. Luo Gang said, this challenge is based on the residential complex as a unit. I've observed carefully. Judging from the names and appearances, they should all be creatures living in this Gobi Desert. Moreover, there are many already extinct prehistoric creatures among them, including some never-before-heard-of creatures. Among the second-level hunting targets is the Tarbosaurus. The other second-level targets should also be creatures of the same level as the Tarbosaurus. Zhu Jianghe asked Tarbosaurus, never heard of it. But judging by the name, it should be a carnivorous dinosaur. Cao Biansheng said, yes, a large carnivorous dinosaur. You can think of it as similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, maybe even a bit more powerful than a T-Rex. Brother Cao, you're wrong, the T-Rex is more powerful. A male student behind him said. No, this depends on the terrain. Tarbosaurus generally lives in semi-arid regions, it's more agile. In complex terrain, Tarbosaurus should have more advantage, but if it's a death match in a narrow environment, the T-Rex's bite force is more terrifying. Another male student said. Zhu Jiang noticed a key point. Semi-arid regions. Qin Ziwen, however, thought of a possibility. Right. With a body as large as a Tarbosaurus, its daily water consumption must be considerable. So areas with Tarbosaurus nearby should have fixed water sources. All right, if it's hunting second-level mission targets, we can cooperate. Qin Ziwen expressed his agreement. After reaching a cooperation agreement, Luo Gang waved to those behind him. Dense footsteps sounded from inside the building. Rows of students came down from upstairs. Many people's clothes were dirty, covered in dust and bloodstains unchanged, but their faces were clean and their spirit was vigorous. Do you have extra pots, pans, bowls, and utensils? We can trade some supplies for them. Luo Gang smiled wryly. We crossed over in a hurry, we don't even have a proper pot. Are you doing collective procurement? Zhu Jiang inquired. Luo Gang pondered. Collective procurement. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer a loss. We can trade with animal hides, bones, and iron ore. Fine, I'll go back and ask. I can't promise other things, but we can probably spare some extra pots and bowls for you. Zhu Jiang waved his hand grandly, speaking magnanimously. Afterwards, he and Qin Ziwen returned to the residential complex. Zhu Jiang said in a low voice, Brother Qin, this new group of students isn't simple. They can even do collective procurement for things like pots and bowls. They're definitely united as one. If they weren't united as one, they couldn't survive. Their environment, what could a teaching building have after crossing over? Qin Ziwen shook his head. Moreover, there was something he didn't say, but he figured Zhu Jiang should understand. Compared to the mixed composition of people in society, students in the ivory tower are more pure. Student groups have always been full of ideals and willing to put them into practice. Adults, long tainted by society, often need to consider more. Brother Qin, they have 542 people. Even one bowl per person requires 542 bowls. Counting spares, let's round it to 600 bowls, then add 30 pots. How about a 9-1 split for us? Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Even with a 9-1 split, they would need to provide 60 bowls plus 3 pots. This quantity was too much for any single household, but if distributed among team members, it would be suitable. Zhao Pu asked Mr. Qin, what are they trading with? Qin Ziwen said animal hides, bones, and iron ore. Zhao Pu slowly nodded. Iron ore, it seems they don't have a blacksmith. He looked at the captain. If he remembered correctly, the captain's home should have a blacksmith, because during previous meetings at the captain's house, they often heard the sound of hammering and forging. For Qin Ziwen, the attraction of iron ore wasn't particularly high because he already had a level 2 iron mine himself. But animal hides could be used to make leather armor. Although leather armor's defense wasn't as good as iron armor, it had the advantage of being lightweight and not hindering movement. Returning home, Qin Ziwen opened the hunting ladder. The little glowing ball projected a screen displaying a leaderboard. The leftmost column of the leaderboard was the level. From bottom to top, they were level 1 tasks, level 2 tasks, and level 3 tasks. Level 1 tasks. Hunt adult giant hyenodon 10, reward. Random ordinary building card 1 point / hunt adult sarcastodon 5, reward. Random ordinary building card 1 point / hunt adult goby sand monitor 10, reward. Random ordinary building card 1 point / hunt adult redwing pterosaur 20, reward. Random ordinary building card 1 point, level 2 tasks. Hunt adult hadrosaur 5, reward. Random ordinary building card 3 point / hunt adult desert giant worm 3, reward. Random enhancement card 4 point / hunt adult tarbosaurus 1, reward. Random breakthrough card 5 points, level 3 tasks. Hunt ferocious giant rock dragon 1, reward. Function card insight 1, 20 points. At the very bottom there was a line of text note. Hunting ladder tasks cannot be repeated. Multiple tasks can be accepted simultaneously. If there is a guild, tasks can be completed collectively by the guild. The hunting ladder tasks being non-repeatable was a restriction that could prevent repeatedly farming cards. But Qin Ziwen felt it was somewhat redundant, because in this Gobi Desert the number of creatures was limited. This wasn't a game where they could respawn. Especially within a fixed area, unless struck by natural disasters, the population of creatures is generally maintained at a fixed level. After suffering heavy losses from an attack, they are highly likely to choose to migrate. Under this premise, if one wants to complete the missions, they can only venture far away from the residential complex, deep into the Gobi Desert to hunt in more distant places. The long journey and the potential dangers encountered along the way are all unknowns. Furthermore, some groups might flee in fright due to being attacked by humans, moving far away from this area. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but frown. Looking at it this way, these 10 missions with only 1 month to complete them really seemed a bit challenging. While completing the hunting missions, the residents of the complex themselves would also be hunting, collecting water, and gathering supplies. Looking at it this way, the options were either to integrate the strength of everyone in the complex and allocate hunting zones, or to gamble, taking a small group of elites deep into the Gobi Desert to hunt fierce beasts. But after thinking about it, neither option was easy. In open terrain, a single Tarbosaurus could teach them a harsh lesson. Then there was the level 3 mission target, the ferocious giant rock dragon, which was a whole level higher than the Tarbosaurus. From the picture, its layered, heavy armor looked like piled-up rocks. Without a reference object, its detailed size data was unknown, but just from its appearance, it was definitely not a small creature. He stopped hesitating, tapped his fingertip, and accepted all the missions. Big brother, the bowls and pots are all gathered. Bro, the bowls and pots are all gathered. Qin Ziwu's voice came from the doorway. He stood outside with Zhao Pu and the others, wooden crates piled at their feet. I'll invite you first. Qin Ziwen first sent invitations to Qin Ziwu, Zhao Pu, Deng Guang, and Li Yue. The 4 of them froze for a moment, clearly having received the home prompt. A few seconds later, they all joined the guild in unison. Holy crap, this is a home-recognized guild, right? We're a proper, legitimate, regular army now. Li Yue felt his vocabulary was somewhat lacking, and could only let a single holy crap carry him through the world. Zhao Pu was very surprised. I didn't expect there to be this shared building function. Ow tilde. Just as Qin Ziwen was about to head out, the crowned eagle ran over, excitedly nudging his chest with its head. You want to go out too? The crowned eagle nodded eagerly. Qin Ziwen pondered. Judging from the hunting ladder missions, the species in this Gobi Desert probably weren't as scarce as imagined. To be able to sustain so many creatures, there should be an oasis. Having the crowned eagle scout from the sky first was a good idea. However, there were pterosaurs in the sky, and pterosaurs were usually social creatures, so they had to be careful. You can go out, but don't fly too high. Just follow me, Qin Ziwen instructed. The crowned eagle blinked its big, pitch-black eyes, then nodded seriously. After Qin Ziwen and Zhu Jiang left together, Cao Biansheng walked up to Luo Gang. Teacher Luo, don't you think, it feels like their complex isn't very unified. The first and third-ranked individuals aren't even on the same team. Renye letter 1D2 Vei Hachek S Hachek. Luo Gang shook his head, his tone flat. The situations are different. They can't be lumped together. We just need to focus on our own tasks. Besides, aren't we internally divided into 8 hunting teams as well? That's not the same. Our 8 teams are all together. Cao Biansheng shook his head. Luo Gang smiled, patting Cao Biansheng's shoulder. It's good that you can maintain this pure, childlike heart. Teacher Luo, don't praise me. I can't handle praise, Cao Biansheng chuckled. Cao Biansheng's roommate Shen Ziabai sidled over. Brother Cao, Teacher Luo is saying you're all brawn and no brains. Hearing this, Cao Biansheng turned back angrily. Shen Ziabai, you're looking for a beating. Watch your father make you experience the human windmill. Righteous father, spare me, Shen Ziabai dodged backward. Other male students also joined in the commotion. Quick, stop him. General Cao is about to rebel. Watching the boys roughhousing like a bunch of monkeys, the girls nearby were already used to it. Some lowered their heads to organize things, others chatted quietly with their companions. Staying in the wilderness, without phones or the internet, young people with vigorous energy had nowhere to vent their restlessness. The Gobi Desert was scorching hot. The students in the open area couldn't bear the sun and gradually retreated to the shade. Luo Gang raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His throat was dry and tight. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. In such hot weather, if we can't find a water source quickly, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Teacher Luo, a girl with a short ponytail, her forehead exposed with delicate features, walked over, her tone calm. The water stored in the building should only be enough for everyone to drink for 3 days. If we need to cook, it might last at most 2 days. I understand, Zio. Please notify everyone. Each team should send out an exploration squad, with 15 people per squad, preferably those with good stamina. First, explore the surrounding areas in all directions. Focus on low-lying terrain. Pay attention to the environment. If you go to shady areas, be very careful. Snakes and scorpions often inhabit shady spots in the Gobi. Understood, the short ponytailed girl nodded. A student alerted him. Teacher Luo, someone is coming from over there. Luo Gang narrowed his eyes, looking towards the inside of the north gate where a team was approaching. Teacher Luo, careful, there's a bird in the sky. Another student suddenly pointed overhead. Above everyone's heads, a large bird with broad wingspan was circling at an altitude of about 40 to 50 meters. This caused some students in the building to exclaim in surprise. Someone fetched a homemade bow from a classroom. Others took out wooden throwing spears and rushed to the rooftop. Seeing that Qin Ziwen and his group seemed completely oblivious to the large bird overhead, a sliver of doubt arose in Luo Gang's heart. The bird was so close they shouldn't have failed to notice it. It seemed they weren't worried at all. As they got closer, Qin Ziwen said, "Has guild leader Zhu not arrived yet?" "No." Qin Ziwen gestured for Qin Ziwu to place the crates on the ground. "All right, we'll deliver a batch first." The students standing nearby gathered around. Seeing the beautiful white porcelain bowls in the crates, they exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, we don't have to eat with our hands anymore. My handmade earthenware bowl can retire now. You guys are lucky. Ever since crossing over, I haven't used a bowl. Every time I find a banana leaf to wrap my food in. I'm a student, I get to take one first. Hey, who isn't a student? Line up." Watching the excited students, a faint smile appeared on Luo Gang's face. He turned to Qin Ziwen and said, "Guild leader Qin, we have animal bones, hides, and iron ore here. What would you like to use for settlement?" Qin Ziwen asked, "Can we take a look at the hides?" "Zio Pan, take a few boys to the warehouse and bring down more hides," Luo Gang called out. A tall girl responded. She had bright eyes and white teeth, with a sturdy build, clearly someone who often exercised. "Yes, teacher Luo." Rolling up her sleeves, she shouted, "A few strong ones, come with me to carry stuff." "Coming, Sister Pan. Coming." From the crowd, several boys ran over swiftly. Soon, Zio Pan came downstairs with 3 boys carrying several large bundles of hides. With a thud, they dropped them on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Ziwen glanced over them. These hides varied in size. There were wild boar hides, crocodile hides, rabbit hides, he even spotted a leopard hide. "Acceptable, Teacher Luo, how do you plan to trade?" Qin Ziwen nodded. "You can just take 2 bundles, Luo Gang said. Qin Ziwen was surprised. These hides were quite a lot. One bundle contained about 7 or 8 hides. But on second thought, the porcelain bowls and 3 large iron pots he brought also held considerable value at this stage. At this stage, without a unified currency, trade wasn't based on specific value but on supply and demand. "Come down." Qin Ziwen beckoned to the crowned eagle overhead. The crowned eagle descended rapidly. This caused the surrounding people to step back, giving it enough space. "Don't be nervous, it's mine." Qin Ziwen said this also out of concern that it might be accidentally injured. There weren't many places to hide in the Gobi, so the crowned eagle's presence couldn't be concealed. If one day, because it got close to the complex, someone accidentally shot it with a bow or crossbow, it would be a huge misunderstanding. "You raised this," Cao Biansheng's eyes widened, filled with envy, as expected of the man who ranked first in the complex. "Yes," Qin Ziwen nodded. The group of students surrounding them covered their mouths, looking at the crowned eagle in astonishment. Luo Gang's eyes also lit up. He quickly thought of its strategic value. Having a unit that could fly in the sky meant they could survey the surrounding environment much faster. Especially in this Gobi desert, with few trees and an open field of view. As long as it could fly into the sky, whether it was tracking animal group movements or searching for water sources, it would be a huge asset, saving who knows how much time. A single bird was comparable to an entire hunting team. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Gang said, "Guild leader Qin, you can take the remaining 2 bundles of hides as well." "Isn't that too much?" Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. Luo Gang smiled. "You're probably taking these hides for processing, right? You can trade with us again after processing them. We don't have any buildings here for processing hides." He paused, then continued, "Initially, we talked about sharing information. Looking at it now, we're the ones getting the better deal. Judging by its appearance, this should be a crowned eagle. Although it's larger than the average crowned eagle, one can tell it's been raised with great care. With this crowned eagle, finding water sources doesn't require cooperation with us at all. If there's a water source nearby, relying on it, you could easily find water. These hides are also a token of our sincerity. Luo Gang's attitude was earnest. Qin Ziwen understood why he could become the leader among these students. Although he had become the nominal leader of over 500 students, there wasn't a trace of arrogance in his words or actions. Qin Ziwen reminded him, "All right, our entire complex crossed over together, so bedding like quilts are probably something each household has extras of. The temperature difference between day and night in the Gobi is huge. You can go trade with the residents for some cotton quilts." "Understood, thanks for the reminder." Luo Gang smiled, then his expression turned serious. Cao Biansheng. Cao Biansheng had somehow sneaked over to the crowned eagle. Gazing at this giant bird of prey that was taller than a person, his eyes were full of awe. This kind of tamed raptor was completely different from a wild one. If he encountered such a large creature in the wild, he wouldn't be able to observe it up close like this. "Old Luo, wait a sec." Cao Biansheng rubbed his hands together. "Bro, I really want to touch this." The crowned eagle looked warily at this human who was sneakily approaching it. "Depends on its own willingness." Qin Ziwen neither said it was okay nor that it wasn't. Cao Biansheng licked his lips, extended both hands, and slowly approached the crowned eagle. The crowned eagle made a warning sound in its throat and spread its wings. Its broad wings blocked a large patch of sunlight and stirred up a strong wind. Cao Biansheng hurriedly stopped. Regretfully watching the crowned eagle fold its wings and walk away, he muttered that he should also find a pet or something. Qin Ziwen said to Luo Gang, "Teacher Luo, regarding this hunting mission, I've thought of some possibilities. For example, if it's an animal group after being attacked, they are very likely to migrate away, leading to a lack of animal groups for hunting near us. So, if we encounter a large-scale animal group, I hope we can cooperate, surrounding and hunting them collectively from multiple directions." Luo Gang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I think that's feasible. If we find a large-scale animal group, you can contact me anytime. I'll basically be here." "All right, then we won't disturb you any further." After completing the trade, Qin Ziwen returned with 4 bundles of hides. It was still morning. He planned to spend the first day conducting a general survey of the geographical environment near the complex. Ever since the crowned eagle underwent its second enhancement, it had become quite difficult to hang a small backpack on its chest. So this time the newly sewn backpack was placed slightly lower, around its neck area. As before, he secured the phone onto it. "Be careful, try to avoid conflicts with other birds." Patting its wings, the crowned eagle soared into the sky. The crowned eagle circled at an altitude of 1,000 meters for over 10 minutes, then began to return. But just as it was returning, from the west, a group of black dots approached it. The crowned eagle sped up, diving towards the complex's rooftop. The black dots chased after it. As they got closer, their distinctive silhouettes allowed Qin Ziwen to recognize them instantly as pterosaurs. However, these pterosaurs weren't very large, with a wingspan of only about 2 meters, but there were many of them, around 10 to 20. Although they had already known through the hunting ladder that this Gobi Desert would contain extinct creatures from the dinosaur era. When they truly approached, the people on the rooftop couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. This was a collision across tens of millions of years. Yu drew his bow and knocked an arrow, ready to take aim. Qin Ziwen took out his compound bow, watching the pterosaurs following behind the crowned eagle. Screech. In the sky, the pterosaurs spotted the humans on the rooftop. Faced with these unfamiliar creatures they had never seen before, they remained cautious and didn't rashly approach. Instead, they circled high in the sky, continuously emitting raucous cries. "Screech, screech." Within the complex, many residents noticed these pterosaurs. "Mom, look, dinosaurs." A child pointed at the pterosaurs in the sky and shouted. His mother quickly picked him up and retreated into the building. The pterosaurs circled for a while, then flew away towards the west. In the distance to the west stood several tall rock pillars and a stretch of cliff. This group of pterosaurs finally landed on the tops of the rock pillars and the cliff. After the crowned eagle landed, Qin Ziwen first took the phone from near its neck and handed it to his younger brother. Then he crouched down to check the crowned eagle's body. Confirming it wasn't injured, he gave its head a good ruffle. The crowned eagle tilted its head, looking in the direction where the group of pterosaurs had flown away. Qin Ziwen said, "Bro, this seems a bit bad. The video doesn't show any signs of water for now, though several areas are blocked from view." "Let me see. Image. Gobi Desert." Taking the phone from his brother's hand, the video showed a desolate Gobi landscape littered with gravel, with occasional patches of greenish-yellow dotting the ground. Their residential complex was very conspicuous, located right at the edge of a small plain. The square walls of the complex plus the teaching building on the north side of the complex looked utterly out of place in the scene, like buildings from a different era. To the east of the complex was a winding Gobi Mountain ridge running north-south. It wasn't particularly high, but it spread wide to both sides. The ridge was dotted with scattered gaps, cutting what should have been a continuous ridge into fragmented sections, with several narrow canyons among them. Inside the ridge, many areas were shrouded in shadow, and combined with the distance, they were hard to see clearly. To the west of this small plain were several steep isolated mountains, interspersed with a few tall rock pillars. Many pterosaurs perched on platforms atop the peaks, looking from afar like insects crawling on the cliff tops. To the south, the vegetation was relatively more abundant, making it the direction with the most greenery in the video. Further south, there was a large canyon whose overall major orientation ran roughly east-west. The reason for saying roughly was that many parts of the Gobi weren't straight but rather S-shaped, as if once scoured by flowing water. To the north, the terrain became increasingly flat. But looking from the rooftop into the far northern distance, there were also cliffs and mountain ranges. However, they were too far away for the phone's aerial view to capture them. Qin Ziwen pondered, there are canyons to the east and south. The Gobi is so hot, even if there's water, it's almost impossible for it to be on the surface. These canyons might have water, though. If underground or surface water sources aren't too far from us, that would be good news. Bro, if it's just for a month, our water should be enough. Qin Ziwen said, finding water isn't just for drinking. Where there's water, it attracts animals. Where there are animals, it attracts predators. That's how we can complete hunts. Qin Ziwen stroked his chin, a flash of inspiration striking him. If water attracts animals, then if we put out a lot of water on the ground, could we directly lure prey into a trap? Deng Guang said, but the Gobi terrain absorbs water easily. Qin Ziwen raised a finger. We can lay waterproof material at the bottoms. You're a real genius. Qin Ziwen paused the video and selected slow motion. He noticed that at the edge of the large southern canyon, a group of animals was gathering. They were too far away to see clearly, only that they were light yellow animals, similar in color to the surrounding arid Gobi. Letter 1D640, letter 1F00, new letter 1D630, letter 162, e umlaut s diaresis. Zooming in made it blurry. Their specific appearance was unclear. He turned his head to look south. The large canyon was about 2 or 3 kilometers away from them. Lowering his head, he continued checking the video, wanting to see if he could spot the altar in it. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the safety stairs behind the rooftop. Captain, Wang Yun was panting heavily. What's wrong with you? You've seemed distracted ever since coming up. Qin Ziwen had noticed Wang Yun being absent-minded all morning. He had also rushed back home briefly earlier. Captain, this is the card I obtained. I ranked 13th this time. Wang Yun pulled out a light pink card, taking it from Wang Yun's hand. Healing card, external injury healing card, minor. Wang Yun said, you can see its usage effect in the home. This card can heal the most severe external injury on the current body. But the side effect is that physical fitness is reduced by half for 24 hours, and it's limited to personal use. There are actually cards that can heal injuries. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised, though the side effects were quite severe. Just the 24-hour having of physical fitness alone meant it couldn't be used during combat, only for emergency treatment after a fight ended. Wang Yun lowered his head, saying bitterly, but it's useless to me. Xiao Yi is critically ill now. I thought since there are cards for external injuries, there should be ones that heal internal injuries too. I want to trade this card for one that can heal. Didn't Dr. Qian go see her last time? She was getting a little better. Qin Ziwen said quietly. Wang Yun shook his head. She was better at the time, but these past 2 days she suddenly relapsed and got worse. I'll help you ask around, Qin Ziwen pondered. He then went to the Alliance to find Zhu Jiang. Upon learning his purpose, Zhu Jiang readily agreed, but after asking around, no one had a similar card. Zhu Jiang proposed the idea of buying the healing card at a high price, but Wang Yun politely refused. Then Qin Ziwen took Wang Yun to the teaching building area. Fortunately, someone here had obtained a healing card, internal injury healing card minor. Qin Ziwen offered to make up the price difference, but Luo Gang refused. He believed the 2 cards were of equivalent value. While the internal injury healing card had broader effects, capable of treating illnesses caused by viruses, bacteria, and toxins, the external injury healing card's value wasn't low either. The scope of external injuries was very broad. Things like organ damage, fractures, and severed limbs all fell under the category of external injuries. After the transaction was completed, Wang Yun left hurriedly with the card. Qin Ziwen was about to head back when Luo Gang called out to him. Since you're already here, won't you stay a while longer? Hesitating for a moment, Qin Ziwen stayed. He happened to want to chat with them as well. Teaching, building, nightfall, stars twinkling, listening to his roommates snoring, teeth grinding, and sleep talking. Cao Biansheng rolled over. Today was his first clear experience of transmigration, which left him somewhat excited. Combined with the demonic sounds from his roommate's side, it became increasingly difficult to fall asleep. He crawled out of the warm bedding, tiptoed, avoiding the heads of others, carefully made his way out. This was a lecture hall converted into a rest area. The doors and windows were tightly shut, the windows covered with thick wooden strips, leaving only small gaps for ventilation. The room was full of boys sleeping on floor mats, about 40 or 50 people lying there, their bedding pressed against each other. The smell was strong, but you got used to it after a while. Reaching the corridor, a cool breeze greeted him. Cao Biansheng breathed in the fresh air, turned his head, and spotted old Luo standing not far away, hands in his pockets, gazing at the sky. Ch at his age still likes to act cool. There were only the two of them here. Who was he trying to impress? Walking up behind Luo Gang, he tapped his shoulder from behind. Hey. Old Luo tilted his head, glanced at Cao Biansheng. Insomnia at such a young age. Cao Biansheng sighed. Can't sleep, maybe it's being in a new place, feels unsettled. What about you? Keeping watch for a bit, Luo Gang said softly, but Cao Biansheng detected insincerity in his words. Cao Biansheng gently nudged him with his elbow. Thinking about your wife, aren't you? You should address her as teacher's wife. Luo Gang was silent for a long moment, then smiled. You could say that. It either is or it isn't. There's no you could say that. I can understand, though. I often heard the fat guy on the next bunk crying secretly under his blanket at night. Luo Gang retorted, what about you? Don't you miss anyone? My parents divorced long ago. They both have their own new families. If I were gone, they might even breathe a sigh of relief. Cao Biansheng said carelessly. Let's not talk about this. Old Luo, what did you and that Qin Ziwen chat about this afternoon? Luo Gang chuckled lightly. Nothing much, just exchanged information about what happened after we each transmigrated. Hearing this, Cao Biansheng immediately lost interest. Hey, old Luo, you have broad knowledge. Tell me, can we overwhelm and kill something like a Tarbosaurus? Of course we can. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, there's nothing that can't be killed. The blue whale is huge, right? The largest creature ever discovered on Earth. It was still almost hunted to extinction. Oh, then tell me about those animals on the hunting ladder. Knowing yourself and your enemy leads to victory in every battle, right? It leads to victory in 100 battles, Luo Gang corrected. Actually, even the level 1 challenge targets on the hunting ladder aren't as simple as you think. Let me give you an example. The giant hyenodon, ranked first among the level 1 tasks, was active in the Neogene period. In its era, it was also a top predator of its time. Its size was no less than a tiger's, nicknamed Hell's Tooth. Its carnassial teeth are like scissors. If you have to deal with it, be very careful of its teeth. There are pictures of it on the ladder leaderboard. You should be able to see them. Of course, I'm talking about the size estimated from giant hyenodon fossils. Actually, over here, many animals are a bit larger than their original versions, so. Old Luo, I think I see a live giant hyenodon. Cao Biansheng interrupted him, staring fixedly at the area below the building. Under the night sky, a group of light yellow giant hyenodons were crouched low, crawling closer from outside the sandy area. They had somehow arrived in the vicinity. Under the moonlight, their crimson eyes gleamed with cunning and cruelty. Luo Gang's expression changed drastically. He swept a glance around, roughly estimating no fewer than 10 giant hyenodons. Get up, get up. Cao Biansheng ran incredibly fast, sprinting along the corridor, his palms slapping against the wooden window boards along the way. Get up quickly, beasts are approaching, get up, hurry up and get up. Luo Gang's face turned ashen. Usually at night, he would always arrange people for night watch. Today, because they had just merged with another residential complex, and the survivors from that other complex were relatively friendly, he had only arranged for 2 students and himself, 3 people in total, to keep watch. He had been careless. There was no time to regret the mistake because the giant hyenodons downstairs, realizing they had been discovered, no longer bothered to hide. Roar. The giant hyenodon's roar was very low and deep, like a motorcycle engine. One giant hyenodon tried to leap up to the second-floor corridor. Its coarse claws scraped a long scratch along the wall. Thud. It landed on the ground, its thick front paws bracing against the floor. The giant hyenodon shook its head, letting out a dissatisfied cry. Damn it, these beasts. Cao Biansheng rushed into the room at the end of the corridor, grabbing 2 long spears from the wall inside. By now, students were running out of the rooms along the corridor behind him, splitting up in succession. Some ran up to the 3rd floor, others headed to the 4th floor. Cao Biansheng narrowed his eyes, staring at the giant hyenodons prowling below. He swung his arm forcefully and the long spear shot out like a blur. It plunged heavily into the back of one giant hyenodon. The spear sank in a small section. The giant hyenodon cried out in pain, but its movements weren't significantly hampered. Cao Biansheng cursed inwardly. These bastards were really fucking thick-skinned. This thick hide could rival those giant wild boars. Several giant hyenodons downstairs began to move. They stopped randomly bumping into things and gathered together, sniffing the ground with their short snouts. One of the smaller ones suddenly raised its head, its ear tips pricking forward, its crimson pupils locking onto the wide, wooden-blocked staircase in the middle of the teaching building. Letter 1D411, letter 1033D, letter 1D630, letter FF42E hatchek S hatchek. It moved forward, its claws slamming against the wooden door behind the blockage. Wood splinters flew, and the thick wooden board was deformed by the impact. Behind the door, a male student who had rushed over raised a long spear and thrust it through a gap toward the giant hyenodon's head. He felt like he was stabbing into a plank of wood. The giant hyenodon swatted a paw at the spear, nearly snapping the wooden shaft. But soon, more students came down from upstairs to support them. One after another, long spears formed a spear formation, thrusting out from the gaps left in the barricade. They quickly stabbed the giant hyenodon in front of them until it was covered in blood. Roar, the blood-soaked giant hyenodon was slapped aside by another, crashing to the ground. From behind it, one giant hyenodon slowly walked out, noticeably larger and more robust than the others around it. It was likely the leader of this pack. Both in size and presence, it clearly stood ahead above its peers. The giant hyenodon leader was cunning. Seeing the humans above continuously shooting arrows and throwing stones, making its packmates look pathetic, it let out a great roar and swaggered directly into the first-floor corridor. The other giant hyenodons, hearing their leader's call, all ran into the corridor. Some barged into the first-floor classrooms. Now hiding directly below, they had moved into a blind spot. The attacks from above temporarily ceased. One giant hyenodon ran over obsequiously, wanting to lick the leader's paw but was slapped away. It seems these beasts aren't stupid. Cao Biansheng frowned deeply, but his gaze grew increasingly sharp. The first floor of the teaching building had no cover, no obstacles, and had many doors and windows. Defending it wasn't cost-effective, so it had been abandoned, used only to pile up useless junk and firewood. Generally, after a conflict, most wild beasts would retreat. But this pack of giant hyenodons had a stronger desire to attack than expected, since they weren't retreating. Then they would fight. Cao Biansheng lifted his long spear, jumped onto the second-floor balcony, raised the spear high, and shouted defiantly, "Brothers and sisters, these beasts actually want to eat us. We are the terrifying upright apes." Who? The many students gathered in the corridor raised their weapons, rhythmically pounding the ground, their throats emitting low roars. The many voices converged into a wave of sound like an ancient war chant. "Oh, what's that noise?" Qin Ziwen was awakened by the noise. He heard the shouts coming from outside. He went to the living room. The balcony area had been rearranged by him. All the expanded space had been moved behind the guest bedroom, now revealing the open-air balcony again. Because he had already activated the safe house function, he didn't need to worry about anyone sneaking in during the night while it was active. On the balcony, Du Yu was looking toward the north side. "Sir, a battle is happening over at the teaching building." "Let me see." Qin Ziwen went back to the bedroom to get the binoculars. Adjusting the central focus wheel, the focal length gradually sharpened, finally landing on the teaching building. On the second floor, third floor, even the fourth floor, some students were holding weapons, shouting loudly. That wave-like sound was coming from their mouths. The female students were mostly on the third and fourth floors, while the male students were on the second and third. Looking down through the binoculars on the first floor, over a dozen strangely shaped beasts were prowling, seems like giant hyenodons. Qin Ziwen's lips curled upwards. The mission target could actually deliver itself to his doorstep. The students' war chant woke up many residents in the residential complex. Figures could be seen standing on balconies watching. "Sir, should we go hunt these giant hyenodons?" "Of course we're going, but we can't just charge in recklessly." By comparing them with the surrounding buildings, Qin Ziwen could determine that these giant hyenodons' body lengths were basically between 3.3 and 3.8 meters, shoulder height between 1.4 and 1.5 meters. They had robust limbs and huge heads, a standard group of big-headed dolls. Big-headed dolls like these usually had terrifying bite force. There's also a leader. Qin Ziwen noticed that among this pack of giant hyenodons, there was one that looked stronger than the others, the leader. This leader's body length was estimated to be over 4 meters, shoulder height close to 1.8 meters, taller than an adult. "Sir, if we want to hunt this pack of beasts, I don't recommend a frontal encirclement. It's best to use terrain advantages, Du Yu suggested. I know, I have two plans. First, have the crowned eagle carry gasoline barrels and pour the gasoline on the ground, burning this pack of giant hyenodons. But the downside is the people are also in the building. It's easy to burn the building too, and the meat burned by gasoline can't be eaten. Du Yu asked, what's the second plan? The second is to go to Building 4. Building 4 is closest to the north gate, and it's only separated from the teaching building by one courtyard wall. The distance is only 30 or 40 paces. Use bows and arrows from the windows of Building 4 to shoot at this pack of giant hyenodons. It would be best to lure a few of them over, then use the narrow terrain advantage of the stairwell to split them up and defeat them separately. Du Yu said, sir, I think the second strategy is better. He had seen the power of gasoline. The first floor of the teaching building still had some junk piled up. The slightest mishap could start a huge fire. Zio Wu, go upstairs and gather everyone. We're heading to Building 4, Qin Ziwen said to Qin Ziwen. Got it, big brothers. Iron Mountain, how many weapons do we have stockpiled at home now? Li Taishan replied, sir, we have 5 newly forged iron long spears, 2 large animal traps, 1 small animal trap, and 2 bows. Forging iron armor is time-consuming. It hasn't been copied yet. The only set of mountain pattern armor at home is yours, sir. Qin Ziwen calculated. Including Qin Ziwu's simple broadsword, Du Yu's monk's knife, and his own 3-pronged fork, the weapons were barely sufficient. There were also some confiscated short-handled weapons like kitchen knives and machetes, but they weren't much use against large ferocious beasts. All right, Iron Mountain, you, Zhang Meng, Shihu, and Dazhuang each take a long spear. Du Yu, you also take a long spear and then put on the mountain pattern armor. Qin Ziwen began allocating. Iron Mountain, bring the animal traps and bows. Du Yu said, sir, perhaps you should wear the armor instead. Qin Ziwen refused, no need. You wearing it can leverage its advantages better than I can. Soon, Qin Ziwen had assembled a 10-person team. Li Yue, Deng Guang, Xiaopu, Qin Ziwu, Du Yu, Zhang Meng, Li Taishan, Dazhuang, Shihu, and himself, 10 people in total. Downstairs, Wang Yun and Yang Kunshan had been waiting for a long time with their weapons ready. Wang Yun held a white gasoline can in his left hand. Wang Yun smiled, guessed you'd definitely be going. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen laughed, raised his arm, clenched his fist, and bumped fists with Wang Yun. Since everyone's here, let's set off. We'll go to Building 4 first. Remember to conceal your movements and don't make any noise. Wang Yun asked, not calling Yuan Ming. Qin Ziwen waved his hand, no need. He lives on the 9th floor, too high up. Besides, this time we're not charging head-on. The stairwell is so narrow, we can't use too many people. We have 12 people, 4 per group, which can be divided into 3 teams taking turns to rest. On the balconies on both sides, many neighbors watched Qin Ziwen and his group head north. Some had numb expressions while others were itching to join. Yuan Ming stood on his balcony, listening to the battle roars outside the north gate, unable to help but clench his fists. He glanced at Building 8, then back at the north gate. Suddenly his eyes focused, staring intently at the group gathering downstairs at Building 8. He shouted indignantly, damn, they didn't even call me. Yuan Ming hurriedly ran back to his bedroom and retrieved his treasured iron-skin long spear. Where are you going? Hu Huilan asked. Yuan Ming shouted eagerly, going to fight monsters with the captain. Hu Huilan's words reached her lips, but she hesitated and finally said, be careful. After Yuan Ming left, Yuan Dajun, who had been silent, put on his jacket, picked up his homemade spiked long-handled mace from behind the bedroom door and followed him out. Letter 1D42B Alpha, Letter 2115, Letter 1ED1, Letter 1D587, Cyrillic Letter 1D4E2. Hu Huilan didn't stop him, only asking, will you be back for breakfast? Bringing our son back to eat together, Yuan Dajun's voice drifted from afar. In the next room, Zhang Liang listened to the sounds in the hallway outside his door, his expression complicated. Lin Xing asked softly, they really went? Yeah, they went. Zhang Zihan suddenly understood why Yuan Ming could harvest so much every time. Dad, should we go help too? Zhang Liang remained silent. The Alliance hasn't issued a notice. Let's wait a bit longer. So wait up. Yuan Ming ran over, panting heavily from behind, with Yuan Dajun following him. How did you two get here? Qin Ziwen turned around in surprise at the base of Building 4. Yuan Ming looked at the captain resentfully. Captain, I saw you all gathering. I didn't even have time to put on my jacket and rushed right down. Qin Ziwen teased, who told you to live on the 9th floor? Do you know how hard it is to climb without an elevator? Captain Qin, I'm willing to join the team as well, Yuan Dajun stated succinctly. Uncle Yuan welcomes. Then Qin Ziwen led everyone upstairs through Unit 2 of Building 4. Yuan Ming was puzzled. Couldn't you only exit through the north gate? Why go to Unit 2? But he soon understood. Qin Ziwen knocked on the door of Unit 202, Unit 2, Building 4. It was very quiet inside, but if you listened carefully, you could hear faint footsteps right behind the door. Boss Zhang, it's me. I'd like to borrow your esteemed place to deal with those beasts outside the building. After a moment, the door opened. Zhang Bo silently looked at the large group of people following Qin Ziwen. The corner of his mouth twitched. You not sleeping in the middle of the night coming to my place, I thought you. How can anyone sleep with such a loud noise? Qin Ziwen pointed at the window. Mind if we borrow it? I already opened the door for you, what do you think? Zhang Bo said irritably. Next time before knocking, please state your purpose in advance. It's really quite frightening otherwise. Haha, Boss Zhang is generous. Qin Ziwen gave a thumbs up and led the team members filing in one by one. The north gate was right next to Building 4. From the windows of Zhang Bo's kitchen and secondary bedroom, they could clearly see the area outside the courtyard wall. The pack of giant hyenodons was destroying the entrance to the building. The students had built several layers of wooden doors which were now almost completely destroyed. On the ground, 2 giant hyenodons already lay dead, but this didn't make the beasts fearful. Instead, they grew even more frenzied. Set up the traps in the stairwell, Qin Ziwen ordered. A moment later, Zhang Meng reported, Sir, they're all set up. Good, Qin Ziwen glanced at his quiver. There were still 20 arrows left. But these 20 were for both compound bows. Not a lot, but not too few either. Qin Ziwen narrowed his eyes and began to aim. Whoosh. Instantly, the arrow became a blur. It struck the massive rear end of the giant hyenodon king 50 meters away. Roar. The giant hyenodon king whipped its head around, its gaze fierce. Behind it was a scrawny giant hyenodon. Compared to its peers, this one was a bit smaller. While the others were destroying the wooden doors, it hid behind the leader's rear end. Seeing the leader's fierce glare, the little giant hyenodon turned its head in confusion. Its own rear end was empty, nothing there. The giant hyenodon king glared fiercely at this kid behind its rear, then turned its head back. Thud. A short, forceful sound came from behind its rear. The pain made the giant hyenodon king instinctively thrust its rear forward. Then it slowly turned its head and delivered a heavy slap to the head of the little giant hyenodon behind it, sending it flying. The giant hyenodon king scanned the area behind it fiercely. Then, another arrow cut through the air, accurately hitting the giant hyenodon king's forehead. The arrowhead sank in a small section before being stopped by its hard skull. This time, the giant hyenodon king finally saw. Its crimson pupils, spanning dozens of meters, precisely locked onto Qin Ziwen. Screech. The crowned eagle let out a cry. It sliced through the night sky, gliding above the pack of giant hyenodons. Seeing this, Cao Biansheng roared, boosting morale. Reinforcements from the complex are here. We are not fighting alone. Crack. The wooden door shattered, and a giant hyenodon struggled to push its head through the broken gap. What greeted it was the shadow of a club smashing towards its face. Thud. The long club shattered and broke. The giant hyenodon's nose split open. Its mind went blank, falling into a brief state of confusion. From the sides, 7 or 8 long spears thrust in from both flanks, stabbing its face painfully. One spear even struck its eye directly. Intense pain sent the giant hyenodon into a frenzy, its thick neck shaking violently. With a loud clatter, the last wooden door was actually torn off by its brute force. However, this door panel also got stuck around its neck like it was wearing an Elizabethan collar. Hearing the commotion, the giant hyenodon king turned its head. Seeing the broken door, a trace of savagery flashed in its eyes. Hurry. Block them, those on the second floor retreat to the third floor, by time, Cao Biansheng roared. The corridors on both sides were packed with male students. Dense forests of long spears blocked the giant hyenodons trying to charge up. On the second floor corridor, some of the male students began an orderly retreat towards the third floor. Teacher Luo, should we throw the torches? Luo gang nodded. Throw the torches first, buy a little time. Then bundles of dry branches and firewood were thrown from the second floor onto the first floor staircase, followed by falling torches. Soon, thick smoke billowed and flames ignited. The giant hyenodon pack's assault rhythm temporarily halted. The fire wasn't very big, confined only to the staircase entrance. These wooden materials wouldn't burn for long, they only served to delay time. Behind the second-floor window of Building 4, Qin Ziwen frowned as he watched the first-floor defense line of the teaching building begin to crumble. Trouble. This giant hyenodon king is actually this patient. Could it be that they really had no choice but to go down and fight head-on? But there were only 14 of them in total. Even combined, their numbers were only about the same as the surviving giant hyenodons. The area from the north gate to the teaching building was completely flat, with absolutely no cover. A head-on clash would likely scatter their formation in the first encounter. It would be pure suicide. Qin Ziwen said, the big one isn't taking the bait, maybe we should try the smaller ones. He shot 2 more arrows. The arrows hit, but those giant hyenodons just snarled at them, staying close to their leader and not leaving the pack. Yang Kunshin had been observing from the side. He suddenly spoke up, "Sir, I have a plan." "What's big?" Yang Kunshin said solemnly, "No matter how fierce or cunning a beast is, it cannot escape being a beast. Normally, the death or injury of a few companions would make the pack wary and retreat. But this pack has strong desires. There are only 3 likely reasons. First, protecting their young. Second, hunger. Third, territory disputes. Since they are attacking proactively, it's probably unrelated to 1 and 3. Food is scarce in the Gobi Desert, so the second possibility is most likely. I observed that the abdomens of these giant hyenodons are sunken. They are undoubtedly lacking food and hungry. We might try using meat to lure them to split them up. The courtyard wall downstairs isn't high, they can easily jump over it. We can first throw meat to attract their attention, then throw meat inside the residential complex's courtyard wall. Once they are behind the wall, we can lure them into the building and deal with them separately. Our retroflex letter FF41 new or aegeneca secumflex. I'll use meat. But I don't have any meat here. As Qin Ziwen spoke, he glanced towards Zhang Bo standing not far behind him. Zhang Bo was taken aback. He looked around, then pointed at himself. "Amazing." Qin Ziwen said, "Boss Zhang, consider it a loan to me. I'll pay you back later." Zhang Bo looked at the people around him staring at him. All right. I give up." He returned to his room and a moment later brought out 3 salted fish. "Is this enough?" Qin Ziwen sighed helplessly. "Bring more. As long as we can kill 1 giant hyenodon, we'll have several 100 pounds of meat. Don't worry about me not being able to repay you." Zhang Bo thought for a moment and felt that seemed reasonable. He hurried back to his room and brought out several large chunks of fresh meat. The meat still felt cold to the touch. Qin Ziwen privately wondered, the cellar or ice? But now wasn't the time to ask. They cut all the meat into small pieces, but not too small to prevent difficulty in throwing. After giving instructions to do you, a moment later, Qin Ziwen hefted a piece of meat in his hand, took aim, and threw it. Plop. The fresh, blood-streaked piece of meat landed accurately right behind a giant hyenodon's rump. Hearing the sound, it instinctively looked back. Then its head immediately froze, unmoving. What? Did it smell meat? It was meat. It had been nearly 10 sunrises since it last tasted the flavor of meat. Saliva instinctively began to secrete. It quickly walked towards the piece of meat. Suddenly, a larger, darker shadow swept past from behind, shoving it aside. It instinctively bared its teeth, but upon realizing it was the leader, it quickly retracted them. The giant hyenodon king walked up to the piece of meat, lowered its head and gave it a casual sniff, then eagerly extended its barbed, long tongue to roll the meat into its belly. It smacked its lips. For its massive size, this bit of meat could only be considered an appetizer. Plop. Another piece of meat landed not far from the courtyard wall. The giant hyenodon king walked forward, lowered its head, and ate this piece of meat. Then it raised its head and licked the corners of its mouth. Plop. Another piece of meat fell, but this time, the scent of meat was coming from behind the courtyard wall. The giant hyenodon king paced back and forth below the courtyard wall. Seeing the other giant hyenodons also jump over, it finally couldn't resist. With a leap, it easily cleared the 2.2-meter-high wall. After eating this piece of meat from around the corner, it heard a sound. The giant hyenodon king followed the scent. On the ground was another piece of fresh meat. These pieces of meat were a bit small for it. They could satisfy a craving but weren't enough to fill its stomach. After eating a few pieces and circling around, it finally arrived at the entrance of Unit 2, Building 4. Staring into the pitch-black entrance, it instinctively grew wary. But under the temptation of the meat's aroma, the giant hyenodon king's stomach let out a gurgling sound. In the end, it couldn't resist the lure. Lowering its head, it cautiously walked inside. Inside, besides the scent of meat, there was also the smell of those humans. It moved forward with a hunched posture, walking very slowly. It didn't detect the scent of any natural predators in the air, which relaxed it slightly. Following the stairs upwards, just as it passed a corner, it saw several humans standing at the top of the staircase. One of them was that person who had shot arrows at its rump earlier. When enemies meet, eyes blaze with fury. Roar. The giant hyenodon king charged rapidly up the staircase. Although the environment here was somewhat unfamiliar, it had never walked on this kind of concrete staircase before. Compared to the jagged, rocky cliffs, it wasn't too complicated. Snap! In the quiet, dim stairwell, the sound of an animal trap snapping shut suddenly rang out. The giant hyenodon king stumbled, instinctively pulling back its trapped right forepaw. Snap! In its panic, its right hind leg also stepped on another animal trap. The giant Hyenaudin King's movements became somewhat hurried. Trapped, kill. Du Yu stepped forward first, his waist and horse stance unified, his long spear descending like a falling galaxy. The sharp spearhead plunged into the giant Hyenaudin King's head. It paused for a moment, then broke through, sinking in nearly halfway. The giant Hyenaudin King let out a shrill, piercing roar. The narrow stairwell made it difficult to dodge left or right. It could only move forward or retreat. The giant Hyenaudin King shook its head, and in that instant, Qin Ziwen seized the opportunity to drive the iron fork deep into its neck. 3 sharp tines sank into flesh and skin, blood spurted out, splattering on the wall. The giant Hyenaudin King below, in pain, tried to struggle. But as its hind paw touched the ground, a sharp pain made it twist its foot. The serrated bite of the animal trap was deep enough to reveal bone, making it difficult for the beast to exert force. It staggered backward, the animal trap on its foot scraping across the ground with a harsh, grating sound, finally crashing with a loud clang as its back slammed heavily against the wall, collapsing in the corner of the landing. The cramped space made it difficult for its massive body to flip over. Du Yu at its side pulled out his long spear and thrust it towards the creature's heart. This spear thrust was both accurate and vicious. It struck the heart directly. The giant Hyenaudin King struggled in its death throes, suddenly erupting with tremendous force. Its thick, powerful leg kicked against the wall, producing dull, thudding booms. Qin Ziwen gripped the fork handle with all his might, his right foot braced against the stair step behind him. His entire body was pulled forward, the base of his thumbs going numb from the strain. After a long while, the struggling force of the giant Hyenaudin King grew weaker and weaker. A few more minutes passed, and the giant Hyenaudin King's body surface erupted with a large number of light points, which finally coalesced above its form into a green card. "It's finally over," Qin Ziwen let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this animal trap was strong enough. If they had been in a more spacious area, it would have been very difficult for the giant Hyenaudin King to step into it. He rubbed his arm. He had used too much force earlier and his arm ached. Both he and Du Yu were peak humans with 5-star physiques. They had the advantage of height and traps, yet they had barely managed to subdue this giant Hyenaudin King. It just goes to show that humans still have their limits. There's a gap in physical prowess compared to wild beasts. Strange, I remember besides this one, 2 other giant Hyenaudins also entered the complex. Why didn't they follow? Wang Yun couldn't understand. Qin Ziwen, hearing the commotion outside, put away the card and led everyone out of the building unit. They saw on the open ground not far away, 2 giant Hyenaudins were trapped under 2 large nets. A group of residents holding long weapons were surrounding and attacking them. Letter 1d64d, letter 1d656, small capen o umlaut, e grave s retroflex. One of the giant Hyenaudins suddenly broke free from the net and pounced towards the nearest person. A single swipe of its massive paw sent the human crashing to the ground. Then it lowered its head, biting down on the resident's upper body while another paw pressed down on his lower half and gave a fierce shake. The resident's scream was abruptly cut short. Like a torn cloth doll, chunks of flesh and entrails flew everywhere, blood spraying out in a fan-shaped arc. This scene of extreme violence not only shocked the surrounding residents, but also made Qin Ziwen's breath catch. This thing's bite force is that terrifying. Good thing they hadn't given the giant Hyenaudin King a chance to show off earlier. In the center of the area, the giant Hyenaudin spat out the half-eaten corpse in its mouth. Its fur was now stained red with blood, much of it its own. It didn't run away. Instead, it charged towards another nearby person. Enduring the attacks of long spears, it lowered its head and simply knocked the resident in front of it down. Its rough paw slammed into his chest, caving it in on the spot. Qin Ziwen noticed a detail. When the giant Hyenaudin charged, the long spear in that person's hand did initially strike the target, but it was quickly lost from their grip. The lack of follow-up damage gave the giant Hyenaudin the chance to close in. The core issue was still the disparity in strength. Of course, when facing a charging unit like this, holding a spear in hand is the inferior strategy. The superior strategy should be to plant the spear butt into the ground at a 45-degree angle, relying on the Earth's resistance to counter the charge. It's just that the ground in the complex is concrete. The spear butt can't be planted. Within the crowd, this giant Hyenaudin rampaged wildly, seemingly oblivious to pain. On the other side of the area, 10 residents who were still desperately pulling on the hunting net, trying to restrain the other giant Hyenaudin, saw the one charging towards them and quickly let go. But one person still couldn't dodge in time and was pounced to the ground. Seeing the situation growing increasingly chaotic and developing in an uncontrollable direction, Hibayo, standing at the back of the crowd, anxiously shouted, "Don't run. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. One spear each could kill them all. Everyone attack." A resident who had retreated shot him a disdainful look. "Captain He, why don't you go first?" Lead by example and show everyone. Hibayo's face flushed red, who wasn't afraid. This thing was like a god of slaughter. Even if they could kill it in the end, his own life would be gone. Zhujiang glanced sideways at the hesitant, retreating Hibayo. Although he was also afraid, he knew this was a critical moment and they couldn't back down. Forcing down his fear, he took a few steps forward and roared loudly, "Brothers of the Alliance, don't be afraid. There are only two of them, kill them, get the cards, share the meat. Everyone follow me." A powerful, resonant voice came from the diagonal rear. Zhang Liang, leading 9 residents, slowly advanced. They stood shoulder to shoulder, 10 long spears held forward. Soon, 2 more hunting teams joined them. They formed a fan-shaped formation and began to encircle the giant hyenodon. As more and more people joined, the surrounding residents spontaneously formed groups, surrounding the blood-soaked giant hyenodon in the center. Meanwhile, the giant hyenodon wrapped in the hunting net, finding no one around it, glanced at the dense crowd and directly fled towards the north gate. Only the abandoned giant hyenodon remained in the midst of the crowd. It looked towards its fleeing companion, letting out a roar of discontent. A large net fell from above, covering it, slowing its movements. Immediately after, long spears from all directions closed in. The giant hyenodon leaped forward, instantly overwhelming the 2 people in front of it. But then 7 or 8 spear shafts were already pressed against the side of its neck, and even more spears thrust in, forcibly halting its charging momentum and flipping it onto the ground. The giant hyenodon lying on the ground let out a mournful howl. But its howl seemed so feeble and powerless against the dozens of spears pressing down on it from all sides. After the giant hyenodon was hunted down, the crowd dispersed. Some people simply plopped down on the ground, sitting. Qin Ziwen noticed the key point, those large nets. Although they seemed to have limited durability, they could restrict and slow down the beast's movements, giving the spear formation more time to attack. He was thinking about how he would deal with these giant hyenodons if he faced them in an open area. These things charge like little tanks. The dead ordinary giant hyenodon didn't drop a card. Qin Ziwen speculated that at least leader-level creatures within level 1 hunting units or level 2 hunting units would drop them. Captain Qin Zhujiang walked over, President Zhu. "You've already dealt with the one in the building?" Zhujiang was somewhat surprised. "Yes, it's been dealt with," Qin Ziwen nodded. Zhujiang looked at him deeply. The one that went inside seemed even larger than the 2 outside, but to be resolved so quickly. He suddenly understood why Qin Ziwen could become the complex's #1. He said a few words to the people behind him. Soon they dragged several hunting nets over. Zhujiang said, let's go see how things are going on their side." After everyone gathered, a dark mass of over 100 people headed towards the north gate. At this moment, the fire on the first floor of the teaching building had mostly died out. Near the stairwell entrance lay the corpses of 2 giant hyenodons. Outside the building corridor, the 10 giant hyenodons that had lost their leader were now leaderless, pacing anxiously downstairs, emitting low, urgent roars. Each of these giant hyenodons was larger than a Siberian tiger. Even though many of the giant hyenodons were wounded and bleeding, some even had short spears still embedded in their bodies. For the moment, no one stepped forward. Wu Song fought a tiger, but he only fought one tiger. Here, there were 10 ferocious beasts no less formidable than tigers, and all of them were wounded. A cornered beast will still fight, and the surroundings were all flat ground with no traps or obstacles. Anyone daring to charge at the front would absolutely die the most gruesome death. The pack of giant hyenodons roared on the spot, waiting for a long time without receiving a response from their leader. Within the beast pack, one giant hyenodon wrapped in a hunting net was particularly conspicuous. Unlike its companions who were howling pointlessly, it kept biting at the ropes in front of it. With the sound of ropes snapping, the large net was finally torn open. It shook its neck, and the tattered coarse hemp rope slid off its body. The most distinctive feature of this giant hyenodon was that its tail was a section shorter than its counterparts. Its small eyes swept over the surrounding humans, and it suddenly let out a short, sharp howl. Then, without looking back, it fled towards the northeast. The other giant hyenodons grew somewhat agitated. After a moment of hesitation, they all finally followed its lead and retreated. Only when the last giant hyenodon disappeared beyond the horizon did the tense atmosphere finally relax. Both the residential complex residents and the students and teachers let out a sigh of relief. Many people simply collapsed to the ground, their weapons slipping from trembling hands. "They're finally gone," someone murmured to themselves. If the giant hyenodons had decided to stay and fight humans to the death, the beasts would have died, but human casualties would definitely not have been light. None of them were warriors ready to face death with equanimity. Compared to a bloody victory, more people still hoped for a casualty-free hunt. "Thank you all for your assistance." Luo Gang came over with several students. expressing sincere gratitude to Qin Ziwen, Zhu Jianghe, and the others. That wave just now was very dangerous. The 3 wooden doors in the stairwell were breached. If the crucial giant Hyaenodon king hadn't been lured away, with its assistants plus the pack on the stairs, perhaps the stairwell couldn't have been held and would have been overrun. Cao Biansheng, with a deathly pale face, followed behind Luo Gang. He had suffered a serious injury. His arm had been bitten off by a giant Hyaenodon. Fortunately, they had acquired a wound healing card through yesterday's trade, allowing his arm to be successfully reattached. But he was now in a state of weakness that would last for 24 hours. "Thank you," Cao Biansheng said in a low voice of thanks before silently turning and leaving. Luo Gang explained on his behalf. His roommate sacrificed himself to save him. He was a good kid too. Zhu Jiang aside, I can understand. After a moment of silence, Luo Gang changed the subject. "How is your hunting task progress?" Qin Ziwen said currently the giant Hyaenodon progress is 1 killed, 9 more needed. Zhu Jiang said I have a team member who killed 1. If we need to kill more giant Hyaenodons later, I plan to bring him along and try to let him get the final blow. Speaking of this, Zhu Jiang shook his head. Why do I feel this challenge task is even harder than imagined? We've been busy all night, suffered such heavy casualties, and we're still this far from completing even a level 1 task. Luo Gang said my progress is 2. We were relatively lucky. Cao Biansheng got the final blow on both giant Hyaenodons. Zhu Jiang shook his head. Then you're still short 8 and Brother Qin and I are both short 9. It seems everyone's task is independent. The overall task progress should be shared, Qin Ziwen said. It states that the residential complex's completed hunting ladder task count must be no less than 10. If we can all complete the giant Hyaenodon hunting task, that should count as 3 times. Letter 211, letter 1D608, letter FF4E, letter 231, letter FF42, open S hatcheck. Zhu Jiang scratched his head. If the level 1 task target is this difficult, wouldn't level 2 be reaching for the heavens? I don't think brute force is necessarily the only way. We could use other methods, Qin Ziwen suggested. For example, applying poison to weapons. It's not that simple, Luo Gang chimed in from the side. We researched this plan before. In practice, we found there are multiple limitations. The main one is the time sensitivity of toxins. Poison applied to a weapon loses potency continuously. For example, snake venom exposed to air will completely deactivate within a few hours at most, and the deactivation speed accelerates in high-temperature environments. Scorpion venom lasts a bit longer, maybe a day or 2. There isn't a kind that once applied works forever, Zhu Jiang asked, surprised. He didn't know about this. He thought poisoning a weapon was like a permanent enchantment. There is, but it's rare and hard to come by. Toxins from poison dart trees and poison dart frogs can last for years because their toxins are small molecule compounds. You can think of them as stable substances like salt or sugar, but we haven't encountered any yet. So troublesome, Zhu Jiang pondered, considering whether to breed some poisonous creatures, but he also had reservations, worried about being injured by them. Wang Yun, standing behind Qin Ziwen, pushed up his glasses. The most common poisonous creatures in the Gobi Desert are snakes and scorpions. If you want to hunt, it's best to use cobra and scorpion venom. Cobra and scorpion venom are neurotoxins. After killing the prey, the meat can still be eaten. Rattlesnake venom is a hemotoxin. The prey's corpse gets contaminated after death, posing a risk of poisoning. Hearing this, Luo Gang turned his head to look at Wang Yun standing behind Qin Ziwen, feeling a sense of kinship, like meeting a fellow enthusiast. At that moment, a girl with a low ponytail hurried over. Teacher Luo, the count is in. 3 classmates sacrificed in this attack, and 11 classmates sustained injuries of varying severity. Luo Gang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Were the last letters all collected? All collected and placed in the safe. Prioritize treating the wounded. Luo Gang turned to Qin Ziwen and the other man, pleading earnestly, I have a few cards I can't use for now. If you have any spare medicine, I hope we can trade. Zhu Jiang said with difficulty, we genuinely don't have much Western medicine. Using a bit means having less. But personally, I can provide some alcohol and cotton swabs. I hope you understand. Qin Ziwen said, I have a surgeon here who can first take a look at the students. Luo Gang expressed his thanks to the 2 men again. Seeing Zhao Pu approach, Zhu Jiang coughed violently. Wasn't that their alliance's building head? Forget it, didn't see him. This task's difficulty isn't low, it requires sincere cooperation, we're all partners. After arriving, Zhao Pu stood beside Qin Ziwen. Captain. After Qin Ziwen explained the situation, Zhao Pu nodded calmly. Then I'll go take a look. Xiao Zhou quickly led Zhao Pu towards the teaching building. Subsequently, Luo Gang proposed the idea of having some students stay in the complex's vacant rooms tonight. The first floor door of the teaching building here is damaged. If more beasts come at night, it will be very dangerous. If we hadn't already built 8 homes inside the building, we would have been prepared to abandon even the teaching building. You only have 8 homes, Zhujiang was somewhat surprised. Luo Gang nodded. Yes. Actually, we initially only planned to build 1 home. But the task required activating homes in 20% of the rooms, plus some card buildings have a large footprint, so we ended up with 8. Zhu Jianghe fell silent. He finally understood now why Luo Gang and his group's home master rankings could climb so high. Although there are some empty units in the residential complex, they aren't that many. Some haven't been renovated and some have been occupied by other residents. If you want to go there, I'll need to coordinate with those residents on my end. It might take some time, Zhu Jiang said. Understood. Thank you so much, Luo Gang bowed. After chatting a bit longer, Zhu Jiang went back to check on the casualties within the alliance. Yuan Ming and Yuan Dajun walked over side by side. Seeing the wounded residents along the way, both of them felt heavy-hearted. Yuan Ming said quietly, Captain, you and Brother Du killed them too fast. We didn't even get to tag along for assist points. I was nervous at the time too. I didn't have a chance to hold back. Captain, that's not what I meant. Those beasts are dangerous. You were right not to hold back. It's just, I feel like we came and did nothing, purely freeloading. Yuan Ming felt it was a bit of a shame. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to act later. Qin Ziwen paused for a moment, then continued, besides, wanting to do something isn't that hard, right? Qin Ziwen said, I have a batch of animal hides here that need someone to process and dry. I have a leatherworker over at my place. He can teach you first. If your family members are interested too, they can all come and learn. Yuan Ming quickly nodded, great. My mom is 48 this year, the perfect age to keep striving. Yuan Dajun glanced at his unworthy son. But thinking about his wife, Hu Huilan's personality, she was someone who couldn't stay idle. The Gobi Desert here was different from the forest. There weren't many things to do here. Jobs like gathering and fishing basically had no market here. Switching to a skilled trade would indeed be a good alternative. Captain Qin, hearing this, Deng Guang also seemed interested. Can my family members come and learn too? Brother Deng, of course you're welcome, but why are you calling me Captain too? It doesn't sound right. Just call me Brother Qin, Qin Ziwen said with a smile. No, no, no. I'll just use the same title as everyone else. Deng Guang hurriedly shook his head. This was something his wife had specifically reminded him of during the day. She said that now Qin Ziwen's team was getting bigger and bigger with more and more members. When everyone else was calling him Captain Qin, he was still using Brother Qin left and right. Qin Ziwen might not mind, but that didn't mean other members of the team wouldn't have thoughts about it. Seeing Deng Guang's somewhat troubled expression, Qin Ziwen thought for a moment and guessed the reason. All right, Brother Deng, you can call me whatever you're comfortable with. Oh right, Captain Qins. Earlier today in the afternoon, several families from our building came to ask me, inquiring if our team was still recruiting. What are their backgrounds? They're neighbors from our buildings. Next time they ask, just say yes, but they'll start as ordinary members. There will be screening later, and those who qualify can become core members. Understood, Deng Guang nodded. Zhao Pu came down from upstairs, followed by 10 female students. He walked over and said quietly, Captain, I just had a chat with Teacher Luo. He found out that Unit 202 in our building is empty and wants to send 10 students to live there first. Let them live there. That's Granny Lee's place. If she knew it could help others, she'd probably agree. Qin Ziwen thought of that kind old lady and sighed inwardly. Thinking back, he could still recall the taste of the apple he ate that day. Letter 211, letter 1F00, letter FF4E, letter 1D616, letter 1D41B. The ones following were 10 female university students. The girl at the front looked familiar. She was the one who went to the upstairs warehouse yesterday to carry the animal hides. After a brief exchange, Qin Ziwen also learned her name, Pan Kongning. On the other side, the giant Hyenadan king's corpse was carried out. Its massive body drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd. This beast king's corpse was huge. Someone gestured from a distance, comparing it. The giant Hyenadan king's claws were bigger than a human head. One slap down would probably crush a head like a watermelon. Chen Pai was invited down by Qin Ziwu. Looking at the giant Hyenadan king's corpse, his eyes lit up. He exclaimed that being able to skin this beast made his life worthwhile. Even his master's master probably hadn't seen a beast this big. Captain, I'll take them over there first then, Zhao Pu said softly. Qin Ziwen waved his hand. At the same time, Chen Pai's skilled skinning movements attracted many onlookers. Holding a willow leaf skinning knife, he skillfully yet somehow unfamiliarly peeled open the hide, as if undressing it, creating a peculiar kind of beauty. Plastic sheeting was laid under the corpse. Blood flowed from the exposed muscles and tendons, pooling into a puddle of blood. A middle-aged man with a large mole near his eyebrow walked over, holding a small bowl. He approached Chen Pai. "Old brother, can I collect some blood?" Chen Pai glanced at him but didn't speak. Instead, he looked back at Qin Ziwen. Li Yue asked, puzzled, "What do you want the blood for?" This man said it's a great tonic. Things like tiger blood, deer blood are all powerful yang tonifying tonics. This one is a beast king, so it must be even more potent. Wang Yun said the blood might contain parasites or possibly bacteria and viruses. We finally managed to curb the infectious disease before. Do you want to start it up again? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to criticize him. The middle-aged man quickly scurried away in embarrassment. After the skin was removed came the meat cutting. They thought Chen Pai only knew how to skin, but surprisingly he also had some skill in butchering. Chunks of meat were separated. The head, the four legs, the belly meat, the shoulder meat. Chen Pai said while cutting, "The grain of this meat is a bit like dog and also a bit like bear." "Boss Zhang, this is your meat." This investment wasn't a loss, right? Qin Ziwen picked up a large lump, about 20-something pounds of lean meat, and handed it to Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo took the meat, a bright smile on his face. No loss at all. In less than an hour, the meat he'd given out had directly doubled. If there were more business deals like this, he hoped they'd come more often. Good, now I have another business deal. "Boss Zhang, are you interested?" "What deal?" "Lend me 100 pounds of salt, 2 days, interest rate 5%. Zhang Bo's smile froze. He tentatively asked, "What kind of salt?" "From my salt well." "From your salt well." Zhang Bo was slowly getting used to this. He nodded helplessly. "All right, have someone come to my place to get it." Borrowing salt was also out of necessity. Buying fish yesterday had almost used up all the salt he had at home. For this giant Hyenadan king's meat, the salt he had on hand was simply not enough. If left outside for too long, the meat would spoil easily, especially with the high temperatures here. After dividing the meat, Qin Ziwen distributed some to the team members. They all declined the cards. "Captain, we didn't participate in anything. Just taking this meat already feels like too much. We really have no face taking these cards." "Yeah, don't allocate contribution points either." Several team members spoke up one after another. Wang Yun said a team needs clear rewards and punishments, defined merits and demerits. Only then can it go far. Seeing everyone say this, Qin Ziwen nodded. Just the meat from this giant Hyenadan king yielded about 1,000 pounds, and most of it was lean meat. Its bones were thick and sturdy, especially the skull large and thick. An arrow was stuck in its skull, the arrowhead embedded halfway. The thick skull was extremely hard. Its entire skeleton weighed nearly 200 pounds combined, far heavier than an ordinary person. On a building not far away, Luo Gang stood on the rooftop, quietly watching the bustling crowd below. Cao Biansheng stood by his side. "Old Luo, is it really necessary to move everyone to live in the residential complex?" Luo Gang said, "I'm not forcing them. This will always be their home. It's just that the teaching building really isn't suitable for living. The living conditions in the residential complex are better. They won't have to cram dozens of people into one room." Cao Biansheng didn't comment on Luo Gang's decision. "You decide, I'm too lazy to think." Luo Gang said dejectedly, "I'm not a qualified leader. Teacher Yang was more suitable than me. It's a pity." "Sister Yang was amazing, but you're doing pretty well too," Cao Biansheng said. Luo Gang shook his head. "The classmates trusted me and chose me, but out of over 800 people, now only 539 remain." Luo Gang rubbed his temples. "Lately, I often wake up in the middle of the night from the pain. Sometimes, if I think too much, my head hurts. I finally understand why Cao Cao back then wanted to chop someone when the pain hit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then that internal injury treatment card should be used on you." "It's fine, migraine an old problem. I had it before the transmigration too." As Luo Gang spoke, he looked at Cao Biansheng. "You focus on recovering your health first. You're the backbone of the hunting group, you can't collapse." Pausing for a moment, Luo Gang continued. "If one day I'm gone and you need to choose a new leader, Pan Kongning, Wang Sheng, and you are all suitable candidates." "What about Zhou Ziaking?" Cao Biansheng asked. Luo Gang said her personality is too soft and she lacks decisiveness. She can't manage people, she's only suitable for logistics. After bringing the meat home, everyone divided the work in an orderly manner. Some salted the meat, others worked the forge, everything proceeding systematically. Only then did Qin Ziwen have time to check the daily settlement. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 31st day, traded some supplies. Comprehensive score 42 points. Rewards obtained. Expansion card, blank expansion card, Micro 1, Sun Hats 4, Stainless Steel Water Bottles 2, Vehicle-Mounted Crossbow Blueprint 1. The achievements of hunting the giant Hyaenodon King and obtaining cards weren't counted because these events happened after midnight. They belong to tomorrow's settlement achievements. Apart from that, some miscellaneous items were rewarded. It had been a long time since he received miscellaneous items. Sun hats and stainless steel water bottles would be quite useful in the Gobi Desert. But what caught his attention the most was this blueprint. Vehicle-mounted crossbow, he took out the blueprint. His hand sank slightly as a thin, blue-covered booklet appeared. On the front, written in small seal script, were the 5 characters for Vehicle-Mounted Crossbow Atlas. Opening it, inside were detailed records on how to use wood and iron to create a vehicle-mounted crossbow with wheels that could be moved. This is a great item. Qin Ziwen's eyes lit up. If they could make this thing, even if it wasn't a one-shot, one-kill weapon, at least they would have a stable means of attack against those super-large ferocious beasts. He then found Li Taishan, handed him the atlas, and asked if he could make it. Li Taishan examined it carefully, then said with certainty, "Sir, I can't make it." "If you can't make it, why are you speaking so loudly?" "For the iron parts of this device, I can manage to make them. But there are a few crucial mechanisms I haven't worked on before. I'd have to try, but I'm afraid I might waste some materials. As for the remaining woodwork, it requires a professional carpenter." "All right, I understand." Qin Ziwen nodded, then pondered how to get a few skilled carpenters. The first person he thought of was the old carpenter from Huang Tao's carpenter's hut. Modern people aren't necessarily inferior to ancients. A master craftsman like that would have solid skills. Asking him to innovate from scratch might be difficult, but if he was given a blueprint and asked to follow it, it should be simple. The only troublesome part was whether he could be recruited. The scorching sun blazed fiercely. The next day, Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu, each wearing a sun hat, set out heading south from the residential complex. Actually, the terrain to the east was relatively complex, and the possibility of finding water there wasn't small. But last night, that pack of giant hyaenodons ran off towards the northeast. So heading south was still the most appropriate choice. It could avoid encountering the giant hyaenodon pack in open terrain. The crowned eagle flew above everyone's heads. It wasn't very adapted to the Gobi Desert environment. Every time it flew for a while, it quickly found a shady spot to rest. Its thick plumage here was like wearing a heavy down jacket. It's only morning and it's already this hot. By the way, what do those giant hyaenodons usually eat? Li Yue looked around. If finding food in this Gobi Desert was that easy, they wouldn't have needed to attack the complex in the middle of the night, Zhao Pu said. Hey, there seems to be an animal over there. Qin Ziwu pointed to the west. In the direction of his finger, there were a few patches of scorched yellow saxaul trees. At the base of a tree, a yellowish-brown, lizard-like creature scurried past quickly. It crawled very fast, as if flying across the flat ground. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the ground. As they continued south, the plants along the way became more abundant. Besides saxaul trees, there were camel thorns and white thorns. Occasionally, there were a few yellowish-green caragana bushes. The most frequently seen creature along the way was that yellowish-brown, lizard-like species from earlier. "Dr. Wang, you're knowledgeable. Do you know what that animal is?" Yuan Ming leaned over and asked. Wang Yun withdrew his gaze. "Don't know that one, but that one I know, it's a gerbil." "The meat is edible." Following the direction Wang Yun pointed, on a small mound stood a small mouse with a yellow back and white belly, standing upright on its hind legs, its 2 tiny paws held close to its chest, looking around. "Image gerbil." Hearing it was edible, a group of people all looked at it. The gerbil seemed scared. It retreated 2 steps and hurriedly ducked back into the sand hole behind it. A warm wind blew across the arid Gobi Desert. In the distance, at the horizon's edge, a black thing came bouncing closer. At first, everyone thought it was some kind of animal, but as it got closer, they saw it was a tumbleweed. "I've seen this on TV, but it's my first time seeing it in real life." Qin Ziwu glanced at it a couple of times before looking away, finding it nothing special. Wang Yun, however, had a glint in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Let me show you all something good." With that, he walked a few steps to the right, positioning himself in front of the tumbleweed. At the same time, he raised the long spear in his hand and said, "Everyone, be careful." Then he moved to the side of the tumbleweed, thrust his spear, and stabbed it into the dry, spherical clump of weeds. He stopped the tumbleweed. Then, using the spear, he laboriously lifted the tumbleweed and gave it a vigorous shake. Just like dropping loot, some small insects fell out from inside. There was even a lizard. Qin Ziwu exclaimed in surprise. "Whoa, there are actually bugs inside this thing." This Gobi Desert is both hot and dry. Inside this grass, it's not only cool and shady, but it's also free transportation. Sometimes there are even lizards or rodents inside. So if you guys come across this and want to mess with it, you have to be very careful. It's very likely hiding poisonous insects like spiders or centipedes. Wang Yun retrieved his long spear, letting the wind continue to roll the tumbleweed away. As the group discussed while heading south, over an hour quietly passed, the group also reached the edge of the Great Rift Valley, so steep. It was as if the Gobi Desert had been cleaved open here. On both sides were ochre-red rock walls, the cross-section appearing as if cut by a knife or carved by an axe. The valley floor was scattered with weathered giant boulders. Pressing against the bottom corner at the side of the cliff face, there was also a muddy puddle of water. There's water here, Yuan Ming's spirits lifted. Where there was water, there were animals. However, right now the area around the puddle at the bottom was empty with no signs of animal tracks. We can go down over there. Qin Ziwen observed left and right for a moment and found a gentle slope on the left side that they could use to descend. They circled around, walking for over 10 minutes before reaching the gentle slope. Following the slope downward, the sunlight was blocked by the cliff walls, making it feel a bit cooler. Upon reaching the bottom of the Rift Valley, the temperature was nearly 10 degrees lower than the surface. The crowned eagle really liked the environment here. It landed on the ground. Its head turned, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, the crowned eagle stared at one spot and let out a cry, then it flapped its wings and flew over. It stopped in front of a rock crevice. Qin Ziwen followed it over and peered deep into the rock crevice, discovering a snake. It wasn't a cobra, nor was it a rattlesnake. It wasn't very long, only about 1 meter or so. Its base color was a pale sandy yellow, covered in irregular brown patches. Hidden within the rock crevice, it somewhat resembled the surrounding environment. Wang Yun walked over and after seeing it clearly said, "Captain, this is an adult sand boa." The boa. So it's non-venomous. Qin Ziwen found it a bit strange that this little guy, only 1 meter long, could also be called a python. Hearing it was non-venomous, the group crowded around to look at the sand boa. Seeing so many people, the sand boa retracted even tighter, its body almost firmly pressed deep into the rock crevice. Wang Yun nodded. Yes, sand boas aren't very large. Some people who keep reptiles even keep them as pets precisely because they're non-venomous and small. Prescription, letter 1F01 NO umlaut letter 1D41B esh. I'll do it, Deng Guang volunteered. He took out a stick and poked it deep into the rock crevice. After being prodded several times, the sand boa let out a hissing warning sound, then coiled its body into a ball, tucking its head inside. Qin Ziwen withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards the puddle and mudflat ahead. It was visible that right ahead, around the accumulated puddle, there was still some mud. Near the mud, many animal footprints could be seen. Du Yu and Yang Kunshin stepped forward to observe for a while before returning to report. Sir, the most common here are still some small animals. Scorpions, lizards, gerbils, pythons, and a few others I don't recognize. However, the footprints here are a bit messy, and the hoofprints are relatively large, like those of cattle. But it's so dry here, cattle should be relatively rare. Du Yu frowned. A person cannot describe something they have never seen before. The areas where he used to hunt were mostly forests and plains. He wasn't very familiar with the Gobi Desert environment. It could be camels, Wang Yun said. Camel footprints are very similar to cattle footprints. Camels, that's possible, Du Yu pointed to the east. Judging from the traces of the footprints, it should have been 1 or 2 days. They went in that direction. East, Qin Ziwen thought of the video the crowned eagle captured yesterday. From a high-altitude aerial view, there seemed to be a group of animals with colors similar to the Gobi environment emerging from the Rift Valley. He initially thought they were giant hyenodons, but now it seemed they could also be camels. If they were giant hyenodons, they should have left footprints nearby. Just then, from the bend in the Rift Valley ahead came the sound of dense, numerous footsteps. Like chickens, be careful. Qin Ziwen raised his weapon. The people behind him stepped forward, surrounding him on both sides, raising their weapons to form a spear formation. Finally, this group of uninvited guests from around the bend revealed themselves. This was a group of small dinosaurs that looked only about 1.2 to 1.3 meters long. They had a layer of short fur on their bodies, mainly in yellow, brown, and red hues. Their heads were not large. In front of their bodies were 2 claws. The claws were peculiar, each having only 1 digit, like 2 small curved knives hanging from their chests. Their bodies were slender, the standard skinny dog build. Their long, thin tails swayed back and forth as they ran, the tail length accounting for half of their body length. Beside him, Li Yue said curiously, "Why do they feel a bit like chickens?" Qin Ziwen smacked his lips. I feel this thing looks like an ostrich that went on a diet and slimmed down with a pipe stuck in its butt. This is Mononychus, a standard dinosaur. Wang Yun's eyes gleamed with intensity. The pterosaurs they saw yesterday didn't belong to dinosaurs, and the giant hyenodon wasn't a dinosaur either, just an extinct creature. But the one before their eyes was, without a doubt, a living dinosaur. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years they met on this land. Yuan Ming's eyes lit up. I wonder if they taste good. I've never eaten dinosaur before. After turning the bend, this group of Mononychus immediately stopped, cautiously sizing up the creatures before them. Humans had never seen them, and they had never seen humans. Both sides were assessing each other's combat strength. A few of the Mononychus slowly stepped forward, lowering their heads to drink water. Every water source point in this Gobi Desert was limited. They came here precisely to replenish their water. Seeing the puddle right before their eyes, they were naturally unwilling to give it up. Whether they taste good or not, let's kill a couple first and take them back to try. Watch me solo a dinosaur. Qin Ziwen handed the steel fork to his younger brother, then took off the compound bow, drawing the bow and nocking an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. There was simply no time to dodge. One Mononychus was directly pinned to the ground. Charge. Qin Ziwen waved his arm vigorously. The group rushed forward. Screech, screech. Screech. The group of Mononychus exploded like fireworks, fleeing in all directions. But the surroundings were steep cliff walls. A few of them nearly crashed into the walls, then frantically changed direction, fleeing back the way they came. Their escape speed was very fast. Those two long legs under their bodies sprinted wildly. The fastest runners were already out of sight. The slower ones were still lagging behind. But the terrain of the Rift Valley determined they couldn't scatter and flee in all directions. They could only run wildly along one path. This also gave Qin Ziwen and the others a good pursuit route. They just needed to follow along the Rift Valley, conserve their stamina, and they would catch up eventually. For creatures like these with long legs that are good at running, most are sprint champions. Qin Ziwen had only heard of ostriches being two-legged long-distance running champions. He refused to believe these Mononychus could run fast and also run for a long time. It was time to let these little dinosaurs witness the ultra-long endurance of the upright ape. The bottom of the fissure. Everyone chased along the direction the Mononychus had fled. Up ahead, one Mononychus, perhaps due to a leg injury or some illness, ran with a strange, awkward gait, its speed noticeably slower than its kin. Just as it was about to be caught and impaled by Du Yu's spear, Qin Ziwen stopped Du Yu. Let it run. The footsteps of the Mononychus ahead had already faded into the distance. These creatures' burst speed was even faster than imagined. After running past a corner, the Mononychus in front suddenly veered left and disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Ziwen stopped and looked in the direction where the creature had vanished. There, surprisingly, was another branching side path jutting out. The side path wasn't very wide, perhaps only allowing one or two people to walk side by side. Any beast of slightly larger build would be unable to pass through. Captain, should we go in? Let's go. After a moment's thought, Qin Ziwen decided to follow. This side path shouldn't be long. When photographed from the sky, there were no obvious branches. A long side path would have been quite noticeable. Following the Mononychus's direction, the terrain gradually rose. Years of wind and sand had piled thick layers of sand at the bottom of this narrow fissure branch. Treading on the sand as they ascended, they turned two corners, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. They had reached the surface. Looking back, they were on the opposite side of the fissure. The limping Mononychus ran toward the back slope of a nearby rocky hill. That should be the place. Qin Ziwen led everyone to follow. Be careful. If it's a nest, these Mononychus might not run anymore. Hearing Qin Ziwen's words, everyone except the already prepared Du Yu and a few others tightened their grips on their weapons, adjusted their backpacks and gear, and readied themselves for battle. Esisga, from the crest of the back slope, a Mononychus stood up and issued a warning cry at the approaching humans. At the sound from behind the slope, a dense swarm of nearly 30 to 40 Mononychus immediately charged out. This group of Mononychus varied in size. The large ones were over a meter long, while the small ones were less than a meter. Seeing its companions rush out, the limping Mononychus that was about to return to its nest was stunned. The largest among them, a head taller than the others, strode over. With a flick of its tail, it directly knocked the limping Mononychus to the ground. It let out an angry cry at the fallen creature. Then it led the numerous Mononychus to surround the humans. Gah, gah. The many Mononychus emitted a cacophony of noisy cries, forming a circle around them. Let's observe first. Qin Ziwen led everyone to retreat, intending to circle around and first get a look at the Mononychus nest behind the sand dune. Seeing the humans retreat, the Mononychus, who had initially just stayed in place, became excited and eagerly gave chase. Wilhelm was... Qin Ziwen stopped. He looked at the Mononicus in surprise. Why were these things acting like dogs, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Narrowing his eyes, he said, then we won't retreat anymore. Let's kill them. Everyone raised their long spears and charged toward the surrounding Mononicus. Esesga. The few Mononicus at the front charged the fastest. Qin Ziwen thrust down with his fork. Feeling it took little effort, he directly pierced the Mononicus's abdominal cavity and lifted it up. Then, he slammed it to the ground and smoothly pulled out the three-pronged fork. The Mononicus lying on the ground spurted blood from its chest, its body twitching. To the right front, another Mononicus ran swiftly, its hard beak pecking toward Qin Ziwen's chest. A long spear extended from behind. Qin Ziwen raised his spear, hooked the Mononicus, and with a shake of his arm, feeling like he was lifting a charging goose, let out a low roar and flipped the Mononicus onto the ground. Letter 1E5F, letter 1D622, new ye letter 23F. Esesga, a noisy cry came from the left. The Mononicus leader's sharp claw kicked Yuan Ming in the side. His jacket was instantly torn. Yuan Dajun swung his spiked club, smashing it onto the leader's neck. He directly knocked it to the ground. The leader's neck twisted into an unnatural angle, clearly not surviving. After 2 or 3 waves of charges, only 5 Mononicus remained on the field. They let out a few fearful cries from a distance, then turned and fled without looking back, not even daring to return to their nest. After these Mononicus fled, Yuan Ming's cry of pain came from the side. Ouch, damn, that thing's kick really hurts, ah. After a quick check, Yuan Ming was the most severely injured. His side had been kicked by the large Mononicus leader. Not only was his clothes torn, but his skin was also bloody, leaving 3 quite deep claw marks. Yuan Dajun took alcohol from his backpack and was applying it to disinfect the wound. Fortunately, your clothes blocked some of it. Zhao Pu observed for a moment. It's just a flesh wound, didn't reach the internal organs. If you have antibiotics, you can take some. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. How should we bandage this? Yuan Dajun was a bit flustered. Zhao Pu took over and helped bandage the wound properly. Wang Yun teased, what's with you, how come you're injured again? Yuan Ming scratched the back of his head. He also felt a bit unlucky, seeming to be the one most prone to injury in the team. Besides Yuan Ming, a few others also sustained some injuries. However, most were basically bruises from being pecked by the Mononicus. Everyone used long weapons, making it hard for the Mononicus to get close. Qin Ziwen grabbed a Mononicus corpse by the neck and lifted it. So light, probably only a little over 10 pounds. No wonder they were dealt with so easily. They and humans were simply not in the same weight class. Wang Yun examined it carefully. Long neck and tail, short torso, their bones are probably hollow. This one's heavier. Probably close to 20 pounds. Yuan Ming lifted the leader's corpse. Compared to the others, this leader had longer claws and a thicker, stronger tail. After dealing with the Mononicus group, everyone advanced a distance, crossing over the back slope of the rocky hill. A foul smell wafted up from below. It was the smell produced by feces mixed with the long-term habitation of avian-like animals under the hot weather. There's an altar. Qin Ziwu's eyes lit up. In the central area of the back slope, a grayish-white square altar stood in place. Many nests were built around the altar, like bird nests established in the desert. These nests were distributed in an orderly pattern, spreading out in a dotted formation. Near the nests, piles of dry branches, gravel, and some shrubs had accumulated. Between the nests, some trenches had been dug. Within these nests, 7 or 8 female Mononicus let out sharp cries. Behind them, some small Mononicus were hiding. Let's go down first. Everyone descended the gentle slope. Under the wary gaze of the female Mononicus, Qin Ziwen climbed onto the altar and retrieved the white expansion card. The front of the expansion card depicted a stretch of lush green grassland. Expansion card, grassland expansion card, medium. Li Yue sighed with a mix of emotions. These Mononicus are still too weak, tiny dinosaurs, nothing more. Isn't there a more formidable opponent? At that moment, the pebbles underfoot trembled slightly. Heavy footsteps from faint to clear. From around the corner of a rock pillar 100 meters away, a group of massive brown dinosaurs strode into view. The brown dragon herd walked silently through the Gobi Desert. They were like small mountains. Their bodies were massive, their chests broad, their beaks flat, and their tails extremely thick and strong. As they walked, their tails, which were nearly half the length of their bodies, swayed slightly. So this is the hadrosaur. I think I understand why it's a level 2 hunting target. Yuan Ming's eyes were full of awe. This herd of hadrosaurs was too big. It was probably a whole clan, and the adult individuals within it were easily over 10 meters long. Hadrosaurs aren't considered large to medium-sized dinosaurs, are they? This is way too big. Qin Ziwen was somewhat shocked. The level 2 hunting mission was asking them to kill 5 dinosaurs of this caliber. If they charged over and you got stepped on, wouldn't you be black and blue all over? Wang Yun's gaze darkened. The hadrosaur is actually a family of dinosaur groups just like lizards. Small ones might only be the size of a palm, while large ones could be like Komodo dragons. The size difference is huge. His eyes flashed, noticing that on the backs of these hadrosaurs, on both the left and right sides, there were 2 raised areas. These protrusions were a bit like a camel's humps, perhaps serving a water storage function. The hadrosaur herd slowly moved eastward. One adult individual among them turned its head, casually glanced in their direction, then turned back. Their pace remained steady and resolute as they advanced forward. Qin Ziwen joked, "Li Yue, the powerful opponent you wanted has arrived." Li Yue forced a smile. "Brother Qin, you'll help collect my body, right?" Qin Ziwen nodded, "I will. I'll use a shovel to scoop you out." Watching the passing hadrosaur herd, Qin Ziwen felt a surge of desire. This was the level 2 task target for the hunting ladder, but it wasn't an opponent they could handle at their current stage. At the same time, Qin Ziwen also thought of something. Hunting adult hadrosaurs required 5 kills, while hunting desert giant worms only required 3. Even a fool could figure out that the desert giant worm was definitely more terrifying than an adult hadrosaur. And what about the Tarbosaurus, which only needed 1 kill to complete? They still needed to hurry up and finish the vehicle-mounted crossbow. Otherwise, they lacked effective means of attack against such giant creatures. "Sir, these giant beasts might be migrating. To the east, there should be food and water sources that can sustain them." Food and water sources that can sustain them. Could it be an oasis? Qin Ziwen considered this possibility. Zhao Pu said it's possible. They must have lived here for many years, understanding the surrounding environment better than we do. In a barren place like the Gobi, being able to support the giant hyenodon was already the limit. Trying to feed such a large hadrosaur herd, even if they fed them all the Saxol trees within a dozen kilometers, wouldn't be enough. R retroflex letter 1F01 small cap N letter 1 ECD letter 1D41B, EGROV letter 1D4AE. The only possibility was that within this Gobi, there was an oasis sufficient for their survival and habitation. Qin Ziwen felt tempted. If they could pinpoint the location of the nearest oasis, it would undoubtedly be valuable intelligence. Calling over the crowned eagle, which was currently bullying a Mononychus, Qin Ziwen patted its head and pointed at the hadrosaur herd. "Later, fly up into the sky and remember the direction they leave in." Seeing the crowned eagle eager and ready to take off, Qin Ziwen held it back. "Wait until they've gone a bit farther before you fly over. It's too hot here. You can't fly for very long." He wasn't sure if the crowned eagle understood, but after he spoke, it didn't try to fly again. From behind, Wei Zheahua suddenly called out excitedly, "Captain Qin, there are several clumps of shrubs here that look a bit like white thorn berries." Wei Zheahua had proactively asked to follow the team out this time, mainly to see what common edible plants were nearby. "Let me see." Qin Ziwen walked over and found that these shrubs bore a few sporadic deep red fruits. They were probably eaten by these Mononychus. Otherwise, the white thornberries wouldn't be so few. "Look here, there are bite marks." Wei Zheahua squatted down, pointing at one section. "If they can eat them, it at least means the local white thornberries here aren't highly toxic." Wei Zheahua tried to dig one up but quickly gave up. The white thorn's root system was very long, with extremely developed lateral roots spreading in all directions. They were also very tough. If you forcibly cut the roots to transplant it, the transplanted white thorn would struggle to survive. Its ability to live in this arid environment relied entirely on this developed root system. Qin Ziwen surveyed the surroundings. In terms of concealment, this altar's location was relatively hidden. At the very least, to find it, you'd first have to pass through this great rift valley. It probably wouldn't be discovered by others in the short term. Qin Ziwen examined the remaining Mononychus. The nearest little Mononychus was digging in the soil. They scraped away the dirt on the ground, poked their heads in as if eating something. "What is this little bean sprout eating?" Qin Ziwen walked over and lifted the Mononychus hatchling by the scruff of its neck. The mother lizard nearby chirped incessantly upon seeing this. Only after Qin Ziwen tossed the hatchling back did the mother Mononychus stop calling. After observing for a moment, Qin Ziwen realized the spot where the Mononychus hatchling had poked its head was just a dirt pit. There were no plants inside, only some soybean-sized ants. This thing actually ate ants too. "By the way, after we leave, will these Mononychus depart or continue staying here?" Wang Yun pondered. "Gobi resources are scarce. It's possible they'll stay here." Qin Ziwen thought it over and decided not to wipe them all out. After all, if they took them back, they'd just be making salted meat anyway. In such hot weather, always eating salted meat was too salty. The group picked up the already slaughtered Mononicus, took ropes from their bags, tied them by the tails, strung them up into several large bunches, then carried them back on poles. Passing by the puddle at the bottom of the rift valley again, they noticed this small puddle wasn't large. It clung to the cliff wall and the water was very shallow. At the corner where the cliff met the wall, there were faint ripples. Having experienced a level 1 spring, Qin Ziwen understood all too well. No wind, yet the water was moving. This indicated a water vent at the bottom. Perhaps there was an underground river beneath this rift valley floor. He reached out and gently touched it. The water was ice cold, further confirming his suspicion. This is actually a stable water source. Although the quantity is small, not enough for the entire residential complex, it can indeed provide groundwater steadily. Qin Ziwen stood up. On the way back to the residential complex, he had the crowned eagle fly up to scout the movements of that hadrosaur herd. When they returned to the south gate of the residential complex, the crowned eagle landed from the sky behind them. It opened its beak, breathing rapidly, its throat rising and falling. Qin Ziwen touched it. Its feathers were hot, the temperature quite high. Qin Ziwen took out a stainless steel water bottle and gave it some water. The crowned eagle's condition improved somewhat. Stopped outside the south gate, they attracted the attention of many residents, not only due to the giant crowned eagle, but also because of the Mononicus strung up on the long spears, dangling upside down like a bunch of chicks. Good heavens, what is that? Dinosaurs! An old man fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and wearing an open-fronted shirt exclaimed in surprise. My goodness, there are dinosaurs this small. They're not much bigger than the geese I used to raise back in the countryside. A team of students who had just returned from outside and hadn't yet entered the residential complex kept turning their heads, curiously eyeing the Mononicus. They suddenly felt the scorpions they'd caught in the goby weren't as appealing anymore. Where did you hunt these dinosaurs? Can you share the location? A college student next to them asked. His companion's expression changed slightly, and he quickly and secretly tugged at his classmate's sleeve. Qin Ziwen replied casually, I just happened to find them. I didn't specifically remember the location. Those okay. That's a shame, the inquiring student said regretfully, nodding. Then he asked again, by the way, we caught some scorpions. Can we trade scorpions with you for a dinosaur? Qin Ziwen's gaze fell on the small bucket in their hands, which was made from a large plastic water bottle. It was densely packed with black scorpions. These scorpions were quite large, their black carapaces gleaming with an oily sheen under the sunlight. Are these scorpions poisonous? Qin Ziwen raised an eyebrow. Don't know, we didn't let them sting us, the student said, his eyes filled with innocence. Scorpions in the Gobi Desert are mostly poisonous, just with varying degrees of toxicity. Wang Yun walked over, observing carefully, then suddenly leaned his body back. Fat-tailed scorpions. Looking at these college students who had simply stuffed the scorpions into plastic buckets, he felt a throbbing in his temples. You guys really have no fear. These students had a kind of carefree attitude, as if they didn't care about life or death and were ready to fight if challenged. We're not afraid, no matter how poisonous it is. If it doesn't sting you, then it's not poisonous. Another person nearby chimed in, yeah, we wandered around all morning and caught nothing. Since we're already here, we have to bring something back. These scorpions are quite fun, they can even squirt water. That's squirting venom, damn it, Wang Yun couldn't help but complain. These things have fat, thick tails. Their venom sacs hold 3 to 4 times the volume of a regular scorpion. Be careful, don't get the sprayed venom in your eyes or the consequences will be severe. Haha, thanks for the reminder, bro. Actually, we all know, a college student nearby said with a mischievous grin, pointing to a tall boy beside him. Old Six here used to keep some reptiles as pets in the dorm. He had a fat-tailed scorpion before. Qin Ziwen walked over and asked, how toxic is this scorpion? Highly toxic, Wang Yun said, then added after a moment's thought, can kill a person. Qin Ziwen said, all right. This bucket, we can trade a dinosaur for it. We have 13 in here, you know. Qin Ziwen said, but this is a dinosaur. You can't eat these scorpions if you take them back, and processing them is troublesome. If you get stung, you don't even have an antidote. This dinosaur is rare. If you take it back, you'll be the coolest guys around. Plus, the meat is edible, think about it. After some private discussion among the students, they agreed to the trade. They happily left, carrying a Mononicus. Qin Ziwen looked at the people behind him. Who among you knows how to handle these scorpions? Try not to kill them. We need to extract venom continuously. Me, sir, I know a little. Wang Yun and Du Yu both responded. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Qin Ziwen handed the plastic bottle containing the scorpions to them. Returning to their residence, placing the Mononicus carcass on the ground, Qin Ziwen asked Chen Pai if the pelts of these Mononicus were useful. Chen Pai felt the mononicus's skin. It's a bit like bird feathers but finer than bird feathers. He tried cutting off a small piece, felt the thin fur and shook his head. Sir, this pelt is somewhat thin. It definitely won't work for making leather armor. For daily warmth, it's also lacking. But the fur color is vibrant and beautiful. It would be suitable for making luxury goods to sell to those nobles. Red letter 20F letter FF42 E hatchek letter 1E61. Qin Ziwen felt somewhat disappointed. The residential complex currently focused mostly on practicality. Who would buy something flashy but impractical? But after all, it was dinosaur pelt. It would be a shame to just throw it away. Qin Ziwen asked Chen Pai, if you were to process all of them, roughly how long would it take? Chen Pai said, reporting to you, sir. Although the prey is small, the skin is thin. A slight mistake can easily damage it. For me to skin and debone all 22 of these prey, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. Chen Pai cautiously weighed his words. Sir, the previously skinned hides also need processing. I'm really a bit overwhelmed working alone. Could we add some more helpers? You don't mind passing on your livelihood skills? Chen Pai smiled bitterly. The work of a skinner is dirty and hard, few are willing to learn it. If someone wants to learn, I am willing to teach. All right, I'll find you some apprentices, Qin Ziwen nodded. On the other side, after Shi Hu and Zhang Meng returned, they plunged headfirst into the archery workshop to continue making bows. During the day, they went out hunting with the others. Although there were more people, the bow-making work was also delayed. Currently, there were only 3 people in home who knew how to make bows. Du Yu, Shi Hu, and Zhang Meng. Having Du Yu make bows would be a waste of his combat prowess. Li Taishan was a blacksmith, but because his physical fitness was stronger than the average person's, he sometimes acted as a combat member. After much thought, 3 words flashed in Qin Ziwen's mind: it's too chaotic. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this might be a common flaw of many newly formed small teams. Many members wear multiple hats, with unclear division of labor. He rubbed his temples, but his mind grew clearer the more he thought about it. Only after experiencing it personally could things he didn't fully understand before transform into genuine insights at this moment. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately shallow. To truly grasp something, one must practice it personally. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ziwen summoned Deng Guang and Zhao Pu to inquire about the team's current recruitment situation. Deng Guang was a bit puzzled. Why ask about this suddenly? Captain, after you mentioned it yesterday, 2 more families came to ask me about the situation last night. I registered them as you instructed. Both are residents from the neighboring Unit 1. Qin Ziwen asked how many people are in their households. Deng Guang smiled awkwardly. Forgot to ask, I'll go ask them later. Zhao Pu, sitting nearby, listened to their conversation and couldn't help but smile. He spoke up, Captain, because our team's performance has been quite impressive these past 2 days. Plus the news of you obtaining the residential complex ranking first place has spread. Many people in the complex privately refer to us as the Qin Alliance. Also, yesterday we hunted the giant Hyenadan King, which boosted our prestige significantly. In the eyes of many residents now, although we aren't as large-scale as the Alliance, we excel in being elite and capable of killing beasts. Some residents are already inquiring about how to join the Qin Alliance. Hearing the term Qin Alliance, Qin Ziwen felt it was a bit strange, mainly because his own surname was Qin. But if he were to think of a more suitable name, he couldn't come up with one right away. He said to the 2 of them, I plan to make the team's division of labor clearer. For going out hunting, we'll form a dedicated hunting team. The logistics department will focus solely on logistics. Captain, which areas count as logistics? Zhao Pu asked. Blacksmith, leatherworker, bowyer, currently only these 3 departments. There will be dedicated artisans responsible for teaching skills. There will be more departments later. For example, the tanned leather from the leatherworker can be used to make leather armor. The person responsible for that part of the process would be an armorer, including carpenters. We currently lack talent in that area. Which of you can make contact with Huang Tao's carpenter's hut? Ideally, we could poach that old carpenter. Zhao Pu said, Captain, that might be a bit difficult. From what I understand, that carpenter is considered a technical partner. He directly takes a share of the profits over at Huang Tao's place. Deng Guang expressed some concern. Captain, I'm worried that someone might come to steal the skills, learn the techniques, and then just run off. Qin Ziwen shook his head. That's unavoidable, but we can control the core technologies. Those we recruit will be ordinary members. They can first be responsible for some tedious, time-consuming processes that aren't highly technical. Only core members who are recognized can learn some key techniques. At this point he paused, then added, of course, if someone is truly determined to steal, it's also unavoidable. The real key is still the building level. As long as the building level is higher, the competitiveness of the finished product will be stronger. Let's have free activity this afternoon. We'll hold a meeting tonight. Dr. Zhao, go notify the other members of the team and then compile a list of those willing to join our Qin Alliance. All right, Captain. Zhao Pu and Deng Guang got up and left. Qin Ziwen sat on the sofa, checking for omissions and thinking about any areas he hadn't considered thoroughly or that needed improvement. First was the contribution aspect. Since hunting and logistics were separated, the contribution mechanism needed to be more complete. Including during hunting, individual contributions needed to be more clear and specific. Previously, there was only the alliance. If we expanded blindly, it would lead to conflict with the alliance. But now the student alliance had been introduced. As everyone knows, a triangle is the most stable shape. So we could consider expanding our scale. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Qin Ziwen went to open the door. Pan Kongning stood outside. President Qin, are you available this afternoon? Teacher Luo has something he'd like to discuss with you and President Zhu. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment. What time? 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Pan Kongning said, curiously glancing inside the room as she spoke, especially at the crowned eagle wandering in the living room. All right, I'll be there on time, Qin Ziwen nodded calmly. Pan Kongning nodded politely, then turned and went downstairs. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Ziwen beckoned to the crowned eagle. When it came over, he took the phone from under its neck. The phone was very hot and wouldn't turn on no matter what. After plugging it into charge, he realized it was just out of battery. After turning it on, he checked the recorded video content. After the crowned eagle took off, it chased after the direction the hadrosaurs had left. That group of hadrosaurs walked toward the Gobi Desert Ridge east of the residential complex, entering through one of the fissures. After entering the fissure, these hadrosaurs continued heading east. They didn't stay long within this ridge but continued eastward beyond the ridge. The crowned eagle rested on a shady slope for quite a while. From the shaking of the camera, it seemed to be looking around at something. A moment later, it took off toward the sky. After leaving the neighboring ridge, it continued flying east. After flying for about half an hour, a huge lake appeared in the camera's view, like a sapphire inlaid in the Gobi Desert. The outer area of the lake was covered with dense trees. Further away, a winding small river flowed into the lake from the east. On both banks of the small river, vegetation was abundant. From the camera, many animals could be seen resting by the lakeside. Inside the lake, two long-necked dinosaurs were slowly walking. This place was clearly a life-giving oasis within the Gobi Desert Plain. After discovering the oasis, the crowned eagle turned around and headed directly back. Not long after, the video abruptly stopped, probably because it ran out of battery and automatically shut down. No wonder you were so tired, you flew so far. Qin Ziwen got up, went to the fish pond, scooped out a large crucian carp, grabbed it by the tail and tossed it in front of the crowned eagle. Being able to eat a fresh, large crucian carp on such a hot day was simply as refreshing as eating ice cream in summer. The crowned eagle happily shook its head. But you kid are quite clever. In the video, what surprised Qin Ziwen the most was the crowned eagle's intelligence. That group of hadrosaurs wasn't moving very fast. The crowned eagle didn't continue waiting for them. Instead, it continued flying in the direction they were heading, flying ahead of them to search for the oasis. This wasn't just completing a task. It represented the crowned eagle's ability to think independently and apply knowledge flexibly. This level of cleverness exceeded his expectations. Then, based on the time recorded in the crowned eagle's video and its approximate speed, Qin Ziwen calculated that the oasis was roughly 30 to 40 kilometers away from them. Without a mount, relying solely on legs and carrying equipment, it would probably take over 15 hours of walking. One day was definitely not enough. They would certainly have to spend the night outside. Considering the need to maintain energy and combat strength, getting from the residential complex to the oasis would take at least 2 to 3 days. Adding the time spent hunting and lying in ambush at the oasis, a single operation would probably take close to a week. Thinking about this, Qin Ziwen felt it was quite difficult. However, if the crowned eagle could ascend another star, perhaps it could carry a person. Then, riding the crowned eagle, they could easily go and return on the same day. The motivational words are here tilde. Qin Ziwen came out from the tavern's kitchen, holding a large basin of fragrant mononicus meat soup. Brother, time for lunch. Qin Ziwen placed the large basin on the table. The skinned, deboned, and processed mononicus meat rose and fell in the thick broth. A layer of golden oil droplets floated on the surface. This stuff actually looks a bit like chicken soup. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. He sniffed it and noticed a faint medicinal aroma inside. Dr. Qian added a bit of medicinal herbs for flavor. Qin Ziwen scooped a bowl for his older brother. Taste it for saltiness. If it's not salty enough, I'll go add more salt. Qin Ziwen picked up the bowl, gently blew on it, then took a small sip. The soup was delicious with just the right amount of salt. No need to add salt, Qin Ziwen commented. Haha, good then, Qin Ziwen laughed, then said to Liu San, Grandpa Liu, there's more soup in the kitchen. Go scoop some yourselves. While eating, Qin Ziwen was enthusiastic. Brother, you know what? This Mononicus meat actually tastes pretty good. Can we catch those remaining young Mononicus and raise them ourselves? Then we could eat them often. His words were an eye-opener. Qin Ziwen's first reaction to his younger brother's suggestion was that it was absurd. How could dinosaurs be raised? Qin Ziwen pondered it carefully and felt that it might actually be feasible. Just treat it like raising a bunch of slightly larger chickens. But he just didn't know if they would gain weight quickly. Today, Wei Zheyahu discovered that some of the white thorn berries near the Mononicus nest had been nibbled on, proving that Mononicus can eat plants. They can eat plants and they can also eat meat. This shares some common ground with chickens and ducks. Good, we'll go catch some tomorrow and bring them back to raise. After lunch, Qin Ziwen went to the beast cage to check on the condition of the rabbits and the field mice. The newly captured male field mouse was very diligent. All 3 female field mice were pregnant. Then came the rabbits. 2 of the rabbits, perhaps close to giving birth, were huddled in a corner, unusually alert. Seeing Qin Ziwen approach, they kept stomping their feet and making huffing, snorting sounds through their mouths, quite spirited. All right, I won't come closer. Qin Ziwen took half a step back and then went to the separate hedgehog cage next to it. The hedgehog, imprisoned in the cage, had remained a single hedge bachelor since being captured. Free from the pressure of evading predators, it ate, slept, and ate every day, growing plump and round, gaining several layers of fat. The area of the level 1 beast cage was limited. After partitioning space for these 3 species, the remaining compartment was a bit cramped. It might be somewhat crowded if the Mononicus came. So he needed to free up some space for it. Lying in the cage, belly up, spines down, the hedgehog, which had been snoring soundly in its sleep, suddenly shivered, its sharp, slender nose sniffing frantically in all directions. Afterwards, Qin Ziwen went to the field. Compared to when they were first planted, the field before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The fruits on the mature small tomato plants that were transplanted initially had already developed fully, turning a bright red that looked exceptionally tempting. The small tomato seeds had also grown into mature plants, flowering, but not yet bearing fruit. The rest of the crops had also grown lush and leafy. Vegetables like purslane, lettuce, and spinach had grown incredibly large and thick. These past couple of days, when Xiao Wu cooked, he sometimes just came to the field to pinch off a few vegetable leaves. Qin Ziwen pondered, these vegetables grew very quickly. Among them, lettuce matured the fastest, basically allowing a harvest of the outermost leaves every other day. Next was the round-leaf spinach, which had also basically matured recently. Prescription. Then there were the pumpkin seeds planted in the north side. The vines developed rapidly, covering the ground with pumpkin tendrils. They had even flowered already, but there were no signs of fruiting yet, and he didn't know why. Finally, he came before that transplanted mysterious fruit tree. It had already sprouted flower buds before, and now it had borne 13 bright yellow flowers as large as a palm. Presumably, it would bear fruit after some time. After touring the field, Qin Ziwen thought for a moment and decided to first create the leather armor workshop and the stable. The required footprint for both buildings wasn't large. The remaining space in the home could easily accommodate them. Previously, he had considered that after summoning the Mongolian horse, there would be no fresh fodder for it to eat. But now, since he had the grassland card, raising 1 horse shouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could also plant some fresh green grass in the field, as the 2 cards were used. The leather armor workshop and the stable materialized one after the other. The leather armor workshop, whether in terms of footprint, exterior appearance, or interior layout, bore some resemblance to the archery workshop. The only difference was that the crafting tools inside the leather armor workshop were different. Then came the stable. The stable's footprint was 3*6, constructed with a wooden frame structure. The roof was a single-slope tile roof. 3 sides had walls, 1 side was open. Inside, wooden walls partitioned off 3 stalls, each with a 3*2 footprint. Judging by this layout, it could house 3 horses simultaneously. Against the inner wall, there was a stone trough that ran through all 3 stalls. Above the trough, 3 iron rings were nailed into the wall for tethering ropes. Level 1 Leather Armor Workshop. Level 1 Leather Armor Defense Boost. Level 1 Leather Armor Toughness Boost. Level 1 Stable. Level 1 Mount Healing Acceleration. Level 1 Mount Fatigue Elimination. The Leather Armor Workshop's traits were about as expected, both enhancing the defensive properties of leather armor. But the stable's traits were interesting. They weren't specifically for horses but were uniformly for mounts. So if a person put on a collar, was tied with a rope, and considered themselves a mount, could they also enjoy the buff? Qin Ziwen quickly shook his head. That was too devilish. He then took out the recruitment card. Recruitment card, common tamed Mongolian horse. The light faded. A day-tread Mongolian horse appeared on the spot. This horse stood about 1.4 meters tall at the shoulder, with a body length of around 1.6 meters. But its weight was no less substantial, a full 600 or so pounds. Upon clearly seeing Qin Ziwen, the Mongolian horse snorted, slowly paced closer, gently rubbed its neck against Qin Ziwen's arm, and actively stretched its head toward his hand. Qin Ziwen casually scratched it for it. The Mongolian horse snorted comfortably and then actively lowered its front half. From its movements, it was actively inviting Qin Ziwen to ride. Naturally, Qin Ziwen wouldn't refuse. He had never ridden a horse before. He flipped over and mounted the horse. The Mongolian horse, stepping with its hooves, began a leisurely stroll within the home. The crowned eagle, which had been dozing off, suddenly turned its head, looking at its master with disbelief, its two eyes wide and round. "Always Tilda." The crowned eagle pounced over. Sensing the commotion, the Mongolian horse hurriedly stood still, letting out a nervous whinny. Qin Ziwen said, "Crowned eagle, don't come over. You're scaring the horse." The crowned eagle circled around, landed on the sandy ground, then tilted its head to look at Qin Ziwen, its eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Ahem." Clearing his throat, Qin Ziwen dismounted. "Chidu is timid. It will be our new companion from now on." The crowned eagle tilted its head again, to the other side this time, staring at the Mongolian horse. The Mongolian horse flipped up its upper lip, revealing a mischievous, cheeky smile. After dismounting, Qin Ziwen headed to the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery to practice archery. Recently, his understanding of the consecutive shot had grown deeper, especially after adding the shared building. The Celestial Star Arrow Gallery's effects were elevated to another level, allowing him to preload a level 3 archery experience card. His future self was the best teacher. Inside the Arrow Gallery, Li Yue, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Dajun were practicing archery. The increase in survival intensity made them feel a growing sense of urgency, all seizing the time to grow stronger. Seeing Qin Ziwen enter, they quickly called out, "Captain." "Amen, practice well." Outside, after Qin Ziwen entered the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, the smile on the Mongolian horse's face instantly vanished. It lowered its head submissively, bending its neck, pretending to casually amble towards the stable. The crowned eagle stood not far away, sizing up the Mongolian horses retreating back. In the end, it couldn't be bothered with it either, turned around, and went back to the sandy area. Qin Ziwen practiced until 4:30 in the afternoon, then packed up his things and headed to the teaching building. On the first floor, several students were repairing the wooden door damaged last night, with a big bearded old man instructing them nearby. Going up to the 4th floor, one of the rooms here had been converted into a reception room. Judging by the layout, it seemed to have been set up temporarily today. When Qin Ziwen arrived, Zhu Jiang was already sitting inside, chatting with Luo Gang. "You're here." Luo Gang poured tea for both of them and directly stated his intention for inviting them. "When we cleared the last map, we obtained a building called the Traveling Merchant Tea House. It allows trade with passing traveling merchants. We tried it these past couple of days and found that merchants occasionally pass by. Trading with them requires currency. Although I don't have the currency they use, some merchants also accept bartering. We can exchange some supplies with them. Even though they drive a hard bargain, we can still trade for some things that are usually hard for us to come by." Zhu Jiang's eyes lit up slightly, and he leaned forward. "Then what can they accept as trade goods?" Luo Gang thought for a moment before replying, "Rare ores, as well as mountain goods like animal pelts, ivory, deer antlers, and bear paws. They also accept medicinal herbs that are of sufficient age. Currently, the 2 traveling merchants we've contacted are both from a dynasty called Great Yang, which has an ancient background." "What about weapons?" Zhu Jiang pressed further. "Can we buy weapons from them?" Luo Gang shook his head with a bitter smile. "That might be a bit difficult. I inquired about it. In Great Yang, it's strictly forbidden for civilians to privately possess weapons like crossbows, spears, or swords. Possessing a single weapon results in 10 strokes of the cane, while possessing 5 or more is punishable by death. Moreover, iron goods from the south of the Yangtze River are not allowed to be transported north. Basically, there are no weapons for sale among their common folk, so we can only trade for some daily necessities. They actually enforce it that strictly." Zhu Jiang leaned back in his chair, disappointed. "I feel that ranged weapons would be more effective against these beasts." Zhu Jiang then asked, "Will there be any merchant caravans today?" "Hard to say," Luo Gang shook his head. The arrival times of these traveling merchants are random. However, once they arrive, we can communicate with them and ask them to stay a while longer. I can notify you when that happens. Zhujiang nodded. That works too. Luo Gang picked up his water cup and took a sip. Besides the traveling merchants, there's another matter. Over the past 2 days, our students conducted a search of the nearby area. They discovered an altar in a canyon to the east, and a group of Gobi sand monitors lives near the altar. Hearing this, Zhujiang paused his movements, his eyes flickering slightly. You means? I hope everyone can cooperate sincerely. The number of those Gobi sand monitors exceeds 10. As long as everyone works together, it's not impossible to complete a task. Luo Gang said, how do we cooperate? The task to hunt Gobi sand monitors requires killing 10. Can you ensure that the same person lands the final blow on all 10? Zhujiang frowned slightly. I think the difficulty is very high. Perhaps. It doesn't need to be that troublesome. Qin Ziwen, sitting in his chair, spoke up. Seeing both of them look at him, Qin Ziwen said calmly, after I got first place, home rewarded me with a guild card. He explained the advantages of the guild card in hunting. Progress is shared among members within the guild. Zhujiang felt a pang of envy. The guild actually has such benefits. Luo Gang said solemnly, you should have said this earlier. At this point, Luo Gang suddenly realized something and said apologetically, sorry, that was presumptuous of me. If Qin Ziwen had said this before last night, he would have only suspected Qin Ziwen had ulterior motives. But after fighting the giant Hyenodon last night, they truly realized the difficulty of this task. If what you say is true, then the 20 slots in your guild are very important, Luo Gang said gravely. They can greatly increase our chances of completing the task. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Gang said, it's best to select an elite team from the residential complex to form a core 20-person squad. Of course, the guild is yours after all. How you choose the members is up to you. However, I still hope to request one slot. I recommend someone. Cao Biansheng is very suitable. The hand holding Zhu Jiang's water cup trembled slightly. He looked at Luo Gang suspiciously. Are you serious? He wasn't familiar with that Cao Biansheng, but from the news he'd heard over the past 2 days, this Cao Biansheng was among the top 5 figures among the students, right? Among the male students, especially within the hunting team, his prestige was very high. All right, playing this game, huh? Using the guise of a recommendation to actually eliminate a potential rival. I never thought you were that kind of person, Teacher Luo. Zhujiang gently blew out a breath, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Cao Biansheng, Qin Ziwen was very surprised. He mentioned the guild just to try and gain leadership during the hunt. He never imagined he could actually poach Cao Biansheng. Small Kapar Alpha Small Capen letter 10331 open at execute. This was the top enforcer among the student group. Luo Gang looked at him, his gaze frank and open. Qin Ziwen asked, what about Cao Biansheng himself? Does he agree? Luo Gang said softly, he will agree. Watching the two who seemed to be exchanging meaningful looks, Zhujiang coughed twice. Guild leader Qin, since you're already giving Teacher Luo a slot, my alliance would like one too. Qin Ziwen smiled, all right, but this time we're forming an elite hunting team. President Zhu, you'd better recommend someone who can fight. Someone who can fight. Hearing this, Zhujiang felt something was off. He immediately spoke vaguely, all right, I'll go back and give more thought to the candidate. Luo Gang, meanwhile, sent someone to call Cao Biansheng over, then proposed that he join Qin Ziwen's guild. Cao Biansheng was taken aback. Old Luo, are you kicking me out? Luo Gang said, I'm not kicking you out. It's that this task requires everyone to cooperate. I had to beg guild leader Qin for this slot. You have the ability, so you should contribute your strength to the residential complex. Cao Biansheng lowered his head, remained silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay. Just saying okay isn't enough. Since you're joining, you have to consider yourself part of the team. Otherwise, you should just stay here. Luo Gang said lightly. Cao Biansheng turned around and said seriously, Captain Qin, I'll be in your care from now on. Luo Gang then said to Qin Ziwen, Captain Qin, little Cao is a student from my class. I taught him for 3 years and we've been through hardship together for a month. I know him quite well. He's usually a bit simple-minded, but during hunts he gets a bit smarter. The corner of Cao Biansheng's mouth twitched. For a moment he couldn't tell if old Luo was praising him or insulting him. I understand, let's all cooperate sincerely. Qin Ziwen laughed heartily. He then sent a guild invitation to Cao Biansheng. Cao Biansheng agreed and joined the guild. All right, for tomorrow's hunt, we will try our best to coordinate with you. Tonight, we'll discuss and come up with a plan on our side. Since the candidates are decided, let's wish everyone a successful start to tomorrow's hunt. Luo Gang said. Good, tomorrow I'll have the hunting team under me cooperate with you. Zhujiang stood up. Well, it's getting late. Teacher Luo, remember to contact me if the traveling merchant caravans come later. After Zhujiang left, Qin Ziwen asked, Teacher Luo, do you have a professional carpenter here? Luo Gang pondered and nodded, there is one. Qin Ziwen said, I'd like to ask this master carpenter for a favor to build some things. What things? Vehicle-mounted crossbows, Qin Ziwen uttered 3 words. You guys actually know how to make these. Good, I'll have Master Wei go to your place to help right now. Luo Gang agreed decisively. He paused, then continued, if we can make vehicle-mounted crossbows, then we shouldn't rush to hunt tomorrow. It's not too late to deal with the Gobi sand monitors after the crossbows are made. Do you have enough manpower over there? If not, I can send over some clever students to help, aiming to make several in one go. As for manpower, if there's a need, I'll come bother you. All right, Luo Gang stood up and shook hands. He was very serious about this matter and personally escorted them downstairs. Just as Qin Ziwen had guessed, this Master Wei was recruited through a card. Master Wei's full name was Wei Yutang. He wasn't very tall, had a big bushy beard, and spoke with a booming voice like a striking bell. As they were going upstairs, a girl from Unit 202 happened to come out to take out the trash. At a glance, she saw Cao Biansheng and Wei Yutang following behind Qin Ziwen. She was a bit surprised. Cao Biansheng, Master Wei. Yeah, Cao Biansheng's eyes darted around evasively. Wei Yutang just nodded. Most of his attention was focused on the layout of the stairwell in the fire escape. It's a bit narrow, not as spacious as the corridors where we're from. This is a fire escape. People usually take the elevator. They only use this place occasionally. Teaching buildings generally don't have elevators, only stairs, so the stairs are built wider and brighter. Qin Ziwen explained. Wei Yutang was just making an observation. They soon arrived at Unit 502. After entering the room and looking at the surroundings, a look of astonishment finally appeared in Wei Yutang's eyes. Not only Wei Yutang, but Cao Biansheng was also very curious. Wait, what's that? Cao Biansheng pointed into the distance. On the sandy ground, a Mongolian horse was slowly walking over. Standing on the back of the Mongolian horse was a crowned eagle. Seeing this scene, Qin Ziwen was also a bit surprised. How long had it been? Just a while ago, these two were at each other's throats, and now their relationship was this harmonious. Watching the Mongolian horse walk up to Qin Ziwen and rub its head against him, Cao Biansheng was extremely shocked. You actually keep a horse too. Images flashed in his mind. Clad in armor, holding a long spear, riding a warhorse. Wasn't this the great general he fantasized about as a child? He couldn't help but feel envious. Qin Ziwen led Master Wei to the blacksmith. What followed was the exchange between Li Taishan and Wei Yutang. He had shown the blueprints to Li Taishan. The subsequent matters didn't require his concern. The two professional craftsmen could communicate well. Guild leader Qin, where do I stay? Cao Biansheng had been somewhat conflicted about how to address Qin Ziwen. It was either captain or guild leader. Arhachek letter 1D4B6 letter 20F letter 1D41B Iagonek letter 1D64E. After much thought, he realized he had already joined the guild. Calling Qin Ziwen guild leader didn't seem wrong. You'll stay upstairs. Later, we're going to have a meeting. You can rest here for now. Oh, right, there's a celestial star arrow gallery over there. If you have time, you can go practice your archery. Don't waste such good physical fitness. Qin Ziwen patted him on the shoulder. Filled with curiosity, Cao Biansheng entered the celestial star arrow gallery. For the entire afternoon, Qin Ziwen didn't see Cao Biansheng's figure again. Captain, the venom has been collected. Wang Yun handed over the collected fat-tailed scorpion toxin sealed in a plastic bottle filled with a pale yellow viscous liquid. How long can it be preserved? If stored at low temperature and away from light, it can last for a month. The longer it's stored, the weaker the toxicity becomes. High temperatures and direct sunlight will accelerate spoilage. Once spoiled, the toxicity is basically gone. What about that batch of fat-tailed scorpions? Wang Yun said, I've kept them in acrylic boxes. I'll bring them over in a moment. Qin Ziwen waved his hand. No need. You're more skilled than me at collecting venom. Just keep them with you to avoid the hassle of moving them back and forth later. In the evening, the other team members finished their respective tasks. They sat in a circle in the living room of Unit 502. Many looked curiously at Cao Biansheng. They had all seen Cao Biansheng before, but they never expected this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow to also defect. Cao Biansheng felt a bit uncomfortable under their gazes and shifted his butt on the seat. Qin Ziwen spoke up. Today's meeting agenda might be a bit long. To get back early, I'll keep it brief. First of all, welcome Cao Biansheng to join our guild. He is now a member of our guild. Everyone applauded thunderously. Second point, Teacher Luo has a building over there called the Traveling Merchant Tea House. After hearing the purpose of the Traveling Merchant Tea House, everyone began discussing animatedly. Can we use this Traveling Merchant Tea House to leave? Cao Biansheng said, no, we tried. You can think of this tea house as a service station on a highway. We are the service station staff. Only those vehicles can travel on the highway. People cannot get on the highways. Du Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He thought of more things. Back when he was with the Lord at the tavern, the money obtained from those customers, could that be used to trade with these traveling merchants? However, Du Yu did not voice these thoughts. So, we can discuss what we will use to trade with those traveling merchants for the next batch at the Traveling Merchant Tea House. Let me think. Oh right, Captain, can we use the Mononicus pelts? Although Mononicus pelts are thin, the patterns are beautiful. And they definitely don't have Mononicus over there, right? So ours would be a 99% rarity, Li Yue said excitedly. And to make them believe in the value of the Mononicus, I think we could even leave one Mononicus unskinned so they know these pelts are from this creature. That way, with a Mononicus corpse as proof, it would better highlight the value of these pelts. Not just Mononicus pelts, things like the giant Hyaenodon king's fur must also be extremely rare. For a moment, everyone discussed fervently. Qin Ziwen nodded. Zhao Pu suddenly spoke, oh right, guild leader. Earlier you mentioned that in Great Yang, weapons are strictly controlled. They are strictly controlled, Du Yu spoke up. Apart from the military, only hunters and military households can keep 1 or 2 bows at home, plus 1 or 2 swords or knives. Qin Ziwen nodded. What others said might be false, but what Du Yu said was absolutely true because Du Yu was from Great Yang. Then among the common people, is iron also controlled? Du Yu nodded, yes. In Great Yang, the mining and smelting of all iron ore are exclusively managed by the government. Private workshops are strictly prohibited. To buy ironware, one can only go to the government-run iron shops, and purchasing ironware also requires registration. Then we can sell ironware. The more something is prohibited, the greater the demand. There's absolutely huge profit in this, Zhao Pu said. Du Yu thought for a moment, neither confirming nor denying. It might be a bit difficult. Ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to buy it, but huge profits are possible. All right, ironware can also be included in the trade list. Qin Ziwen said thoughtfully. However, at this stage, they themselves had a great demand for ironware. They were far from being able to afford to take out large quantities for trade. But in the future, when production increases, trading ironware with them would be a very good option. Tapping the table, Qin Ziwen continued, third point. The students discovered an altar to the east. Many Gobi sand monitors live around the altar. They are also the target in our level 1 mission. Hearing this, everyone wasn't afraid but instead asked excitedly. Guild leader, how big are these Gobi sand monitors? Cao Biansheng answered, over 4 meters long. Their body length is about twice that of a Komodo dragon. Hearing this data, everyone's expressions were calm. This size sounded less impressive than the crocodile in the river before. Don't be careless. These Gobi sand monitors are social animals. Provoking one is likely to draw the hatred of a whole group. Everyone don't underestimate them. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. One and a group are 2 different concepts. Can we use poison? Didn't we purchase a batch of scorpions? Li Yue asked. Wang Yun said the effect might not be very obvious. Scorpions are generally part of a monitor lizard's diet. Plus, they are both native creatures. Their resistance to scorpion venom definitely won't be low. Deng Guang tentatively suggested, how about using the gasoline tactic? Anyway, lizard meat seems generally quite dirty and inedible. Qin Ziwen nodded, it can be considered, but we don't have much gasoline left, probably can't use it many more times. This time, we can use gasoline against the giant lizards. Next time, maybe there won't be any gasoline to use. At that moment, the door of the blacksmith behind them was pushed open. Li Taishan came out excitedly. My lord, Master Wei and I have discussed it. With enough manpower, we can make a vehicle-mounted crossbow in about 2 days. Approximately how many people are needed? Li Taishan calculated for a moment, then gave a number. We need 10 more people. Counting me and Master Wei, 12 people in total. 12 people 2 days, 1 vehicle-mounted crossbow. If I give you 36 people, can you make 3 in 2 days? Qin Ziwen asked. Li Taishan smiled wryly. My lord, it doesn't work like that. Some key components on the vehicle-mounted crossbow need to be forged by me and Master Wei personally. Others cannot replace us in this part. Then you two only need to do the irreplaceable parts of the process. Leave the other processes for others to handle, Qin Ziwen said decisively. Yes, my lord, Li Taishan nodded. Qin Ziwen said, all right, you start working on it. Later, you can coordinate directly with Zhao Pu. Qin Ziwen then looked at Zhao Pu. Dr. Zhao, have you compiled the list? Zhao Pu nodded. Yes, currently 12 families want to join the Qin Alliance. Qin Ziwen pondered. All right, later go ask Guo Xiaochen. If there are no major issues, accept them. If you still need more manpower, you can directly contact teacher Luo. Zhao Pu nodded. Okay. Qin Ziwen then continued. Then the fourth point. To improve efficiency, we will now start dividing into departments. We will separate frontline combat personnel from logistics departments, each performing their own duties. If someone is not good at combat, or perhaps doesn't like combat, choosing a department they are more passionate about is also a good option. I hope everyone can respect their true inner choices. After Qin Ziwen's speech, the room fell into brief silence. Although Captain Qin said that, withdrawing now felt a bit like desertion. Finally, Li Yue took the initiative to speak. Brother Qin, maybe I should go work on these tools with Master Li. It happens to match my university major. While you're on the front lines, I'll be on the rear battlefield, helping you create more powerful weapons. Qin Ziwen said with a smile, no need to be embarrassed. Just stick to the choice in your heart. Zhao Pu pondered for a moment, then took the initiative to say, Captain, our scale is getting larger and larger now. I usually have a lot of miscellaneous tasks and my time isn't very abundant. Maybe I should also withdraw from the hunting team. All right, Qin Ziwen said readily. That works perfectly. Dr. Zhao, you can be responsible for internal and external coordination. Among those ordinary members, compile a list of those willing to become technical workers. We'll arrange things accordingly later. Yuan Dajun felt fortunate that he had caught this last train with his son. But he felt that having both father and son join the hunting team at the same time was a bit too risky. So he quietly nudged Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming was listening intently and turned his head in surprise, looking at his old man. Maybe you should quit the hunting team, Yuan Dajun whispered. Yuan Ming widened his eyes. You crafty old man, you're so bad, why don't you quit? Seeing others look over, Yuan Dajun's face darkened, and he stopped paying attention to his silly son. It seemed no one else present had such thoughts. Only Deng Guang hesitated for a moment, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. In the end, he just picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. Qin Ziwen said, don't worry. The division of functions is only for the current stage, not permanent. And I estimate the core hunting team's full membership will be around 15 people. We'll supplement it later. Qin Ziwen continued, then fifth, regarding contributions. After he finished speaking, Zhao Pu took the initiative to speak. A team that eats from the same big pot definitely won't go far. I'm not saying the big pot system is necessarily bad. You have to look at the situation at the time. You have to learn to use dialectical thinking. But regardless, clear rewards and punishments are the core of what allows an organization to go far. Take the crowned eagle, for example. Whether in hunting or reconnaissance, the role the crowned eagle plays is extremely important. Can we negate its contributions just because it's a bird? Subsequently, everyone engaged in a heated discussion about rewards, punishments, contributions, and other aspects, finally reaching a result that satisfied all parties. Alright, that's about it for today's content. Qin Ziwen prepared to end the meeting. Wang Yun suddenly spoke up, Guild leader, I remember there's a healing spring card in the warehouse, right? Oh yes. Wang Yun said, Captain, none of us have enough contribution points. Who knows when we'll gather enough to exchange for the healing spring? Why don't you just use it? Yeah, others chimed in agreement. With General Eagle's contributions, exchanging for a healing spring is more than enough. Exactly. I think General Eagle definitely wouldn't refuse either, Li Yue chuckled. In the distance, the crowned eagle standing on a wooden post turned its head. Did someone call it? Yuan Ming rubbed his waist and sighed deeply. Captain, after you use it, can I get a little benefit? Otherwise, my waist keeps hurting. Can you bear to watch? Seeing everyone had this attitude, Qin Ziwen understood what they meant. He stopped declining. He took out the healing spring card. The healing spring only required a 2*2 area, breaking Qin Ziwen's stereotype that advanced buildings needed a huge area. As the card was used, light enveloped the sandy ground ahead. When the light faded, an exquisite Eastern-style fountain structure appeared before everyone's eyes. Compared to this fountain, my tailor shop at home looks like it was built by cavemen. Zhao Pu sighed with emotion. Advanced resource cards are really different. It looks so beautiful. Everyone gathered around. This exquisite fountain was covered with exquisite tiles on the outside. Inside the basin was light blue, clear, transparent pool water. In the very center was a small fountain, water splashing and leaping, the pool water crisp and cool. Is this the healing spring? It looks completely different from the buildings in my home. Captain, let me be the guinea pig. Yuan Ming stepped forward without hesitation. Haha, all right. Qin Ziwen found a clean porcelain bowl and scooped up a bowl of the spring water. Yuan Ming took it and drank it all in one gulp. How do you feel? Is the wound area itchy? Zhao Pu inquired. Yuan Ming frowned, concentrating on the sensation, even gently pressing his wound with his hand. It doesn't itch, but I can feel a warmth there, like a hot water bottle was placed on it. The others exchanged glances. Li Yue suggested, why don't you take the bandage off? Without hesitation, Yuan Ming removed the bandage wrapped around his abdomen. The wound was covered with a thick layer of scab, surrounded by faint redness and swelling. Seeing it didn't heal at a visible speed as imagined, everyone felt a bit disappointed. Qin Ziwen used insight on the healing spring. Level 1 healing spring, Level 2 external injury healing, Level 2 fatigue elimination special effect. The effects of the healing spring can stack. The more you drink, the faster you recover. I do feel more energetic though, Yuan Ming scratched his head. Like I drank several cans of coffee. Qin Ziwen guessed, could it have fatigue-eliminating properties? But what's the use of eliminating fatigue? We still have to sleep, right? Yuan Ming was puzzled, but the warm feeling in his abdomen hadn't disappeared. It continued to spread. The healing spring should genuinely be effective for the wound. Captain, may I ask for some of the healing spring? Wang Yun said. Qin Ziwen glanced at the spring's effects, treating external injuries and eliminating fatigue. It might not be very effective against pneumonia, but sometimes what family members need is psychological comfort. All right. He personally filled a large bucket for Wang Yun. Afterward, everyone present received a bowl of healing spring water. Qin Ziwen said, the effects of this healing spring should be stackable. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yuan Ming. Why are you looking at me? You don't expect me to. Wait, gulp, gulp. Burp. A long while later, Yuan Ming let out a lengthy, watery burp. Feeling his swollen, round belly, Yuan Ming was filled with grief and indignation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the wound on his abdomen visibly bit by bit slowly reduced swelling and healed. The red scab on the surface gradually turned black, hardened, and then fell off. Our retroflex Engletter 1D594 Badash. In the end, only his fair, clean belly remained, with 3 faint pink marks of tender new skin. The wound healing effect was exaggerated and could be life-saving at critical moments, of course, provided you drank enough. Li Yue clicked his tongue. Kid's belly is pretty white. For rapid healing, you need to drink a lot of spring water. The cost-effectiveness isn't high. But if you're not in a hurry, you can drink less and let the wound heal on its own, Zhao Pu analyzed, adding at the end, by the way, your belly is quite white. Yuan Ming. Amidst the laughter, everyone gradually dispersed. Deng Guang stayed behind last. After the others left, he said to Qin Ziwen, Captain, I obtained a card, but it takes up too much space and I can't use it. Do you have extra cards to trade with me? What card? Deng Guang carefully took out a gray building card from his chest. Captain, look. Building card level 1 tavern. Qin Ziwen was somewhat surprised. Brother Deng, this card has a certain value. Are you sure you want to trade with me? He explained the tavern's uses to Deng Guang. Deng Guang seemed tempted upon hearing this, but after thinking for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth. Trade. Qin Ziwen took out a micro-blank expansion card. All right, but I only have this right now. Deng Guang was delighted. This is perfect. His home had no extra space. Even if he obtained a building, he couldn't construct it. The blank expansion card was the most suitable card for him at this stage. He understood a principle, sometimes what's suitable is the best. After obtaining the card, Qin Ziwen went to the tavern and chose to upgrade it. After the upgrade glow faded, the exterior walls didn't change much. It was still a rustic-style small tavern. However, the exterior walls changed from mud-plastered earth walls to small brick-and-tile houses. Inside, the tables and chairs in the front hall became large square pear wood tables, clean and tidy. In the back kitchen, the cooking utensils were brand new. 2 gleaming butcher knives stood on the large round chopping board, with all kinds of spices and seasonings readily available. Do you followed behind Qin Ziwen? Qin Ziwen asked, you're the waiter after all, don't you have anything to say? Only then do you remember he had this identity. He immediately smiled and said, I wish the master's shop prosperity and booming business. Is the proprietor here? An old man's voice came from outside the hall. Qin Ziwen lifted the door curtain to see a disheveled, shabbily dressed old man standing outside. Upon clearly seeing Qin Ziwen's face, the old man plopped down, kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Please, manager, save me. Qin Ziwen stopped walking, looking puzzled at the old man before him. Have you met me before? The old man raised his head. His face seemed vaguely familiar. Are you that scholar from back then? Qin Ziwen tentatively asked. The old man bowed deeply. I am old and decrepit, while the manager's elegance remains unchanged. I did not wish to involve a noble person, but my family of 8 has a blood feud. If I were to die in vain, I would surely carry hatred to the grave. With that, the old man took out a cloth bundle from his chest, unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal its contents. A card emitting a blue glow. Qin Ziwen almost thought he was seeing things. Where did you get this? The old man gave a bitter laugh and heavily kowtowed. It was precisely because of this object that disaster befell my entire family. Then the old man fully revealed the events. According to him, half a month ago, a Taoist priest suddenly arrived in the city, claiming to have a rare treasure for destined individuals to view. That Taoist priest said this rare treasure was like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. Only those destined could touch it. Many commoners in the city went to try but couldn't touch it. He passed by the market and out of curiosity tried. Surprisingly, he actually picked up this blue glowing card and even heard a mysterious voice. Overjoyed, he took the card home. That very night, a group of people stormed into his home, slaughtering wildly. He barely escaped with the help of some mysterious people. According to those who saved him, the ones who killed his family were secret agents from the Imperial City Department under the current emperor. Since the founding of the dynasty, the imperial clan had been hunting down descendants with mysterious bloodlines across the land. The characteristic of this bloodline was the ability to touch these things called destiny cards. The most significant feature of a destiny card was that upon holding it, one could hear the voice of heaven. Destiny card. Do you know what this is? Qin Ziwen asked. I know, destiny card, also an advanced building card. When I held it, a voice emerged in my heart telling me this is the advanced building card. Blood Sand Gladiator Arena. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen believed him a little. Simultaneously, a thought surfaced in his mind. Could touch this card? Could you also be part of this mysterious bloodline? What exactly is this mysterious bloodline? Why is the great Yang imperial clan secretly hunting them? Could it be that a home had once descended upon their world? Are you and the others perhaps descendants of those home members? Qin Ziwen speculated inwardly. Seeing the old man still kneeling on the ground, Qin Ziwen said, "Get up." The old man struggled to stand up. Qin Ziwen gave him a hand. "Take a seat first." While they were talking, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. 2 soldiers clad in iron armor, holding long spears, lifted the door curtain. Seeing the old man, their eyes lit up and they shouted, "Found him." Harboring bandits, kill. The 2 soldiers moved swiftly, raising their spears to stab. "How dare you?" Du shouted loudly, stepping forward sideways, grabbing a spear shaft with one hand, pulling then pushing. He flung the 2 men into a collision, breaking their attack. With another leaping step, he closed in, transforming his palm into a fist, striking one man's throat. Swinging his left arm, he blocked the other's grappling attempt, kicking out with the tip of his foot, flipping him to the ground. Hooking his foot, he kicked up the fallen long spear and stabbed one man to death with it. The other man, clutching his throat, tried to retreat but was grabbed by the back of his collar by Qin Ziwen and thrown to the ground. Matching skills might not be their forte, but matching strength was still easy. Du smiled. "Master, we just happened to need armor, and here they delivered 2 sets." Qin Ziwen looked at the old man behind him. "If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here. I'm short a cook, a manager, and a waiter here. What can you do?" The old man's eyes lit up. He heard an invitation sound in his mind. After a moment's thought, compared to the high-profile waiter, he felt the cook in the back kitchen was safer. "I am willing to be the cook." "You have successfully recruited a member. Please assign him a position." The little glowing ball floated out, and a selection frame appeared before his eyes. Level 2 Tavern, Manager 0/1 Waiter 1/2 Cook 0/2. Qin Ziwen assigned him the cook position, then he used insight on him. Ordinary human Jia Liankai. "What?" Qin Ziwen said, "Regarding revenge, I can't make any promises, but stay here from now on. Feeding one more mouth isn't a problem." Jia Liankai bowed deeply. "Thank you, benefactor." Keeping him was partly due to the fate of 3 meetings at the tavern, and partly because Jia Liankai seemed quite fortunate. Last time he gave 5 taels of gold. This time he brought an advanced building card. What Qin Ziwen was most curious about was that in Great Yang, cards actually existed. When asked, Jia Liankai and Du shook their heads, both saying they had never heard of cards before this. Qin Ziwen guessed that the top echelons of the Great Yang court must be deliberately suppressing the information. Then Du lifted the 2 corpses on the ground, stripped off the lamellar armor they wore, and collected the long spears. Lamellar armor was made by piercing iron plates and connecting them with ropes into armor strips. It provided good defense against slashes and direct stabs. Qin Ziwen took the card. Holding the card, he automatically received its information. Advanced Building Card, Level 1 Blood Sand Gladiator Arena. Construction Requirement, 80*80 meters. Afterward, Qin Ziwen arranged accommodation for Jia Liankai, letting him share the secondary bedroom with Lei Taishan. He also instructed Li Taishan to brief Jia Liankai on the current situation so he could understand the environment. Seeing Jia Liankai was old, Li Taishan simply gave up the bed, letting Jia Liankai sleep on it while he himself took the floor. This moved Jia Liankai deeply. Waking up the next day, he checked the settlement as usual. You have successfully survived safely in the wilderness for the 32nd day, obtained 3 cards, successfully hunted the giant Hyenadan king. Comprehensive score: 265 points. Rewards obtained: Breakthrough Card, Limit Breakthrough Card 1 Building Card, Level 1 Field 1 Enhancement Card, Animal Constitution Enhancement Card 1 star asterisk 1. Qin Ziwen took out the green Enhancement Card, obtained from hunting the giant Hyenadan king yesterday. The reason he didn't use it yesterday was that this card was special. It wasn't for humans or animals. Enhancement Card, Ordinary Building Enhancement Card asterisk 1. The effect was domineering. It could unconditionally increase the level of any ordinary building below level 5 by +1. It did not include level 5. It could only be used on buildings up to level 4. This card was most cost-effective when used on a level 4 building, so he kept it for now. Then there was the Medium Grassland Expansion card. It could expand a 50*50 square meter grassland terrain within the home. Currently, the home's total area was 2698 Chinese symbol. The increased area from just the grassland was already close to the original total area of the home. It could almost double the home's area directly. Qin Ziwen went to the edge of the open space and used the grassland expansion card first. The gray mist at the edge continuously dispersed. Large areas were expanded, revealing vast stretches of lush green grassland. The originally somewhat crowded home instantly became spacious. Qin Ziwen pondered. Now he had 3 large cards unused. 2 advanced buildings, the Martial Training Ground and the Blood Sand Gladiator Arena, and 1 Moso Bamboo Forest. Advanced buildings had powerful effects, but the Moso Bamboo Forest was also a scarce resource he lacked at this stage, especially for arrows. He could only guess the uses of the 2 buildings from their names. With a bamboo forest, he could mass-produce arrows. Seeing Qin Ziwen's worried expression, Jia Liankai stepped forward. Why is the master concerned? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Ziwen told him about his dilemma. Jia Liankai pondered briefly. May I ask, Master, how many bows and crossbows do you currently have? How many soldiers are in your force? Qin Ziwen rubbed his temples. We don't use such formal language here when communicating. Understood. Jia Liankai clasped his hands in salute. Qin Ziwen paused for a moment, then shook his head. We have 2 compound bows, but compound bows can only use specialized arrows. Using bamboo arrows can easily cause them to explode. The other bows are still being made. As for soldiers, you can roughly understand the core fighters as about 10 people. But if we need to boost morale and numbers, gathering several dozen to 100 people wouldn't be a problem. Jia Liankai understood and continued asking, then Master, is morale currently high? Are they all brave and willing to fight? Qin Ziwen thought of the members in the core hunting team. Counting himself, about 3 had reached peak physical condition. But as for whether they were elite warriors, you probably counted. He himself and Cao Biansheng still had room to grow. That's precisely it. Jia Liankai nodded slightly. Master is wise. The advantage of a bamboo forest lies in weapons. Even divine weapons require fierce warriors to wield them to defeat enemies. Therefore, in my humble opinion, first solidify the foundation, then consider the details. Wait, Qin Ziwen looked suspiciously, carefully examining Jia Liankai. Compared to his disheveled appearance when they first met yesterday, after washing up today and tidying his hair, this old fellow looked somewhat dignified. Before that incident happened, what position had you reached? Jia Liankai said modestly, replying to Master, merely a prefectural chief clerk not worth mentioning. Chief clerk. If he could reach that position, then temporarily acting as the home's steward, managing a few dozen people shouldn't be too difficult, right? Good. After Zhao Pu arrives later, you should first familiarize yourself with the residential complex with him. Although he was an ancient official, Qin Ziwen didn't believe that ancient civil officials were only capable of reciting classical texts and foolishly reading the books of sages. Especially since Jia Liankai had risen from a poor, struggling scholar to his current position step by step. His abilities must be present, at least stronger than the average person. Yes, thank you, sir. Jia Liankai bowed with hands clasped. Qin Ziwen nodded, then looked towards the empty plot of land, took out the martial training ground card and used it. A light covering 1,200 square meters of land enveloped the entire area. As the light faded, a vast and rugged training ground replaced part of the grassland. The hard ground, compacted from yellow earth, gleamed with a dry sheen under the sunlight filtering through the dome from the Gobi Desert. Around the perimeter of the training ground, a simple fence was formed by logs as thick as a bowl's mouth deeply embedded into the ground. On the west side of the ground stood a platform constructed from piled bluestones. On the east side there were rows of wooden stake formations arranged at varying heights. On the north side, a large golden banner was raised, bearing the two characters for martial and valor. Level 1 Martial Training Ground. Level 2 Physical Training Amplification. Level 1 Stamina Recovery. Level 1 Long Weapon Boost. Special Effect. True masters are only honed in life and death struggles. Sparring on the platform will not cause physical harm to the body, but injuries will lower spirit and generate fatigue. Level 2 Physical Training Amplification could allow physical fitness to reach its limits faster. Qin Ziwen pondered. Without external aids, 3-star strength was probably the limit an ordinary person could reach through normal exercise. Those with a physical fitness rating above 3 stars either used cards or possessed exceptional natural talent. Then there was stamina recovery. Although not as strong as the level 2 effect of the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, the martial training ground's advantage was its larger area, allowing more people to benefit simultaneously. The long weapon boost was a characteristic similar to the archery boost, enabling people to grasp a higher level of long weapon proficiency in advance. The final special effect was somewhat overpowered. Sparring on the platform wouldn't cause physical harm to the body. Couldn't they then go all out? Qin Ziwen, holding the 3-pronged fork, entered the training ground. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the fork in his hand seemed easier to wield. He gave it a light swing, smoothly executing a spinning thrust. The fork head spun rapidly while the shaft remained straight. "Everyone come in," he turned and said to the group behind him. Qin Ziwen, Du Yu, and the others followed him in, feeling as if nothing had changed. Qin Ziwen looked around curiously. "Brother, what effects does this building have?" Qin Ziwen said, "Go find a long weapon and bring it in." Hearing this, Qin Ziwen had a flash of insight and guessed something. He hurriedly and excitedly fetched his long-handled simple broadsword and returned to the martial training ground. Wo tilde, Qin Ziwen performed several consecutive slashes, fast and accurate, clearly a step up compared to before. "Lion Kai, when you have time in the future, come here often to train as well." Qin Ziwen turned and said to Jia Lion Kai. Jia Lion Kai hesitated, replying bitterly, "Master, I am not young anymore. Don't trouble me with this. What's wrong with this age? Don't you want revenge? Our environment here is quite harsh. If you don't improve your physical fitness, I'm afraid you'll end up bedridden from an illness." These words indeed struck a chord with the old scholar. He fell silent for a long moment, his eyes reddening, and clasped his hands in a bow. "Lion Kai obeys your command." Qin Ziwen waved a hand. "Do you come, let's go to the platform." Zio Wu, go upstairs and call Cao Biansheng down. A moment later on the platform, Qin Ziwen, and Cao Biansheng stood in a straight line. Opposite them, Du Yu stood holding his spear, as steady as a deep pool and as imposing as a mountain. "Are we really fighting?" Cao Biansheng mumbled, somewhat embarrassed. "If we can't hold back and accidentally get hurt, that wouldn't be good." "Don't worry, as long as we're on this platform, even if a spear is thrust down your throat, you should survive." "You won't actually get injured on the platform," Qin Ziwen reassured him. "Big brother, what do you mean should? Shouldn't you tell me for sure that we absolutely won't get injured?" Cao Biansheng couldn't help but complain. "All right, you won't get injured. That's what this building says anyway." Qin Ziwen patted his shoulder. The reason for his uncertainty was that he hadn't tried it himself. It was like knowing there are no ghosts in the world, but when walking alone in the morgue of an abandoned hospital and hearing thump-thump sounds from a cabinet, your back still goes cold. Cao Biansheng confirmed again and again, "Guaranteed to live. Guaranteed to live." Having received Qin Ziwen's repeated assurances, Cao Biansheng's voice grew spirited. "Good. Since it guarantees life, then today I want to test just how big the gap is between me and a master of the same level." Having said that, Cao Biansheng lifted the 2.3-meter-long spear Qin Ziwen had just confiscated yesterday and thrust it towards Du Yu. Cao Biansheng staggered back, clutching his neck. He reached up and felt his own neck, his heart still pounding with fear. "Holy crap, did that spear just go straight through my neck?" He turned his head to look at the other two. "I saw it, the spearhead came out the back of your neck," Qin Ziwen confirmed with a nod. Cao Biansheng felt his neck, heart still racing. He gasped for breath. In that instant just now, the spearhead piercing his throat, the clear, icy sensation of the iron weapon passing through his windpipe, it felt unbelievably real. He felt as if he had truly died once. Qin Ziwen looked at Cao Biansheng with admiration. This kid was genuinely brave. After regaining his composure, a gradually wilder smile spread across Cao Biansheng's face. Since I won't die, then what am I afraid of? Brother, do your spear technique is so impressive, can you teach me? Du Yu answered honestly, actually, my spear technique isn't that impressive. It's just amplified here. What does that matter? I got the amplification too, but you still killed me in one move, Cao Biansheng said, unconcerned. Is it possible your foundation is just too poor, so even a one-level boost doesn't improve things much? Qin Ziwen suggested. My foundation being poor is normal. I never learned martial arts. I was just an ordinary college student before. The only bit of skill I have is the wild, unorthodox style I developed fighting those beasts after crossing over. Cao Biansheng accepted the fact frankly. Du Yu said, for any weapon, the foundation is fundamental. The platform is just a place to test results and gain experience. I can teach you techniques, but whether you can master and integrate those techniques depends on diligent daily practice. Sound advice, Qin Ziwen nodded. Afterwards, the three of them engaged in various sparring matches with Du Yu on the platform. At the beginning, lacking coordination, their attacks were resolved one by Du Yu, who defeated them individually. Later, after dying a few more times, the three learned to be smarter. They stopped charging forward aggressively and instead advanced slowly and steadily. Knowing they couldn't match Du Yu in technique, they aimed to make fewer mistakes. Playing it safe was the right move, but because their weapons were different, the rhythm of their attacks created gaps. Du Yu still found openings and defeated them one after another. At this moment, Qin Ziwen understood why in the era of cold weapons, soldiers in a single battle formation all used the same type of weapon. At the edge of the grounds, Jia Liankai watched the scene of everyone sparring, somewhat surprised. He had seen many officers of great yang, but he felt that even the warriors famed for their valor in the military seemed somewhat lacking in comparison.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.